Dezsma, written and narrated by Keith Schaefer. Dedication to Wendy, our favorite recorder. Acknowledgments. This book would not exist without the gracious support of a few people very close to me. Rhonda and Drake, a huge, heartfelt thank you for the many hours of editing and thoughtful discussion. Chapter 0, Prologue. 7 years ago, Otek decreed that the Hidden Council and the major events leading up to the fall of First Realm should be made known. As first recorder, this task fell upon me. Public records were reviewed and sealed recordings opened. Witnesses were interviewed and the accused interrogated. As commanded, I have written this account using terms and analogies which should sound familiar to you. While this transcribed telling may fall short of reality, I hope it increases your understanding of the Onu and their adventures. Odago has reviewed my account carefully and assured me that it is accurate to the truth, as the work of any recorder must be. Recurrus, first recorder. Chapter 1, Cat Burglar. Cat froze when she heard the first soft whispers echoing in the hallway behind her. Spinning to investigate, she cupped her hands behind her ears and was immediately greeted by the alarming sound of iron screeching across stone. An obvious sign one of the guards had picked up her scent and was now actively tracking her. Quickly weighing her options, Cat decided to race further inward, away from the noise. But before she had taken even a single step, the scratching had grown tenfold. As she turned to flee, the furious hand of an invisible explosion threw her to the ground. Tumbling with the inept grace of a waddlespore, she slowly gathered herself and staggered to her feet, only to be slammed to the ground again by another savage blow. Powerless to make any real progress, Cat bobbed up and down in countless sonic waves as her pursuer thundered through wall after unseen wall, masterfully carving a shortcut through the labyrinth to reach her. The disheartening defeat of each barrier penetrated deeply, continuing to reverberate within Cat long after the last wall fell. Before the final concussion had a chance to subside, the air was pierced by an excruciatingly loud howling. Surprised by the beast's sudden nearness, Cat looked back over her shoulder and caught a glimpse of its shadowy figure emerging from an adjacent hallway, then watched in horror as the darkness grew massively larger with each bounding step that matched the rhythmic pounding in her head. A sort of galloping horse cadence, only deeper and heavier, like an elephant, but with the startling speed of a cheetah. Realizing she had no chance to outpace the creature, Cat scrambled over to the stone wall and pressed her body against it in a vain attempt to slide through. Unable to relocate, she gasped as the behemoth came into full view when it failed to navigate the turn. Sliding clumsily on its stomach, the beast flailed its legs wildly, trying to gain some semblance of control before crashing violently into the dense stone wall, shattering the rock as if it were glass. Outraged, the monster thundered to its feet and growled mightily, knocking Cat back down to the floor once more. As she tried to stand up, she slipped awkwardly on the tile and simply slid a few feet backwards. In a last-ditch attempt to survive, she sprawled flat on the ground and rolled over sideways until she wedged herself in a fissure between the wall and the floor. For once in her life, she was glad she was small. Desperately hoping the animal's humongous paws wouldn't be able to snatch her from the tiny crevice, she pressed her nose firmly down into the corner, scratching it on the rough grout. The beast snarled as Cat flopped across the floor and dropped out of sight. Angrily baring its teeth, polished bright from constant use, it fully extended its claws for better traction and began its final approach. Tearing away the tile flooring as it ran, it showered shards of granite off the walls and ceiling, creating a glittering robe of broken debris in its wake. As it neared the moment of impact, it went airborne and ominously roared, "Cat!" Cat winced in pain, expecting the blow to be unbearable. But none came. After a few agonizing moments, she opened her eyes, expecting the predator to be towering over her, savoring the taste of captured prey. But to her surprise, she was alone. In the pristine hall, showed no signs of destruction. "She's in the hallway," whispered Odigo. "Did she see you?" asked Telios. "No." "Should I go talk to her?" "No," asserted King Otek, firmly but quietly. "Choice must not be taken away." Unable to calm down, Kat's heart raced wildly in her chest and forcefully propelled her blood through her entire body, pulsating loudly in her ears. Convinced something was still tracking her, but unable to hear beyond the pounding within, she peered anxiously up the hallway to her right. Nothing. She gasped, wondering if the beast had outflanked her, and quickly turned left to check. No one. The corridor was empty except for a few dim shafts of light spilling out of tangent hallways. Kat crawled out of her hiding place, stood up, and watched the dust particles dancing in the pale amber light while she contemplated her next move. If she advanced further inward, she would eventually acquire what she came for. But to do so, she would have to cross a line she painfully sensed, but could not see. She sighed and lowered her head to stare down at the white clouds floating in the gray granite floor and longed to drift away with them. While there was still time to escape, she held fast and closed her eyes to concentrate, only to be rudely interrupted by a vision of Valprie's frustrated face. She knew, if she returned empty-handed, the triangular birthmark staining the center of his forehead would bulge awkwardly and point down to the deep, disappointed furrow in his brow. Even now, she couldn't quite figure out why she so longed to please him, and yet struggled to trust the Onu. Kat shook her head to rattle away this disturbing juxtaposition and found herself gripped by Panic's untimely appearance, beginning to feel lightheaded. As unconsciousness slithered in to embrace her, she plunged awkwardly into the tile clouds and eventually spun over to stare up at the ceiling, desperate to stay connected. As her eyes darted from imperfection to imperfection, her vision narrowed and gradually went black. After a while, she had no idea how long, light sluggishly ebbed back into her vision. She expected to see the ceiling again, but now, with her head resting off to the side facing the wall, she fought to make sense of her changed perspective. As her sight sharpened and pulled the shiny marble into focus, she began to see dull channels defacing the stone wall a few feet up. She knew those marks well. She had made them as she passed through here before, since more times than not, she brushed the back of her hand gently along the wall, loving the cool, smooth feeling. And just as stone steps were down through repeated use, she had worn those impressions in the wall with a repeated touch. Being nearly immortal, she had plenty of time to deface the wall with this simple, loving caress. Intimate with this space, she tried to calm herself by whispering, "I belong here." At first, the phrase seemed hollow, more like a question than a statement. She repeated it several times to gain courage. Finally, she sat up and hugged her knees to her chest, then set her chin on her folded arms. She took a deeper breath and slowly exhaled it through her mouth. "I belong here," she said again, this time with a small measure of assurance, though she didn't yet sound fully convinced. "Valpries, what's taking Kat so long? She should have been here by now," demanded Delator as he stood towering over the merchant. Delator had a way of making others feel small, examined, as if they could never do enough for him, and could never really do anything quite right. As an inspector, he often purposely exercised this ability for his gain. I don't know," whimpered Valpries. "I'm sure she'll be here soon." Valpries hoped he was right, even yearned to be right, but doubted he was. "I don't share your optimism, Valpries." Delator stopped to let his disapproval sink in. Then he continued, "I need that recording. Since she's clearly failed, how are you going to get it?" Delator knew that Valpries could never enter the royal library to retrieve the recording. Still, he loved watching him squirm. He knew this impossibility would make Valpries work harder for his approval. I don't know, sighed Valpries again, weakly repeating his previous reply. Under Delator's harsh scrutiny, he was struggling to think clearly. He tried to defend himself. I've spent years ensnaring Cat, just like you suggested. She's the only route I've pursued. You know that. I don't see how I can get to Scroll by myself. As a merchant, Valpries knew how to exchange what he had for something he wanted. While he had a hard-earned relationship with Cat, he had no personal feelings for her. Since more than anything he wanted to be a Kuur superstar, he was willing to trade Cat away for an important Kuur position. Oh, Valpries, I'm very disappointed in you. You said you could handle this. You said you were ready for this responsibility. I can't believe you let me down. Delator paused to let his words dig deep into Valpries so he could enjoy their impact. In truth, he was only mildly upset. Since he knew Cat had been a long shot, he'd been prepared for setbacks, especially on her first attempt. If she survived the night, but returned without the sealed recording, Delator needed Valpries ready to invest even more time and energy in her, until she agreed to try again. Delator knew the king was putting the Onu interests ahead of First Realm inhabitants, and he knew the sealed recording would prove his point. With it, Delator would finally have the power he recklessly craved to dethrone the king. Valpries knew Delator was right. Cat should have been back by now. Valpries wondered if she had changed her mind. Had he been too quick to believe she could retrieve the sealed recording? Everyone knew Odago had forbidden the removal of sealed recordings from the royal library. There were millions of rumors floating around about what would happen to you if you tried such a treacherous theft. It really was ludicrous to think one could even attempt such a heist. First, of course, you had to get in. Entrance to the royal library was granted only to the Onu themselves and their royal recorders. If you gained access and were lucky enough to find a sealed recording, Chinwag claimed that just touching it would result in massive injury. Lifting it out of its slot could cause you to lose your mind and wander aimlessly in the royal library forever. If you did somehow manage to stumble outside, surely the twins would devour you. If you miraculously made it past these guards, Odago would surely track your thoughts and hunt you down like a common beast. If he allowed you to live, he'd surely force disgrace upon you, cast you into the lowest guild, strip you of all your worth, and force you into eternal punishment. No mercy. While Valpries was churning through these terrible tales and applying the dreadful consequences to himself, Delator stood to leave. Satisfied he had made Valpries feel completely out of control, he was now ready to abandon Valpries and let him wallow in his failure. Toger, Delator's constant companion and first henchman, followed Delator's lead and stood up as well. He had been silent during this entire exchange, knowing better than to interrupt Delator. As Toger and Delator fastened their cloaks for protection against the evening air, Delator stabbed at Valpries one last time. I guess it's time for me to ask Asa the cook to proceed. I knew I should have appointed him first instead of you. Delator had no plan in place with the cook, but he wanted Valpries to think he did. Delator had discovered long ago that lying often served its purpose as well. Over time, he had become so calloused to the crime that lying no longer bothered him. Still seated, Valpries squirmed as Delator glared down at him. Wondering why everyone always looked down on him, he watched in anguish as Delator and Toger turned to leave. Having finally gained her composure, Cat stood up. She timidly stepped further in. Let's eat. You can reheat Cat's later, Fajal bellowed as he sat down at the head of the table. Cat's father always ate as soon as the food was ready. He felt life was better when it was lived fast and in the moment. He never waited for anyone or anything. What could she possibly be recording at this hour that's more important than dinner? Whined Kat's mother, as she carefully placed the last platter of food before her family and sat down at her end of the table opposite Fajal. Why does Otek always keep her late? He's such a tyrant. Doesn't he know she has more important things to do, like be home enjoying supper with us? Layla always complained about the poor attendance at family dinner. She hated empty chairs around her bountiful spreads. Tonight, her table was overflowing with smoked ham, scalloped potatoes, crispy fried chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, roasted lamb, buttery corn, baked green beans topped with crispy breaded onions, 2 different types of fresh hot rolls, sliced, not diced, pineapple, and 4 pies. She loved feasting on the view of her family as they devoured her provisions like they were breaking the fast of Fajr. Kat ruined this dinner image for Layla more often than she appeared in it. She felt out of place at the table and regularly tried to find an excuse to be late or absent. Maybe it was the portions. Everything in the Gigant home was enormous and way too big for her. She even still sat on a dining room chair 3 times too big for her, stacked high with cushions. No one could explain why she remained small, unlike her enormous siblings. Even though she was now of age, she still looked like a petite teenager, having never grown to normal Gigant size. Her diminutive form made Layla treat her like a child. She hated that coddling. It made her feel small, weak, different. Had Kat been present, she would have thought there was enough food on the table tonight for 100 First Realm inhabitants. Such was the appetite of her clan. Since she would have eaten barely a small plateful, her absence, or presence, would have little impact on the fullness of the others. Otek walked out of the Royal Library entrance and stood on the landing between the twins. He had come out to watch Kat disappear around a corner in the distance. "Something's wrong, sire. Kat wasn't herself tonight," noted Arcudo, the guard on the king's left. "She's afraid, drenched in sweat," added Arcuda, the guard on Otek's right. Arcudo and Arcuda were twin bears. Arcudo had the tail of an alligator, and Arcuda the tail of a scorpion, which made them appear even more ferocious than normal giant bears. Their tails were how First Realm inhabitants told them apart. Each twin was 3 times the size of the door Otek had just walked through. Either could have easily blocked the entire entrance alone. Having them both present, all the time, was overkill, but it did make sure each always had companionship when they protected the entrance. No one could enter or leave the Royal Library without their consent. As First Realm bears, they had many heightened senses, including emotional perception, which helped them sniff out malintent, like cats tonight. When she came in, she skipped her normal greeting, Arcuda said with a twinge of sorrow in her voice. When she left, she kept her hands in her pockets and sacrificed our connection, lamented Arcudo. As the twins talked, they moved closer to Otek and would have crushed him had they pressed any further. They had great concern for Kat and knew her like no other. Epochs ago, Otek had introduced her to them as a new royal recorder, with the simple words, "Let this one pass." From that point on, they had let her enter and exit the Royal Library at will, even tonight. While Otek had granted other royal recorders access with these same simple words, Kat was definitely different. She was the only non-royal inhabitant brave enough and worthy enough to touch them as a friend. Kat frequently absorbed her environment via touch, and at first, for many, many years, she held herself in check as she passed by the twins, while she desperately longed to reach out to them. To truly encounter them, she feared their fury. Finally, though, she could tolerate the separation no longer. She began to plan her moment carefully, thoroughly thinking about which enormous beast to touch first, trying to decide which would let her get away with it. After several months of frantic back and forth, she chose Arcudo. He might level her with his tail, but that would be much better than getting stung by Arcuda. On the day of reckoning, Cat walked around the Royal Library grounds several times to build up her courage. After the 12th lap, she turned towards the entrance and slowly started her ascent up the massive staircase, hugging the right side as she went, not safely in the middle, where first realm inhabitants normally approached. Arcudo noticed this abnormal behavior and focused his attention intently upon her. Cat ignored his gaze and kept her eyes straight ahead. On the landing, she remained off to the right, purposely close to him. As she approached his midriff, she extended her arm slightly and let the knuckle of her middle finger touch a single dangling blue hair. It was electric. She felt a surge of power and exhilaration. Arcudo gave a low grunt. Or was it a purr? She wasn't certain, but he didn't flinch or attack. Actually, he enjoyed the moment. It soothed him. Cat rushed on past the tails of the twins, through the entrance, and into the cavernous foyer, excited to be at work for the first time in years, just like she had been in her early days of recording. Emboldened by her morning success, Cat tried the same thing with Arcuda on her way out that very same day. On the landing, she edged her way over to where Arcuda was sprawled. Just like she had with Arcudo in the morning, she reached out with a single knuckle and touched a single hair. But that was enough. Contact finally made, Cat would never pass through the twins again without touching both of them on her way in or out. Until today. On many occasions, the twins would inch closer together when they saw Cat coming, and she joyfully pranced through the middle of them with her arms outstretched, touching both of them as she passed, like running her hands along two furry walls of a narrow, private passageway. The twins came to expect and relish this simple yet brave act. They let no other recorder do it, and no other recorder would ever dare to assume this great privilege. Over time, her simple touch progressed into a stroke, and finally, a pet. Eventually, Cat gained the courage to sit down on her way out after work and simply be with the twins. She'd stay with them for hours, sometimes talking, sometimes just sitting. In many ways, the twins became Cat's best friends. They knew her like no other First Realm inhabitant. "I missed her touch today," Arcuda said dejectedly. "I know, my friend. I know," acknowledged Otek as he gently stroked behind her ear. His hand was so small compared to her ear that his stroke felt like a tiny scratch to her. She enjoyed it, nonetheless. "Should I go after her?" Arcudo asked. "Help her? See what's wrong?" "No," answered Otek. "Cat must walk this path alone. Soon, all firsts will have to choose as she has done tonight. I knew these events would come one day. I had just hoped Cat would choose another route." There was a long pause as they each wrestled with their own thoughts and affections. "When she comes back, let her pass," Otek finally said, as he lovingly ruffled the hair on the back of each bear's head. With a deep sigh, he descended the stairs and began his long walk home. Hours after Delator left Volpries alone, Cat finally arrived. Normally, Cat and Volpries met in one of the city squares, a park or the market. But this time, they had decided their trade required more secrecy. Cat knocked anxiously on the door, hoping Volpries was home. She had no idea where to go next if Volpries wasn't there. She needn't worry. He was stuck inside, mulling over the horrible curses that had surely overcome her and his options for regaining Delator's favor without suffering the same fate. Her knock startled him back to the present. He jumped to his feet and peered out the window, afraid it was going to be Delator. Given their last exchange, he dreaded facing him again so soon. Relieved it was only Cat, he went to the door, opened it, and silently motioned for her to come in. As she passed, he noticed that her hands were empty, and the cloak he had given her looked unencumbered, as if it wasn't carrying anything within. Cat whisked by and plopped down in his personal chair. Ignoring her presumptive rudeness, Volpres looked down the street in both directions, multiple times, to see if she had been followed. All appeared quiet. He saw no movement, no one lurking. Content, he closed the door and turned on Cat. "Where have you been?" he barked. "You wouldn't believe what happened to me. I passed out in the great hallway. Can you believe that? I have no idea how long I was lying there unconscious, unprotected." "Did the beasts attack you? Knock you out?" Volpres spoke emphatically, pretending to be concerned before leaping to his real question. No, I think I just hyperventilated from all the excitement. Once I came to, I easily made it through the maze to the archives. There was no one else in the Royal Library tonight to slow me down. No other recorders. No Onu. As she talked, Cat ran her hands over the arms of Volpres' chair, admiring the deep grooves in the ornate fabric. She began to run her finger through one of the furrows before Volpres interrupted her. "Well, did you get it?" Volpres blurted out, unable to control himself any longer. "Of course," replied Cat casually as she reached into her sleeve and pulled out the sealed recording from a hidden compartment. "It was easy to get the one Delator requested. Here you go. I hope it contains everything he wanted," announced Cat as she stood and held the recording out for Volpres to take. "Did it hurt when you touched it?" asked Volpres, taking a small step backward. "No," Cat exclaimed excitedly, shaking her head as she waved the recording in the air as if to prove she was okay. "That's amazing, given all the rumors about sealed recordings," conceded Volpres guardedly as he scanned Cat up and down for any signs of injury he may have missed when she walked in. "Since you were late, I was afraid you may have been hurt or something. Delator said you'd be fine, but I wasn't so sure. Other than my embarrassing blackout moment in the hallway, the effort was really uneventful. I walked to the archive chamber like I always do when I have to deposit a sealed recording. I quickly went to the section for the Hidden Council recordings and found the scroll right where Recurus had pointed it out to me on my first day of work. Here, you can see the label for yourself." Cat stopped waving the scroll around and held it with her arm fully extended, straight towards Volpres. Volpres hesitated. He had heard so many horror stories about the protections on sealed recordings that he couldn't force himself to reach out and take it. Still fearing he would suffer great harm by touching it, he leaned forward and fake-read the title. "Yep, you've got the right one. Purpose," Volpres said flatly. He couldn't decipher the coded label 14E8-1E40F1E2L1CC5. But he didn't want Cat to know that. It was actually quite a leap of faith for him to agree it was the right one. If it was the wrong scroll, Delator would be furious. "Are you going to give it to him?" asked Cat, still holding the scroll out for Volpres, waiting for him to take it. The original plan had been for her to give it to Delator tonight, but since she was late and Delator clearly wasn't here now, she assumed Volpres would pass it along to him later. "Sure, I'll take care of it. Just set it down over there on the table. Let me go get your trade." Volpres walked out of the room, hoping his smooth exit would hide his fear of the sealed recording. He could have relaxed. Cat was too absorbed in her own thoughts to really take note of him. She was proud of herself, pleased she had succeeded where none other had. Finally, she was going to be able to join the Kuur. After she placed the scroll on the table, she returned to Volpres' chair and sat back down. Having never sat in it before tonight, she hadn't realized how comfortable it was until now. Snuggling deeper in, she was surprised to discover how enjoyable it was to sit in a chair that perfectly fit her size. She rested her forearms on the arms of the chair, like a king on his throne, and looked around the room from her new vantage point. Volpres sure likes nice things, she thought, as she gazed jealously from trinket to trinket. The inside of Valprie's home was opulent compared to its modest exterior. He had chosen to live on the outskirts of town, in a rather unseemly neighborhood, unlike the other merchants who lived close to the market. Since his best trades happened away from the market, he felt no need to be close to it. His pitiful presence in the market was just a show for the tax collectors, so they would think him destitute. Should one of them happen to stroll by his home, he wanted them to see the same poor state of affairs on the outside of his home, so they'd think him a terrible merchant. All First Realm inhabitants had to make it past these facades before they found out how accomplished he really was. In truth, he hated the whole charade. He was tired of inhabitants looking down on him. Ready to prove his worth, he was confident his efforts with Cat would change everything, make him a celebrity in the Kuur. "Here you go. I've wrapped it up to help conceal it from others," Valpries remarked as he entered with a small object enclosed in an old gray cloth. While he avoided disclosure of the hidden prize tonight, Cat knew what he held. Valpries purposely stood at a distance from Cat, forcing her to rise and come to him, a way to make sure she left soon. He knew she wanted to talk, but his earlier encounter with Delator had worn him out. He had no energy left for her tonight. "Thanks, Valpries," said Cat as she sprang from the chair and gingerly took her reward in her hands. She stared down at the object lovingly, envisioning the glory behind the gray rag. "You should go now. It's already after dark, and others might see you and wonder why you're here so late. They might think we had some nefarious business or something, and that would certainly hurt your reputation," he pronounced, as if he were deeply concerned about her. Yeah, sure, okay," stammered Cat as she looked up and started to leave. Halfway to the door, she stopped abruptly and turned back to Valpries expectantly. "Meet me for lunch tomorrow, near the town square, where we first met?" "Sure," replied Valpries weakly, as he moved to gently steer her towards the door, careful not to touch her in case some hidden curse still lingered upon her. Suddenly, he felt sick to his stomach. He longed to be done with Cat, but was overcome by the feeling that he'd never be done with her. That Delator would probably demand more sealed recordings, and that he'd have to go through this again and again and again. He knew Delator was tight-fisted with Kuur honors, and that position had to be earned through loyalty and repeated sacrifice. He sighed deeply as he realized his was just beginning. Extract from sealed royal recording 122C-C62601116 DDD FA8K43-B6571-4HB8F44. "Their devotion to their cause is admirable, even if it is misplaced," observed Otek. "My spy tells me they plan to attack the royal library in a day or so," continued Telios. "I'm afraid they don't understand the power of Odego's seals, their blessings and their curses. As we all know, once a sealed recording is shelved, no First Realm inhabitant can touch it again without harm. While the royal recorders help create the recordings, and even walk them to their storage, they are only protected in the council chamber, through the great hallway, through the maze leading to the shelving area, and then the shelving area itself. Any deviation from this path would bring immediate harm to them. After a sealed recording is shelved in its slot, even a royal recorder is no longer protected. All other security measures in and around the royal library are really unnecessary. Odego's seals completely protect the knowledge they hide. Yes, but we put the twins and other measures in place to protect first inhabitants, to discourage them from testing the power of the seals. Too much pain and destruction would come to them if they act as if the sealed recordings are safe to touch," Otek said passionately. "Does your informant really believe they are going to try to take a sealed recording soon?" asked Otek. "Yes," Telios affirmed painfully. "They have a royal recorder ready to try. If we leave the curses in place, no attacker, not even a royal recorder, will survive," whispered Odego, overwhelmed by the thought of such a crushing blow. Of course, they all knew what would happen. Odego did not have to say this. But he couldn't help himself It broke his heart to think any royal recorder doubted Theo knew this much and was willing to risk everything at the direction of Delator. Odigo had placed the same blessing and curse on every sealed recording of the Hidden Council. Blessed be the one worthy to open this seal. May all others be cursed. The simplicity of his words did not limit the power of the blessing or the curse. They can morph perfectly to affect both the worthy and the unworthy. And if it wasn't time to break a seal, none would be worthy. Does your scout know which one they're after? Probed Otek. He says the Kuur only have eyes for one right now. They call it the purpose of the Hidden Council. It's our first meeting on Second Realm, 14E8-1E40 F1E2L1 CC5, explained Telios. If they are truly after just that one, then Odigo could enhance its blessing to provide additional time before the curse is activated, suggested Otek. That way, maybe the transgressor will quickly return, and we can absorb the pain of the curse for them. The seal would still protect the knowledge within, but the extra blessing would allow one struggling with unbelief to briefly touch it, but not open it. Otek Plaz has always looked for ways to show mercy and provide more for all inhabitants. Odigo sighed, mulling the king's suggestion. After several minutes, he broke the silence. Okay, we've planned for this moment. We knew it would come. We knew we would have to allow at least one sealed recording out of the royal library to aid in their choosing. If we're all in agreement that the time has come, and that this is the one to let out, I'll go bless it, Odigo said, raising an implicit vote. The time has come. Go ahead. It's the one, affirmed Otek. Agreed, concurred Telios. Settled, affirmed Odigo. He rose and left the council chamber. After a few moments, he returned and simply stated, Done. With First Realm inhabitants thus protected, but free to choose, the council adjourned. When Kat arrived home, Layla met her at the door. While Layla seldom raised her voice at Kat, she didn't try to mask the pain she felt when her daughter let her down. She stood blocking the doorway with a long, curved upholstery needle held tightly in her left hand, a telltale sign that she was very upset. As a novice seamstress, Layla never worked past midday. However, when she was bitterly aggrieved, she would sew all night long to disappear into her fury. "Where have you been?" demanded Layla. Kat began to reply, but Layla continued without waiting for her answer. "It's very late. Your dinner's frozen." In fact, Kat's dinner was far from cold. Layla had kept it warm in the oven. It was her way of letting Kat know she had let her down by missing family dinner. I've been at work," Kat replied. This was true, she told herself. She had been at her workplace, though she had not been working. A chill of excitement suddenly ran up and down her spine as she thought about all she had accomplished tonight. She wanted to tell someone, but she knew Layla would never understand. Layla turned her back on Kat and shuffled off to the kitchen, leaving Kat standing outside on the porch, staring after her mother through the open door. She did not feel welcomed. As usual, there was no hug, no gigant shoulder smack, no gentle tug to come indoors. Kat stepped over the threshold and closed the door behind her and wondered why home never felt like home. As she traipsed after Layla, she passed Fajal snoring by the fireplace on her way to the kitchen. Since it was midsummer, there was no fire tonight, but her father had fallen asleep there by habit nonetheless. He often struggled to stay awake after dinner. While being a builder was hard work, Fajal never complained about his guild, nor the effort it entailed. Proud that many First Realm inhabitants used what he constructed, he spent all his energy building during the day and saved none of it for those around him at night. By the time Kat reached the kitchen, Layla had already placed her meal on the table. "Thank you, Mother. You shouldn't have," pandered Kat. She knew other mothers treated their offspring much less graciously when they came home late. By now, though, Kat knew Layla's apparent show of support was more for Layla than for her. Later, her mother would use this event, like many others before it, to make herself look good at Kat's expense. Kat pulled her chair back slightly, but not too far. While she needed some space to climb up, she had learned long ago that if she left too much of a gap between the chair and the table, she'd be unable to reach her food once atop the last cushion. As she labored up, she wondered why her father, the builder, had never built her a stepladder or a chair that fit. Maybe he was hoping she'd grow into the one that was already there. After all this time, why did he, or anyone else, think she'd ever fit in a gigant-sized chair? As she swung round the top cushion and sat down, she decided he simply didn't want to admit that someone as small and weak as her could possibly be his offspring. Layla grabbed a cup and pulled up her chair. After she sat down, she realized she had neglected to fill the cup with anything to drink. She stared into the emptiness as she broke the silence, trying to sound sincere. "Kat, I'm worried about you. You don't have a mate. You labor late all the time. And you never talk about your work like your brothers do. What's really going on?" Layla was more concerned about the appearance of these things and how they made her look than about how Kat felt or what Kat might really need to be happy. "Mother, this ham is delicious. Is this your normal recipe? It tastes a little different somehow," Kat said, trying to avoid her mother's questions. "Same recipe as always. Maybe it tastes different because it dried out while I was trying to keep it warm for you. Come on, Kat. What's really going on?" chided Layla. "Ouch," thought Kat. Her attempted deflection swiftly batted aside by Layla. She slowly chewed her next mouthful to give herself some time to craft a more believable response, one that would make this awkwardness disappear. Still basking in the glow of her sealed recording raid, she was finding it hard to bring her thoughts back down to mundane mother issues. "Well, as you know, Otek is very demanding. He expects one of us to be present at every secret Onu meeting. As I've mentioned many times before, since I'm the only non-mated royal recorder, I feel it's important for me to be at many of the late-night meetings, so the others can be home with their families." Careful not to lie to her mother, Kat knew this statement to be true. She wasn't the youngest, or the newest, royal recorder, but she was the only one without a mate. It was also true that the Onu required a royal recorder at their secret meetings to accurately record the event. She hoped her mother would thus infer such a meeting had taken place tonight and leave her alone. "I know, Kat, but I sure wish Otek would appoint more royal recorders or something, or at least make the others share the load with you. It really shouldn't fall on you like this." Kat's subtle mix of truth was working. Her mother had quickly assumed Otek had once again taken advantage of her only daughter's availability. "I know, Mother. It's not really fair. But what can I do?" asked Kat as she shrugged her shoulders and painted a look of exasperation on her face. "Find a mate," Layla replied adamantly. She was embarrassed that Kat was still single and loved the idea that mating might help free her from the Onu. Kat hated it when her mother talked like this. While she was old enough to have her own family now, it wasn't that uncommon for inhabitants of her age to still be living at home. Nowadays, many were purposely opting to establish themselves more solidly in their guilds before venturing out on their own or mating. "Mother," sighed Kat, "mating's not the answer to everything. Sometimes you just have to work hard, put your time in. Isn't that what Father's always saying? Isn't it how he lives his life, and why he's fast asleep in the other room right now instead of in here with us? Why shouldn't my guild get the best I have to offer?" Layla completely missed the pain in Kat's complaint about her father's absence and fell instead into passive agreement with this line of thinking, like she always did when Fajal brought it up. "Well, I guess so. But still, I don't understand why you don't look for something more exciting to do. There are lots of better things to do than recording. Why don't you at least go out and make a few new friends and bring someone home for dinner? You're ashamed of us, aren't you? That's why you never wear our clan colors," ranted Layla, as she pointed her hand angrily at Kat's bare sleeve. She was getting so emotional that her thoughts and speech were running all over the place. "No, Mother, no, that's not it. I'm not ashamed of you at all," Kat responded emphatically. In truth, she wasn't ashamed of them. She was ashamed of herself. Or maybe more accurately, she was uncomfortable with the Gigants and struggled to feel like she belonged around them. No one in her clan had still been her size at this age. Most had outgrown her small size after a couple of years, very early in their lives. Sensing her mother needed more assurance, Kat continued, "I just really love my work, and I let it consume me. I know the Onu can be demanding, but for some reason, I find fulfillment in the effort, and I think they appreciate what I do for them." This back and forth continued until Kat had eaten everything on her plate. She was thankful Layla had learned not to pile it full like she would have done for others in her family. While there had been so little food on the plate that Layla thought it looked bare, Kat still struggled to consume all of it. During her late meal, Kat never successfully moved Layla off her main points of contention, but at least she stopped pressing Kat for what had happened tonight. As Kat conversed with her mother, she noticed that it disturbed her much more to think about lying to her mother than it did to think about stealing the sealed recording. She wondered why one kind of Toba bothered her and another did not. After finishing her dinner, Kat stayed in the kitchen to help her mother clean up. While Layla could have easily gotten this done earlier in the evening, immediately after dinner, she had decided to leave the mess in place to see if Kat would feel guilty enough to help her. As Kat was putting away the last dishes, Fajal woke himself with a loud snort, which echoed out from the living room and resounded through the stone kitchen. That was the usual sign it was time for everyone to head to bed. Gladly acknowledging the alarm, Kat escaped from the kitchen and any further motherly prodding. Chapter 2. First Contact. Valpriest frantically paced around the bench, but then suddenly worried he was drawing too much attention to himself, sat back down. Kat was late for their lunch. Where was she? Had she been captured by the royal family? Forced to tell them about him? Were warriors on the way right now to arrest him? Anxiously, he looked back and forth, straining to see any flash of armor. Leaning forward to get a better view, he put his elbows down on his knees to keep from falling over. Still unable to see past the gnarly old tree on his left, he stood and scurried across the path and stood in the grass on the other side. Even from this unobstructed view, Kat was still nowhere to be seen. At least thankfully, there were no warriors in sight. Valpriest forced himself to walk back to the bench and sit down. Determined to look casual, he began sheepishly munching on his lunch. He tried to think about what had brought him to this point. His relationship with Togr, Delator, and the Kuur. Soon, the agony of not knowing where Kat was drove him back to his feet, and he began the cycle of pacing around the bench and crossing the path all over again. At first, Valpriest thought Togr, the novice inspector, would be easy to control, like all the other inspectors before him. But the overzealous newcomer quickly pummeled his confidence. During Togr's first day in the market, he had unexpectedly stopped by Valpriest's booth and casually asked, "How's business?" Inspectors typically sped by Valpriest's stall due to its lackluster appearance and the foul odor wafting from the nearby beast pens. On this day, however, the wind was blowing from the northeast. Very unusual. With fresh air pouring over Valpriest's stall, the new inspector felt no need to rush by. He had a propensity for spotting details other inspectors missed, hidden infractions that demonstrated he was worthy of promotion. Having no regard for public safety or the reasons behind these broken regulations, he sought them only to progress through his new guild. Togr took a deep breath of the crisp air and exhaled slowly as he waited for Valpriest's reply. He doubted the scrawny merchant would be able to help him advance, but he knew looks could be deceiving. As it would turn out, Togr would come to depend on Valpriest and owe much of his success to the insignificant merchant. Pitiful. Any worse, and I'd be starving, joked Valpriest with a smile. Normally, Valpriest would be unconcerned about an inspector stopping by his stall, since he only maintained it to retain a valid merchant license. Not willing to risk revealing his true worth to the authorities, He never stocked it with anything of value. Today, however, was quite different. A client had demanded their exchange take place in the market. This made no sense to Valpries, who always tried to evade prying eyes. But he had lost their argument and brought the item with him this morning. He had tried to mitigate the danger by hiding it under the back table, shrouded by a well-placed blanket. Togr did not laugh. He assumed jocularity indicated his victims were trying to hide something. Instead, he looked down at the merchant more closely. The trader had the body and head of a fox, but hands and feet, like many two-legged first inhabitants. Though diminutive in size, he seemed well-nourished. "You don't look like you're starving to me," said Togr, with a bite in his voice. Wrong approach, thought Valpries. He had sorely misjudged this new inspector. Consumed by thoughts of his hidden cash, and worried he might be found out, he worked hard to make sure his face didn't divulge his concern. Inspectors had the power to accuse any merchant of health or wealth infractions. The latter usually resulted in hefty fines extracted by tax collectors, a burden Valpries felt that Onu had no right to levy. He knew he would lose greatly in this exchange if Togr discovered his hidden treasure. Quickly, he started to grovel. "Oh, no, sir, I'm not hungry at all. I was just trying to be funny. I meant no disrespect. It's just that, well, business has been very slow today. Hopefully, it picks up this afternoon. Or at least, better fortunes tomorrow." "Better fortunes tomorrow," echoed Togr, repeating the market mantra. "We all hope for that." Watching Valpries carefully, he then added, "Of course, I prosper as you prosper." While many inspectors were notorious for accepting bribes, Togr took none. But he liked to use this innuendo to see how merchants reacted. He highly doubted Valpries had much to offer, but still expected the merchant to offer something in exchange. Seeing no reaction on Valpries' face, Togr cast his gaze around the stall. While it was poorly adorned, surprisingly, it wasn't dirty. The sight depressed him a bit, not because of its meager state, but because in his eagerness to advance, Togr needed to find infractions in every interaction. And currently, he saw none. Each morning, to increase his chances of success, Togr meticulously studied the official inspector recordings for each First Realm inhabitant he was about to inspect, having learned long ago that the inspector recordings often said more with their silence than with their words. For instance, time gaps could indicate bribes and despicable attempts to evade accurate taxing. Whenever he found these recording breaks, he liked to give the corresponding inhabitant special consideration, confident he could find other lurking infractions. This morning, he had excitedly discovered Valpries owned many such gaps. However, standing in front of Valpries now, Togr was disappointedly beginning to understand why. This merchant was unremarkable in every way, and Togr was now sure the other inspectors had simply not wanted to waste their time with him. Still, since he was already here, he decided to poke Valpries one last time before moving on. "I saw in your recordings earlier today that you haven't had many recent inspections. Do you have any idea why that's the case?" probed Togr. No idea," answered Valpries slowly. Normally, he'd be ready with a quick reply to any inspector question, but today he was a little off his game. The vision of his hidden treasure, and the horrors that would await him, should this overzealous inspector detect it, had muddled his thinking. Finally, he recovered a bit and let his explanation take flight. "Maybe it's the wind. It usually roars through those smelly beast pens over there, blasting small bits of stall debris through the cracks and crevices, and worse, a constant stream of smelly beast essence over the top of the wall," explained Valpries as he pointed over Togr's shoulder. "On most days, the stench is unbearable. I guess other inspectors merely ignored me because it smells horrible back here." Valpries winced his face, like he was smelling the stink now, and waved his hand back and forth below his nose, as if trying to clear the air in front of his face. What he didn't disclose, but knew quite well, was that he had bribed, any inspector who discovered his real business trades outside of the market. They simply had no need to stop by his stall any longer. He was beginning to wonder, however, if one of them had betrayed him to Togr, and now Togr wanted in on the action. He inched forward slightly to get a better look at Togr, trying to read his expression, then quickly took a step back in response to Togr's potent, well-practiced glare. Regardless, Volpres didn't feel like he was in a normal shakedown. If he had been, he would have known how to handle the situation. The fact that everything felt a little different made him nervous, caused him to babble on. I wasn't aware that I was out of compliance. Is there anything I need to do to fix it? There is nothing you can do, growled Togr. An inspector needs to update the official recordings for you. Togr sensed there was more to this merchant than he had first seen. He should never have offered to do an inspector's job. He seemed jittery and was talking too much, a common misstep inhabitants took when they were guilty. Togr paused and looked over the stall once again, this time more slowly. But like before, he saw nothing of interest. Wanting to keep Volpres off balance for their next encounter, he made eye contact and menacingly jabbed. Now that you're under my care, I'll be sure to stop by more frequently. No need for you to suffer any more from lack of proper inspector attention. Volpres wanted to sarcastically say, "Oh yeah, great, thanks, exactly what I wanted." But he knew better. "Okay. Thanks for watching out for me. I appreciate it," Volpres mumbled submissively. Watching Togr's face carefully, he thought he saw a small softening, and felt the tide might be turning slightly in his favor. Volpres even began to believe, once he finished his pending trade later today, things would get back to normal, even with this crazy new inspector hanging around. Togr nodded knowingly and curled up one corner of his mouth in a fake half-smile. Thinking Volpres was the least crafty merchant he had ever met, he prepared to move on. However, as he did so, a sudden gust of wind quickly whipped the black security blanket up and down, ever so briefly, revealing Volpres' hidden treasure. Togr readily spotted this blanket twitch and the exposed, polished chrome beneath it. He immediately recognized the silvery glint as the edge of an extremely valuable iridium crucible, something totally out of place in this impoverished merchant's stall. He had him! Now he had to figure out the best way to use this information to his advantage. Just reporting it to the tax collectors wouldn't be enough personal gain for him. Volpres had felt the blast of wind too, but dared not turn around to check on the blanket. If the inspector had seen nothing, then he couldn't risk giving his treasure away by looking back at it. But Togr had hesitated. While he didn't immediately say anything, he no longer seemed ready to move on. Something was wrong. After a few moments of uncomfortable silence, Volpres finally volunteered, "Is there anything else I can do for you?" Instead of replying to Volpres, Togr tapped something close to his collar on his shirt and whispered into it. Wanting a trusted witness to his victory, he was calling Delator, another inspector currently on duty in the market. His presence would help Togr more than just reporting this infraction to the tax collectors. Togr respected Delator, even envied him. Delator was going places, and Togr longed to mimic his success. Having Delator here to observe his own accomplishments would certainly help him advance faster, too. Volpres plopped down on his chair and stared up at Togr. Since he couldn't hear what Togr was saying, he could only guess what was going on. When Togr stopped talking to his shirt, he stood guard at the corner of Volpres' stall, waiting for his audience to appear. He enjoyed the crescendo of awkward silence as the anticipation grew. After 8 minutes, Delator arrived. As he rounded the corner, Volpres' stomach twisted into a knot. He knew Delator, the expert inspector, well, had paid him off many, many times before. Togr whispered something to Delator as he pranced past him to begin his show. He placed his paws on the counter and thrust his head deep into Volpres' stall to tower over the sulking merchant. Leering down at Volpres, he addressed Delator without turning to him. "Delator, do we have any recordings of this merchant trading anything of great value?" Since Togr had checked the recordings earlier this morning, he already knew the answer to his question, but he wanted to make sure Delator knew it as well. "I don't know," lied Delator easily. "Let me check." Delator had prospered greatly from many previous interactions with Volpres, and knew the merchant was incredibly cunning, even if he didn't appear so on the surface. From personal experience, he also knew Volpres had indeed traded in countless items of incredible value. As a matter of fact, he had been working on a new Kuur plan, which would soon require Volpres' unique skills. He pretended to search through the inspector recordings as he wondered why Togr had really called him over this morning. Finding a tax infraction in the market isn't a big deal. It's quite common, even expected. Delator was quite familiar with Togr, having watched him for many years before allowing him to join the market inspection crew. He appreciated that Togr, like many other inspectors, loved to win by means of flashy, public presentations. Since there were no spectators around right now, he immediately assumed Togr merely wanted someone, anyone, to watch him perform and praise him for his prowess. While Togr was just beginning to polish his street performances, Delator was the First Realm's expert, able to cleverly wield twisted bits of truth to prove his case, and brutally humiliate his opponent along the way. Delator quickly decided he could use the lack of witnesses to further his own agenda. Having long considered Togr a possible candidate for the Kuur, he had remained guarded around the novice inspector, since he had never seen him portray any acts of Toba. After a few more fake clicks on his device, Delator figured out how he could manipulate this encounter to reveal if Togr could indeed enact evil. And, as an added bonus, he began to suspect Togr may have uncovered something of sufficient value to leverage against Volpres, which he could use to initiate his new Kuur plan. Careful not to reveal the rush of adrenaline he felt, Delator looked up calmly from his device. No such recording. While Delator had been looking up Volpres' records, Togr had prowled around to the back of Volpres' stall and was now standing behind the back table. So, this merchant shouldn't have anything of rank value 27? Asked Togr as he whipped back the blanket to reveal the hidden crucible with way too much rookie flamboyancy. Impressive, thought Volpres. He was sure Togr had only caught a brief glimpse of the crucible earlier, and yet he'd guessed the number of normal trades required to obtain it. Though he had underestimated Volpres, who had obtained it in just 23. No, of course not. Nothing to justify that level, recounted Delator. Stolen, charged Togr flatly. Stolen, confirmed Delator, while looking at Volpres. Stand up, commanded Delator. It was clear he was now in charge, and Togr was about to become a mere bystander. Volpres slowly stood to his feet and looked up at Delator. What do you have to say for yourself? How do you plead? Demanded Delator. It wasn't uncommon for inspectors to act as prosecutors in street trials like this. They often used this tactic when trying to get a quick confession and resolution. Volpres wasn't sure how he was supposed to respond in front of Togr. Had Delator been here by himself, it would have been a simple matter to bribe him and move on. Cautiously he began. I'm not a thief, just a trader. It was true. While he was a very crafty trader, he was not a thief. Not because he was averse to stealing. That kind of Toba didn't bother him at all. He even often traded for stolen goods. He simply lacked the courage to steal them for himself. Since neither inspector replied, or acknowledged his claim, he continued. I worked hard to trade up to that. Since no inspectors came by while I was working up to it, I didn't have a chance to account for it yet. So, you're blaming my inspectors for your mistake? Your lack of reporting? Are you sure you want to do that? Cautioned Delator softly. Volpres looked down at the floor and drew a small circle with his left foot. He knew better than to respond. Oddly, Delator lowered his voice even further, speaking so faintly that Volpres struggled to hear him. Togr was here today, and you didn't tell him about it, did you? You hid it. Unlike most inspector encounters, where they loudly raked merchants over the coals as a public spectacle, Delator had sensed handling this quietly would serve him better. Togr noticed this and decided he should play along. He didn't suspect that Delator was an inspector often bribed, nor, more importantly, that Delator was the founder of the Kuur. Togr had heard about the Kuur and their appealing claims that they would create more opportunity in the realm than the Onu. being all about advancement. Any mention of more intrigued Togr, but he hadn't acted upon it yet, since he had some questions he wanted answered first. Volpres found Delator's tone disconcerting. He'd never seen Delator act like this before. He decided he should tread very carefully. He began to wave his hands back and forth with the palms pointed down, as if trying to drop something out of them, and began to apologize. No, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry. Really sorry. Actually, Volpres was sorry he'd gotten caught, but not sorry about how he had acquired the crucible. Then, dropping his left arm and pulling his right hand up to pat his chest multiple times, he continued, "Clearly, my mistake. Mine alone." Then, he collapsed back down into his chair. He knew this type of physical, downward submission made most inspectors feel they were in control. This move had often made it easier for him to win in previous exchanges. He hoped a simple bribe request would be forthcoming next, and that things would return to normal. Except now, he'd have to pay both Delator and Togr. He waited, but no such demand emerged. Instead, Delator had determined this was indeed the opportunity he'd been looking for to both test Togr and put his cat plan into motion. He smiled at the thought of everything coming together so nicely today. However, he knew he couldn't take the next step here in the market. He'd have to work this out in private. "Volpres, we'll come by your home tonight. We'll be there a little after dusk. We'll record what you've done and discuss the best possible remedy amongst ourselves. We'll let you know what we decide when we come over later. Please confirm your home location." Volpres was shocked. He'd never known an inspector to defer accusation, especially not Delator. He quietly repeated his address, though he knew the inspector recording already listed it. Fear set in before Delator and Togr had even turned to leave. He'd heard of other home invasions by Delator. They always ended with the accused utterly exposed, with no possible line of defense. His home held many treasures which would be hard to hide in a couple of hours. He'd have to race home quickly if he was going to try to get the upper hand. Togr was also surprised by Delator's suggestion. He didn't understand why Volpres was worth all this extra effort. He had been happy to just find the crucible. What had Delator seen that he had missed? If Delator stayed involved, he would surely miss his chance to claim this victory as his own. Crestfallen, he wondered why he had bothered to call Delator over in the first place. He should have known better. Delator would surely exploit him now, just like he had used so many inspectors before him. Hubris had made him think Delator would help him, not use him. Togr had been sorely mistaken. Togr and Delator quietly strode away from Volpres until they had rounded the second corner. Once safely out of sight, Delator casually remarked, "So, I hear you're interested in the Kuur." Togr was taken aback by the comment. Surprised, Delator knew this about him. He glanced over at him and then looked all around, squinting his eyes slightly to see if someone was lurking in the shadows. It seemed dangerous to talk about the revolutionary group here. Delator turned his head to look at Togr and measured his reaction. He noticed a quick clenching of his jaw and then an immediate relaxing. After a few more steps, he knew it was safe to continue. "I happen to know a lot about them." "Is that so?" questioned Togr reflexively, then immediately wished he had remained quiet. "Yes, I even know a couple of well-placed inhabitants high in their ranks." Mulled Togr, unsure how to respond. He had often wondered why Delator was so wealthy, flourishing well beyond normal guild limitations. He was beginning to realize that Delator must be using the Kuur to enhance his standing. "Is it true you're not happy with the Onu and how they're running the realm?" queried Delator. It was unusual for him to jump directly to the heart of the issue with a new recruit. Normally, he'd carefully coil his way around simpler topics before bringing up this question. But today, he sensed Togr was ripe for the picking, and that there was no need to tease him along. Delator's question nearly caught Togr off guard. He worked hard to keep his steps steady and show no emotion. But instantly, he knew that if he was going to follow in Delator's footsteps, and really excel, he'd have to be willing to step outside guild constraints, probably deep into Toba. As these thoughts took root, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, but quickly brushed it aside as he tried to ignore the internal disconnects his new path was creating. He forcefully refused to ask himself why he so adamantly detested bribes, but now was suddenly willing to leap way outside all Onu norms and join the Kuur. Since Delator's Toba has clearly helped him bypass others, I can do so as well, reasoned Togur. I just need to play my cards right, and maybe, just maybe, he'll help me join the Kuur too. Wow! What an incredible turn of events. I can't believe my good fortune. To conceal his excitement, Togur focused on the swishing sound of Delator's fancy clothes as they walked along for a few moments before he finally shared the insights he had been nurturing for years. Funny you should ask. I've recently found myself exceedingly frustrated with my own pace of advancement. As I look around, all I ever see is a realm set up for the success of others, but not for me. And yes, I truly believe the Onu are out of control, making all things for their benefit, not mine. From the snippets I've heard about the Kuur, it sounds like you agree with me on this. Perfect, thought Delator. Togur had made it sound like the Kuur agreed with him, not the other way around. It was going to be easier to pull Togur into the Kuur than even Delator had anticipated. He dropped the next bombshell for extra effect, though it really wasn't needed. I founded the Kuur, Delator revealed. He turned and searched Togur's face for a look of surprise, but none appeared. He loved the fact Togur was working hard to conceal his emotions, intent on keeping his savage exterior intact. He smiled at the sight and offered his assistance. I can answer any questions you have about our movement. I'd love for you to join us. They walked and talked for several hours, ending up on a park bench just outside a bustling town square. Near the end of their conversation, Togur had all the answers he needed. Delator stretched with a loud groan and left his legs fully extended before him, with his arms resting on the back of the bench. From this wide-open position, he went for the close. Well, it sounds to me like we're in full agreement. Would you like to join us now? Without pause, Togur quickly commented, Yes. Yes, I would. What do I need to do? Nothing. You're in, pronounced Delator as he sat back up straight. Initial acceptance in the Kuur was always straightforward. All one had to do was agree with Delator's life view. But advancing within the movement demanded deeper and deeper commitment. Delator was an expert at luring inhabitants into this trap. He turned slightly towards Togur and put on an air of secrecy as he then described the essence of his plan for Volpries later tonight. He ended with, wear something casual tonight and let me do the talking. Delator then boldly placed his hand on Togur's shoulder and decreed, for the Kuur. Togur, ready for Kuur harvest, nodded his approval. Togur and Delator assaulted Volpries' home at dusk. Volpries had barely begun to rearrange things to look more destitute when the bell rang. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Togur and Delator out of uniform, dressed like normal first inhabitants. As Delator had anticipated, this simple visual clue put Volpries at ease. He suddenly felt their encounter wasn't going to be so bad after all. Please, come in, take a seat, offered Volpries, careful to point them towards the couch, away from his prized chair. He needn't have. To them, his chair looked way too small. They would never have tried to sit in it. After some fake pleasantries, Delator got down to business. We've decided not to record your offense. Volpries wanted to jump up and down, shake their hands, and shout a huge thank you, but he knew better than to interrupt. His previous experiences with Delator had taught him there was probably a big but coming. But if you don't help us, we will report you later, threatened Delator. Togur noticed, and really liked, the way Delator had made them equals in this statement. Delator had a way of making inhabitants feel important and included, when it suited his purposes. At first, Delator's opening salvo sounded like a simple blackmail request to Volpres, so he assumed he was still on comfortable, solid ground until Delator added, "We're members of the Kuur. Have you heard of us?" Confused, Volpres replied, "No, I don't know that clan." He knew from past interaction with Delator that he was from the Javalapaza Grand clan. And, being especially observant, earlier today he noticed from the markings on Toger's right sleeve that he was from Ikembue. "The Kuur's not a clan. We're a movement," explained Delator. "A movement? What do you mean?" inquired Volpres. "Well, we believe the Onu have strayed, and that they no longer have the best interest of the realm at heart. They're making life miserable for us, holding us back." Delator paused and waited patiently for Volpres to react. Since pronouns matter in all recruitment attempts, Delator prepared himself to listen carefully for important, revealing words like "we" or "us" in Volpres' reply. He didn't expect this right away from Volpres, figuring it would probably take a few weeks to lure him in that deep, but he was hopeful he was at least ready to begin the journey tonight. "How are they holding you back?" pursued Volpres. Delator, hearing no connection yet, slyly began to weave in common merchant complaints. "Depends. Different members have different grievances. Some are paying too many taxes. Others losing trade opportunities." "I can relate to that," confessed Volpres. He was surprised he had interrupted Delator. Normally, he was good at holding his tongue. But tonight, under all the stress, the truth of Delator's statement had cut him to the quick. Delator continued, careful to keep progressing through further examples to make the issue seem big, out of control, instead of focusing just on taxes and trade. Some members work harder than their neighbors, but don't reap better rewards. Others were poorly gifted by the Onu and suffer embarrassment or offense. But truthfully, our members are still quite small. We expect the complaints and pain to multiply as we pull in more members. Right now, we're looking for a few key inhabitants to join us, to help us grow, and ultimately, to make a huge difference in the realm. Toger once again noticed that Delator included him in this explanation, as if he were an equal, had been part of the Kuur forever. With each inclusive statement, Delator was cementing Toger's support. Delator went on like this for quite a while, stopping at different points and carefully asking Volpres for feedback and questions. After every Volpres utterance, Delator made slight navigational changes in his planned interaction. As an expert inspector, he knew how to look for tiny signs that others would miss, and was vigilant to use these insights to make Volpres feel his interest, not his accusation. He would save his accusations for another time. "And we believe we can spur inhabitants on to a better life by forcing kingdom changes here and now." Delator was wrapping up his prelude. He was careful to phrase this in a way that didn't sound like sedition. Knowing Volpres didn't have the intestinal fortitude for that yet. Looking around Volpres' home, Delator could see, however, that Volpres was hiding his true self, probably tired of living behind his masquerade of poverty. Volpres liked what he heard, could relate to many of the offenses Delator talked about, but he was weary of joining a new movement that would likely fail, or worse, be one in which he would end up being meaningless. "I can feel for you, but why are you telling me all this?" asked the merchant. "Well, honestly, we need your help and your skills," explained Delator, trying to make the merchant feel unique, special. "That's right," chimed Toger. He knew he was supposed to defer to Delator, but he had gotten swept up in the moment. Delator had explained enough of his plan to him earlier today that he knew Volpres was going to be important for Kuur success. He wanted to make sure Volpres joined them. Delator quickly went on before Toger could say any more. "We need someone to lead our royal recruitment efforts. There are many guilds working closely with the Onu, which we would love to reach. We believe your trading skills make you the perfect candidate to lead this effort." This was the moment he'd been working up to. He easily noticed that Volpres sat up straight and leaned forward a bit at his last comment. There was even a silly, hopeful look in Valpry's eyes that hadn't been there before. Delator chuckled to himself, thinking how small Valpry's looked, and that his small stature was a key ingredient for his plan's success. He knew the merchant would abhor that aspect when he figured it out, but he loved the irony. Valpry's couldn't believe it. The Kuur wanted him, needed him for a special assignment of great importance. He'd be working closely with royal guilds to make the realm better. He'd be famous, important, worthy of respect. No one would look down on him anymore. He was getting excited, but he didn't want to overreact. "We have a lot in common," Valpry said coyly. Delator and Togr both noticed the we. Valpry's was starting to swing to their side. Valpry's continued, "I agree with the woes the Kuur would like to remove. What do you have in mind?" "We need you to build a relationship with a new royal recorder. She has access to a lot of sealed information we'd like to get our hands on. We believe liberating this knowledge will free the realm. Fortunately for us, this royal recorder is a loner and feels the same pains we are working to overcome. Given time, we believe she'll join us." Delator didn't explain how he knew Cat. That would come in time. "We need someone gifted and patient to build a special relationship with her. We believe the effort will be slow and arduous, since royal recorders live by a strict code enforced by Odigo himself." Extract from Sealed Royal Recording 122C-4H1-81E-1DE-E82-BEE F35 2J29 0K 4A. Mercurus, it's time to add another royal recorder to share the recording load. Who should we consider next for this honor? Petitioned Dotek. Mercurus, the first recorder, was on duty that day. He didn't normally speak in Hidden Council meetings, but he was always ready with 3 expert recorder names as a response to this question. History had taught him that the Onu could raise this request at any time, and he'd never be unprepared again. As all eyes turned to him, he submitted. "I have 3 who are ready. Giajuja, Gigastad, expert recorder. Cat, Gigant Vasi, expert recorder. Musajil, Dayarli, Pelabom, expert recorder. And I believe Giajuja is the one most qualified right now. It seems to me in that group, Cat is the least connected to the realm," offered Odigo. He had the ability to communicate with first inhabitants through their thoughts and feelings. He never abused this power, but did exercise it when an inhabitant was open to connection, or when the realm was in danger. Do you agree? "I'm not sure. I've always thought she was just a bit quiet. Meek, not disconnected. While the others are more confident, no expert records with more style and accuracy than Cat. Regardless, I trust your observations about her." Mercurus was surprised Odigo had asked him about Cat instead of Giajuja. The Onu usually took his primary recommendation without reservation. "Then I choose Cat," proclaimed Dotek. "We've already discussed her gifts at length before. There is no need for a formal interview this time. We know who she is and the choices she will have to make. Please, get her started first thing tomorrow morning." Odigo and Telios nodded in agreement. They all knew Cat well. The Onu talked about all first inhabitants in their Hidden Council meetings. Few in First Realm would have guessed this was true. Valpry's liked what he heard. A challenging mission, something no other merchant could achieve. He was special, and they knew it. While he didn't ask to join the Kuur that night, he did a couple of days later. Delator, Togr, and Valpry's spent several months sharing passions, concerns, insights, and plans for their quest. Delator invested this time in Valpry's to make sure he was well prepared to interact with Cat. He repeatedly warned Valpry's that he had to lure Cat into their camp gradually, gain her trust slowly, and not push her. He said it would take decades to trick a royal recorder, even a novice one, into betraying their guild and the Onu. As such, he needed Valkyries to have no delusions about what they were trying to accomplish. Their ultimate goal was nothing less than the absolute overthrow of the Onu. Delator knew Valkyries wouldn't absorb this if he flung it at him all at once. Instead, he slowly kneaded this aim into Valkyries during their months of preparation. When the time came for Valkyries to make first contact with Cat, he was in too deep to pull out. Being part of the Kuur had made Valkyries feel more important than he'd ever felt before. And by that point, treason's punishment held no sway in comparison to his newfound sense of belonging and importance. Delator truly hoped Valkyries would succeed at recruiting Cat. But if not, he'd discard Valkyries like common rubbish and find someone else to help him get what he wanted. Grandfather Tree was older than the Onu capital Tala, which had sprung up around him. When builders constructed the main trail which passed by him, they failed to give him ample breathing room. Grandfather expanded, like grandfathers do, and he now encroached upon the path, which made it easy for Cat to reach out her hand and touch him every day on her way to work. Connected, she would usually walk around him twice, letting his uneven bark vibrate her fingers at different speeds. Absorbed by the rhythmic sensation, she would peer up at his leaves, oblivious to her surroundings. Today, she failed to notice Valkyries coming towards her in the distance. Captivated by the moment, she decided to go around for a third time. Valkyries had perched on a nearby bench, waiting for her to appear. Once Cat was in sight, he timed his approach carefully, having stalked her for many months. He knew she wouldn't pass the old scruffy tree without circling it exactly twice. He waited until she reached out her hand to make contact before he got up and started his advance. As she started round her second circuit, he slowed his pace, sensing his approach was a bit too fast. When Cat came back into view, he stuttered fitfully. Having ill-timed his assault and about to miss his chance, Valkyrie started to run to meet the intersection of Cat's course and the main path when she unexpectedly started another trip around the tree. Valkyrie stopped dead in his tracks. He glanced around, wondering if anyone had noticed his erratic behavior. Sadly, no one had. Inhabitants always looked past him, unaware of how important he was to each of them and their chance at a better life with the Kuur. After a long, unnerving delay, he started to walk again once Cat came back into view and veered slightly left to put himself on a collision course with her. Just as Cat lowered her hand from the tree and dropped her eyes to the path, Valkyrie struck her square on the shoulder and knocked her to the ground. "Oh, I'm so sorry," feigned Valkyrie as he sat down his satchel. "Here, let me help you up." He took a step closer and offered his right hand. Hovering over her, he introduced himself. "I'm Valkyrie, from Rick Zazlik," proudly noting his clan. Cat wasn't hurt, just startled. She looked dazed, like she had just woken up. As her thin, shoulder-length purple hair tossed gently in the breeze, she rubbed the rough gravel beneath her hands to get her bearings. When she finally looked up into Valkyrie's face, she immediately noticed the birthmark on his forehead, oddly staring at her from behind his hand. Thinking it impolite to stare back, she turned her attention to his outstretched hand instead. She took it hesitantly and allowed herself to be lifted by his assistance. As she rose, she meekly said, "Cat, Gigant Vossi," stating her name and clan. Valkyrie snickered to himself. He just couldn't help it. Lifting Cat, he found it hard to believe she was from a long line of giants. She was so tiny, she looked like a young teenage girl. Delator had suggested that due to her lack of size, Cat felt out of place at home, and that Valkyrie should be able to use this to his advantage. Now, he felt sure of it. Cat didn't like physical contact with strangers, or anyone really, and purposely avoided other First Realm inhabitants, since greeting norms demanded handshakes, which made her feel very uncomfortable. The realm was coming out of a period when inhabitants had purposely limited their physical contact, and oh, how she longed for those days to come back. But now, with the growing influence of splinter groups like the Kuur pushing for equality and inclusion, inhabitants had come to believe their previous lack of physical contact unnecessarily separated them. The Kuur had recommended, and many agreed, that one of the ancient greetings should be revived to help reconnect everyone. Though they didn't admit it, the Kuur secretly hoped this historical greeting would exasperate clan and guild conflicts. Generally, first inhabitants reacted positively to this renewed physical touch, treating it like a long-lost friend. Cat, however, despised it. As Cat tried to let go of Valprey's right hand, he held firm and reached out his left hand to continue the ancient greeting. Reluctantly, Cat took his left hand. They now stood face to face, holding each other's hands with arms crossed. Valprey knew Cat's guild was higher than his, so he waited for her to continue the greeting, protocol dictating that the inhabitant with the higher guild should lead the verbal dance. But after a few moments of awkward silence, Valprey finally continued. Merchant, naming his guild. Recorder, replied Cat in kind. Interesting, thought Valprey. He knew Cat was a novice royal recorder, yet she had chosen to lower her guild rank. Did she feel like an outsider in her current guild? If so, why did she not at least use her previous guild of expert recorder? And why had she understated her current guild when most others exaggerated theirs? Over time, Valprey would skillfully manipulate Cat's feeling of guild isolation to his gain. Clan by birth, guild by gift. Clans herd together. Guilds work together. The ancient First Realm greeting, with its multiple handshakes, had, at one time, been useful at bringing inhabitants together. It forced them to meet empty-handed, setting down possessions and treasures to grab each other's hands and share this critical information about clan and guild. The original salutation was even rumored to be an Onu invention, since they always seemed to share this kind of information when they met inhabitants. These small disclosures could have easily been looked up in the official recordings, but when shared face-to-face, often led to rich revelation of past and current endeavors. Typically, an Onu greeting resulted in hours of conversation. Regrettably, like many other good things ruined, the salutation had deteriorated. It was now a short word shuffle, merely a rhythmic salute. Right hand, clan, clan. Left hand, guild, guild. So for Cat and Valprey, right hand, Rick, gigant. Left hand, merchant, recorder. Greetings were now sterilized down into 4 simple phrases. Clan, clan, guild, guild. This wasn't what the Onu had intended. There was no rich discovery, no sharing, no bonding. Just a quick physical touch and a chant. Worse, the new notion that the inhabitant with a higher guild should speak first had forced a strict ordering of all inhabitants. To aid in this ordering, most inhabitants now wore badges and emblems on their sleeves to distinguish clan and guild. Many even wore their name on their right lapel. All this badging was clearly a great time saver, making it easier for everyone to group, categorize, and stereotype one another. Unfortunately, it also erected invisible walls and encouraged inhabitants to believe perceived pecking orders. Still, many loved the badging, feeling it gave them a chance to humble brag on themselves. It silently screamed who they were. They didn't even have to really talk to anyone anymore. The Onu viewed badging and the perverted new greeting as blights upon First Realm. They knew these changes made it harder for first inhabitants to truly see each other as exceptional, uniquely gifted by them. Valprey, however, loved sporting his new, colorful badging. He proudly wore his clan markings on his right upper arm and his guild badges on his left arm. Cat wore no such badging, shunning it because she felt hers didn't match where she belonged. Besides, she preferred contact with animals and non-sentient objects, and figured not wearing it helped her avoid meaningless small talk with other inhabitants. Valprey could easily tell that Cat was horror-struck, which made him instantly regret the approach he had chosen for their first encounter. He was sure that if Cat left now and he had to report this as his only result for the day, his next contact with Delator would be exceedingly painful. Panicking at the thought, he accidentally held onto her hands a fraction of a second too long after they had stated their guilds before finally letting go. Kat hastily withdrew her hands and dropped them to her sides, impulsively rubbing them up and down on her skirt to remove any residue of touch. As the fabric caressed her palms, her sense of freedom increased, enabling her to assess her environment and notice Valprie's satchel on the ground. As she glanced back and forth between the satchel and Valprie's, she considered the possibility that had he held on to it, he wouldn't have been able to hold on to her. Not knowing how to escape, she awkwardly advised, with an accidental bit of comedic flair, "You needn't drop everything on my account." "Happy to," replied Valprie's, though he knew Kat was right. He could have easily kept his satchel on his shoulder, even while helping her up. Letting it tumble to the ground was something he had suggested in a planning session with Togr and Delator. They didn't think his sleight of hand would work, but he was confident it would, having used this trick many times before. After his satchel had touched down, he brushed open the flap, hoping the contents would attract Kat's attention. It had succeeded. She was now staring at the items peeking out of the satchel. Without bending over, Valprie's used his foot to slide the satchel off the path. As he did so, a few items toppled out onto the flap, but none fell off. Once the satchel was entirely in the grass, Valprie sat down next to it and hoped Kat would follow suit. But she remained standing a few feet away, on the path. Instead of immediately tucking the expelled items back inside, the merchant took a few more out, as if to inspect them for damage, before rearranging them for safer travels. "Oh, how beautiful," gasped Kat, as she caught a glimpse of one of the last items Valprie's had taken out. She took a small step closer to get a better look, and asked, "Are you headed to the market? To trade?" Immediately, she chastised herself for such a stupid question. Of course he's headed to the new market to trade, she thought to herself. Where else would a merchant be headed at this time of day? Depends. Sometimes the best trades happen out here in the open, responded Valprie's, as he waved his hand gently through the air. A twinkle in his eye made it clear to Kat that he was open for business in the here and now. Valprie's wasn't quite sure which trinket had caught Kat's liking, so he stopped moving things around and paused to see if she'd give him a clue, so he wouldn't have to overtly ask. Being a great merchant, he adeptly limited his questions to keep his targets from feeling interrogated. Kat tried to act like she wasn't interested in his trade offer and sidestepped his implicit invitation. I haven't been to the new market yet, since my mother does most of our trading. She seems to like it, though. Do you? Kat didn't trust her mother's opinion and had her doubts about the new covered market. She liked being outside and thought trading inside would feel less glamorous. However, what she didn't tell Valprie's was that she really hadn't gone, because she had nothing of value to trade. Embarrassed by her position in her family, and in all of First Realm for that matter, she didn't want to put herself on display where she'd only be able to look, but not possess. Actually, I'm not a fan, answered Valprie's as he looked up at Kat. She chuckled at his candor and looked away to avoid his eye contact. Feeling an unusual connection to his frankness, she took another small step towards him, without realizing she had done so. When she stopped, she turned to survey the path and noticed inhabitants in the distance headed her way. Not wanting to cause any further disruption, she stepped completely off the path onto the lawn and looked down at Valprie's, wondering how she could get him back on his feet before the others arrived and had a chance to see the harm she had caused. Valprie's took a slow, deep breath through his nose, then exhaled it loudly through his mouth. Alarmed, Kat thought this meant he was mad. The breeze smells wonderful this morning, like fresh lilacs. There must be some nearby. Valprie's placed his hand on the ground and pivoted slightly to look towards the woods, as if searching for the flowering shrub, then quickly turned back to Kat. You know, that's one thing I really miss. What's that? Lilacs? Questioned Kat, confused, but glad he didn't seem upset about having been delayed. Yes, I guess, but what I really meant was that I miss any sweet-smelling breeze at the new market. We don't get many of those passing through. The walls and roof create too many closed spaces, There's no way for the wind to freely blow in the inner parts of the market like it did at the old market, or like it does out here. Valpries waved his hand dramatically in the air again, but not too much, just the right amount. He was happy to see his preparation was paying off, having scheduled their meeting for when he knew the bushes would be in full bloom. I hadn't thought of that, admitted Kat, as she crossed her arms in front of her. She was no architect, but no fresh air with floral fragrances seemed like a severe design flaw to her. I personally think it's one of the reasons customers don't linger like they used to at the old market. Valpries could tell from Kat's expression that she was interested, yet torn. So he began to close up his pass-side shop so she wouldn't turn and bolt away. Wow, listen to me ramble on. Sorry about that. Anyway, hopefully the customers will acclimate soon, and we have better fortunes tomorrow. Indeed, better fortunes tomorrow, echoed Kat instinctively. The market and trading were sacred in the realm. Their success fueled all success. Valpries pretended like he needed to repack his satchel one last time. He looked down discontentedly, as if he could do better. Shuffling a few items on the bottom, then pulling a few others out, he ultimately refolded a cloth and put everything back in before looking up at Kat to measure her engagement. Valpries was an expert at reading inhabitants. He could tell she was still feeling a little trapped, looking for an exit. But since her feet were planted solid, not dancing, or shuffling about, he knew he could pull her in a bit more. He closed his satchel, but purposely chose not to stand up or fabricate the next line of conversation. Kat searched for an interesting question or comment to make, but finding none, she finally simply asked, "Think you'll be busy today?" Which made no sense, since they had just been talking about the market not being busy. Valpries acted like he hadn't noticed the awkward silence or oddness of the question, and merely stated, "No, not really. I have a corner stall on the outskirts of the market. It's not in a heavily trafficked area, but at least mine has some exterior walls, so I can see outside. Unfortunately, I'm next to the beasts, so their stink flows through my stall, making it smell like a sewer." This made Kat laugh out loud and drop her arms back down to her sides. She found it refreshing that a merchant would say the market stunk. Since trade was a critical part of life in First Realm, no one was supposed to speak poorly of the market. When growing up, her mother had quickly reprimanded her, and her brothers, for that kind of talk. Though she knew her brothers indulged when Layla wasn't around. Emboldened by her laughter, Valpries finally rose to his feet and proposed. "So, would you like to join me on my walk to the market? I'd be happy to show you around and steer you away from the worst traders." While it was obvious Kat didn't know how to proceed in this exchange, he knew from his own reconnaissance that she had plenty of time before she had to be at work, so he might still be able to extract a limited trade today. Kat was glad to see Valpries was finally ready to move on, but his offer to escort her around the market had caught her off guard. It plucked an internal chord and made her think Valpries was interested in her, not just in trading. She was attracted to this feeling, but afraid to press her luck. Being poor at inhabitant interactions, she wasn't sure how to interpret the situation, or Valpries. She would test Valpries many, many times throughout the years to come, trying to determine if he was truly interested in her, or just trade-seeking. "Well, okay," she said hesitantly. "Having an expert show me around would be quite an honor." And Kat really did feel honored. She wasn't just trying to be polite. Before this moment, she would have never dared to assume she had anything in common with, or could share any meaningful time around, anyone from such a public guild. It was a strange, new feeling, one Valpries would repeatedly instill as he expertly pulled her into the Kuur. Excellent. Always nice to have a companion for the walk. Valpries was standing directly in front of Kat, eyes at the exact same level. He looked straight into hers and thought that Kat, being very short for a gigant, was at least one inhabitant who didn't look down on him. He turned and started to walk toward the market, then paused and motioned for Kat to join him. Kat smiled and took a few rushed steps to catch up. "So, You say you're from Vossi? Are you just visiting the capital today? Suggested Valpries lightheartedly. Oh, no. We moved here hundreds of years ago for my father's guild. He's a builder. His name is Fajal. You've probably never heard of him. He brought us here so he could help build the new public library. Kat glanced sideways to see if Valpries was paying attention. She saw his head shake no, so she continued. Maybe you've heard of my mother? Her name is Layla. She was the first gigant to have red hair. Kat knew she was babbling. Very uncomfortable talking to others, she wrestled with the task, awkwardly jumping from silence to unending nonsense, then back and forth again. Why, yes, I have. Hard to miss a giant female with flaming, long red hair. I've seen her a couple of times at the food court, in the market. Pleasantly surprised, and put at ease by Valpry's recognition, Kat's gait became livelier, and she started to swing her arms energetically. She turned sideways to look more directly at Valpries and added, Even now, there are only 2 red-headed Gigant clan members, my mother and my older brother Bonvu. He's a novice rock mason. While Valpries was good at this type of small talk, he hated it. But he knew it was an effective way to wear down defenses and put his opponent off guard. Delator had told him Kat felt like an outsider in her family. As such, he knew he could use her family against her if he could get her talking about them. Do you have any other siblings? 2 younger brothers, Kraid and Endenleg. Kraid is a novice ironworker. Endenleg is a novice lightning bender. He's the youngest. Amazing. A novice lightning bender? I would have never guessed a giant could be a lightning bender. Doesn't that require small, delicate finger adjustments? Sure it does, replied Kat, happy to answer a simple question she knew. That's quite different from most giant guilds. You know, the ones that typically require strong, powerful blows. You must be proud of him. Valpries hoped Kat's next response would provide a barometer of her feelings towards her family and confirm Delator's assessment of the situation. Knowing Endenleg was special in the clan, he had planned this proud comment long ago. Never give it much thought, confessed Kat. Then, after giving it some consideration, she continued. You know, while he's good with his hands, he's sharper with his tongue. We've had many verbal brawls. Shocked at her own openness, Kat was revealing more about herself to Valpries than she had to any other inhabitant in a long time. Valpries took particular stock of her reply. It told him a lot. He would become an expert at getting Kat to share personal information like this. What about your family? Invited Kat in kind. Well, as I said, I'm from Zayslik. It's a farming hamlet, but my ancestors understood the power of a great trade. Actually, my great-grandfather Rick, son of Teulu, was the first merchant in all of First Realm. Valpries paused to make sure Kat caught this important fact. He was always dismayed at the number of inhabitants who were unfamiliar with merchant guild origins. Kat's blank expression indicated that she, too, had been woefully uninformed about this critical realm history. We had many ancestors before Rick, but my family adopted Rick as our clan name to honor his triumphs, particularly his launch of the Merchant Guild. Now that's something to be proud of, affirmed Kat enviously. My family just clan names by their physical traits. I don't have anything special to point to like you do. Painfully, since she didn't share her family's giant traits, Kat felt her clan name was more like a bad joke on her than a moniker to be proud of. Yes, I am very proud of Rick, and being a merchant. My mom says I've always had the gift. So, do you have any siblings? 7, 4 sisters and 3 brothers. Wow, big family. Yeah, we fought a lot growing up. In our home, birth order was important, even though we're all about the same age. Sadly, I was the youngest, so I lost out at mealtime. Normally, Valpries wouldn't admit this. The embarrassment of being small because he lacked nourishment growing up was more than he cared to share. He was surprised he had let it slip out today, having planned to share this depressing nugget in a future meeting. He quickly lightened the mood and brought the conversation back up to a level more appropriate for strangers working through their first meeting. From that point on, the banter was quite superficial, but oddly enjoyable to Kat. When they reached the market, Valpriest carefully led them along the outside perimeter of the building back to his stall. He purposely took this route to avoid the inside of the bazaar, hoping this would create an excuse for Cat to come back to see the new market, and him, again. After they reached Valpriest's stall, he abruptly ended their conversation, as if about to become too busy to interact with her. "Nice meeting you today. You should run along before the stink back here sickens you. It takes a long time to get used to." Sure. Nice meeting you, too," stammered Cat. She was happy to have met Valpriest and wanted to spend more time with him. But foremost on her mind was her desire to see the inside of the market. Timidly, she tested, "Would you be willing to show me around if I came back sometime? I mean, we seem to have been so busy talking that you walked us straight back to your stall without giving me a tour. I still really appreciate your market insights." As Cat talked, she swayed gently with her hands clasped in front of her. She had rolled her left hand over, so her palm faced out to the left. Then she had placed her right hand over her left, and finally had interlocked her fingers. Her hands looked entangled, like a child playing, exploring her space. "Happy to. Swing by any time," offered the merchant, pleased he had bypassed the larger market today and forced this future trade. "Great. Okay. Well then, I guess I'll be seeing you," Cat said awkwardly. She smiled and turned to walk away, giving a small sigh as she lowered her head to focus on the path before her. As she made her way through town to work, she wondered if she would have the courage to return and give her newfound friendship a chance. As Valpriest watched Cat disappear, he was sure she'd be back, confident there'd be many more encounters. She was going to be a challenge, but he was now sure he was going to win. The Kuur needed the information she could provide, and he needed the Kuur. Valpriest was still anxiously pacing around the bench when Cat finally arrived for lunch. He had already devoured all his food and was clearly in a hurry to get somewhere. Cat was bursting with excitement from the previous day's events and wanted to tell Valpriest all about the sealed scroll heist. She rushed to meet him and readily extended her right hand. Long ago, Valpriest had convinced Cat she was more important than he was, so she began with a huge smile on her face. "Cat, giget vasi." "Valpriest, Rick Zazlik," replied Valpriest, tilting his head sideways so he could look over Cat's shoulder and make sure she wasn't being followed. Cat extended her left hand. "Novice Royal Recorder," she pronounced loudly, brimming with confidence. "Merchant," muttered Valpriest nervously as he glanced around Cat again, then turned to look behind himself to see if anyone was watching them. Common handshakes done, they took a half-step forward and grabbed each other's shoulders, covering each other's clan and guild emblems with their hands. Then they mumbled something in unison. Once done, they dropped their arms in rhythm, and Valpriest got straight to the point. "Delator wants us to join him tonight at the Parched Salmon celebration. I know you hate parties, but he made me swear I'd get you there. Would you please come? It'd mean a lot to me." "Well," started Cat. Then, after what seemed like an eternity to Valpriest, who was desperate to depart, she answered, "Sure, why not?" Cat had changed a lot in the eons since she first met Valpriest. He had really helped bring her out of her shell. "Good. Be there just after dusk." Valpriest hurried off without saying goodbye. After a couple of steps, he turned and quickly added, "Oh yeah, please, don't wear any badging tonight." Guess he had a big trade waiting, thought Cat, as she watched Valpriest scurry away. She was disappointed she hadn't had the opportunity to relive the previous night's saga with Valpriest, but she was sure she'd have a chance later tonight at the Parched Salmon. Chapter 3. Parched Salmon. As a breeze drifted by Cat, it caught a nearby maple tree off guard and sent one of its offspring fluttering downward. Cat witnessed the mishap and dashed to catch the unfortunate leaf before it hit the ground. She rubbed her fingers gently over its back, soaking in its deep character and strong veins. Sighing, she held it skyward to enjoy one last glimpse of the glowing sunset, then laid it to rest gently on the grass before heading on towards the Parched Salmon Tavern. She had left home hours ago instead of transporting, hoping the extra time in motion would help her process her emotions. The thrill of yesterday had worn off, and now doubt and uncertainty were taking root. She wondered how she would act in the next couple of days when she went back to work and had to face the Onu. Would they know what she'd done? Would they still allow her in the royal library? Would the twins still be her friends? When Kat finally arrived at the tavern door, she heard the boisterous Kuur within, their party already well underway. She immediately felt uncomfortable, but forced herself to open the old wooden door, and was surprised to see how empty the tavern was, given the amount of noise spilling out onto the porch. 3 sections of the tavern were closed off, with chairs resting upside down on the tables, ready for the floor to be swept. She took a timid step in, closed the door behind her, and frantically searched the dimly lit room for Volpres, but was unable to find him. Feeling lost without his support, the 3 familiar faces she did see gave her no comfort: Togr, Delator, and Feed. Even if there had been space at their tables, Kat wouldn't have gone to sit down with them. Instead, she headed towards an empty table at the very back of the tavern, working her way through the maze of chair-crowned tables, then through the cluster of Kuur-lined tables, all the while careful not to make eye contact with anyone. When she reached the rearmost table, she walked all the way around it so she could sit with her back against the wall, facing the crowd. As she sat down, she soon realized she had chosen the seat that placed her furthest from the front door, and with no quick escape available to her, Kat became even more nervous. To calm herself down, she ran her hands over the rough-hewn table, which had seen better days. It was covered with graffiti and pot-marked from knives and forks being thrust into the tabletop. Kat was certain the artwork wasn't appropriate for public galleries. Much of it made her blush. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Volpres arrived, and Kat sprang from her hiding place, waved to get his attention, and no longer felt alone. As a merchant entered, he started to scan the room for Kat and found her instantly. She was hard to miss, jumping up and down like a rabbit on hot coals. He was glad she had come, and that she had saved him a seat, but was disappointed to see that she was all the way in the back of the room. He would have preferred a table more front and center, like Delator's, so he could be on display for all to see. Still, he cherished the thought that Kat would be beside him tonight as his trophy. Sure, Delator had invited him so he could tell the Kuur what he had done to advance their cause. Volpres slowly started to work his way through the jumbled tables over to Kat, wanting to savor the anticipation of his soon-to-be revealed success. Looking expectantly at each inhabitant he passed, he was surprised he only knew a few of them, so he only stopped to greet Delator and Togr along his route to the edge of the room. Before he could reach Kat and sit down, Malum grabbed a chair, slid it loudly across the plank floor until it was in front of the bar, and then stood up on the seat to gain the group's attention. Given the size of the crowd, he didn't really need the chair. He just liked the effect. Malum raised his mug and shouted his clan, "Takmer!" as if it were a battle cry. Nearly everyone immediately responded with their drink held high, shouting their own clan. The rumbling echo was too garbled to pick out any single clan. With no drink in hand yet, Volpres felt left out, like he often did. But he raised his empty hand nonetheless and loudly shouted his own clan. After the chaos died down, Malum bellowed, "Ironworker!" Kat instantly wondered if Malum knew her younger brother Kraid, if they happened to work together. For some reason, the thought frightened her. The tavern vibrated with guild pride as others shouted their respective occupations. Similar to the clan clamor, no guild could be singled out in the chorus. The diversity of clan and guild in the tavern tonight testified to the broad appeal of the Kuur across the populace. Volpres, now next to Kat, yelled his guild as he sat down. Then, as if on cue, the air rang with, "But foremost, Kuur!" This no longer secret refrain had taken off quickly. Specifically, when Kuur members met, they performed the normal realm greeting with clan and guild handshakes, then unclasped their hands, took a half step closer, firmly grabbed each other's shoulders to symbolically cover their badging, and ended by saying together in unison, "But foremost, Kuur." This happened to be the same greeting Kat and Volpres had used earlier in the day at lunchtime. The Kuur believed their simple mantra. Their movement was more important than anything else, more important than clan or guild, more important than any individual. To them, It wasn't just an idle chant. They used this phrase as a litmus test for final admittance. However, those not ready to fully commit were never shunned. Instead, they were pulled in slowly, since the Kuur believed all would join their cause, if given enough time and motivation. After the room quieted down, Malum continued. Welcome, welcome, friends. Welcome, family. This fired off another round of cheers, lifting the dingy room, filling the air with excitement and celebration. Many stood and greeted one another warmly. Wed to the cause, many felt the Kuur had truly become their family, and were proud to be allied to such an important movement, one they knew would fix First Realm and make it better for all inhabitants. But true to herself, Cat remained seated and silent. She looked uncomfortable, a stranger in a strange land. She clearly didn't share their enthusiasm tonight. For years, she had shared their fervor, been eager to dedicate herself to the cause. But right now, in this moment, she had an aching within which she couldn't describe. Her inability to name the pain made her feel worse. Seldom is a recorder without words. It took a while for the racket to subside and everyone to sit back down. They'd been enjoying the family time that Malum had sparked. When the roar had lowered to a hum, Malum launched into his well-rehearsed speech, having used variants of it many times before when trying to gather new recruits. We all know the Onu have long ruled our realm. Malum was immediately interrupted as the room rang with loud boos and other unpleasant epithets. He loved it. Malum drove on. In the beginning, there was peace and happiness. Again, the crowd erupted with disgust. It was clear the Kuur were in no mood to grant the Onu any praise or affection tonight. But as time passed, it became clear the Onu did not have our best interest in mind. Hear, hear, rang the crowd as affirmations encircled the room. That's right, shouted Beku, a bearded walrus sitting across from Cat. Malum took a sip from his mug to provide time for all to chime in. He knew it was important not to rush them. After a few moments, they were ready for another spoonful of odium. In the early days, King Otek founded many galleries, museums, libraries, and public spaces in First Realm. There were no interruptions or proclamations by the crowd of this being good or bad. The comment seemed out of place tonight and was begrudgingly known to be fact. So, Malum quickly added, but we all know now that these were just things to distract us from his real intentions. The room was immediately filled with many shouts of, True! That's right! It was all just a ruse! An outsider wouldn't understand the crowd's reaction, but to the Kuur it made perfect sense. They were familiar with this line of thinking. They believed everything the Onu had done for them had merely been breadcrumbs falling from the royal table. In some ways, this held them together, made them feel like all their pain and suffering were the result of Onu greed, ambition, and indifference to their welfare. Over the din, Malum shouted, And all these public spaces were just adorned with Otek's tossed-off trash. This brought further roars from the crowd and helped froth their anger. After the room had quieted down, but before Malum could continue, Beku shouted, Yeah, Otek only put his crap in him. The crowd laughed at Beku's slow timing, but it was clear he had strong feelings against the royal family. Beku was a physically intimidating inhabitant, and Cat was feeling increasingly leery of her table-mate. She slid her chair back all the way against the wall, trying to get away from him, but the extra space wasn't enough to make her feel secure. That's right, Beku, acknowledged Malum. Otek kept all the best things for himself and gave us crap. Malum's public approval of Beku's comment made him beam with pride. By now, it was obvious the crowd was well indoctrinated. Malum never received these types of harsh responses when he first talked to recruits. It usually took time for them to really see the light and comprehend all the Onu had done to them. Tonight, it was easy for him to chum the partygoers, since most of them had been walking this path for many years. They represented the inner circles of the Kuur, and while their numbers were still small, they could sense the tide was turning. With each shout painting the Onu as Toba, Cat felt less and less at ease. This wasn't the Onu she knew. For epochs, she had frequented their midst working as a novice royal recorder. Why, Telios, the youngest Onu, was even her friend, joining her in the cool of the evening as she sat and talked with the twins. She felt no deep animosity towards the Onu. Sure, she had her doubts about them, and even felt unnatural in their presence sometimes, thinking they were way above her. But still, she hadn't really attributed purposeful malice to them. She wondered why she had thought so ill of them when she decided to join the Kuur. Maybe she was overlooking something now. Maybe the Kuur really did understand something she had missed. Vajal always said she was so naive. She must be wrong not to feel the same hatred as the Kuur tonight. Malum took another sip, just warming up. Pleased, the crowd was so excited, he laughed heartily as the room rang with echoes of Onu mistrust. Scanning the joyous room, he knew they'd be ecstatic once they learned of the big success the Kuur had achieved last night. He stepped down off the chair so he could pace as he talked. It's well known the Onu created First Realm and all our ancestors. While this too was taken as fact, none in the crowd seemed to grasp the enormity of this blessing. Without the Onu, none of them would exist. Be here now to curse the Onu. They endowed us with gifts, but chose to keep the best gifts for themselves. The room quickly filled with shouts of resentment and perceived slights as Malum worked his way through his talking points. They made each of us different, unequal. Fearing our unity, they created diversity of clan and guild to divide us. With nearly every phrase now, the crowd interrupted Malum, barely letting him get out a complete thought. He cherished every moment of it. As the crowd finally simmered down, ready to let Malum continue, Benedari shouted, "We won't let them get away with this. We'll fix the realm." Sitting up close to Malum, she was clearly getting ahead of him. Being his mate, Benedari had heard his speech many times and knew well where Malum was going. Malum smiled at her and continued. "They only want us to work to support their kingdom." Rage filled the room as total agreement rang forth from everyone present, except Kat. They've always just wanted us to serve them in silent submission. However, several epochs ago, they could no longer contain their disdain. They closed the royal library and began meeting in secret. Before this, we all used to attend their council meetings and read their recordings. But the closing revealed their true nature. It proved the fact that they believed their knowledge was just too precious for us, that we were unworthy, that we had to be kept in the dark. All the Kuur present tonight had lived through these painful events, remembered them well. Like before, Malum had been interrupted many times as he progressed through this part of his speech. Shouts reverberated for several minutes as memories were dug up, injuries relived and savored, and animosity stoked. "I remember. I used to go to the library all the time. Me too. I read everything. Why did they cut us off? Why do they hate us so?" Finally, Malum continued. And so began the Hidden Council. What have they been discussing for all this time since the closing? What horrible things do they have planned for us next? Malum went back and forth like this for a long time, whipping the crowd into a frenzy. It was like a perfect call-and-response worship service. Of course, he skipped over how the Onu had built a new public library and moved the recordings out of the royal library into the public library before sealing the royal library, and he conveniently didn't mention the fact that most of the original material from the royal library was still available in the new public library even now. Telling the true story wouldn't help build the fever pitch he was after. PB had taught him this. Extract from sealed royal recording 122C-115-DBDB-BC-6LBB-26C-42A-8E-8L49. As expected, our closure of the royal library has created chaos in First Realm. Since inhabitants don't know what we're doing, they have misinterpreted our motives for the Hidden Council, as they like to call our meetings now. They are even attributing Toba to us, Telios painfully explained. I'm confident it would be worse if we allowed them to attend these meetings, replied Otek. It's going to take us a long time to reach agreement on Second Realm, and they'd just be confused by our discussions. Absolutely, agreed Odigo. They'd latch onto options we consider, but choose not to pursue. And worse, the idea of second inhabitants would only confuse and anger them. I can appreciate that, but during all my recent time with them, I'm sensing they're becoming increasingly disconnected. From us. From me. Being the Onu whom first inhabitants found most approachable, Teleos spent a great deal of time with firsts. He was straining to contain his emotions. I know we're doing all of this to help create the perfect environment for their choosing, but I struggle with letting go. I wish we could help them more. Me too, son. Me too. But in this, first inhabitants will have to make the choice to trust us, to believe us. Since they don't have our vision yet, they can't grasp the intent or extent of our work, nor the final plan we're building. We agreed long ago that this was the best path we could set before them to ensure their choosing. We won't turn back now, Otek Plaz stated firmly, but kindly. As king, the final decision always rested with him. Initial confusion, doubt, and then hopefully a final leap of faith. These are all parts of the process. If the final leap doesn't require faith, then it's no choice at all. Malum turned abruptly to emphasize his next point. Lucky for us, the Onu have a passion for recording and are too lazy to do it themselves. So, they created royal recorders to do this toilsome work for them. And, as you may or may not know, we now have several royal recorders who've been able to get us information about the Hidden Council. He stretched the truth a bit to make this all sound better. The Kuur had only one royal recorder helping them at this point. Cat. And he didn't even know her name. Unaware there were other royal recorders in the Kuur, Cat had been surprised by Malum's comments. Knowing she wasn't alone suddenly made her feel better. She stood partially up to look over the heads of those in front of her and tried to figure out who the others were. But since everyone was badgeless and she hadn't yet taken the time to get to know the other recorders, she couldn't tell. Disappointed, she plopped back down in her chair and wondered if they'd all been told to come badgeless to help conceal their roles, or if this was just a way to emphasize Kuur unity tonight. Had badging been worn, everyone, not just Cat, would have easily seen she was the only royal recorder present tonight. However, there was a normal recorder here as well, just one who was not royal in any way. Cat had totally ignored Vohan, the novice recorder, when she scanned the room a moment earlier, because he looked way too old to be a recorder of any type. Regrettably, Odigo has caused royal recorders to have clouded recall when they aren't working in the royal library. They're only able to tell us tidbits about the Hidden Council, as if trying to remember a nearly forgotten dream. The crowd grew eerily silent. This was too much information for them. They wanted to cheer and shout, not sit through detailed history lessons. Malum just couldn't help himself. He wanted them to relive the pain of being held as outsiders and crave the knowledge they couldn't attain. Malum went on for some time about the role of royal recorders, how they had been chosen, how they were allowed to daily pass by the twins, and how they were protected when ultimately holding in their hands the very sealed recordings the Kuur so badly desired now. With great fanfare, he regurgitated the Kuur belief that the Onu had planted rumors about sealed recording curses, just to scare them. After several more boring minutes of discourse, he transitioned to why the party was underway tonight of all nights. Fortunately, long ago, someone in our midst conceived of a plan that would provide access to all these sealed recordings. He was confident we could remove sealed recordings from the Royal Library without harm. He knew the Onu had misled us, lied to us, and were merely trying to keep us down. Amazingly, he even realized the Onu were planning to build a new second realm for others, not us, long before The second realm storm appeared on the horizon. We are here tonight to celebrate his greatness, his vision, and proof that he was right all along. Finally, with something to cheer about, the crowd let loose. Valpries grew excited. He knew Malum was talking about him and couldn't wait to finally step into the limelight. For countless centuries, he had invested in Cat, like Delator demanded, slowly winning her over to the Kuur. All the while, Delator told him that he couldn't disclose what he was doing to others. He knew Delator was right. Absolute secrecy was required. If the Onu caught wind of their plan, all would be lost. But Valpries was tired of being unappreciated by the Kuur, not knowing his proper standing and importance. Tonight was going to change all that. Soon, everyone would know who he was, what he had done. As his anticipation swelled, he wiped his palms on his pants to dry off the sweat. And get this! We have here tonight the first sealed recording successfully taken from the Royal Library, roared Malum excitedly. There was an audible gasp from the crowd. They hadn't imagined this unlikely turn of events. Malum hadn't personally seen the recording, but he trusted Delator. Delator had told him it was here tonight. That's all he needed to know. And now, without further ado, let me introduce, continued Malum, as he gestured towards his left. This happened to be the area where Valpries was sitting. Valpries mistakenly thought Malum had pointed directly at him. He couldn't believe it. He was excited, but unprepared. Having planned no speech, he wasn't sure what they wanted him to do. Did they expect him to explain the whole plan now? Lift the scroll in victory? How could he do that when he'd given the scroll to Delator earlier today? He thought he'd only be given the chance to stand tonight, wave to the crowd, and maybe mumble a few modest words. As he pushed his chair back, trying to figure out how to respond, the noise of it scratching along the wooden floor was drowned out by Malum yelling, "Togr, our great visionary and hero! Please, Togr, come forward!" What? Thought Valpries angrily. He's not the one who hatched the plan and worked for months on its timing. He didn't work for ages with Cat, relentlessly trading to reach this point. When we met to hatch the plan, he'd hardly said a word, which was true for all our meetings. He's just been a bystander. Why in all the First Realm did Malum just anoint him? Valpries thrust his chair back against the wall with a loud thud and slumped over dejectedly to hide his face in his hands, so Cat couldn't see his pain. Togr stood up, unable to believe his good fortune. He had been working hard for years beside Delator, building the Kuur. But he always knew Delator was the more gifted leader and the one who had devised the plan for Cat, and recruited Valpries to do the dirty work. Still, while he had no idea Malum was going to single him out tonight, he wasn't going to waste this golden opportunity. He slapped Delator on the back as he passed him, in acknowledgment of where this honor was really coming from and to whom it really belonged. Delator had planned tonight's events and this moment carefully, sensing it wasn't time to be in the spotlight yet. Wanting to instill deeper allegiances in Togr before he took his Avani step, Delator had told Malum to make sure it sounded like Togr was in charge tonight. He knew this modest act on his part would ensure utter loyalty from Togr. He could test Togr's commitment later when they broke the seal. The applause was long and loud. It hadn't died down by the time Togr reached the front. Smiling graciously, he soaked in the accolades. After a few moments, he even began to believe he deserved them. He didn't urge the crowd into silence. Instead, he waited as long as he could, letting every last nugget of praise fall to the floor before he said anything. He waited so long that the room was awkwardly silent when he finally began. "Kuur faithful, I stand humbly before you tonight, proud of what we've all accomplished." Having given many rally and recruitment speeches, Togr had plenty of material to draw from. But tonight was different. While his previous discourses had been aspirational, tonight he had actual results. The stolen, sealed recording was hidden in a secret fold of his sleeve. The cloak was a gift from Valpries, similar to the one he had given Cat. Delator had asked Togr to carry the recording to the tavern tonight. At the time, he was surprised Delator had relinquished it to him. Now he was glad he had. Otherwise, he might have had to share the stage, and this moment, with him. Years ago, I had a friend over for dinner, like I do most meals. He was a recorder, recently promoted to Royal Recorder. Anyway, during dinner, it became abundantly clear he was sympathetic to our cause, so I subtly suggested he could strengthen our efforts by sharing information from the Hidden Council meetings he recorded. This began a long, arduous process where we met at least 3 times each week. Each night, he'd share morsels of information about what he felt or sensed from his time in the council. Over many, many years, and with great effort, his memories got better. Not good, mind you, but better. Unfortunately, even after many decades, his recollections didn't really go much beyond the typical rumors we all hear. Then, one night, I remember it vividly. We were having roasted lamb, blue potatoes, and fresh sourdough bread, when I casually said, "You should bring one of the sealed recordings to dinner, so we can tear it open, like this bread, and read it." Then I tore the bread in 2, and gave him the larger piece. Of course, his reaction was just like all of yours would be. He was shocked, appalled. He went on and on about all the security measures, how it was too dangerous, impossible, that he'd be caught, crushed, and sent to Toba. Despite his protests, I can tell you truthfully that from that night on, we began to plot how he could gain that which we all deeply desire: knowledge. Togr wasn't surprised at how easily he had spun this tale. He and Delator had often talked about possible cover stories for Cat, just in case she succeeded. They wanted to be able to conceal her identity and hopefully use her again and again. Togr was careful not to look Cat's direction while he talked, so he didn't accidentally give her away. It would have been safer if she hadn't come. Togr had even been against having her here tonight, but Delator had insisted that she should see some of the fruits of her effort, to encourage her to steal again. As Togr perjured himself, Cat knew he was really talking about her. She was the royal recorder who had been passing information along to the Kuur. It had begun many eons ago, right after she first met Volpries. He'd always been so interested in her and her work. He was forever kind, and made it so natural to trade with him. But being insecure, she had often had her doubts about him, and they came flooding back over her now. Did he really care about her? Was she really important to him? Or was he just using her? Suddenly, the foundation of their friendship felt unstable, like it was crumbling beneath her. She turned to look at Volpries at the very moment he regained his composure and sat up straight, pulling his chair back up to the table. Knowing his job with Cat was incomplete, he had determined he wouldn't lose all he'd invested just because of Togr's lying claims. He smiled at Cat and gently tapped his chest twice in a sign of deference, an honor to her. Cat erroneously concluded their connection was true and safe after all. Well, tonight we're here to celebrate our first sealed recording raid. We've successfully removed a sealed recording from the Royal Library, and no harm has come to any of us. I have the sealed recording here in my cloak, announced Togr as he tapped the hidden compartment in his sleeve. Suddenly, a murmur ran through the crowd. They weren't sure how to react, or what to believe. Having been taught for epochs that no inhabitant could touch such a sealed recording, let alone get one out of the Royal Library, Togr was asserting he had one hidden in front of them right now. Was this some sort of trick, or an elaborate performance to entertain them? Was he really going to pull out a sealed recording from his sleeve? Unsure, an undercurrent of fear rippled through the tavern. While the crowd jostled in nervous anticipation, Togr took a sip of his drink and wiped his mouth with a napkin he had just picked up. No one thought twice about this smooth move, except Delator and Volpries. They knew Togr was preparing to take out the sealed recording, and he wouldn't chance touching it with his bare paw. Despite his claims to the contrary, he still feared the Onu and their curses. While none had been injured so far, Togr didn't want to press his luck during his grand moment tonight. As Togr finished slowly wiping his lips, he kept the napkin in his right paw and slipped it into his cloak. He carefully placed the napkin over the end of the sealed recording taking extra care to touch the napkin as he pulled the sealed recording out. Then he triumphantly raised it high above his head. The crowd gasped in utter astonishment, then fell silent, expecting Togger to collapse to the floor. Delator stepped in the void and quickly started cheering. He knew the others were frightened. He wanted them to know it was okay, that they had won their first salvo with the Onu. Slowly, others joined him. The Kuur had long sought proof that the Onu were working against first inhabitants. Many inhabitants felt this way, but they all struggled to effectively describe what they sensed and prove it to others. Over time, the Kuur had convinced themselves the knowledge within the royal library would explain it all and show the Onu could not be trusted. Delator hoped the stolen sealed recording would spark the rebellion and help dispose of the Onu. Once they were gone, the Kuur promised to make all first inhabitants equal. Of course, there need to be some ruling structure, but the Kuur promised to limit that. Seeing Togger stand there before them with the sealed recording in his paw, a few Kuur even knew they'd win. They weren't just believers, they were knowers. But most struggled to believe. Some were fighting fear, terrified dozens of Odago curses would fall upon them, not just Togger. Others wondered why nothing had happened yet. Maybe Togger was mistaken, and it wasn't a true sealed recording. Fear, excitement, and doubt all mingled together as the crowd anxiously watched Togger and the scroll. As the cheering subsided, Togger sensed their lingering apprehension and disbelief. He pressed on. I'm sure you're surprised that we've had this recording here all night long and that nothing bad has happened to anyone. That's proof we're right. Like we've all said many times before, the Onu simply cannot be trusted. They lie. No curses happened. None of us were harmed. But I can see by the look on your faces that you doubt, that you don't believe this is real. Here, take a look for yourselves. You can see this is a genuine, sealed royal recording. Look, this is Odago's seal, exclaimed Togger, pointing emphatically with his free paw at the seal. You've all seen his mark before. You know this is his mark, a sealed recording from the royal library. Heads bobbed in the front row. Others strained to get a better look. Moreover, this is the recording from the first Hidden Council meeting. There was another audible gasp from the crowd. They just couldn't believe it. That's right, continued Togger. It records the Hidden Council purpose. Soon we'll open it and prove that what we've been saying all along has been true. The Onu are working against us. The crowd didn't erupt with a final cheer, as Togger had expected. They were too worried. Togger tried to brush aside the twinge of doubt that he had lost the crowd and that they wouldn't remember him victoriously. Alarmed, he knew he and Delator had tried unsuccessfully all day to open the seal, and yet he had just claimed they would open it soon. He needed to quickly figure out how to proceed without giving the illusion that he was about to open it momentarily. Then it hit him. Before we break the seal, we wanted to give you a chance to inspect it closely while it was still intact. That way, you can testify to its validity. If we'd opened it already, the seal wouldn't be recognizable to you. So, we left it whole. I'll place it here on the bar for you to examine tonight. Tomorrow, we open it. Togger lowered his foreleg and placed the sealed recording, with seal facing up, on the counter next to him. As he let go, he kept the napkin in his paw and stepped aside. He wasn't sure this sleight of hand would work, but it did. Immediately, like moss to the flame, those in front moved toward the recording with Vohan and Denkin, the first to reach the counter. Before Togger could say anything else, Malum jumped up and yelled, "Tonight, we party!" He gave Togger a huge bear hug of success, and the celebration was back on. Then the crowd mobbed Togger and never left him alone the rest of the night. Extract from Sealed Royal Recording 122C-4HB8F44-D170I6J6L6K-50592A L1C6A. Telios leaned forward, a concerned look on his face. I had a visitor this morning, just before sunrise. One of my spies stopped by on his way home from the Parched Salmon. He said there were about 30 inhabitants at the Kuur party last night. While he didn't know many of them, he did jot down a few of the names he knew. Telios passed around a napkin with several names scrawled on it. Bo, Bina Govana, novice innkeeper. Delator, Javalapaza Grand, expert inspector. Feed, Cat PC Renda, tax collector. Malum, Takmer Longsod, ironworker. PB, Ropu Bayuk, history teacher. Toger, Ikembue, novice inspector. Warrior, Anyoni Barg, novice waiter. As Otek and Odigo looked at the note, Telios retold the party events as articulated to him by his friend. When done with the blasphemous account, he paused to hear what the others would say. Odigo's first words didn't surprise him, addressing the inhabitants, not the offense. Actually, there were 29 inhabitants present. Here's the complete list. Odigo then passed around a small scroll in his own handwriting that only contained Aratohu, Essence Dataran, carrier. Asa, Adaran Nyama, cook. Asker, Balkwano Kaper, expert rock mason. Asukas, Dina Desarna Durf, novice prosecutor. Beku, Bina Mzana, cleaner. Binadari, Jijin Port, healer. Bo, Bina Govana, novice innkeeper. Delator, Javalapaza Grand, expert inspector. Denkin, Avis Yakapane Arthalam, novice home builder. Aquetes, Gesson Prairie, wood sustainer. Feed, Cat PC Renda, tax collector. Gaiventi, Nabdiv Sida, jeweler. Inwoner, Gadavil, expert goldsmith. Jehuzi, Grintauni Volko Mesto, novice energy morpher. Cat, Gigat Vasi, novice royal recorder. Kahui, Kiwantana Maki, expert beast shepherd. Malum, Takmer Longsod, ironworker. Miter, Payne Biorskip, novice carpenter. Portabendaria, Ropu Bayuk, history teacher. Pedidari, Shimber Enkal, expert farmer. Servant, Balkvano Kamus, novice beast wrangler. Toger, Ikembue, novice inspector. Tret, Apava Prairie, ditch digger. Verogs, Werewere Kasima, novice entertainer. Vohan, Virtuel Rosalmal, novice recorder. Volpris, Rick Zazlik, merchant. Vigend, Anna Tog, expert road builder. Warrior, Inyoni Barg, novice waiter. Yazizi, Loom Kaitet, transporter. As a seer, Odigo could always see all that happened in First Realm. Telios' heart sank as he read the names. He knew each inhabitant personally. Otek broke their sorrowful silence. The opening is upon us. Events will unfold quickly now. After the Kuur try to break open the seal and are harmed, we'll need to move the 10%. The vast amount of new information will feed first inhabitants for many epochs. They all knew what he meant, since they'd often discussed which sealed recordings would be opened first and moved to the public library. They had carefully chosen them long ago. If we're in agreement, I'll work with Recurus to move them once opened, offered Odigo. Go ahead, approved Otek. They had debated this so many times, he felt no need to rehash the decision today. Agreed, submitted Telios. He was still concerned about how this would throw First Realm into chaos, but he knew they were correct. I'll break the seals when you and Recurus have the recorders ready to help with the move. And you'll retrieve the stolen recording? Asked Otek. It's not part of the 10%. Yes, I'm confident we will, replied Telios. He knew the mission to recover it would be dangerous, but he had been preparing for this possibility and had previously shared his plans with the Council. But bringing it back will further distort their perceptions. They'll know we're hiding something. Opening the 10% won't counter that. I know, but this is part of the choosing, explained Otek. Inhabitants aren't ready to know the full truth about Second Realm. We must bring the stolen recording back to the Royal Library for their own safety. Odigo's seal can't be broken, and even with his special blessing to delay the impact of the curse, great harm will come to firsts if they keep trying to open it. Understood. I won't let you down. We'll get it back. Valpriest looked calm on the outside, but was still stewing on the inside. He had noticed Toger's napkin trick, probably because he had done something similar when he gave the recording to Delator earlier this morning. He had also spotted Odago's unopened seal before Toger had said anything about it. Since the information the scroll contained was critical to Kuur's success, Valpriest was confident Delator would have sought to open it immediately and freely share the contents with all the Kuur tonight. He knew the intact seal simply meant they had been unable to break it open. The sealed royal recording was the most extravagant trade Valpriest had ever offered Delator and the Kuur. Over time, he had been able to convince Cat to trade royal recorder secrets for trinkets, clothing, and other treasures. Since he always traded this information to Delator, he had felt like he had won every trade with Cat. Until now. He was expecting much more in return for the stolen scroll than he had received tonight. Nothing. That's what he received tonight. Nothing. No praise. No accolades. No acknowledgment. And to make matters worse, Delator told him this morning that he'd have to keep privately working with Cat to get more recordings. Totally depressed. He had been hoping he could move on from her once she'd stolen the recording. Earlier today, when Delator had invited him and Cat to the Parched Salmon celebration, he was elated, certain Delator would find some way to give him the recognition he so richly deserved, while somehow not giving Cat away. But tonight, Toger had stolen that from him, and Valpriest was furious. As rage clouded his judgment, Valpriest completely ignored the curses and began to fantasize about opening the seal himself, trying to figure out a way to push the trade imbalance further in his favor. After a few moments, he angrily got up and left Cat sitting alone. Not wanting others to see him upset, he put on a happy face and joined Toger at the front. Asa the cook had been sitting next to Delator all night and badly needed to stretch. As the cook rose, Beku nearly plowed him over on his way to the counter to gawk at the scroll. Looking back through the sea of inhabitants which Beku had parted, Asa the cook noticed a young female sitting at a table at the end of Beku's wake. She clearly wasn't enjoying the revelry like all the others, so he made a mental note to talk to his leader about her later. Chapter 4. Broken Seal. Purpose recoiled when her attacker struck her again, demanding answers. Unwilling to divulge the secret she held, she winced when he furiously cursed, certain another blow would be forthcoming. Instead, the tiger slammed down his instruments of torture on the battered table beside her and rumbled away. Grateful for the momentary pause, Purpose took a few quick breaths and thanked Odago for his protecting seal, certain the pain would be insufferable otherwise. The Parched Salmon party ran well past midnight. As Delator's inner circle was leaving, he suggested they cap the night off by breaking the seal. That was 8 hours ago. Now, Delator, Malum, Benadari, Toger, and Asa the cook were all seated around Malum's workshop, exhausted from the absence of sleep and the stress of failure. Malum glanced around at his guests and thought his workspace had never been so crowded with inhabitants. Honored they had come to his home, he was too tired to realize Delator had simply suggested his workshop for the tools he owned. Yesterday, Toger and Delator had worked all day, trying to break open the seal, and Delator knew they needed bigger weapons for their next attempt. Unfortunately, even with better armaments, they still weren't making any real progress. Instead, they were simply repeating the same general attack again and again, due to their fatigue and shallow reasoning. Given the insane breadth of tools at their disposal, an objective observer would have wondered why they hadn't tried other options. Malum's workshop was attached to his home. When he became a novice ironworker, he had proudly converted his back porch into a workshop and had started collecting the tools any great ironworker or blacksmith would need. Over time, he had made 6 major extensions and modifications to the footprint of his workspace. The mismatched, unlevel flooring revealed his lack of planning and his growth by use, approach to renovation and life. Customers entered his workshop through a door on the southernmost section of the wall. As they came in, they were immediately greeted by a large anvil. Malum had placed the anvil in his foyer, as he liked to call it, so he could have more space to swing his hammers and mallets. Since his workshop was narrow, he frequently used the anvil as a stand, placing one end of a large project on the anvil, while running the opposite end out through the door to rest on sawhorses in the street. Passers-by would often have to dodge these bridled sawhorses as Malum neared the end of any big undertaking. A large fireplace was a few paces beyond the anvil, off to the right. It occupied the center of the southern wall. 2 large power sources sat on either side of the stone hearth, irregularly stacked wood on the left and crushed coal on the right. Malum carefully mixed these 2 fuels for his fires, never using one without the other. He felt the mixture produced better results, a guild secret. Though this really wasn't much of a secret since he, like almost all other ironworkers, left his fuel piles in plain sight for all to see. Directly in front of the fireplace stood a large metal table in the middle of the room. It was covered by an abused butcher's block top, which Malum had made. He used the table covering to help dampen the deafening noises he made while beating matter into submission. The 3 surrounding walls were all covered from floor to ceiling with supplies. The lower section of each wall housed long workbenches. Despite the enormous clutter throughout his shop, each workbench countertop was mysteriously free of debris. Below the countertops ran a single row of drawers, each crammed full of confusion that only Malum understood. The space below the drawers was also a jumbled mess. Multiple stools were scattered throughout, awkwardly fighting with cumbersome devices for space. Malum often had to pull everything out from under a workbench to retrieve an item he wanted. When done, he never put things back quite the same. Instead, he forcefully jammed everything back under the workbench until the wall beyond his view stopped their advance. Pegboards laden with all manner of tools, supplies, and jars of nuts, bolts, and screws hung precariously above each workbench. Each struggled to support its assigned load, the effort causing them to bend and flex over time and pull slightly away from the wall in several places. The top of each pegboard had been precisely set to be at the pinnacle of Malum's reach, so he never needed to slow down to grab a stool or a ladder before snatching a pegged item. Cupboards stretched from the top of each pegboard all the way up to the ceiling. Since these cupboards had lost their doors long ago, they looked more like shelves than cupboards. The chaos on each shelf perfectly matched the disorder that ran throughout the rest of Malum's workshop. Malum's shop was so packed full of materials that a first-time entrant could be forgiven for not noticing that there were 2 more doors in the space. One was on the same wall through which they had entered, but hidden beyond the mess, up in the very northwest corner. It led into Malum's home and at one point had been the original porch door. Directly across from this door, along the east wall, was a mini door which led to an attached supply shed Malum had added 50 years ago. Only a child could pass through it without ducking. Malum had purposely made it no larger, so he'd have plenty of shelving above the door. He hated the idea of wasting space above the egress just to avoid a small discomfort when passing through. Bowing seemed a small price to pay for the opportunity to have more resources nearby. As Toga retreated to his stool, Purpose watched Malum rise from his, still wearing gloves and an apron from his last attempted breaking. He walked over to the center table and stood with his back to the fireplace, his feet deep in the well-worn furrows in the floor. Staring down at her, Malum wasn't really surprised to see that their efforts so far had left no mark on Odigo's seal. He was amazed, however, to see the paper beneath the seal also showed no signs of their struggles. This made him wonder, is this paper really paper? Or is it something else? Thinking back over their latest futile strikes, Malum realized the scroll had indeed acted more like a pipe than paper, deflecting blows with the sound of metal. If the scroll was actually metal, then maybe some of his skill tricks could sever the bond between pipe and seal. This fresh idea gave Malum renewed energy. He picked up a small mallet resting close to the scroll and lightly tapped it on the end. Sure enough, it produced a clear metal ring, though dampened a bit since it was resting on the wooden butcher's block. Maybe, just maybe, the seal and the scroll both hold metal characteristics I can use against them, thought Malum. He began to believe he could leave the seal intact, not break it, yet still separate it from the scroll. Malum knew several approaches to separate stubborn, joined materials. He focused on two that worked exceptionally well when the stuck objects were made of different materials: fire and ice. Typically, he used fire when the outer metal expanded much more rapidly than the inner. Not only did this make elemental sense, it was quick because generating heat via his fireplace was easy. He employed ice when the inner metal contracted much faster than the outer. He didn't really like to use ice, though, because like all ironworkers, Malum was more comfortable with fire than ice. Besides, his ice stores were always in limited supply. Despite his strong inclination to use fire, Malum was afraid the flame might incinerate the scroll, no matter how hard he tried to protect it. And he didn't want Delator's wrath falling on him because he burned the scroll to ash. Ice felt safer, but he'd have to make sure no writing smeared inside the scroll from the melting slush. Ugh, ice isn't much safer after all, he muttered to himself. After a few more mental battles, he convinced himself ice was the better way to go. Without explaining any of this to the others, Malum grabbed a knife he used for opening packages and knelt to place it in the fire he always had simmering, then stood with determination and went inside his house through the original porch door. Reaching his icebox, he removed a large chunk of ice, about 5 times larger than the scroll, and brought it back to his workshop, placing it on the anvil. After a few moments, he took the hot knife out of the fire and walked over to the anvil, where he carefully scored a line down the middle of the top of the block. With knife still in hand, he swung back to the fire to set it down in the coals again. While the knife reheated, he went to the back of his workshop and gathered a wide, wooden-handled chisel from a pegboard and a large mallet from the shelf above it. Skirting the weary onlookers, he dropped both instruments on the edge of the table nearest his anvil and went back to the fire to nudge his knife in deeper. When he finally saw the blade glowing orangish red, he pulled it out and returned to the anvil to rescore the previous line, deepening the groove before hastily turning the block over and repeating the same process on the bottom. Then, he set his still-hot knife on the butcher's block, adding to the many previous burn marks, seized the chisel and mallet, and lightly tapped the chisel down the full length of the valley he had just scored in the bottom of the ice. He quickly flipped the ice block over and did likewise along the top groove. Satisfied with his preparation, he placed his chisel directly in the middle of the groove on the top and then deftly struck the chisel with immense force. The ice succumbed to the blow and broke cleanly in two, with nearly no cast-off fragments. Like the night before, Benadari had already surmised what Malum was about to do next. After proceeding to the far corner of the room, she ducked through the miniature door and went into the ancillary shed. Once inside, she used a stepladder to reach the top shelf and pull down a brown pelt, Malum's favorite. He had told her many times that it was perfectly tanned, the most waterproof he had. She returned to the workshop just as the ice cracked in two. As the ice split, Malum abruptly turned to go retrieve his pelt, running over Benadari in the process. Starting to fall, she inadvertently tossed the pelt towards the fire as she flailed with her arms for balance. Malum grabbed her left hand to keep her from hitting the ground and snatched the tumbling pelt out of the air with his other hand. He smiled and gave her a wink that only she saw. She placed her hand on the table to steady herself, then quickly retracted it when she realized it was next to the scroll. She took a step away from the table for safety and then headed to the back of the room. Usually, she would have helped Malum at this point, but she feared Odogo's curses and wasn't willing to risk injury today. For some reason, her fear didn't extend to him. She liked Malum, but she didn't love him. Should something bad happen to him, she'd readily move on. By this point, Delator Toger and Asa the Cook were now taking note of Malum's performance, but they had no idea what he hoped to accomplish. "Whoa!" ordered Delator. "What are you doing? You're going to soak the scroll and ruin the writing." "Relax. That's what the pelt's for. It'll keep the scroll dry and safe. As to what I'm doing, haven't you noticed the paper of the scroll seems to act like metal? Here, listen." He reached over and lightly tapped the scroll again with his mallet. They all noticed the metallic ting this time. "I'm betting it's not real paper. I think it's some sort of rolled metal or something special like that. I'm sure I can separate it from the seal by cooling it down. The writing on the inside won't be ruined by the melting ice. Like I said, this will protect it," explained Malum triumphantly, raising the pelt up like a prized trophy. His tone of voice and actions were unwarranted, but in line with being slap-happy from lack of sleep. Confident his plan would succeed, he felt smug that he had thought of something new to try when all the others had been floundering. "Trust me, it'll work," he reassured. Of course, Malum had failed to consider all the condensation which would accumulate inside the scroll. That hadn't even crossed his mind. Since fire was his favorite approach, he really hadn't done this many times before. After a few minutes of arguing, a small puddle of water began to form under the anvil from the melting ice. Finally, Delator relented and let Malum continue. Malum laid the pelt flat on the table, picked up the scroll, and placed it in the center of the pelt. Like wrapping a birthday present, he grabbed the edge of the pelt closest to him and folded it up over the scroll. He repeated this process with the left side of the pelt, and then the right. Next, he pulled the whole bundle closer to himself before roll-flipping it away multiple times, sliding it back to himself after each flip to make it easier to execute the subsequent roll. It took 4 flips before he had the scroll neatly tucked inside the pelt, with no easy access for water. Pivoting back to the anvil, he grabbed a big chunk of melting ice with both hands to keep from dropping the slippery mass. He spun around to the table and put the ice down on the butcher's block, then placed the pelted scroll on top of the ice chunk. Revisiting the anvil, he again used both hands to pick up the remaining piece of ice and returned to the table to place it on top of the pelted scroll. Satisfied, Malum took a step back from his work and raised his eyes to survey the audience around his stage. Scanning from left to right, he found Asa the cook sitting on a workbench in the upper left corner of the room next to the old porch door. He was dangling his legs back and forth with a blank, unimpressed expression on his face. Delator sat on a stool next to him with a scowl on his face, clearly not a believer. Malum hadn't noticed before, but Asa the cook and Delator had been quietly talking during his entire operation. Malum, now feeling a little less confident, wearily moved his gaze further right until it landed on Benedari. She was leaning against the miniature doorframe which led to the supply shed. She nodded her head, ever so slightly, as they made eye contact, so little in fact that it was hard for Malum to tell if she had or if he had simply imagined the support. Now feeling exhausted, he turned to face Toger, who was sitting on a stool just to his right. Leaning back with his legs fully extended in front of him, Toger completely blocked the aisle between the main center table and the eastern workbench behind him. "Now what?" yawned Toger. "We wait," replied Malum. "How long?" inquired Asa the cook. 30 minutes, answered Malum, trying to sound decisive. "Coffee while we wait?" offered Benedari. A little while before she had left the room to retrieve the pelt, she had placed a pot of water over the fire to make coffee. Tired, she needed the caffeine. Ordinarily, she wouldn't serve Malum, or anyone else for that matter. But now she was trying to impress Delator. She climbed over Toger's legs on her way to the fireplace to gather the boiling brew. "Sure," answered Toger. "Me too," added Delator. "Yes, please," accepted Asa the cook. "No thanks," rejected Malum as he walked back into the supply shed. He was on a mission to find a set of vice-grip pliers. While he had some in his main shop, he was sure he had a new pair in the shed with a better set of ribbed, sharp teeth. Those out in the main workshop could hear his noisy search, but had no idea what he was looking for. Benedari finished her coffee distribution before he returned, and sat down on the workbench next to where she had been standing before. Malum walked past her, then Delator and Asa the cook, as he made his way around the table so he didn't have to step over Toger's legs. He pulled a stool out from under the workbench near the main entrance and sat down to wait. The motley crew boarded the center table on 3 sides. The fireplace owned the 4th. None spoke as they sipped their coffee and stared at the melting ice and pelt. Malum fidgeted with his pliers, opening and closing them with a small clicking sound. Soon, the pelt began to turn slightly darker in a few spots as it started to absorb the water. Malum worried and clicked his pliers more rapidly, but didn't get up to inspect the damage. He watched anxiously as moisture began to congregate on the scarred butcher's block. The grooves and gashes nearest the pelt began to fill with water first, like potholes and ditches after the rain. While it was hot in the workshop overall, the fire heated the side of the ice facing it faster than the ambient air was heating the rest. And, since the side of the butcher's block closest to the fire was also the most wounded from abuse, the deepest pools of water began to form on this side of the pelt. After a few minutes, there were small creeks flowing out in all directions over the butcher's block. None were long enough yet to trickle over the edge of the table. Each onlooker viewed the brook closest to them as their own potential waterfall. It became a race of sorts, almost as if they'd all placed bets on which would spill over first. The fireside streams were the fullest, but the deep wounds in the wood capped the water on the table. Finally, a single drop plunged over the edge closest to Delator. He was the winner, his baby waterfall emerging first. As the second bead was about to drop in front of him, he looked over at Malum and ominously suggested, "Check the scroll. You better hope it's not getting wet." "Patience! If I separate the ice too quickly, we'll just have to wait longer. Give it a few more minutes." Normally, he wouldn't talk back to Delator like this, but he was tired, and this was his domain. What did Delator know about such things? "I have been patient. Do it now," demanded Delator. While he feared the scroll was about to get waterlogged, he was more worried an early morning customer might come into Malum's workshop, wander upon their battlefield, and see their failure. Malum relented. He stood, moved to the table, extracted the pelted bundle from the two halves of the ice block, and gently set it down on the table. Avoiding the largest puddles of water, he began to carefully unroll the pelt. While the party at the Parched Salmon was nearly in full swing, Delator could see Cat was dampening the mood. He walked over to her table and chatted with her for a few minutes, then gently steered her towards Volpry's and the front of the tavern. "Walk her home," he commanded once they reached the merchant. He knew Volpry's was upset because he had not received any accolades tonight, and he wanted to get him out of the tavern before he did something drastic. "Okay," conceded Volpry's obediently, biting his tongue to the point of nearly drawing blood. It was clear this was not an order he could challenge. "Thanks, Volpry's. I wasn't looking forward to walking home alone," began Cat. Then she turned to Delator and added, "Again, I'm sorry. I don't know what's come over me." "No problem. Don't worry about it. Please, tell Layla hello for me." Delator was a longtime acquaintance of Cat's mother, having grown up in the same town. He was older than Layla, but not by much. Back then, he had paid little attention to her, since she had nothing of value he wanted. After he moved to Tala, and long before Fajal brought the Giggans to the capital, he let all thought of Layla fade to the deep recesses of his mind. However, soon after Cat became a recorder, Layla ran into Delator in the old market, and they reconnected. From then on, Layla seemed to run into Delator all the time. She constantly bragged about Cat, trying to make herself look more important through her child's success. He played along, stroking her ego. He patiently endured these encounters with Layla, hoping Cat would advance through the ranks and ultimately provide him access to the knowledge he sought. When Layla finally told him about Cat's promotion to Royal Recorder, he had been greatly pleased. He didn't have to fake interest on that day. "Will do," agreed Cat. She never understood why Delator was friends with her mother. They seemed so radically different to her. "Let's go, Cat," Volpry said begrudgingly. Together, Volpry and Cat worked their way around the edges of the crowd, who were rubbernecking around the bar to stare at the sealed scroll. Through the throng, Cat caught a fleeting glimpse of the stolen scroll, and briefly thought about squeezing through the mob to rescue the scroll and rush it back to the royal library. But instead, she kept moving towards the door with Volpry's. As they passed Malum, she continued on while Volpry stopped. "Where are we meeting tomorrow?" whispered Volpry's. "No idea," replied Malum boisterously, way too loud. "Why are you leaving so soon?" Volpry's nodded towards Cat, making no verbal reply. Having no idea what Volpry's meant, or that Cat was the royal recorder who had stolen the sealed scroll, Malum smiled his approval at Volpry's date. "Good for you," he teased, slapping Volpry's on the shoulder roughly. He always thought Volpry's was such a lonely beast. The time with someone would do him good. Volpry's turned to go, taking solace that Malum was clueless about Delator's next step too. That must mean they're going to be meeting at Togur or Delator's. Probably Togur's, thought Volpry's. Actually, he hoped it was Togur's, since he didn't know where Delator lived. Cat didn't notice Volpry's exchange with Malum. He had caught up to her on the tavern porch before she stepped down into the street. They silently strode through the night together, alone in their thoughts. Volpry's was in no mood to talk, and Cat was too absorbed by painful introspection to care. When they reached Cat's home, Layla opened the door just as Cat reached out for the doorknob. Layla blocked the entrance, not letting Cat step inside. She didn't mean to clog everything up. She just loved company and hoped her presence would pull Volpry's in. Delator told us to tell you hello, heralded Valprise from behind Cat. By now, the connection between Cat and Valprise was well known to Layla. He had been over for dinner many times, had worked hard to gain Layla's trust, and even went out of his way to talk to her whenever he saw her in the food court at the market. This was all part of Delator's plan. He had insisted Layla would be a strong ally. Tell him I said hi back, and to give me a call. We haven't talked in ages. You know, I should probably have him over for dinner soon. I will, interrupted Valprise, wondering if Layla's family dinners with Delator were as painful and awkward as the ones he had attended. Thanks for letting Cat go out late with us tonight to celebrate Feed's birthday. It never hurts to butter up a tax collector, continued Valprise, unable to reveal the true reason for the party. His story was almost plausible, too, since Feed had been at the Parched Salmon tonight. Layla knew Feed. He was her tax collector. Maybe I should have gone. We sure could use a break from these onerous Onu taxes. Oh, don't get me started. Layla was about to get on a roll. This was one of her favorite topics, as Valprise knew all too well. Yeah, the royals really know how to stick it to us, contended Valprise, intentionally taking a few steps back to make it clear he wasn't coming inside. Well, thanks for walking Cat home tonight. I really appreciate it. No problem. Happy to, lied Valprise. He couldn't wait to be done with Cat and the Gigants. Frustrated at himself for having not been more careful when dealing with Delator over these many years. Delator had gradually built more leverage over him than he had built over the expert inspector, trapping him into this silly cat escapade. Instead of hiding in the shadows, Valprise longed for real praise. Still furious that Toger had gotten all the glory tonight, he tried hard not to let his rage seep through for Layla to see. Well, I've got to head home now. I'm really tired. I need to get there before I collapse. Okay, see you soon. Have a good night, shouted Layla after Valprise. He had already spun around to head home without waiting for her response. He waved his arm in the air above his head without looking back as Layla stood awkwardly in the door watching him leave. During this entire exchange, Cat had been stuck between Valprise and Layla. She now pressed past her mother and went straight upstairs to her room. Having not said a single word since she left the tavern, she was in no mood to listen to one of Layla's speeches tonight. Valprise, however, didn't go straight home. Instead, he wandered the streets of Tala, trying to think of a way to obtain real power over Delator. When he finally reached his home, the sun was rising, but at least he had a plan in hand. He went in, took a quick shower, dressed, and set out for Toger's home, sure he'd find Delator and the stolen scroll there. Before Malum could pick up the scroll off the opened pelt, Valprise came screaming in. There you are, shouted the merchant out of breath. He'd first gone to Toger's and found no one there. Then he ran to several other Kuur homes, finding them all lifeless. Finally, he realized Malum had lied to him last night about their plans, and had sprinted as fast as he could to his workshop. As Valprise stood panting by the anvil, he instinctively placed his hand on the cold, wet iron and glanced around the room. His eyes landed on the scroll and pelt in front of Malum. Unable to discern what Malum was about to do, or how long he'd been trying to open the scroll, Valprise gasped for air and checked to make sure Malum was at least wearing gloves. And he was, which made Valprise grin slightly. While walking around last night, Valprise had realized that everyone who tried to open the scroll had failed to touch it. He had convinced himself that direct contact with the seal was no big deal. Why, he'd even had the scroll in his presence for several hours and had suffered no harm. Looking back, he wondered why he'd been so afraid. The Onu were liars. There was no curse. Delator and the others had simply failed to grasp the key. Valprise was certain the seal would open once it felt his bare flesh. As he moved towards the table to conquer the scroll, he felt a stab in his chest. Something had changed within. Valprise, like all first inhabitants, had a special connection, a seal, to the Onu. As inhabitants exercised their freedom of choice, this internal seal could be stretched, and if desired, ultimately broken. Valprise had reached that point in his life. He had made his decision to believe the Onu were Toba. When he had first rushed in and seen Malum and the others crowded around the table, he had assumed they were about to succeed without him. He just couldn't have that. He had to be the one to open the scroll, to rule the moment. In his final push for self, Valpriest destroyed the seal within and knew he'd finally broken free of the Onu. Extract from Sealed Royal Recording 122C-A6E6L6H290K-1887-AAA6LA-A02D. Yes, of course, replied Odago. At creation, I sealed each inhabitant's almanac with Dezsma, their own personal connection to us. And like your other seals, their Dezsma can only be broken by the one that's worthy, right? Asked Telios, out of an abundance of concern for his First Realm friends. Yes, each Dezsma can only be broken by the inhabitant in which it resides. No other power can break it, not even us, explained Odago. And, as further protection, the inhabitant can only break it when they truly no longer want to be bound to us. Do the blessings and curses you placed on Dezsma help them know exactly what they're doing? Probed Otek. I mean, if a first inhabitant is making choices that will ultimately result in them breaking their Dezsma, are you, or their Dezsma, letting them know before it's too late? He knew the answer, but revived the question nonetheless. Yes, indeed, answered Odago the teacher. It would be Toba for us to surprise them with such a severe consequence, and not to have taken the time to teach them this slowly. The blessings and curses contain the power to teach each inhabitant how their choosing is affecting them. Blessings affirm proper direction. Curses highlight carelessness. Does this happen once in a while, or all the time? Tested Telios. Depends on the inhabitant and how far they have purposely stretched their Dezsma. Even though they've lived all their lives with their Dezsma, it takes eons before they truly become aware of it and the nature of their connection to us. I would never overwhelm them, or rush them, with the blessings or the curses. As we've discussed many times before, we must cover the errors they make as they grow up. I really like that. We should always help as much as we can, commended Otek Plaus. Just to be safe, Odago continued, there will always be some curses, some pain, when Dezsma is stretched. The inhabitant will absolutely feel this. I view this pain as a blessing, because it helps the inhabitant sense that they are moving too far astray, a warning that something is wrong, that they should alter their course. But by stretching their seal again and again, with no desire to change, they can ultimately choose to sever their Dezsma completely. The agony of this truth brought all three of them to tears. No one kept track of how long they imagined this devastating loss. Finally, Odago broke through the sorrowful silence. I should add something. What's that? Asked Otek. The pain an inhabitant feels for stretching, or breaking their Dezsma, will only be known to that inhabitant, and to us, of course. Dezsma curses aren't meant to be on display for all to see, nor are they meant to be embarrassing to the inhabitant. I would never do that. After another long period of contemplation, Telios solicited, Can they return? Yes, exclaimed King Otek, as long as the price is paid. If an inhabitant chooses to return, I'd gladly reseal them, added Odago, but it must be their choosing. Odago and Telios were walking through a town square when they both stopped, seared by an intense, invisible pain. Valpriest just broke his Dezsma, whispered Odago weakly as he turned to Telios. It hurts even worse than I anticipated, gasped Telios. After composing himself, he asked, Does his broken Dezsma make it riskier for him to be around the stolen recording? Odago closed his eyes to see and answered, Yes. Yes, it does. He opened his eyes and sadly looked at Telios. He'll be reckless and put himself in grave danger. In that case, let's go home, replied the prince. We need to talk to Otek and see what he wants to do to protect First Realm now. Cat lay in bed, unable to sleep due to the grinding in her chest. When the beam of sunlight chasing dust particles finally reached her pillow, she rose and called Recurus to let him know she'd be staying home sick today. He didn't ask what ailed her. That would have been impolite. Had he inquired, she wouldn't have known how to answer. Cat knew the pain she felt could be traced back to her actions 2 days ago, but even in her anguish, she knew it wasn't a new feeling. She had felt this way many times before during the course of her relationship with Valpries and the Kuur. On those many occasions, she had suppressed it, tried to ignore it. Today, she just couldn't. Sure, this is how Toba feels. Cat knew she'd been wrong to take the sealed scroll, wrong to trust Valpries and the Kuur. She didn't really fit in with them. Instead, she longed to be closer to Telios and the Onu, but knew she couldn't be. She was too small, too unimportant, too unworthy, too mangled inside. Cat worried she'd never even be allowed to work again, never be able to feel the joys of recording. Oh, what had she done? She loved being a royal recorder, and now it was gone. Why had she thrown it all away for a few moments of what? She wasn't sure. For Valpry's friendship? His affection? For some secret Kuur greeting? In great anguish, she dove back into bed, buried her head in her pillow, and let the river of tears flow freely. Get out of my way, bellowed Valpries as he pushed Malum aside. Caught off guard, Malum stumbled backward towards the fire, righting himself just before he fell in. He glared at the feral fox, but decided to leave him alone. Sidestepping Valpries, he walked over to the workbench closest to the entrance and sat down on the counter. Jubilant inside, Delator worked hard not to show any emotion. He loved watching Valpries vie for his attention, and was sure the merchant was going to try to break the seal open with reckless abandonment. Valpries shoved the ice off the table onto the floor, shattering it into glass-like shards, even though the ice hadn't been in his way. He picked the sealed scroll up and rocked it slightly, as if measuring its weight, or watching a bubble teeter back and forth on a level. He was the first non-recorder to ever hold a sealed scroll in his bare hands, and he felt accomplished, justified. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through his hands. Ah, it was exhilarating. He looked down at the seal. Sure, he could see a small gap between the seal and the paper that hadn't been there before. In truth, there was no fissure. In his diluted state, he simply wasn't seeing clearly. He failed to realize that while the pelt had protected the scroll from the melting ice, the pelt had allowed a small amount of condensation to form around the seal. He mistook the light bending through this moisture as a breach he could employ to his advantage. Certain that his touch had begun to open the seal, and having just broken his Dezsma, he failed to realize the shock he felt was actually a warning sign from the seal itself. To improve his grip, Valpries slowly wiped his hands on his cloak, and then did likewise with the scroll. Once dry, he firmly clutched the right side of the scroll with his right hand, and wrapped his left hand around the middle, completely engulfing the seal. But since his hands were small, the left end of the scroll dangled out well beyond his reach. Valpries lowered his hands, and the scroll, to his waist for better leverage, and paused. He knew he had the power to overcome the Onu, their lies, and this crazy seal. Confident the seal would slip right off for him, and he'd finally win this trade, he smiled at Delator and pulled with all his might. It was the last thing he did, for in that very instant, the already broken merchant fell to the floor. Chapter 5. Market Time. It took a long time before Kat was brave enough to venture to the market to redeem her promised tour. Valpries wasn't concerned about the delay, since Delator had warned him interaction with Kat would be hit or miss during the first few years. Kat made her appearance on a cool afternoon, a few hours before closing. While she had finished her council recording before noon, she had spent several hours walking around the realm, gathering courage where she could find it. Once at the market, she timidly walked around the east outer wall, retracing the path she had taken on the day she met Valpries, not knowing any other route. Upon reaching the far corner, she slipped quietly into the aisle in front of Valpries' stall. "Hi, Valpries. Remember me?" she asked sheepishly, startling Valpries and causing him to look up from his doodling. While Kat was technically standing in the market, she didn't really feel like she was in the market, given the shabbiness of this space, the beastly smells, and the lack of other inhabitants nearby. "Why, hello there. Of course I remember you. It's not every day I crush someone on my way to work." "Again, sorry about that," groveled Valpries. Setting his black ink pen and sketchbook aside, he stood up and stretched as if he'd been sitting a long time. "No worries," sighed Kat. In the months since their previous encounter, she had replayed that first day in her mind many times. She had come to look fondly upon every aspect of their chance meeting. "But, Valpries began slowly, scratching his head as if rummaging through the recesses of his mind to find a misplaced item. While he knew Kat's name, he tried to slow-roll the conversation to avoid looking overly eager. Forcing his face to blush slightly to match Kat's complexion, he admitted, "I'm embarrassed to say I've totally forgotten your name." "It's Kat Gigantvasi. You know, my mother's Layla, the giant with the red hair," said Kat, with a nervous inflection, while raising her eyebrows and wrinkling her forehead, which made her comment sound and look more like a question than a statement. She immediately thought she had made a huge mistake by coming. "Since Valpries doesn't even remember my name, I'm sure he's forgotten about his promise to give me a tour of the market." "Oh, yes, that's right. Kat, how could I have forgotten? Kat, so, how have you been?" Good. And you?" echoed Kat, relieved by his voiced recognition. Very well indeed. Thanks for asking. For a change, I've had a stellar day. Better fortunes today," smiled Valpries, changing the familiar market mantra. "What brings you by? Can I interest you in something?" offered Valpries, as he waved his hand around the stall. Sticking to business as usual, he desperately tried to hide his desire to connect with Kat by pretending to play the role of a normal, greedy merchant. "Well," began Kat hesitantly, afraid to reveal her real business. She took a shallow breath of air, gagging slightly on the taste, then nervously explained. "Actually, I was hoping you'd give me a tour of the market. You know, the one you offered when we first met. Are you still willing to do that?" "Sure, I'd be happy to. It's the least I could do for roughing you up before. I've traded enough for today." Undeniably, Valpries never traded enough. On any given day, he always wanted more. But today, Kat was the more. "I can afford to take a few hours off," asserted Valpries, having no special reason to stay in his stall now that Kat had come by. Leaving for the rest of the day would be inconsequential. "Great," beamed Kat. "Just let me close things up." Valpries tucked his sketchpad and pen into his satchel, tossed a few items into a storage bin, and subsequently locked the bin for show. Since Valpries' stall was in the northeast corner of the market, it only had one internal wall to the south, on Kat's right, which separated his area from what should have been another merchant booth. But the space was empty, as were many others next to it. In fact, so many stalls were empty that Kat struggled to see the next occupied one off in the distance. She turned back to look at Valpries and watched intently as he stepped out of the rear of his stall and pulled down a large single gate from the ceiling. Once the gate touched down on the ground, it created a full rear wall, solid but translucent, quite different from the internal wall on her right. "I normally don't close this outer gate at night since I lock my wares in the bins over there," he said, pointing. "But it's supposed to rain tonight, and this gate will help shield my stall from the storm." "Why is it see-through?" investigated Kat, trying hard to stoke the conversation. "Don't know. Never thought about it," answered Valpries. Then, realizing his response sounded somewhat harsh, he quickly guessed, "Maybe, so customers can peer in while we're gone, and pique their interest." With his back gate pulled down, Volpes walked around to the north side of his stall and stepped back outside. He then pulled down 2 similar but smaller gates. Although Cat could see locking mechanisms on all the gates, Volpes didn't engage any of them. She took a step closer and noticed that the chest-high handprint readers looked similar to the ones used at the Royal Library, though she thought it very odd that the readers were on the inside of the gates instead of the outside. She wasn't brave enough to ask Volpes why they were on the wrong side. After he appeared from behind the second small gate, Volpes walked along the counter towards Cat. To avoid looking directly at him, Cat glanced overhead to see if there was a gate in the ceiling above her. There was, but Volpes chose not to pull it down. Instead, he passed by her and strode to the rear of his stall. He grabbed his satchel, slung it over his shoulder, and cheerfully said, "Let's go. Any preferences?" "Nope. I'm at your mercy. The market's way too big to get through in the short time we have before closing. How about we just start where we are and work our way in and see how far we get today?" "Sounds good." "Okay, this way," directed Volpes as he brushed by Cat. He walked northward up the short aisleway and stepped outside. Cat frowned when she saw him exit the market. She was expecting him to lead inward, not outward, but she reluctantly followed his lead. Walking ahead of her, Volpes didn't see her negative reaction. Once they were outside, he launched into his tour guide duties. "As I'm sure you know, the market is a huge square." Volpes paused his commentary and surprisingly started to walk even further away from the market until he was standing several yards beyond the northeast corner, frustrating Cat even more. "Come here, take a look," he implored, waving his arm until Cat began to move towards him. Cat begrudgingly walked away from the market over to Volpes. Once beside him, she turned to look back at the market corner, not really paying attention. She already knew what a square looked like. Each side has several entrances. Right now, the market is configured to have 6 to 10 entrances on each side. Cat cast her gaze down the east side of the market and then the north. She could make out a few entrances along each wall, but she couldn't see far enough to count the complete set on either side. "What do you mean, right now it's configured?" probed Cat. "Good question," fawned Volpes. "Most inhabitants don't know this, but we can add, move, or remove entrances trivially. Similarly, all the partitions, walls, and doors in the market are reconfigurable. That way, our stalls can grow and shrink as we have need." "Curious," mused Cat. "How does it work?" "There's a hidden system that controls the movement of everything. We simply enter our requirements and preferences at a couple of different consoles throughout the market, and the building reconfigures itself at night to meet our needs. The algorithms even consider how big the aisles should be around our stalls to keep customer traffic flowing." "Sounds like that could be very disorienting. Does that mean your stall can be on one side of the market one day and then in a totally different section the next?" reeled Cat, first pointing towards Volpes' stall and then waving her arm down the breadth of the market. "Only if I want it to be. The system typically minimizes the distance of our moves, trying to keep our stalls more or less in the same area, while limiting the ripple effects of the changes. If I wanted to move to a totally new area, I'd have to request that, but I'm not moving anytime soon." "Ah, good," sighed Cat. For a moment, she had been afraid she'd never be able to find Volpes in the market again. "Besides," continued Volpes, "most stall changes have been minor, easy to accommodate. There are still many, many empty spaces to grow into." "I see," studied Cat, as her eyes darted back and forth. Volpes could tell by the look on her face she was processing something. He waited patiently for her to share her reflections, but she kept her thoughts to herself. Volpes broke the silence when her expression soured. "What's wrong? You look perplexed." "Well," began Cat slowly, "I was just wondering, aren't all those movements dangerous? I mean, won't precious items break with all the walls dancing around on their own?" "No," chuckled Volpes. "There are built-in safety features to prevent things like that from happening. For instance, the walls must be unlocked before they can be moved. And before we unlock them, we're supposed to detach items from the walls and make sure nothing's leaning against them." Volpes spoke as if he had moved around several times. In truth, he had never moved, and didn't plan to. "Though, I suppose, if you were lazy, or careless, and didn't prepare well, then sure, your items could get broken when the walls roll up and move to their new locations. Ah, makes sense. But what about when they come back down? Won't they crush things then? No, no way, countered Valpriest emphatically. Once the walls are in their new location, they stay up in the ceiling until the merchants lower them. They can't come down on their own. Enlightened by Valpriest's explanation, and feeling more confident, Kat squinted her eyes slightly as if trying to see an image in her mind, and insightfully submitted, "If the walls are resizing and moving around all the time, doesn't that make the inside of the market a giant, constantly changing maze?" "Why, yes, I guess it does. But the ceiling helps solve that problem. When we go inside, you'll see what I mean. There are large red arrows in the ceiling. They provide turn-by-turn directions to the nearest exit. The same system that moves the walls sets these red arrows." "Interesting." "And whenever you request directions to a specific merchant stall or location from one of the information consoles, smaller dashed arrows will appear overhead to lead you to that point. These dashed arrows in the ceiling will be of whatever color happened to be available when you asked, and they'll have a numbered label as well. That way, you only need to remember your arrow color or number, and everything else is done for you. Just look up, trust the system, and walk." "Sounds a lot like the Royal Library." "How do you mean?" "The Royal Library has a complex set of hallways. They reconfigure themselves all the time, kind of like the moving walls in the market. But our hallways change for security and speed reasons. As we walk around, they change to meet our needs and help us reach our desired destinations. Otigo said the walls sense where we need to go and change accordingly. He endowed the Royal Library with all of these spatial gifts. Without these self-reconfiguring hallways, it'd take us forever to walk from place to place. You may not know this, but the inside of the Royal Library is much, much larger than the outside walls make it appear." "Well, our walls don't create shortcuts like that. Do yours reconfigure when any first inhabitant is walking through them?" "Oh, no. Just the Onu and the royal recorders," clarified Kat. Valpriest smiled. He had completed his first trade with Kat today, and they were still standing outside at the corner of the market, just a few feet from his stall. Proud of his trading prowess, he couldn't wait to tell Delator the great news. He knew Delator would be pleased. "Ready to dive in?" invited Valpriest. "Sure thing," answered Kat enthusiastically. "Okay, let's go to the first entrance over there," suggested Valpriest, as he pointed down the northern wall and then started to march away. They had only taken a few steps when he added, "You'll notice there are a lot of stalls over here on our left, and that we have to walk a long way before we get to the first entrance. That's because this area has some of the largest stalls in the entire market. I know many of these merchants, but I'm assuming you aren't interested in their beasts right now." "No, not really," agreed Kat, trying hard not to breathe too deeply. As they walked past the stalls of herd animals, Kat could easily hear their grunts and groans and smell the sour air they left behind. Periodically, she saw slivers of the beasts through the cracks and crevices in the partitions. Had she been her father's height, she could have easily seen them more fully by peering right through the higher, open part of the walls. Valpriest continued, "You might have noticed that these walls have grated openings at the top, while mine are solid. Since these merchants don't care if their beasts get wet from the rain, they chose this type of wall to increase the air circulation." "Lucky us," noted Kat, still suffering from the smell. "If you wanted to trade for one of their beasts, you need to enter elsewhere and work your way back to their stalls." "I'd have thought it'd be easier to have entrances along here somewhere," suggested Kat. "Me too. I've even seen them raise and lower these gates like doors to move the beasts in and out. They say they don't want customers trying to come in back here and have them accidentally setting the beasts free," rationalized Valpriest. "Well, I guess that sort of makes sense," acknowledged Kat. "Personally, I think they love parading their beasts through the market and out the main entrances. It's free advertising and quite the spectacle. You should see it sometime." Emboldened by the banter they were having, Kat tried hard to formulate a meaningful question about beast trading, but her efforts were interrupted by Valpry's proceeding with his explanation of the next set of upcoming stalls. After a few minutes chatting and sauntering, they finally reached the first entrance. "Here we are, the north wall's easternmost door. See the road over there?" asked Valpry as he pointed to his right, away from the market. "It leads to Dorp. Many market materials arrive in the port at Dorp, and then are transported down to the market via this very road. Most then flow into the market through this entrance." Kat looked up the road and then down at the nearby terrain. Both looked well worn, even though the market was new. Then she turned and stared at the entrance itself. It lacked the glamour she expected to see, and softly mumbled to herself, "Kinda looks like a back door to me," not meaning for Valpry to hear her. "It is," approved Valpry, easily picking up Kat's comment with his keen hearing. "Merchants use this entrance more so than patrons. Even though it's not adorned for show, I thought you might like to see this supply side first. Anyway, this is the entrance I typically use when I want to get inside. So this is the route I know the best." Kat nodded her understanding, but said nothing, not wanting to delay their entrance any longer, as the noise rumbling out of the doorway begged her inward. Valpry recognized her gaze and led her into the market with a smile. As they took a step in, Kat immediately experienced the realm-renowned, market-induced sensory overload. There were lights, sounds, and fragrances coming at her faster than she could process. While she tried to get her bearings, Valpry swiftly moved away from her and was already standing at a stall 20 yards ahead. When she finally caught up to him, he was already past the realm's formal greeting and had started to point at her. "Jasuku, my old friend. Let me introduce my new friend, Kat." Jasuku presented his right hand to Kat and began the formal realm greeting. "Jasuku of Kiribi Nui Desa." Kat slowly tendered her right hand and eventually replied, "Kat. Kat Gigant Vasi." Extending his left hand, Jasuku waited for Kat to extend hers. After an awkward delay, she finally put out her left hand, but said nothing. "Home builder," smiled Jasuku. "Recorder," mirrored Kat, not making eye contact. Instead, looking at his strong, weathered hands. "Any friend of Valpry's is a friend of mine," proclaimed Jasuku joyfully, pumping their hands up and down a couple of times before letting go. He was muscular with a deep tan, and even inside the market, he wore no shirt. To drum up more business, he kept a stall in the market to display models of his homes. He was the first home builder to try this approach, but others would soon follow suit. "This is Kat's first time in the new market. Can you believe that? So, you'll excuse us if we don't linger. I want to make sure she gets the lay of the land before closing." "No problem. Have fun," said Jasuku to Valpry. Then he turned to Kat and energetically remarked, "Nice to meet you." "Likewise," muttered Kat, unsure what the appropriate response was to a shirtless merchant. Before she could think about it too much, they were off. Valpry gossiped happily as they walked, pointing out information consoles, the lights in the ceiling, interesting merchandise, and important merchants. Kat was pleasantly surprised to see that Valpry seemed to know many merchants, and that a couple even interrupted their trading to shout a greeting or wave to him. She had feared his shabby corner stall meant he wouldn't have any real connections within the new market. This worried her because, while she was shy, she desperately wanted a close friend who was outgoing and popular. Ironically, she failed to realize that most of the merchants who had acknowledged Valpry today, and on any other day for that matter, viewed him more like a pet than a peer. After several twists and turns, and a rather circuitous route, they arrived at Kroga's. Valpry had carefully planned this particular stop well in advance, since he knew about Kat's high chair issues from Delator, who had been to the Gigot home for dinner. He had spent a great deal of time with Kroga preparing for this moment. They greeted each other enthusiastically, like long-lost friends. "Kroga, Skorich Dorp, Valpry's, Rick Zazlik, Novice furniture fixer. Merchant. And then it was Kat's turn. Slowly, but faster than she had done with others today, she extended her right hand in response to Kroga's offer. Kroga, Scourged Orb. Cat, Gigant Vossi. Novice furniture fixer, announced the young honey badger as he firmly grasped Kat's left hand. He was quite brave, but she wouldn't learn that for many, many years. Today, she only perceived him on the surface as a means to increase her comfort. Recorder, she finally uttered. Cat and Kroga dropped hand and claw. Valpries watched anxiously to see if his effort to point out Dorp on the way in would pay off, hoping Cat would connect the port's importance to Kroga and use that to stir their conversation. I don't recognize you. Have you been here before? Queried Kroga, smiling with his eyes. No, this is my first time, replied Cat timidly, staring down at the ground. Are you looking for some furniture? Or have something that needs fixed? Sought Kroga excitedly. He wasn't about amassing trades like Valpries. He just loved his craft. Frequently, he talked first-realm inhabitants into freely giving him their used furniture instead of throwing it away. He'd expertly fix these discarded pieces and trade them to others for better stock, so he could repeat the process all over again. Well, actually, began Cat as she raised her eyes over Kroga's shoulder and scanned the work in his stall. Wow, beautiful, new-looking, thought Cat as her gaze came to rest on a chair in the corner, which looked to be her size. It was spoken for with a lucky owner tag already dangling from the spindle. Valpries saw her eyes linger on it and knew the seed had been planted. Knowing she had nothing to trade, Cat lowered her eyes to Kroga and explained. I'm just on a tour with Valpries. He's showing me around. Before the badger could respond to the obvious disappointment in her voice, Valpries jumped in. Kroga, I'm trying to introduce Cat to several of our friends here in the market before it closes. I just wanted to make sure she met you today. But we have to race along now. I'm sure we'll be back some other time to talk more. Okay, hoped Kroga. Then he turned to Cat. Stop by any time. Valpries rushed away, pulling Cat onward without actually touching her. Cat glanced at Valpries' back, then at Kroga, and with Valpries disappearing into the distance, she smiled awkwardly at Kroga and shrugged her shoulders, then rushed away to catch up with Valpries. Since she had wanted to talk to Kroga about the small chair, she was disappointed that Valpries had moved on so quickly. Before she could think of a polite way to say this, they were standing at another stall, and it was her turn for introductions. Makaradara from Atakuna Mayahuat, articulated the centaur. He had the upper body of a common first inhabitant and the lower body of a horse. Cat, Gigant Vossi, revealed Cat, still thinking about the chair. Shopkeeper, boasted Makaradara proudly. He was wearing a clear, green accountant's visor. Cat would never see him without it. Recorder, answered Cat, with a hint of embarrassment at her slow response, having not been present in the moment before. Valpries quickly interjected, Makaradara is the best knick-knack vendor in all the realm. Let none tell you otherwise. Valpries' comment made Makaradara shine with pride, and he stood a little more erect. Ah, thanks, Valpries. I'd like to think so. Cat smiled and glanced around Makaradara's collection. He had lots of sparkling, colorful items on display, very appealing to the eye. Over many years, Valpries would trade with Makaradara to obtain items like these, which he would then later trade with Cat. Valpries used this approach with many of his trade targets. This made him one of Makaradara's most frequent customers. Like before, Valpries explained he was in a hurry and pushed onward to explore greater depths of the market. At this point, Cat was completely lost and could never have made her way out of the market alone. In what seemed like perfect timing, Valpries stopped by a restroom and put Cat to a navigational test. So, where are we now? No idea. The market? Responded Cat, trying to be funny. Valpries laughed, careful to make it sound authentic. "What's the best way out?" he quizzed. "I have no clue." "Remember, just look up," reminded Valpries, pointing to the red arrows in the ceiling. This made Kat feel suddenly grounded. She had no idea how long she would have needed to follow the large red arrows, or how many turns it would have taken her to get out of the market. But for some reason, even though she had never used them, she completely trusted them. She didn't stop to question why she, like so many other inhabitants, found it easy to trust technology, but struggled to trust the Onu. Otago, the Onu guide, could have gotten her out of the market much faster than the arrows. Over the next 55 minutes, they made their way out of the market, more or less following the suggested red arrow path. Along the way, Valpries made a point to introduce Kat to Dine, Ikambuavo, novice creator. Hyogake, Hi, Semipabarti Fastibogel, novice blacksmith. Inkola, Dyer Kaintaquin, mechanic. Aptaker by Kaswa Pulmetanum, florist. Tivitz, Nibluffin, potter. Vasi, Soport Hirexka, novice artist. Halfway through their outward journey, they hit a large, open gathering space. While passing through, they were accosted by music that seemed out of tune with the rest of the market clamor. It was coming from Sitara Hanre Kampung, a musician playing a zither. As Kat neared her, Sitara stopped playing and, for some strange reason, jumped to her feet and held out her hand to Kat. But Sitara's hand wasn't empty for the normal greeting. It held an upside-down hat. Kat had no idea how to react, and took a frightened step backward. Valpries came to Kat's rescue, stepping between her and Sitara. He dropped something into Sitara's hat, and just as suddenly, Sitara sat back down and started playing again. "Sorry about that. Sitara didn't mean to startle you. She just saw me and got excited. I always make sure to give her a little something when I pass by," explained Valpries. Kat would come to see Valpries' generosity as a great gift. But what she didn't comprehend for a long time was that Valpries never gave anything just to give. He always traded. Sitara was one of his informants. She'd hold up her end of the trade later. In addition to merchants in Sitara, this large space housed the tax collectors, where Feed from Kat PC Renda was on duty today. Feed happened to be the only inhabitant Kat recognized during her first day in the market. He was the tax collector assigned to her family, and she knew his knock all too well. Neither Kat nor Valpries acknowledged Feed as they whisked by, both glad he was too busy with another inhabitant to bother looking up. As they neared the end of their excursion, Valpries stopped by the main food court, which was nearly empty of inhabitants now, since all the food stalls had already closed for the night. Kat felt like she was in the center of the market, but in truth, they were in the far southwest corner. The food court, like any other stall in the market, could move around. It had started in the center of the market, but had migrated southwest over its brief existence to be closer to some of the main entrances and a little further away from the beasts up in Valpries' corner. "Time to head out." "Which way?" questioned Valpries. This time, Kat didn't hesitate. She looked up to the ceiling and pointed in the same direction as the large red arrows. "This way." "Right," smiled Valpries. Following the red arrows, it only took a couple more minutes to reach the exit. As they walked and talked, Kat felt sorry she hadn't come sooner. She had a surprisingly good time and was sad her tour was almost over. She laughed at Runistavan Awire Kapunki, the novice vehicle washer, who occupied the last stall on her left before the exit. The young giraffe was loudly hawking his services. His stall was so small he couldn't even swing his head from side to side. This didn't bother him, though, since he did all his washing outdoors. As they stepped out of the market into the fresh open air, Kat could see rows of inhabitants heading home from other exits. A few paces ahead of her, in the nearest line to her right, she saw Delator and a tiger she didn't recognize. She never learned that Delator and the tiger had shadowed her all afternoon in the market using their surveillance tools, and that many times they had been in the aisle next to her, just out of sight. When Kat turned to look back directly in front of her, she noticed a single inhabitant coming upstream towards her, making his way to the market instead of away from it. She tried to inconspicuously read his badging as he passed, and was able to see that he was Suepe from Prescal Golikaratila, Security. Turning to Valpries, she queried, "Is someone in the market all night?" "Why, yes, of course. There's a small security team and a large cleaning detail. I only know the security members who patrol my corner. I see them sometimes late at night when I close up, or early in the morning when I first arrive. But I've never met a cleaner." What he meant, but didn't say, was that he never wasted his time with a cleaner. Since he felt they had nothing to trade, he never bothered to talk to them. As for the security team, well, Valpries had learned long ago that security was a lopsided affair in First Realm. Some inhabitants enjoyed more security and leeway than others. He knew the guards around his stall because he was determined to be on the winning side of that discrepancy. As they conversed, they both missed a member of the cleaning crew sitting in the shade of a tree close to the exit. It was Cambrock from Zivali Portua, a sweeper. If he'd been moving towards them, they would have been hard-pressed to miss his huge, bushy tail and squirrely behavior. He often leapt erratically and then stood stock still when he should have been moving. Had he not possessed these unique traits, first inhabitants would have totally overlooked him, since they viewed sweepers as the lowest of the realm guilds. But anyone willing to take the time to really look at him might have noticed a peculiar purple thread at the bottom of his clan badge. Down through the coming ages, this thread would appear on many badged shoulders. The crowd thinned as inhabitants passed various tributaries and took different channels home. Eventually, Kat and Valpries reached a point where they had to part. As they exchanged pleasantries, they both tried to mask their true feelings. "I had fun today. Feel free to come by again. I'd be happy to show you around some more," offered Valpries. "Yeah, me too. Thanks, I will," vowed Kat. Over the many eons to come, they would indeed spend countless hours together exploring the market, walking, talking, laughing, and trading. Extract from Sealed Royal Recording 122C-D5A-8J41-4A1-91BC-D580-I2B8L49. "And you still try to meet with each one of them?" inquired Otek. "Yes, it's one of my greatest joys," answered Telios, "and one of my greatest pains." "What do you mean?" asked King Otek. "First are now well on their way to choosing. Those headed towards us are my greatest joy. Those headed towards Toba are my greatest pain." "Ah, yes," agreed Otek. Otogo painfully added, "A few are even nearing their final choice. Those who choose Toba won't even want you around, Telios." "I know," sighed the prince sadly. "I'm going to miss my time with them. But it's their choice to make. I must honor it." After nightfall on the day of Kat's first market tour, Telios transported to the new market into Cambrock's presence. Cambrock was not surprised. Telios did this often. Telios grabbed the extra broom Cambrock always kept nearby in anticipation of his arrival, and then started silently sweeping with Cambrock, who had made his final choice years ago. Chapter 6. The Healer. While Otogo and Telios made their way home to council with Otek, the searing void of Valpries' broken Dezsma continued to expand within them. As they hurried along, they discussed ways to endure the pain and how they could best support the lost merchant. Deep in debate, they turned into the mansion courtyard and took no notice of their luscious surroundings. Instead, as they traversed the stone walk together, they adamantly waved their hands to emphasize their respective points and passion as their regal sleeves flapped gracefully in the breeze. When they reached the front stairs, Telios strode ahead of his elder, bounding up the slate steps, then paused on the portico for Odigo to catch up. But just as Odigo was about to ascend the last step, the sealed scroll curse broke upon Valpries, and the merchant collapsed to the floor, back in Malum's workshop. While Valpries had fallen far from the mansion, Odigo and Telios both immediately bore this additional loss. Odigo staggered and began to fall short of the landing. Telios thrust out his hand and caught the seer before he hit the protruding edge of the top step. Slowly, Odigo pulled himself up and then stood next to Telios, his hand resting on Telios' arm for support. After a moment's pause to gather himself, Odigo described what he had seen. When he was done telling, the youngest Onu turned and ran away without saying a word. As Odigo watched him disappear into the distance, he knew the prince was on his way to Malum's. After Valpries succumbed to the curse, the other workshop occupants watched helplessly as the merchant and scroll toppled to the floor. The scroll propelled towards the fire. Toger, sitting closest to the fireplace with his legs still sprawled out before him, thought about kicking his leg out to stop the scroll, but glancing quickly back at Valpries, he figured now wasn't the time to be heroic. Instead, he sat up straight and pulled his legs back, as if to distance himself from the situation. Luckily, the scroll stopped just as it reached the edge of the hearth. Benadari was the first to render aid. As a healer, her natural instinct was to move towards a fallen first inhabitant. She jumped up reflexively and made her way to Valpries, careful to sidestep Toger and the scroll along the way. As she knelt down, she began to reach out her hand to roll Valpries over, then froze when she suddenly realized contacting Valpries might cause her to take on the same fallen form. Like many healers, Benadari healed by touching, absorbing, and then dissipating an illness or affliction. She couldn't explain how this happened, but she knew she didn't want the merchant's condition coursing through her veins. She pulled her hand back slowly, concerned that if she withdrew it too quickly, she would waft the air of sickness her way. Grateful to have come to her senses in time, she recoiled her hand and rose cautiously, then stepped away, leaving Valpries to his own demise. By the time Benadari stood, the others had already congregated on the far side of the table, well away from Valpries. At first, they talked nonsensically, but soon the conversation became heated, with blame and fear flowing freely. After a few moments, Malum frustratingly broke ranks and went over to the fireplace. He grabbed the poker leaning against the hearth and crept slowly over to the scroll. Once he was directly next to it, he gingerly reached out with the poker and nudged it away from the fire toward Valpries, as if bringing the merchant and the recording closer together would somehow protect the rest of them, or at least bring Valpries back to life. Malum's actions silenced the room. They could now hear the small water droplets dripping over the sides of the table. Each followed the noise with their eyes and cast their thoughts deep into the trickles. Soon the nagging drip, drip, drip made them all feel tortured. They needed to escape, but like bystanders at an accident, they found it hard to tear themselves away. Eventually, Delator composed himself and turned his gaze to Toger. Since they were standing next to each other, his movement caught Toger's attention. As they made eye contact, Delator tilted his head toward the door and started to walk out. Taking as wide a berth around Valpries and the scroll as possible on their way out, they were mercilessly stabbed by splinters as they scraped their legs along the old wooden workbenches. Benadari and Asa the cook quickly followed them out. Malum was the last to leave. Unlike the others, he walked close by Valpries and paused to look down at the lifeless merchant and consider the fact that it could have been him lying there. Once outside, he grabbed Toger by the arm and jerked him around wildly. "Hey, you can't leave Valpries in there. You've got to get him out," thundered Malum. He really wanted to yell at Delator, not Toger, but he didn't have the nerve. "That's not my problem," mocked Toger. "It's your shop. You figure it out." "Calm down, everyone," shouted Delator. "I've got this." He was quick and fast on his feet, ready to give orders. Looking straight at Asa the cook, he commanded, "Go, get the scroll." Delator trusted the cook just as much, or maybe more, than Togr. If Togr was his right-hand lieutenant, then Asa the cook was his left. He loved having a cook high up in the Kuur, knew it would give other inhabitants the false hope that they too could excel well beyond their guild within the Kuur, and thus encourage them to cast off the Onu to follow him. Asa the cook hesitated, so Delator feigned confidence and doused the cook with encouragement. "You'll be fine, like Togr was last night. Just don't touch it with your bare hands." That was Valprie's big mistake. Of course, he didn't really know what had happened to Valpries, but he didn't want to leave the valuable scroll here with Malum. The cook dutifully complied and went back into Malum's workshop. While they all silently watched him disappear through the doorway, Benadari was the only one with a clear line of sight to watch his actions near Valpries once he was inside. He immediately disappeared out of sight and came back into her view with his coat on. As he walked towards Valpries, he pulled on his gloves and paused only briefly in front of the scroll before kneeling down on both knees. Benadari envied his bravery, but thought there might soon be two to heal. Once in position, Asa the cook cautiously extended his right hand and positioned it around the scroll without touching it. He closed his hand slowly until he felt the pressure of the scroll through his glove. Not sure what to expect, he stopped and took a deep breath as he waited for the scroll to push back. When it didn't, he smiled, confident he would be protected. He increased his grip until it was firm enough to pick up the scroll without dropping it. Once he had the scroll airborne, he opened the waist-level pocket flap of his coat using his other hand, and then carefully lowered the scroll into the compartment. The scroll was bigger than his pocket and protruded out a few inches, holding the flap open. He stood with an exhausted sigh and turned to leave, careful to hold his right arm out awkwardly away from his side and the scroll. Delator's sense of control increased as he saw Asa the cook stride out of the workshop. "Go home, and please, cover that thing up," he instructed as he pointed to the exposed tip of the scroll shining in the bright sunlight. Asa the cook loyally obeyed, lowering his right arm up against the scroll before starting home alone. Before he had reached the first corner, Delator turned and barked at Benadari. "Go back in there and heal Valpries." "What? Are you kidding me?" Benadari yelled indignantly. "No, I'm not," stressed Delator. "Well, I'm not going back in there," insisted the healer, without a hint of doubt. Yes, you are," proclaimed the Kuur leader. "And why in all of First Realm would I do that?" demanded Benadari. "Because I'm telling you to," answered Delator. "But why?" cried Benadari, fearing the curse, but hating to disappoint Delator. "Valpries invested a lot of time in the royal recorder who stole the scroll for us, and we're going to need him to manipulate her again to get us more recordings. He's the one she trusts." "What? Are you nuts? Did you see what that one scroll just did? And you want us to get more?" Delator chose not to address Benadari's question. Instead, he tried to get her to focus on the scroll's absence, not the risk of touching Valpries or the threat of additional scrolls. "There's nothing to be afraid of. The scroll's gone. It can't hurt you now," professed Delator. "How do you know?" queried Benadari wearily. "Think about it, Benadari. Nothing happened to any of us last night. And nothing has happened to any of us today," maintained Delator. "Tell that to Valpries." "You know what I mean. Nothing happened to any of us who were careful." Delator paused to let this sink in, to let Benadari remember her own safe but failed attempts to open the scroll. And nothing happened when Asa the cook whisked it away. Valpries was just foolish to touch the scroll with his bare hands like that. He should have known better. "Yeah," replied Benadari reluctantly, Delator's points starting to align and make sense. "Like I said, we were all doing fine before Valpries broke in and ruined things. Asa the cook has done his part to right the ship. Now it's your turn. Go do your thing. Heal Valpries." "You don't understand. I can only heal by touching, and there's no way I'm touching him." While Benadari had healed many first inhabitants, she always healed them by placing her hands on them. She had no idea how to heal Valpries without touching him. "Come on," pushed Delator, starting to get impatient. "Healers heal. They don't have to touch. You know that. We've all seen healers heal without physical contact. I'm sure you can do that too. I've never tried, admitted Benadari somewhat embarrassingly. Now's a great time to start. Go on. Go save Valkyries. And the Kuur. To say Benadari immediately followed Delator's direction was far from the truth. Instead, she and Delator exchanged heated barbs and began arguing vehemently until Malum intervened. Finally, with Malum's steady support, Benadari reluctantly re-entered the workshop. Once inside, Benadari walked around the center table, widely circling the perimeter of the cluttered room like a vulture over roadkill. Unlike the aerial scavenger, she didn't swoop down to engage the object of her attention, instead staying far, far away from Valkyries, mumbling to herself about the insanity of trying to heal him without touching him. Having done nothing but pace around and talk to herself, she emerged from the workshop after 15 minutes and found Malum and Delator still standing in the sunlight where she had left them, deep in discussion. Togur, on the other hand, had moved to the bench along the wall and was now sitting in the shade. When she reached Malum and Delator, Delator asked, "Where's Valkyries?" "Well, I couldn't rouse him. He's gone to Toba." "What are you talking about? Toba's just a myth. There's no such place," screeched Delator, taking Benadari by surprise. The hatred in his voice seemed out of place, even given the tension of their situation. Then, realizing a passing inhabitant could have heard him, Delator lowered his voice and quietly, but urgently said, "I'm sure he's just blacked out. Go back in and try again. He'll wake up in a couple more minutes, with your help." Benadari and Delator were both wrong. Valkyries wasn't in Toba, and he hadn't simply blacked out. He was in a coma. Unable to wake from this darkness on his own, he'd need a special healing touch to be revived, something Benadari couldn't provide. Like before, Delator and Benadari became entangled in a heated debate. And, once again, Malum stepped in to break them up. "Ben, we can't leave Valkyries like that. Please, go try again," he begged. Benadari took a deep breath and begrudgingly sighed. "Oh, all right," then turned to go back to the carcass. Once inside, she started circling the table again, just like she had done before. But this time, after 5 minutes or so, she noticed the waterfalls flowing more freely on all sides of the table. As she walked around, she surveyed the pools of water gathering on the floor underneath each fall. The one closest to the fireplace was quite deep due to the heat from the fire and had already filled the right footprint where Malum normally stood. After a few more times around the table, Benadari stopped to watch this pool overflow and start streaming into the void of Malum's left footprint. Valkyries' head happened to be very close to the left footprint pool, but he wasn't getting wet yet. Benadari looked back up at the table and the corresponding source of the waterfall. The lake above Valkyries' head had formed in the biggest recesses worn in the butcher's block. Staring into the water, the miracle cure finally came to her. Skirting Valkyries as she approached the table, she positioned herself in front of the source lake, with Valkyries down on the floor to her right. She leaned forward and placed both of her hands in the water as if to bless or heal the water itself. Next, she took a baby step away from Valkyries and leaned forward until both of her forearms were flat against the table to the left of the now blessed lagoon. Then she sidestepped quickly to her right as she simultaneously swept both forearms through the purified water, forcing most of it over the edge of the table to create a massive, healing waterfall that cascaded down onto Valkyries. As Telios raced around the last corner before reaching Malum's shop, he was slowed by the sight of Odigo already standing in the road ahead of him. He wasn't surprised to see that Odigo had transported over and beat him here. Telios slowed down and stopped next to Odigo. Together, they quietly gazed intently at Malum's workshop, as Delator and Malum argued and gestured wildly. Facing one another, the combatants hadn't seen Telios and Odigo. Neither had Togur, who was sitting alone in the shade with his head down staring at his boots. Off to the side, Telios and Odigo caught intermittent glimpses of Benadari as she passed the workshop door while circling the center table. "The curse won't be lifted easily," explained Odigo, as Benadari dropped out of sight again. "I know," agreed Telios, still panting a bit from his run. "The price must be paid," continued Odigo. "I'll gladly pay it," offered Telios. Not now. The time's not right, advised Odigo. Why? Asked Telios, without turning to look at Odigo. Some curses need to be public, replied the wise seer. Telios stared intently through the open door and watched as Benidari placed her hands in the water on the table. Will inhabitants know what happened and why? Questioned Telios, keeping his eyes on the workshop. No, the Kuur will cloud the truth, forecast Odigo. Then why must this curse be public? Because, despite the Kuur fog, some will see. It will help them with their final choice. Telios was silent as he thought about this. He watched Benidari's frigid deluge pour down over Volpres and longed to shower him with true healing. Will there ever come a time? Pursued Telios, still looking forward. Yes, of course, prophesied Odigo the seer, his hand now resting on Telios' shoulder. All right, yielded Telios, sad the healing would have to wait. As Benidari stepped out of sight again, Telios finally turned to look at Odigo and said, Let's go talk to Father. Immediately, they both transported back to the Royal Library and began their second daily council meeting in earnest. Even though the waterfall hadn't affected Volpres, it had emboldened Benidari. With her confidence growing and not ready to go back outside and admit defeat a second time, she started orbiting the table again, trying hard to concentrate and think of another way to heal Volpres. As she paced, she scanned the room for inspiration, but nothing jumped out at her. Seeking insight from a new vantage point, she stopped circling the workshop and went to stand by the fireplace. After a few frantic moments, she noticed the pelt peeking out from under the bench where Toger had been sitting. Hidden from all other angles, and barely visible from here, the pelt had landed under the workbench when Volpres cast it aside. She had been unable to see the pelt during her previous tours of the cluttered workshop, but now it was an obvious healing choice. Benidari had seen many healers cure sick inhabitants by first touching and blessing a cloth and then placing it on them. Surprised she hadn't thought of this earlier, she strode over and picked up the soggy pelt, still wet from the melting ice and the tidal wave she had showered down on Volpres a few minutes ago. Even though it smelled like a wet dog, she clung onto it like a child clutching a beloved stuffed animal. Holding it close to her face, she blessed it fervently as she walked around the room again, water dripping from the pelt as she plodded along. After several circuits, she stopped next to Volpres once she felt she had stored up enough power. She knew for this to work, the pelt need not cover him completely, only touch him a little. Taking aim, she tossed the pelt towards Volpres and was careful to let go early while it was still mid-flight, so she didn't accidentally come into direct or indirect contact with him. Success! It landed with a muffled, slushy sound, one corner touching Volpres' arm and another touching his pant leg. After Asa the cook arrived home, he immediately called his leader to let him know the stolen scroll was safe. After waiting a few minutes, Benidari gave up and came out. By this time, Malum and Delator had taken seats on the bench in the shade, while Toger was now up patrolling the yard. No one needed to ask her if she had failed. Her body language screamed the answer. She passed by Delator as she made her way to the far end of the bench to grab a seat next to Malum. While the shade no longer extended over this edge of the bench, she didn't care. She just wanted Malum between her and Delator. I agree with you, Malum, remarked Delator as Benidari walked in front of him. We can't keep Volpres here. I guess we could dump him outside his home, offered Malum. He didn't have the gift of subtlety. That's probably not a good idea. It would be better to get him to the care center, like Asa the cook just suggested on our call, countered Delator. Oh yeah, sure. Great idea. Why didn't I think of that? Asked Benidari sarcastically as she leaned around Malum. In one of her earlier fits of rage, she had made this very recommendation. Delator had said no, that he didn't want others involved. What he hadn't explained then was that he had originally feared taking Volpres to the care center, concerned that doing so would alert the Onu to his condition and help them track down the stolen scroll. However, in the ensuing hour or so, he had changed his mind, now realizing he could claim Volpres' plague was Onu Toba. In fact, He was now secretly hoping no healer could heal him, and that others would be injured when they tried to touch him. Getting him out in public was now a critical part of his new plan. That way, continued Delator, maybe one of the expert healers can help him, since Benedari clearly isn't gifted enough. Delator purposely raised his voice as he mentioned the last phrase, and leaned slightly forward, peering around Malum to make certain his verbal jab landed on its intended target. While he was angry with Benedari, and wanted her to feel his wrath, he wasn't really upset that she hadn't been able to heal Valprise now that he had a plan for twisting the story to his benefit. But he was mad at her insolence, that she had been willing to argue with him in front of the others. She had to be pushed back down where she belonged. Benedari slammed her back against the bench. Fuming, she kept her profane thoughts to herself. Ben, please, go call your care center friends. Have them come over to gather Valprise, pleaded Malum as he gently placed his hand on her leg for emphasis and to calm her down. After a few seconds, Benedari placed her hand on top of Malum's and simply replied, Okay. Ready to make Valprise someone else's problem, she went into the house through the front door, avoiding the workshop and the broken merchant to place the call. While Benedari was in the house calling for help, Delator stood to go. As he left, he waved his hand in the air and noted, Second storm is still coming. Following the path of Delator's arm, Malum spied the small black dot in the distant sky. Shielding his eyes from the sun to get a better look, he wasn't confident the spot was really Second Realm. Like Benedari, he wondered if it was Toba. Lowering his eyes, he caught a last glimpse of Delator before he disappeared around the corner, and Toger scurrying after him, trying to catch up. The raid to recover sealed recording 14E-1E40F1E2L1CC5 from Ace of the Cook's house was fast and effective. The Cook's security recordings captured most of the home invasion. When Delator reviewed the recordings the next day, it was clear to him what had happened. Telios, grumbled Delator slowly as he reviewed the recording yet again. Leave it to him to go overboard. You were home alone and he brought an army. Delator counted 11 different intruders, but only recognized Telios and Nettle Zavalianum, a warrior. No kidding, agreed Ace of the Cook, happy Delator hadn't blamed him for the catastrophic loss of the scroll. See, there you are, sleeping when they storm in, observed Delator, pointing to the monitor on his left, and then the one in the middle, the recordings playing in sync on several screens in front of him. Yeah, he had 3 guards blocking the landing before I even began my descent, said the cook, hovering over Delator's right shoulder. Look, they knew exactly where they were going, added Delator, pointing to the monitor on the right. They went straight to the oven and had it open before you hit the first floor landing. They both watched as the squad pulled the scroll out of the oven and marched right to left across the monitors, working their way out of the cook's house. Few knew Ace of the Cook never baked at home, and therefore didn't use his oven, which should have made it a great hiding place. When the scroll was finally paraded by the cook on the landing, Delator could hear him loudly through one of the recordings. Who told you? How'd you know? Yelled the cook as he struggled to get past the guards to reach Telios, the recipient of his verbal and nearly physical attack. Telios calmly answered, Odogo, he saw you place the scroll in the oven. He didn't even have the decency to turn around and look at Ace of the Cook as he replied. Instead, he kept his eyes trained on the scroll. Once the scroll was out of the cook's house, Telios followed close behind. According to the time codes on the monitors, Telios was gone 14 seconds before the 3 guards blocking the stairs finally left. As they closed the door behind them, the recordings showed Ace of the Cook running off the landing over to the end table to make a call. Delator knew he was the one on the other end of the established connection. Delator stopped the recording at this point and simply muttered, Telios. This wasn't the first time Telios had thwarted Delator's plans, and it wouldn't be the last. Over time, Delator came to increasingly grumble, Telios. In doing so, he would discover he could intonate those 3 syllables in different ways to make Kuur Faithful laugh, all the while demeaning the youngest Onu. Delator came to enjoy this word game. It helped reduce the stress he felt from his personal conflict with Telios, and made him feel like he was winning. Other Kuur took notice of this verbal assault and mimicked Delator's pronouncement so often that Telios became an emphatic curse word, a sign of extremism in the Kuur kingdom. Eventually, few even thought of it as the name of the prince of the Onu. Turning to Asa the cook, Delator finally concluded, "No worries, I can handle this." Clearly, the Onu were worried about the sealed scroll's message getting out. We have tons of witnesses from the Parched Salmon who all saw the scroll. Now we have your recordings of Telios taking it back. We'll just claim we opened it last night and read it before they took it. Watch. You can't even tell from the recordings if it's open or not. We can say it contained whatever we want." As he spoke, Delator rewound and replayed the portion where the scroll was removed from the oven again. We've got more than enough to use against them. Many will join our cause because of this. While Delator was angry at having lost the first stolen scroll, he would claim the Kuur incursion into the royal library and their bold pilfering of the purpose scroll led to the release of all the sealed recordings, which were opened soon after these events. In many ways, he was right. Chapter 7. The Opening. The day after First Realm was saved from the stolen sealed scroll, Recurrus sent out a declaration to all recorders, calling them to report to Tala. He provided almost no details in his summons, merely stating that all recorders were needed in the capital to support a large public works project, and that they should expect to be there for a couple of months. The unsealing and subsequent movement of the designated scrolls from the royal library to the public library began 20 days after Recurrus' call to arms. The opening, as it would come to be known, took 132 days to complete. "This is my favorite time of day," commented Otek to the twins, an hour before dawn on day 1 of the opening. He stood between the twins with a mug of steaming coffee in his left hand, his right stroking Arcuda. "I love the way the color changes in the sky before dawn. The void of night giving way to dawn's first hint of arrival. The dark shades of blue, red, and orange, followed by the rich yellows, and finally the tip of the sun. I'm particularly partial to the way the clouds still look deeply dark when the light rises up behind them. Inhabitants willing to get up to see these early shows will be blessed with more beautiful sunrises than sunsets." "I'll have to take your word on that," replied Arcudo. "I can't see any sunsets from here." "Me neither," chuckled Arcuda, "but the sunrises sure are beautiful." Since the entrance to the royal library faced east, the twins saw every sunrise, but not a single sunset. Arcudo moved closer to Otek so he could rest against the king's leg. Given the size difference, most inhabitants would have thought the king was resting on Arcudo, not the other way around. "Thanks for sharing it with me," rejoiced Otek. He switched his mug from his left hand to his right, then gave Arcudo a few loving but strong pats with his left hand. After a few moments drinking in the view, Otek noted, "The recorders will be here soon. When they arrive, let them pass." "Yes, sir," acknowledged Arcudo and Arcuda in unison. The twins didn't need to ask how they would separate the recorders from others who might try to sneak in. They'd been gifted long ago with the ability to easily discern details about the inhabitants they met, and see the true self of all who wanted to enter. After finishing his last sip of coffee, Otek turned and walked back into the royal library. Extract from Odago Interview 127. 122C-0EL-137-005-4IA-21D-14F-F3F-E8K-7205-E8K-18DD. "I think we're almost done for the day," said the interviewer. "I have a clear understanding and recording of the history and powers of the Royal Library, the closing, the opening, and its security features. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we move on?" "Yes, I'd like you to explicitly record that we, the Onu, met for several eons to plan all these details. We knew we'd have to build the public library, restrict access to the royal library, and have the opening as a result of our choices and those of first inhabitants. We weren't surprised by any of this," answered Odago. Do you have any recordings to prove this claim? Pressed the interviewer, with a small hint of doubt in her voice. No, those planning sessions took place well before we created First Realm's Royal Recorders. We didn't record everything back then. You'll just have to take my word for it. Well, okay, muttered the interviewer as she looked down to record a few notes. Once completed, she looked up. Done. Anything else? Yes, I'd like you to record that Otek was the one who chose the location of the Royal Library and its main entrance. I'm confused. Why record a detail like that? Did I miss something? Queried the interviewer. Because he deserves the credit for it. He's always watching out for all firsts. I can see that many firsts don't want to acknowledge his love for them, and that their failure to recognize his care is fueling their rebellion. But how does the location of the Royal Library entrance show that he cares for them? Because he's the one who understood what the guards would have to endure after the closing. As such, he wanted them to see every sunrise, feel the fresh dawn of every new day. He chose this location and layout to ensure they would. He felt it was very important. The interviewer sighed heavily, recorded the odd comment, and looked back up. So noted, Otigo, but honestly, I'm not sure anyone will see that as important. Asked the twins. The early recorders began arriving just after dawn on day 1 of the opening. They walked past the twins, through the opened entrance doors, along the grand foyer, down the main hall, and finally turned left and ascended the 7 flights of stairs leading to the balcony, which overlooked the council chamber. Kat arrived more or less on time, which was late for her, afraid to face the Onu after what she'd done. Crossing the green with the other on-time recorders, Kat cast her eyes down to the ground to mindlessly follow the hoof marks, footprints, and claw scratches left in the dew by the horde of recorders who had gone before her. The marks helped her feel hidden amongst the incoming crowd. The recorders around her funneled down into a stream as they neared the Royal Library so they could squeeze between the twins. Kat found herself pressed to the center of this mass as she worked her way through the twin tunnel. She couldn't have reached out and touched either twin, even if she wanted to. As she passed them, she realized that, had she been alone, she wouldn't have had the courage to re-enter so soon after her theft. Wondering if this huge gathering was all the result of her recent toba, she shuffled along with the crowd to the bottom of the staircase, then made the long slog up to the balcony. After reaching the top landing, she swung right and chose a seat directly next to the stairs so she could make a hasty retreat later. Kat scanned the audience, nervously waiting for the meeting to begin. She didn't recognize any recorders near her this morning, having not taken the time to reach out to them, to get to know them, or let them know her. Consumed by nightmares of the terrible things about to be said of her in front of everyone, she slouched down in her chair, unable to bear the weight of the guilt she felt. As the procession of recorders thinned to a trickle, the sight of the last recorder bounding up the stairs startled her back to the present. He looked ancient, but he had a lively spring to his gait, rocketing up the last steps onto the landing. He seemed familiar. Then it hit her. She had seen him a few weeks ago in the Parched Salmon. He'd been the first to jump up and gawk at her stolen scroll. She shrank back down deep into her seat and covered her face with her hands, afraid he would recognize her and say something. Making a small crack between her fingers, she watched nervously as he walked away in front of her and took a seat far down to her right, where several inhabitants now blocked her view. Sensing he couldn't see her, even if he turned around, she breathed a sigh of relief and slowly removed her hands from her face. Kat ignored the chattering and murmurs all around her and turned her attention to the main floor below. Normally, she'd be down there at the recording station, working next to the Onu. Now, she was cowering high in the balcony. She peered down at Recurus, who was leaning on the recording station, waiting for the crowd to finish gathering and sit down. While she knew her leader well, she was surprised to see how thin and frail he appeared today. The curve in his back was very pronounced, allowing him to easily reach down to the station, which was more of a low desk than a podium. He gripped the structure so tightly that his left claw had turned yellow in comparison to the bluish-green hue of his foreleg. While lizards often have taut skin, she could clearly see the bony contours under his exposed scales. even from her high vantage point. Had Kat been listening to the crowd around her, she would have heard many recorders remarking about how the council chamber hadn't changed since they had been here last. Since most First Realm recorders weren't royal recorders, they had been banned from the royal library after the closing, like all other first inhabitants. They hadn't seen the chamber in epochs. Having expected it to change, they were surprised to see that it looked the same as they recalled from before. No pictures, no paintings, no plants, no adornment. The round main floor was very small in comparison to the balcony that encircled it. It only contained a couple of doors, the recording station against the wall, a circular teak table in the center of the room, and a circular bench positioned around the center table. Everything in the chamber seemed to emphasize this circular pattern. The bench around the table was peculiar in this regard. Its black iron base was a single, solid circular piece of metal about a foot high. Floating above this base were 3 highly polished, black walnut planks, supported by hidden posts which rose up from the black iron base to the underside of the planks. If there had been no gaps between these individual bench boards, this whole bench level would itself have formed another perfect circle. Only the Onu sat on this bench, no one else. When one of the Onu arrived, he would sit down close to one of the gaps in the bench with his back towards the table. Then he'd swing his legs through the gap to face the table. Finally, he'd slide over to the center of his curved plank where a cushioned seat awaited. While this sounds awkward, each Onu had done it so many times that it was now a show of grace to watch them enter and take their place. About 45 minutes after the first recorder arrival, all the recorders were finally present and seated in the balcony. To make room for them all, the balcony had extended itself. It was alive, like the rest of the Royal Library, and could reconfigure itself as commanded by the Onu in response to the needs of those within. If Kat hadn't been so stressed, she could have visually feasted upon the incredible size, shape, and color of all the beasts around her. It was a smorgasbord of sight, straight from a child's mind. Like many other First Realm beasts, some recorders were scary looking, but not quite frightening. They had an undomesticated order to them, as did all of First Realm. Extract from Sealed Royal Recording 1038-D580 I2B 8L49-B6571-A2E 4E6 1D2 L48. And what do they say of me today? Inquired Otek, turning to the royal recorder on duty. This wasn't an uncommon question from the king. Most say you're a benevolent but distant monarch, logged the royal recorder, short and to the point. Otek remained quiet, waiting. He knew there was more to come, that she was approaching her own choosing. There was no awkwardness in the waiting, for him or her. After further contemplation, she added, "However, some claim you're spoiling your lone heir for lack of other affections. I guess they feel like you don't love them as much as you love him. Though, who does love another like their own?" Otek had given her plenty of time to expose this question. He knew she didn't want an answer yet, so he didn't provide one. Had she been ready to hear the truth, he would have answered, "Me." That she felt comfortable voicing her true feelings made Otek happy. He understood that openness and questioning lead to insight. "And Telios? What do they say of him?" probed the king. "That he has the heart of an artist, and none can match his gifts," replied the royal recorder with a twinkle in her eye. It was clear she had a strong connection to Telios, though they suspect his gifts came from his mother, since you appear to be anything but creative, she said with a smile. Otek was glad she felt free to poke fun at him. Of course, all first knew the Onu had no mothers. "Do they question their own gifts?" invited Otek, opening the door for her. "Why, yes, they do. But then don't we all?" suggested the royal recorder quickly. This was something she had often thought about. "Do they doubt Telios created the realm then?" was Otek's answer to her question. "Absolutely not. Why do you ask?" She was surprised at Otek's question. He had never asked her that before. Everyone knew Telios was the creator, Without revealing that he was really interested in her view, not the realm's, Otek gently went on. So they questioned him, why he created them as he did, why he chose their gifts. After a long pause, the royal recorder started to reply, then stopped. For some reason, she had missed the connection before. If she felt great about her gifts, Telius was the one to thank. If she had questions or doubts about her own gifts, then Telios was the one to blame. Otek had helped her connect the dots. While he was challenging her thinking, leading her to a decision point, he wasn't in a hurry for her to draw a conclusion. It was really a matter of belief for him. Would she take the leap to believe Telios was always good, that he had perfectly gifted her? Otek turned back to the council to give her more time to think. Looking at Telios, Otek changed the subject. Odigo has been preparing the second realm space for your creative works. Soon, the darkness and void will grow large enough to be visible by firsts and become part of their choosing. But, as we've agreed, it's up to you to commence true second realm creation, if and when you're ready. I know, accepted Telios excitedly, without a hint of concern or dread. As part of second creation, I think I'll make seconds just like us. Telios went on to explain what he had in mind, answering hours of questions from Otek and Odigo. The royal recorder marveled at the careful thought, attention to detail, and love Telios seemed to have given each second, and wondered if he had done the same for her. Then Telios moved on to something she didn't understand. Though at first they'll be slow to learn, quick to forget, and fragile with limited abilities. As they grow, they'll get stronger and wiser. Along the way, there'll be much to teach. I'll gladly teach them, offered Odigo. I fear your effort will be tiresome and thankless, observed Otek. I'm patient and unassuming, responded Odigo, stating the obvious. The banter about knowledge and growth continued on for some time. At the end of their discussion, they decided the recording for this council meeting should be marked as part of the 10%. Finally, the Onu arrived and came in to sit down. First Odigo, then Telios, and finally, the king. While there were no assigned seats, on this occasion, Otek sat on the section closest to the entrance. Telios sat to Otek's right, Odigo to Otek's left. As the crowd watched the Onu take their places, the noise and excitement grew. Quiet! Quiet, please! Shouted Recurus, as he waved his fragile forelegs over the clamor, trying to push the noise down. As first recorder, all the recorders in the chamber worked for him. Curiously, the Onu didn't help Recurus bring the room to order. They seemed content to have Recurus lead the meeting and struggle with the crowd. After several rounds of pleading, the multitude finally gave him the quiet he needed. First, let me thank all of you for coming. I know it's been quite inconvenient for many of you to drop everything and be here today, began Recurus. Several in the crowd nodded, others mumbled, "You're welcome," and a few sarcastically grumbled things like, "Did we have a choice?" I'm sure you're wondering why I called this meeting. Simply put, the time has come to open some of the sealed recordings in the Royal Library and move them down to the public library. Recurus was instantly interrupted by a loud collective gasp from the crowd. He lost all control of the room for several minutes as the recorders turned to one another to express their surprise. Vohan mumbled under his breath, so none could hear, "I can't believe it. We've won. I can't wait to get out of here and tell everyone." After the recorders calmed down, Recurus shed important additional light on the work before them. We'll be placing all the opened recordings in Rosewood. Recurus didn't try to say anything else. He was immediately drowned out by another chorus of recorders voicing their sudden insight and excitement. Kat knew Rosewood well. Her father had told her about it many times during the building phase. It was the largest room in the public library. Long after the opening, Rosewood would grow even larger of its own accord, to house the increasing knowledge the Onu would share with the First Realm inhabitants. Today, however, it contained no knowledge. Other than shelves, tables, and chairs, it still sat empty, patiently waiting. Kat often walked through Rosewood to avoid the crowds in the connecting hallways and rooms. She loved the fresh forest scent which wafted through the room from the empty shelves, even though they had been harvested long ago. Until now, no one had known what the immense space was built to contain. After the uproar subsided, Mercurus continued. This is going to be a huge effort. As all of you know, no transporting is allowed inside the Royal Library. And for this effort, the Onu have requested that we keep the recordings visible for all first to see. That means we'll be walking from the Royal Library to the public library with the recordings in our hands, paws, and claws. Basically, each of us carrying only 2 at a time. The excitement of so much knowledge being unsealed and made available to the realm was quickly replaced by moans and groans as the tediousness of the effort began to sink in. Most of the recorders in the room had helped with the original move of the unrestricted recordings from the Royal Library to the public library before the closing. They knew the walk between the buildings took 8 minutes and 42 seconds. They had all assumed they'd never have to trudge down that path again as part of a mass migration, especially given the great advances in technology since the closing. Mercurus ignored their murmuring. Access restrictions inside the Royal Library will still be in place, since that means only the royal recorders can make their way back to the royal archives. We'll be placing the scrolls in a staging area directly next to the council chamber, he explained, pointing to the west. The royal recorders in the balcony were surprised to hear there was a room next to the chamber in that direction. It hadn't been there before. The building had reconfigured itself for this novel need. Royal recorders, you'll bring the scrolls from the archives up to the staging room. Recorders, some of you will pick up recordings from the staging room and walk them over to the public library. Others of you will stay in the public library and help shelve the scrolls. Again, Mercurus was interrupted by agitation and complaining. The Onu didn't jump in to rescue him or try to hush the crowd in any way. Disrespect seemed to be a new infection in First Realm, even among the recorders. The Onu allowed the grumbling to take its course. We will work in shifts, so none of you will be here all day. Your shift leaders are sitting in your sections wearing a pink shirt. Leaders, please, stand up. Mercurus paused to let the leaders stand up. Note the leaders are also holding up pink signs. Well, most are anyway. Leaders, please, stand up, turn around, and raise up your signs for your teams. Mercurus awkwardly waited until all the leaders and signs were up and in place before continuing. Everyone, please note that your leader's poster lists the time and location where you are to meet for the first time as a team. If you are unable to read your designated leader's sign from your seat, please check it after we adjourn. The leaders will be staying by their seats to answer your questions and make sure you're ready to meet with your team. Thank you, leaders. You may sit down now. The balcony had many sections, all separated by riser steps, ramps, and aisles. Like any unexpected division of a crowd, the revelation of leaders and forced groupings resulted in quite a bit of chatter and uncomfortable squirming. As the leaders sat back down, many in the crowd now wished they had chosen different seats. Some looked skeptically at their neighbors and wondered if the mix of recorders in their section would be sufficient for the task at hand. They needn't worry. No single section would be working alone, and the balance and distribution of labor worked surprisingly well over the entire 132 days. Royal recorders, please note that all the recordings to be opened are in the archive room labeled Dezsma. It's where you placed all the sealed recordings that were marked as part of the 10%. As Mercurus spoke these instructions, Odogo lifted the haze that normally clouded the mind's eye of each royal recorder after they had performed their duties and withdrawn from the royal library. Suddenly, in unison, there was an audible "ah" that ran through the assembly as they all saw they had been to Dezsma many, many times. Kat also instantly knew the sealed scroll she had stolen wasn't from Dezsma. Before we adjourn, I'd like to point out that Odogo has commanded the Royal Library to make your path as short and simple as possible as you walk to and from Dezsma during this effort. Your trek through the Royal Labyrinth will be even shorter than usual. You may even feel that for once, the internal dimensions match the external ones, smiled Mercurus, then promptly sat down. This seemed like a very odd place to stop, but he stopped nonetheless. Without standing, Odogo solicited, "Any questions?" Of course, there were many questions, but the recorders lacked the courage to ask them. Well, in that case, We're finished for now. Before you go, I'd like to say that we really appreciate all you've done to support us in the past and all that you'll do in the future. Your efforts over the next few weeks will have an especially big impact on our kingdom." As he spoke these final words, he turned in various directions to look up at the recorders. But since he remained seated, those directly behind him never caught full sight of his face. However, he opened the minds of all those present to see that his statements were deeply true, not just frivolous parting comments. After Odigo finished, Otek slid to the gap closest to him, swung his legs through the breach, stood up, walked over behind Odigo, and placed both hands on the seer's shoulders. The king's majestic voice resonated the chamber as he addressed the crowd. "Recorders, as you're all well aware, you can only record what you've seen and heard. Nothing more, nothing less. You've always created an exact chronicle of what's transpired in our council meetings and the rest of the realm as you've recorded events. This ability to perfectly record thought, meaning, and emotion is empowered by Odigo Truth-Teller." When Otek mentioned Odigo, he firmly patted the seer multiple times on his shoulders. Then he started to circle the table, looking up at the recorders as he walked and gestured. "Unlike other recording devices, your recordings cannot be altered and are forever true. They've always been completely trusted in all of First Realm. However, this confidence in you and your recordings will be put to the test in the coming days as Dezsma is made known. To support and enable this examination, you'll now be able to recall the details and events surrounding all of the Dezsma recordings you've made, even while you're outside of the Royal Library. Please feel free to share all that you remember with anyone who asks. We do not fear the truth or your telling. And now, with that, we are adjourned. Please, those on the first shift, stay in the chamber. Your leaders will have further instructions for you momentarily." Slowly, the crowd began to stir and stand up. Some clapped, but soon realized it was inappropriate and stopped. It took a long time for those who were not part of the first shift to vacate the balcony and exit the Royal Library. On their way out, many discussed Telios, how he had remained silent during the entire spectacle, deferring, as usual, to his father. While he was the prince, many saw Telios as less than the other Onu, with real power vested in Otek and Odigo. They weren't surprised the orders today had come from higher powers. Maybe it was because Telios spent so much time with them and worked hard to make his connection with First feel more tangible than Odigo's Dezsma or the king's distant reign, that they had come to view him as lower, closer to themselves than to royalty. They never bothered to ask how he managed all this personal contact with them, nor ever suspected that he warped time to make it possible. Sadly, they mistook his proximity to them, and his willingness to get down and dirty, as signs that he was the lowest of the Onu, that he had nothing to offer the opening. Nothing could be further from the truth. After the meeting adjourned, and when no one was paying attention to him, Telios slipped quietly through a side door and walked by himself to Dezsma. As the only one truly worthy, he humbly broke all Dezsma's seals with a single, softly spoken word: "Open." Kat wasn't in the first or second shift, so she had time to go home and explain to Layla what was going on. After doing so, she retreated to her bedroom for solace without waiting to hear her mother's take on the events. As she lay on her bed waiting for her shift, she determined she would work harder than any other recorder to make amends for all her Toba and the stolen scroll. The idea of simply working harder seemed very Fajal-like and made her feel better. Word of the opening spread quickly. Soon, the green separating the Royal Library and the Public Library teemed with inquisitive inhabitants gawking at the recorders parading back and forth between the libraries. On the way down, hands, paws, and claws full of Dezsma. On the way back, hands, paws, and claws empty. The newly opened recordings barely had a chance to catch their breath in the forested air of Rosewood before inhabitants hungrily devoured them. Unlike other materials in the Public Library, these recordings remained within the confines of Rosewood to make sure all of the new knowledge was available to all inhabitants. No hoarding allowed. The Kuur used the opening to their great advantage, quickly gaining many recruits, even in the days before the effort was complete. They met every evening at the Parched Salmon to recount the day's activities, share new knowledge found, and to strategize. From day 17 onward, they organized protests and rallies along the path between the libraries. This led to great distress and a little fear among the passing recorders. On day 44, Telios intervened. He asked Nettle to post warriors on the green to keep the peace. Nettle ultimately found he only needed 2 to accomplish the task. Few saw the Onu during the opening. While they were present in the royal library during the entire move, they stayed out of the way, trusting Recurus and the other leaders to manage the task. Similar to the Kuur, the Onu held council every night. However, they met very late, after all the commotion of the day had died down. Since the recording duties for these meetings were light, one of the Onu took notes instead of asking a royal recorder to stay with them. That way, each royal recorder could rest from the demands of the day. All of these short, important recordings were sealed and placed in the royal archives far away from Dezsma. Chapter 8, Day 131. Extract from Sealed Royal Recording 122C-D6A3 D436 8K43-29A L48-4H181E. They're almost done moving Dezsma, said Telios as he started to cross the threshold of the chamber doorway. I know. Recurus told me he thought they'd be done in 2 days, confirmed Otigo. He was sitting at the round table in the center of the council chamber with Otek. They had been waiting for Telios so they could begin their late-night council meeting after another long day of the opening. Telios stopped mid-stride and spun around, heading back out of the chamber. I'll be right back, he shouted from the hallway as he quickly left and ran back to the main entrance. After a few minutes, he returned, his step much less lively. Well, petitioned Otek. Not tonight, answered Telios sadly as he plodded over to the table, his head downcast. Maybe soon, comforted Otigo. Don't give up. Never. When she turns, I'll be there, Telios avowed as he took his seat at the table with a determined, passionate look in his eyes. I'd have it no other way, affirmed Otek. They talked and debated for many hours about the initial impact Dezsma was having on First Realm, the preparation of Second Realm, and tomorrow's responsibilities. When they adjourned, it was early on day 131. Aunt Geo, please, pass the bacon, solicited Kraid, leaning forward slightly to address the gigant guest sitting next to Layla. She wasn't really his aunt, but he had a way of making everyone feel like family. Here you go, offered Giajuja politely through a mouthful of food. She passed the platter to Kat, who completed the handoff to Kraid. Layla had prepared a monster breakfast for her guest. Normally, the family ate leftovers and fresh fruit for breakfast, often as they walked out the door on their way to work. But since Giajuja had arrived, Layla had tried to impress her guest with immaculate food preparation. This morning, her table was overcrowded, full of bacon, sausage patties, sausage gravy with mashed potatoes and biscuits, scrambled eggs with shredded cheddar cheese, market-made tarts, a large mixing bowl full of fresh fruit, a square cinnamon coffee cake, milk, orange juice, and coffee. Layla, everything is delicious, fawned Giajuja. Oh, thank you, replied Layla with fake humility. It's much better than Beau's food at the inn, persisted Giajuja as she took a huge bite. I'm surprised, countered Layla. I thought they had professional cooks there. They do, but I'm telling you, you're a much better cook than any of them. Well, that's good to know, stammered Layla, not quite sure how to take Giajuja's sweet talk. She wondered if her cooking really was that good, or if the inn simply had terrible cooks. You know, of course, that I didn't leave the inn because of the food, said Giajuja, some bits of food still in her mouth from her last intake. At first, I was very comfortable there, but after the rebels poisoned it with bitterness, I just couldn't stand it. Here we go again, thought Fajal. I wish she'd keep her opinions to herself so I could enjoy my breakfast. Besides, she's clueless. She has no idea what she's talking about. How so? Baited Banvu, a Kuur supporter. Well, started Jiajuja slowly, savoring the chance to tell her story yet again. Dinner time had become a real battlefield. As the nights wore on, I found myself surrounded by more and more recorders verbally assaulting the Onu. Why, it became so nasty I couldn't even enjoy my food. Don't get me wrong, the food was okay. Not nearly as good as yours, Layla, as I've already mentioned. But it was edible. No, it was the air, gestured Jiajuja dramatically, waving her hands above her head. The air there was thick with animosity and hatred, so dense the food simply refused to go down smoothly. Jiajuja was interrupted by a small piece of food threatening to slide down the back right side of her throat and gag her. Taking matters into her own hands, she swiftly moved the piece along towards its companions with a quick swallow of saliva. She used the break as if it had been a planned, dramatic moment. She paused to loudly suck in a deep breath, as if to emphasize the air was different here. Light, sweet, refreshing. She exhaled it quickly, so she could continue before anyone else jumped into her stream of thought. I understand things in First Realm aren't perfect right now. When have they ever been? But are the Onu really to blame for all our woes, like the Kuur claim? And for all the Toba in First Realm? I mean, come on. Aren't we supposed to be responsible for our own choices and the gain and loss of each one? Jiajuja ended on her favorite question, one the Gigants had heard many, many times during her brief stay. Satisfied, she picked up her juice glass and gulped in a large mouthful. She swirled the juice around the cavern to gather lingering food particles and then swallowed the bright fluid to stream the potential obstructions along their downward journey. Oh my, I don't even know where to begin, howled Banvu as he slammed down his fork and wiped his face with his napkin, as if removing the crumbs from his scruffy beard would lighten the load and allow him to more readily bite into Jiajuja. Then please, don't. Not this morning, asserted Fajal. As ruler of the Gigant household, it was his privilege and responsibility to maintain peace at home. Jiajuja misunderstood Fajal's statement as implicit support of her position. She didn't know yet that he was also a supporter of the Kuur. This morning, he felt no need to defend his position on the Kuur to Jiajuja, or ruin his breakfast witnessing another verbal skirmish at the table. Let's just try to enjoy our breakfast, he exhorted. Okay, father, relented Banvu. He loved a great argument. As a strong supporter of the Kuur, he was close friends with Asker and Kahui. They had been at the Parched Salmon the night the Kuur celebrated their conquest of the royal library and the revelation of the first stolen scroll. They talked about it all the time, reliving the events again and again. Instead of ingratiating Banvu with their recapitulated stories, each embellished telling made him more envious he had missed the affair. He had planned to be there, but got tied up working overnight in Winzig and hadn't been able to get back to Tala in time. He put his napkin back down on his lap and picked up his fork to attack his food as a poor surrogate for Jiajuja's crushed spirit. Kat ushered the food around her plate, pretending the last bite of her biscuit needed more time to soak in the sausage gravy. She used to feel comforted that Banvu was in the Kuur, but today she squirmed at his bluster, since her opinion of the group had changed dramatically after the opening. Her recent walks with Jiajuja had renewed her interest in and support of the Onu. So much so that she had begun to question her attraction to Volpries and the Kuur in the first place. The family ate without speaking for several minutes before End and Leg finally broke through the awkwardness. Milk, please. That made Jiajuja smile, since End and Leg sat directly across the table from her, and the milk was between them. While it was perched slightly closer to her than him, the giant could have easily grabbed the jug. She reached out and nudged it towards him with the back of her hand, and then turned to look at Fajal. Well, anyway, thanks for letting me stay here the past few weeks. I really appreciate it. I'm sure it hasn't been easy having a guest here for that long. No problem, rushed Fajal, not wanting to give Banvu an opportunity to chime in to the contrary. Savoring the extravagant meals he had received due to Jiajuja's presence, he had, on a belly level, enjoyed her visit. Yeah, no trouble at all. You're welcome any time, lied Layla, following Fajal's lead. Layla was really looking forward to Gia returning to Stad at the completion of the opening. Despite her hard work to impress Gia, she really didn't like her or feel comfortable around her. Politics aside, Layla felt she just wasn't a proper giant. Gia had married a Gigas and was only distantly related to the Gigant clan through Fajal's great-great-uncle. To Layla, she looked nothing like a giant, barely taller than Cat. Well, unless the Onu surprise us with more openings today. Makura said we'd be done tomorrow, probably around midday. I should be headed home right after that, out of your beautiful hair by tomorrow afternoon, flattered Gia with no hint of sarcasm. Layla blushed and instinctively ran her hand through her long, red hair. Toger ate alone, his cereal sitting between his monitor and his chest. With each mouthful of granola, he read over an entire inspector record for one of his daily targets. Today, like most days, his cereal was gone long before he completed his review. After his last spoonful, he shoved the bowl aside and pulled over his hot chocolate and buttered toast. He dunked the now cold toast in the chocolate to reheat it, and to let a small bit of butter ooze into the drink. With his forelegs wrapped around his mug, he paused to type a few notes in between dunks. Long after his toast was consumed, he chugged the last bit of remaining hot chocolate, which was now quite cold. Then he positioned his mug and plate off to his right, out of his way. By the time Toger felt prepared for the day's endeavors, the last drops of chocolate fluid in the bottom of his mug had already dried. He stood and left his bowl, plate, mug, and research on the table as he headed off for his first victim. Whereas Gia worked the first shift at the public library, Kat labored on the last one at the Royal Library. Despite their different schedules and locations, Kat had walked Gia to work every morning since she had moved in. Today was no different. And yet, it was. Having convinced herself that hard work would pave the path to redemption, Kat had been pushing herself to exhaustion every day of the opening. Most reporters assumed her increasingly distraught appearance was the result of her tiredness, but Gia, as a gifted expert recorder, could easily see the pain behind Kat's mask of fatigue. Her growing concern for Kat had been the driving reason she had chosen to move in with the Gigants when she had. "What's wrong, Kat?" implored Gia after they were outside and Kat had shut the door behind them. "You seem more depressed than normal." Kat took no offense to Gia's forthrightness. She enjoyed her walks with her and the sense of belonging Gia instilled in her. She didn't know if she felt this way because she was related to Gia or if it was because she was a fellow recorder. After a moment of reflection, Kat answered, "I don't know. Maybe it was the way Bonvu attacked you this morning. It brought back bad memories. We've had many heated arguments about the Kuur and the Onu." "But darling, that's what families do. They argue and they fight. Just because we live together doesn't mean we think together. Teleos made us different. Our diversity strengthens us." "I'm not so sure about that. I've spent all my life feeling different, and I don't think it's strengthened me at all. If anything, it's made me weaker." Kat wasn't ready to admit that her pursuit of inclusion and desire for sameness had led her to Toba. "Oh my," gasped Gia, "I can so relate. As you've probably noticed, I'm not the biggest gigas around," smiled Gia, turning to look Kat almost directly in the eye, since they were virtually the same height. "Well, I had kinda spotted that," chuckled Kat. "I bet you feel like I do, that all First Realm giants treat us smallings differently?" Kat nodded yes, but didn't say anything. "But there are some, like your brother Endenleg and your Uncle Lip, that don't, right?" "Well, I guess so," conceded Kat after a short pause. She had been so focused on her own pain that she had failed to absorb the good from her youngest brother Endenleg. Gia had quickly noticed this during their meals, but had been reluctant to say anything until now. "And Odogo?" added Gia. "He's always treated me with respect." "Yeah, me too," agreed Kat. For that matter, she knew of no recorder Odigo had ever made to feel inconsequential. And it wasn't just the recorders who reported to him. Odigo showed genuine respect for all firsts. And Telios? Probed Giajuja. Cat was surprised and flustered that Giajuja had brought up the youngest Onu. She didn't know how to respond. Heartbroken, she knew Telios wouldn't respect her now that she was Toba. Her pace slowed and her head dropped. Giajuja knew she had struck a chord. Has he hurt you? Come, dear, tell me what's wrong. He didn't, stammered Cat. I mean, I just can't, she finally groaned. Giajuja gently pressed on. Cat, whatever it is, you can tell me. Cat had heard that phrase many times in her life. She never trusted any inhabitant who contended, you can tell me, since she had learned long ago that it was really code for, I want some juicy tidbits to gossip about. Giajuja would never think or act that way, but Cat didn't see that yet. She wanted to open up, but was afraid to, and after another failed battle within, Cat merely noted, oh, it's nothing. I'll be okay. All the while knowing she wouldn't be. Well, if you change your mind, you know where to find me, smiled Giajuja and let the matter drop. They walked in uncharacteristic silence the rest of the way to the public library. When they finally arrived, Giajuja pledged, I'll see you later, love, and bounded up the stairs. Cat stood at the bottom of the staircase watching her pseudo-aunt disappear into the public library, envious of her carefree love of life. Telios walked through the palace corridors to Odigo's room to seek his advice. He found the door open and Odigo sitting at his favorite desk, writing a letter to a dear friend. Without knocking, Telios interrupted him. Has Valpri's time come? Odigo put down his pen and swung his chair around to give Telios his full attention. Without pause, and while his chair was still mid-swivel, he ardently replied, That's up to you now. His pain is yours. Telios took a few steps in and sat down in the chair next to the door, a cup of nearly finished grape juice still in his hand. He stared down at the remaining purple fluid as if to help him focus his thoughts. After great deliberation, he drank the last remains, and then sat quietly for several more minutes as he peered deep into the cup. When he lifted his head, he cast his attention over Odigo's shoulder, out the window, into the wild forest beyond the edge of the mansion's manicured lawn. Eventually, he pulled his gaze back inside and looked around the room, closely observing the dark, wooden decor, as if recall of each nook and cranny was going to be on a test he had to take after he completed his scan. During this extended delay, Odigo never made him feel uncomfortable or rushed. Finally, Telios fastened his eyes on Odigo and quietly acknowledged the seer's insight. Okay, thanks, was all he said as he slowly got up and turned to walk out into the hallway. Odigo didn't say, You're welcome, as Telios did to go. Instead, he silently uttered a perfect blessing for the young lad as he watched him leave to exercise his choice. Dejected, Cat's eyes fell from the public library entrance where Giajuja had just disappeared down to the ground at her feet. Sighing, she forced her gaze up. Unlike Giajuja, Cat seldom used the front entrance of the public library, and today was not the day to break norms. She turned her head slightly to the right to focus on the bushes next to the stairs. They were twice as tall as she was, and trimmed faultlessly flat on all sides, bordering the entire public library with breaks only at the front and back entrances. Cat casually walked towards them, trying hard not to draw attention to herself. When she reached the very edge of the staircase, she ducked quickly between the stairs and the hedge and snuck in the Sneemonik Pass, a small buffer zone between the public library and the bushes. The corridor ran the entire length of the hedge and was only as wide as Cat's extended arms. Sneemonik, the public library expert gardener, used this small passageway to maintain an impeccable vertical trim on the inside of the bushes. Only Cat called the space Sneemonik Pass. The ground in Sneemelneck Pass was covered in perfectly groomed, dark, green grass, a species the expert gardener had carefully chosen to offset the lighter green shade of the hedge. This grass wasn't used in the common spaces where all first inhabitants walked. Sneemelneck only planted this variety inside Sneemelneck Pass. His special attention to this hidden detail was only noticed by a few in First Realm, the Onu and Cat. When Odo asked him why he made such an effort to enhance this space, Sneemelneck had merely responded, "Sometimes beauty is reserved for the observant, and those who need it most." A few paces into Sneemelneck Pass, Cat knelt to take off her shoes and socks. She tucked her socks into her shoes, tied the laces together, grabbed the dual strands, and stood back up, pausing to let the cool blades of grass wiggle themselves up between her toes. She sighed and tossed her shoes over her right shoulder. Then, placing her left hand on the brick wall, she pushed off the edifice as if the thrust was required to break free of the front door forces and dive deeper into the passageway. As she walked, the dew resting on the grass caused recent lawn clippings to cling to her feet, creating slippers of green. The appearance of the grass slippers made Cat giggle and temporarily distracted her from her internal pain. Arriving at the first corner, she took the only route available to her and followed Sneemelneck Pass as it wrapped leftward around the building. Feeling slightly better in this familiar space, she flung her arms wide to touch the public library on her left and the hedge on her right. She closed her eyes as she walked and tried to compare the rhythmic brush of the brick on her left to the sometimes prickly, sometimes smooth caress of the leaves and branches on her right. About a quarter of the way through this part of the pass, she opened her eyes and gracefully swung halfway around and started walking backwards, letting her fingertips exchange experiences. When she reached the middle of this section, she suddenly stopped when, out of nowhere, the weight of her toba came crashing down upon her. It was too much to bear. Falling to her knees, she began to weep bitterly. She hated what she had done, the way she felt, what she had become. While she had tried to work harder and longer, it really hadn't made her feel any better. Painfully, she admitted she simply didn't know what to do. After several minutes, she gathered herself enough to slide over against the wall for support. No one could see her here. There were no stairs on this side of the library, no gaps in the hedge, and she happened to be sitting down low between two windows, with none directly overhead. She was safe in a private space. Sitting with her knees pulled up to her chest, she stared down at her green slippers. The sight made her think of Sneemelneck. He must have been through here recently to trim the bushes and the grass. He always cut them both on the same day. It was his secret to keeping the bushes so lush and perfectly shaped. Trim them often. Tell them exactly what you want, he had told her many times. That's even what he said when he first met her. He never asked her why she was trespassing, never complained she was messing up his space. Those sorts of thoughts never occurred to him. He had always made her feel welcome, without ever saying she was. How had she missed that and squandered his grace? Why had she not cherished her time with him more and sought him out as a friend? She had been content for their paths to cross in this small space once a year or so, and then had foolishly chased after Volpries and the cur instead. It was unclear if Cat would ever realize the Onu had created many things in First Realm that were good, but only great when shared and connected to others, like Sneemelneck and Sneemelneck Pass. Today, Sneemelneck was just an inhabitant placed in her path by the Onu to maintain this special space for her, a place where she could consider her current condition and decide if she wanted to stay where she was or move on. "May I help you?" offered Mies, the novice librarian from Aten-Ibudu. He had noticed an older inhabitant frozen near the entrance of Rosewood, clearly overwhelmed by the sight before him. So many Dezsma scrolls and recordings that it would take any inhabitant eons upon eons to digest them all. While Mies had only been working in the public library since the start of the opening, he had spent almost all of his free time in Rosewood's refuge. Maybe. There are so many, replied PB, his voice trailing off as if he was unable to hold up under the load. Mies took a step closer to provide the required support. Has anyone summarized or categorized them yet? Quizzed PB. As a history teacher, he often feigned ignorance with students, and those less gifted than himself. He had discovered long ago that by asking simple, known questions, he could easily get out of awkward situations and get what he wanted, just by making others feel superior to him, even though they weren't. The vast Dezsma had not overcome him. He had simply stopped momentarily to enjoy the cool breeze coming out of Rosewood's main entrance, since he had broken a light sweat on his walk over to the public library. Oh no, we haven't had time for that yet. We don't even have them all moved over and shelved. We hope to have that done tomorrow, and then we'll begin our normal duties. Well, in that case, any suggestions? One you'd recommend to get me started? Why, yes, sure I do. I've read hundreds of them already during my breaks. My favorite one so far is 14E8-4J268K11F E0L 6K49-2B8K-1DC I6L1C6F, bragged Mies. PB wasn't impressed that Mies could cite the shelving location by heart. It was a gift many librarians possessed. Mies continued, "It's very poetic. Let me show you." "Thanks, I'd appreciate that," noted PB with a slight bow of his head. Mies led the history teacher upstairs, through the maze, over to the appropriate shelf, and pulled down the recording. It was one of the newer, electronic versions, sort of like a tablet, not an old-fashioned rolled scroll. "Here you go," cried Mies triumphantly, as he handed the device to PB. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked back down to the front of the library, leaving the history teacher alone. "I'm sure this will be a complete waste of time," muttered PB to himself. But since there was a vacant chair nearby, he sat down to skim the recording. After a few minutes, he smiled and reread the first section again, this time more carefully. He was astonished to see it full of material he could use. His chance encounter with Mies, the young librarian too green to realize PB had been here every day of the opening, hunting for ammunition the Kuur could use against the Onu, had richly paid off. Cat completely lost track of time while sitting in Sneemonek Pass, mulling over thoughts of Sneemonek, Valpries, Giajuja, Teleos, the parched salmon, the opening, Dezsma, and her Toba. When she finally felt like getting up, the dew was gone from the ground, and her slippers were dry, ready to be brushed away. She leaned forward and pulled her shoes over close to her, since they had fallen off her shoulder when she tumbled to the ground. Untying them, she took the sock out of her right shoe and used it to clean the grass slipper off her right foot. After shaking the sock clean, she pulled it and its companion shoe on, and then secured the shoelace tightly. She did likewise with the left sock, grass slipper, and shoe. Standing, she brushed the grass off her pants and peered to the right, from whence she had come. Then she slowly turned her head to look to the left, in the direction she intended to go. She decided to continue left, to ultimately dive deeper into Dezsma, in search of a way out of her Toba pain. Traveling on through Sneemonek Pass, she followed the contours of the building until she neared the back entrance. When the stairs came into view, she proceeded with even greater resolve, ready to bound into newly revealed knowledge. But about 10 paces from the entrance, Cat abruptly stopped and stood stock still when she heard 3 recorders chattering on their way up the stairs. In no mood to be seen, she waited a full minute after they had entered the public library before she carefully exited Sneemonek Pass and began to ascend the rear staircase alone. After reaching the landing, Cat walked straight through a small foyer and then off to the right through a seldom used, winding back corridor which eventually dropped her off in an isolated corner of Rosewood. The room still smelled strongly of a wild forest, even with the arrival and shelving of Dezsma. The scent calmed her and added to her determination. Rosewood was shaped like an octagon. Each first-floor entrance, including the one Kat had just used, had a stunning view straight through the maze of shelves to the spiral staircase in the center of the room. This staircase was massively oversized and was the main focal point on all floors. The very center of the spiral staircase was empty. Patrons could look over the rail and see all the way to the floor or ceiling. Many loved to stand in the center of the staircase on the ground floor and stare straight up through the 11 floors of this massive center column of air to the skylight at the top. On each annual Fly Day, children would be encouraged to pilot paper airplanes and stall strips across, down, up, and through this wide open center space. Since few pilots ever bothered to gather their crashed creations, janitors came to hate Fly Day. Each floor, except the first, had at least 10 balconies far away from the center staircase, which provided views onto the floor below. Each balcony was surrounded by gathering spaces filled with chairs and tables for patrons to relax, study, and converse. Some balconies overlooked other balconies, affording expansive views beyond 2 floors. The perimeter of each floor held many private nooks and a couple of group gathering spaces. Unlike small regional libraries, where librarians still shushed patrons into silence, the Capitol Public Library, and thus Rosewood, could be loud and boisterous. Librarians in Tala felt noise was an apt part of communal study. Local patrons were accustomed to this behavior and treated the hum as background noise. Kat had been exploring Rosewood nearly every day before work since the opening began. She found the effort both calming and alarming. Sometimes it made her feel closer to the unknown, sometimes further apart. Often what she read, and heard others discussing, made her feel worse, not better. Today, Odogo used his remaining limited connection with her to guide Kat to a specific scroll he knew would help her. Since her connection with Odogo had been weakened by her Toba, it took Kat a long time to sense his advice and wander through Rosewood to the 7th floor to find the recording impressed upon her by the seer. It was labeled 122C-6L6H29-0K-1887-AAA6LA-A02D. With the old-time scroll in hand, Kat began her quest for a quiet nook in which to read. 2 months ago, she would have struggled to find one at this hour, but after the initial rush to pursue Dezsma, first inhabitant interest had waned, revealing that they didn't really want to know the truth. They started clinging to snippets and innuendos others spouted instead of discovering Dezsma for themselves. Thus, while Rosewood still bustled with activity, now there were always several empty study spaces. Kat quickly found a 4th-floor corner nook with a seat cushion nestled between 2 windows, one facing the green, the other facing the Royal Library. Since the windows abutted in the corner without a large support between them, she had a nearly uninterrupted 135-degree panoramic view of the spectacle outside. Protesters so thick they blotted out the green. The demonstrators were split into 2 groups by the well-worn path which ran between the libraries. The path was crammed full of recorders carrying Dezsma down to the public library, and empty-handed recorders working their way back up to the Royal Library. Most of these recorders stayed on the path, between the temporary barricades Nettle had set up to help control the flow and keep the recorders isolated from the activists. But a few had veered off and were walking parallel to the path, weaving their way slowly through the dissidents on the lawn. Kat noticed the crowd seemed to treat these off-path recorders like victorious athletes, chatting with them happily and patting them on the back. She thus assumed these stray recorders were Kuur supporters. Looking off in the distance, at the far end of the path, Kat saw the twins, guarding it all. The sight of them made her cry once again, longing for the nights when she sat between them talking for hours, and the moments when Telios joined them. She buried her head in her hands until the tide of remorse retreated and her vision cleared. Delator, savoring the view before him, slowly ate his sandwich while sitting on a park bench at the corner of the green opposite the libraries. It was lunchtime, and the lawn was covered from edge to edge with Kuur potential. Even in his wildest dreams, he had never imagined the Kuur would have this much success from their first major act of rebellion. Pondering the impact of the stolen scroll, Delator didn't notice PB flying overhead. "Farmer's Kuur," huffed PB as he breathlessly plopped down next to Delator, a little too close for Delator's comfort. "I found another one." "Foremost," saluted Delator as he scooted away from PB. Delator had been working with Kuur faithful like PB to find and twist Dezsma information against the Onu. He had already found that a small nugget of truth, mixed with lies, worked great. Let me hear it. Well, in 14E8-4J2 something or other, they claim they're going to build rooms in the royal palace for all seconds. Once the palace is ready, Second Realm will be destroyed, and all the seconds will be relocated here. PB paused as Delator let out a whistle of disbelief. "And get this," continued PB, "it even says they'll be adopted into the royal family. That's right, we're going to be overrun by fake royal children. And once they're here, I'm sure we'll be considered the lowest of the low, and the Onu won't bother with us anymore." "Telios," exclaimed Delator, "you're making it up. There's no way the Onu would do all that. It would wreak havoc on the realm." "No, I'm not. You couldn't even make this stuff up. But it's all in there. Go see for yourself. Here's the reference." PB dug a crumpled slip of paper out of his pocket and handed it to Delator. "Or just go in and ask the new librarian kid at the front desk for his favorite scroll. He unwittingly led me right to this gem. Too naive to understand what it really was. He just thought it was some kind of great poetry." "Well, Teliosa knew," swore Delator as he stared down at the reference in his hand. Then he looked up at the history teacher. "Well done, PB. Well done." PB preened at the praise. "There's no way First will allow this. They'll rise up with us and fight the Onu. Together, we'll keep those crazy second creatures from ravaging our realm." As he talked, Delator made a fist and recrumpled the paper almost to the point where it couldn't be read. But that was okay. He'd never go to Rosewood to review the recording himself. PB had given him enough truth about it. He could make up the rest. Extract from Sealed Royal Recording 122C-6F0D6E F9C4-29A-L48-AAA6LA-A02D. He'll lead the way. Be one of the most gifted firsts. Brilliant, observant, full of ideas, energy, inquiry, and potential. Won't that make him too gifted? No. But isn't it true that the more gifted anyone is, the more likely they are to think they are equal to us? Yes. Then should I scale back his gifts? No, not at all. It's a balance. We need to make sure there's a first well-equipped to help them with the choosing, since we can't feel exactly as they do. That seems like a big risk to me. He may not choose us. I know. And I sense he won't. Then why make him so? Why not make him lesser, safer instead? Because anyone we gift in this manner to aid in the choosing will have this struggle. And his struggle, as well as all choice, must be meaningful. Otherwise, it's no choice at all. Extractor's note. Before First Realm and First Realm recorders, the Onu didn't always record their meetings. And when they did, they often didn't bother to note who said what. Such was the case for the original recording used for this extract. When I asked Otago if he remembered who said what, he said he absolutely did, but that attribution wasn't necessary, since the Onu have always been one. "Why aren't you at the green with Benadari?" explored Otago. He was standing in the sun, at the end of Malum's bench, outside his workshop. Malum had been lost in thought and hadn't seen Otigo approach. It took a moment for Otigo's question to register and for Malum to look up. I don't know. I just didn't feel like going. Guess I'm kind of tired of the crowds and wanted to eat my lunch in peace and quiet for a change. In that case, I won't ask to join you, posited Otigo as he started to move on. No, please, sit down, countered Malum as he patted the bench next to him. Come over here in the shade. Otigo took a few steps nearer and sat down next to Malum. Close, but not too close. They sat in silence as Malum finished eating his food. Sorry, did you want some? Queried Malum as he placed the last bite into his mouth and started chewing. His question had a twinge of playfulness to it. He stuck his tongue out to reveal half-ground morsels before Otigo could reply. Malum was very comfortable around Otigo the guide. They had spent a lot of time together, and Malum had learned long ago that he could be himself in Otigo's presence. Despite his public abuse of the Onu and the parched salmon, and during his many attempted Kuur recruitments, Malum had a soft spot for Otigo. He was never surprised when Otigo showed up, and Otigo was never shocked by Malum's frustrations, concerns, or questions. No thanks. I think I'll pass. Besides, I ate before I came over. Suit yourself, smiled Malum as he ground the nutrition down into nuggets small enough to swallow. I was out stretching my legs and wanted to swing by to see you. After Malum took a drink of water to wash down the last tidbits, he leaned back and put both arms up on the back of the bench, a clear sign he was open to discussion. He even had one hand almost touching Otigo's shoulder. Once his food settled down, he quietly sighed. I just don't get it. Get what? Asked Otigo. Why you did it, responded Malum. Did what? Probed Otigo casually, as if he couldn't tell what Malum was thinking. You know, why you set all those recordings free. If he asked me, it was a pretty stupid thing to do. I'd have kept them hidden. Otigo let all this go unaddressed. He could see that Malum's questioning hadn't yet reached the point where answers mattered. He knew he still needed to prepare the soil a little bit more. Instead, he glanced up at Second Realm, pointed, and asked the real question on Malum's mind today. So, what do you think it is? Malum turned to look at the black spot in the sky. I'm not sure. Ben still says it's Toba, but I tend to believe Dezsma. I think it's going to be, or is, Second Realm. Intoned Otigo at Malum's insight, but did not confirm that he was right. Whatever it is, it's getting closer, added Malum. Bigger, not closer, corrected Otigo gently. How do you know? Sought Malum. He had no doubt the guide knew something he did not. I've been there, revealed Otigo. When? What were you doing? Malum didn't think Otigo's claim was outrageous. He completely believed him. The seer guide had never led him astray before, and Malum was curious to find out what the eldest Onu had seen. I was hovering, getting it ready, explained Otigo. He didn't mention that he was going there all the time to do this. He thought it easier to focus on one thing at a time. Ready? Ready for what? Not for what. For whom? Replied Otigo mysteriously. Dig into Dezsma some more. You'll find the answer there. Don't take Delator's word for it. Go seek truth for yourself, my friend. Otigo placed both of his hands on his knees, leaned forward silently, and stood up before turning to walk away. He didn't wait for Malum's response, nor did he want one now. Malum watched Otigo stroll up the street with a black smudge in the sky appearing to hang over his right shoulder. Had Otigo come at another time, this alignment wouldn't have happened. Malum had no doubt that Otigo purposely timed his arrival and departure so he could see this juxtaposition. Unlike previous days, when Kat studied many Dezsma recordings, today she read, reread, studied, pondered, and tore apart the single recording Otigo had led her to see. She knew it applied to her, felt like it had been written just for her. It seemed to say the Onu could get rid of all the pain she felt, but sadly, it didn't quite seem to explain how, or maybe she was missing something. She reread it all over again. Still bewildered, she wasn't quite sure what she was supposed to do next. Was she supposed to work even harder to win this favor? Study harder? Or maybe find another Dezsma scroll with Odogo's next clue? Kat found herself longing for one of the extended, evening discussions she used to have with Telios on the stairs between the twins. She was confident he could explain it all to her. Instinctively, she raised her eyes to glance out the window at the twins. Even from this long distance, they looked intimidating, but she was unafraid of them. Instead, she missed them, ached to do more than just pass between them. She peered back down at the scroll and devoured it straight through lunch, her stomach too full from its huge breakfast to send any signals that it was time to eat again. The echoing sounds of recorders changing shifts in Rosewood finally broke Kat's concentration. Squinting up at the time, she distressingly realized she was now running late for her own shift. She jumped up quickly and dropped the scroll on the cushion beside her, then ran to the center circular staircase. After flying down the steps, she sprinted across the ground floor through the largest trail that led to Rosewood's main entrance. Once out of the forest, she bounded across the lobby, nearly knocking over several recorders in the process. Crashing through the front door, she leapt down the stairs and hopped into the recorder parade between the temporary barriers. A few steps in, she suddenly felt trapped and turned around to run back out of the chute opening. Once free, she moved off the main path onto the grass and turned to make her way towards the Royal Library. As she proceeded, she stayed close to the path, where there were a few gaps amongst the protesters and their belongings which littered the green. Paradoxically, had she stopped to ask any inhabitant in the crowd what Dezsma contained, many would have confidently responded with second-hand fables, since few of the would-be rebels here today had ventured into Rosewood to personally find out what the Onu had really said and done. Halfway through this obstacle course, Kat regretted not having left the public library with enough time to utilize the rear exit and entirely circumvent the green. She felt nauseated scampering across it, on display, open to public ridicule. In truth, none of the inhabitants spoke to her or pointed her way. She was just another bobbing figure lost in the massive crowd. Picking up speed, she dodged 3 children coming towards her who were pretending to be recorders, to the delight of their mother. They were carrying sticks for their scrolls and flat rocks as tablets. As she hurried past them, their shouts made it clear their play was mockery, not adoration. Nearing the end of the path, she caught up with some other tardy recorders about to report for duty. As they exited the barriers, Kat fell in line behind them, trying to catch her breath and hide. Deep in conversation, they ignored her, and the fact that she could easily hear their discussion. "I can't wait to leave tomorrow. I really miss my kids." "Me too, but I'm kinda nervous about going home." "Why's that?" "I'm afraid I'll get interrogated about what's been going on here, and I'm not sure I can explain it all." "Good point. I guess we'll all be dealing with that soon." It was dinner time in the capital, and most inhabitants had cleared the green to head home, or ventured to restaurants to enjoy a rich night of food, fellowship, and hearsay. Layla stared angrily at the empty chair to her right around her dining room table, oblivious to Fajal and her sons deeply enjoying her immense evening meal. Having expended great effort to impress her house guest, she was fuming that Giajuja hadn't bothered to show up. Without even calling Layla to let her know, Giajuja had gone out with other recorders to celebrate their last night in Tala. Delator was hosting a rowdy party of Kuur insiders at his home. They were all leaders of remote cells who were in town to help him orchestrate demonstrations against the Onu. During a slight lull in their laughter, Delator heard a faint knock at his front door. He was expecting no one else, so he ignored it at first. Then the knock resounded again. Curious, he excused himself from his guest and went to see who it was. As he made his way out of the dining room, he stopped midway down the main hall. From there, he could already see the uninvited guest through the front door's uncovered window. As he turned to go back to the dining room, He heard the intruder call out his name and ask if he could join them for dinner. Without answering, Delator returned to his guests without delay or second thought. "Who was it?" inquired a burly polar bear from the end of the table. "No one," replied Delator. "Teleos," muttered the salamander midway down the table. This brought a wry smile to Delator's face, and laughter from them all. Cat was miserable all day long. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make the pain go away. She was heartbroken at what she had done. Sure, the incredible turmoil in First Realm was all her fault. Worse, with the opening about to end, she knew she wouldn't be able to return to work as normal and face the Onu alone, or be a true royal recorder ever again. Like most other days during the opening, Cat was the last to leave at the end of her shift. Tonight, she had even worked through dinner, eating only a small bit of food she'd brought from home. It was now very late, and most inhabitants were already preparing to go to bed. Cat lumbered out of the Royal Library doors, across the landing, and, without thinking, collapsed next to Arcuda, totally exhausted. Arcuda curled up around Cat, enveloping her. Instantly, Cat began to sob. Arcuda remained quiet. Best friends always know how to hold silence. After several minutes, Cat whispered into her ear, "This is all my fault." Arcuda waited. After more tears, Cat finally admitted, I'm the one who stole the scroll." Arcuda still said nothing. She was wise enough to know comfort wouldn't come from her words, and that it wasn't time for her to offer Cat anything more than her presence. "No matter how hard I work, I'll never make it better. Look at that mess," moaned Cat as she lifted her head and waved her hand at the littered demonstration signs and garbage on the lawn. "I caused all that. If I hadn't stolen the scroll, none of this would have happened. I wish I'd never done it. What should I do? I'll never be able to record again." Cat went on like this for several minutes, crying, talking, then crying again. During her Olmec bearing, Arcuda never spoke a word. Finally, after a prolonged stillness, Arcuda sensed Cat was ready for verbal support. "Cat, we already knew you took the scroll. I tried to stop you that dreadful night, but you didn't see me. Arcudo and I even sensed your choice when you ran through us untouched, and Otek confirmed it while we watched you flee." "You mean you've known all along?" queried Cat. "Yes, me, Arcudo, and all the Onu." The thought scared Cat, and yet, somehow, made her feel oddly welcome. "And you still let me in?" "We had to. Otek commanded it. He knew you'd return." Silence reigned for a long time as Cat thought about this. I don't... Cat gave up and fell hopelessly back into Arcuda's blue fur. "I'm glad you're back," breathed Arcuda softly. Cat felt relieved that at least Arcuda wanted her, and that Otek had allowed her to come this far. Still, she worried. She knew Toba couldn't reign in First Realm. Trying to push her fears aside, she snuggled into Arcuda and sighed. "You know, the thing I've missed most is sitting here with you and Arcudo, and the times when Teleos would join us." During Cat's fall into the Kuur, she had gotten into the habit of rushing off after work, instead of lingering with the twins and Teleos like she used to do. She was beginning to realize now that in her haste to please Valpries and feel connected to him, she had slowly pulled away from the friendships that mattered most to her. "Me too," began Teleos softly from behind Cat. He had silently followed her out of the Royal Library and sat down on the landing behind her out of sight. He had heard everything she said, even her whispers. "I've missed them greatly. the prince emphasized as he stood to his feet. Cat was startled to hear his voice, but she was not afraid. She turned to him and cried, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Lowering her head, she quietly mumbled, I don't know what to say. I'm Toba. Then looking up directly at Telios, she courageously implored, Can you ever forgive me? All Cat's training in First Realm instincts told her Toba must be punished. She was certain of it. Still, she so longed to be reconnected to the Onu and Telios that she threw herself at his mercy. She was confident he would show her the path to take, even though she couldn't explain why or how. By this time, Telios had approached Cat and was standing over her. He put his hand out and simply said, Come. For once in her life, Cat didn't hesitate to take an outstretched hand. She grabbed Telios' hand with all her might, and he helped her to her feet. Then he started to walk towards the Royal Library entrance with Cat obediently beside him. As they crossed the threshold, Telios turned back to the twins. Thank you, my friends. You've always protected that which I care about most. Delator's dinner party had gone deep into the night. Asa the cook was the last to leave. As the cook stepped down into the street, Delator lingered in the doorway. Procure the best, proclaimed the Kuur leader. Yes, sir, replied Asa the cook, pausing to look back at Delator in case there were further instructions to follow. I want to feast like I never have before, challenged Delator. Understood. I'll have everything ready before you arrive, promised the lieutenant. Excellent. See you tomorrow night, dismissed Delator before stepping back inside and closing the door behind him. Inside, he leaned back against the door, satisfied his hard work and patience were finally paying off. It had been a great evening, with commitments secured and partnerships deepened. He was confident First Realm would soon be his. As Cat walked through the foyer with Telios, she became keenly aware that she had never been in the Royal Library after work like this with him before. They always stayed outside to talk. Still, she trusted him, had no doubt he knew what he was doing. Besides, she was so happy just to be close to him again, she didn't really care what they were about to undertake. After a few strides, he led her into the council chamber. At first, Cat wasn't surprised to see Odigo and Otek in the room. Since she had often worked late into the night supporting their council meetings, she assumed they had just finished another such session when Telios had come outside. But then she began to wonder, why were they still here now? Why hadn't they left? Were they waiting for me? Given her Toba, she knew she should feel small, scared, nervous, about to be condemned. But instead, she felt a peace she couldn't explain. She didn't know how she knew it, but she was sure she was not on trial. Otek and Odigo had been sitting next to one another on the circular bench around the table in the middle of the room. They were both leaning back against the table, their legs already free of the bench as if they were enjoying a relaxing moment together before getting up to leave. As Cat came into sight, they both sprang to their feet and rushed over to greet her. Welcome back, my dear Catalyst, greeted Odigo lovingly. We've been waiting a long time for you. Cat smiled at the sound of her given name. For some reason, she wasn't surprised Odigo knew it, even though she had never used it. He said it with such dignity that she wondered why she had been so ashamed to employ it. Odigo gave Cat a huge hug and ushered her towards the table. As he did so, he gently touched her upper right arm, and a single purple thread appeared under her clan insignia. At the time, she didn't notice the addition or touch. Your seal is intact and healthy, proclaimed Odigo. Now unafraid of scrutiny, and welcoming her own truthfulness, Cat replied, Yes, I know. The Kuur failed to open it, and Telios restored the scroll to its rightful place in the archive. No, that's not what I meant, laughed Odigo. I meant your internal personal seal, your connection to me, your Dezsma. It's alive and well. Cat stopped walking toward the table and turned to stand in front of him. What? What do you mean? It's all better now? inspected Cat, instinctively placing her hands over her heart. Yes, of course, observed Odigo excitedly. He loved his seals and how they connected him to firsts. Yours has been stretched thin over these past few eons, nearly broken, but tonight it has been restored. He was nearly out of breath with pleasure. As he looked into her eyes, he knew she longed to understand, so he honored her silent quest and helped her see more clearly. As you know, all firsts are internally sealed at creation by me. It's how we're connected. I'm sure you felt it. The pain, the peace, the hunger, the fulfillment, and the guiding help along the way. Yes, I've felt it, Cat acknowledged softly, still holding her hands over her chest. It's the pain I felt in my Toba. Right, reassured Odigo. And the peace I felt when I walked in with Telios tonight. Yes, exactly. All that was a seal doing its job. The internal joys and pains, the peace and regrets, the blessings and curses you feel are all part of the blessing of your Dezsma. They let you know where you stand in connection to us and help support your choosing. All inhabitants have this marvelous gift. Cat soaked in Odigo's explanation and knew by her experience that it was true. When she was ready, Odigo continued. Each Dezsma was created to endure the test of time and the strain of a growing relationship between a first realm inhabitant and the Onu. It's how each one senses their direction, just like you did. No Dezsma was ever meant to be broken. As Odigo talked, tears began to flow down Cat's cheeks. They were tears of joy, pain, enlightenment, astonishment, honor, and incredible thankfulness. Odigo smiled and went on. But each connection, each Dezsma, has been created such that each inhabitant must ultimately choose to remain, or not remain, in relationship with us. That is, each one must personally accept or reject their Dezsma. Odigo paused to let this truth sink in. While Odigo and Cat talked, Telios and Otek moved over to the bench and sat down. In a crazy show of loving support, Odigo motioned for Cat to sit next to Telios at the royal table. She didn't stop to think about the audacity of it. In the moment, she merely sat down and felt like she belonged. Odigo sat down on the remaining section of the bench. The four were now face to face, all leaning in on the table, intent to treasure the moment together. Cat, having always been thoughtful and precise, couldn't get past the radical swing from how she felt while talking to Arcuda a few minutes ago to how she felt now in the presence of the Onu. She suddenly had lots of questions. Fortunately, the Onu are never afraid of questions. They crave them, and they were in no hurry tonight. But how? A few minutes ago when I was talking with Arcuda, I felt like Toba, like I was all alone, broken. Now I feel peaceful, whole. How'd you do that? If that was you restoring my Dezsma, how'd you do it? I don't understand. I don't deserve this. I thought my Toba had to be punished. That I had to be punished. That my Toba was too great. The Onu let Cat ramble on like this without interruption. She had so many questions and ideas she couldn't quite pull together a simple train of thought. When she finally paused, Otek was the first to respond. Yes, all Toba has a price, but Telios offered to pay yours. All you had to do was ask and believe. But how did I ask or believe? Appealed Cat to the king. She didn't recall doing either. You asked when you turned and invited me to forgive you outside, began Telios, as Cat turned to look his way. And you believed when you accepted my outreached hand and followed me in. Okay, but I still don't understand, replied Cat emphatically. Understanding is not required, just belief, explained the prince. You believed I could do it, and I did. You don't need to fathom how. Odigo, using Cat's restored Dezsma, touched her internally and helped her know this to be truth. The peace she felt in that moment allowed her to move on. Most inhabitants don't have a bucket of questions after they make their final choice. Kat was different. She longed to know the complete truth, to understand, to record the event, even if just for herself. It took several hours for her to exhaust her supply and absorb the Onu answers. When she had her fill of truth, it was just before midnight. Finally, Alfar stood to leave as day 131 came to a victorious close. As they walked out of the council chamber, Otek seemed to radically change the subject. In the years to come, final allegiances will be chosen. From now on, it will be clear to all that you are on our side. Protected, approved Otek as he pointed to Kat's right shoulder. Kat looked down and noticed the purple outer seal Odigo had placed on her sleeve for the first time. Like all Odigo seals, this purple thread could not be tampered with, removed, torn, or faked. Since Kat had made her final choice, Odigo had sealed her internally and externally. Kat joyfully flew home, happy to bear the sign for all to see. Chapter 9. The Sending. Jiajuja woke long before daybreak. She showered, dressed, and placed her suitcase on the bed so she could pack up her meager belongings for the journey home. After she zipped the case closed, she set it on the floor and carefully made the bed. Then, without thinking, she sat back down on the edge of it, messing the covers up all over again and pulling the pillows slightly askew. Bored, she looked around the guest bedroom, searching for something to consume her time until the others woke up. A small bookshelf in the corner caught her eye. She rose, went over to it, and ran her finger from book to book as she read their spines. After a few minutes, she came upon an unlabeled recording and pulled it off the shelf, assuming it would have a title on the front cover. It had none. Curious, she flipped it open and discovered it was a recording of Fajal's endeavors. Deciding this was worth a closer look, she took it back to the bed and sat down to read it. But, not wanting to overly wrinkle her travel skirt, she decided to venture downstairs to find a proper sitting chair. She stood up, smoothed out the quilt, and tiptoed silently out into the hallway. Downstairs, a light next to a glide rocker in the living room had been left on by Fajal, something he always did whenever overnight guests were under roof, though he didn't leave the light on out of concern for guest safety. Frankly, he didn't mind if night scavengers bruised a few shins stumbling around in the dark, but he hated it when their clatter woke him up. He decided long ago that the cost of wasted hours of lighting were worth a good night's sleep. The soft glow worked perfectly once again. Jiajuja was able to easily, and quietly, navigate to the first floor using the scattered light bouncing up the staircase. Once on the first floor, she was drawn to the light like a moth to a flame. She sat down in the glide rocker and began to float back and forth as she digested Fajal's recording. To her amazement, she learned that Fajal had helped construct many popular buildings in Tala, with several of the candid shots showing him engaged in efforts he clearly loved. She wished she had seen this recording back when she first arrived. It would have given her great fodder for mealtime conversations, which made her wonder if it had been placed in the guest room for just such a purpose. Jiajuja was about 2/3 of the way through the recording when Layla stumbled downstairs to prepare breakfast. She shuffled by Jiajuja without saying a word, as if she didn't want to interrupt Jiajuja's adoration of Fajal's exploits. But, in truth, she was still angry with Jiajuja for not coming home last night for dinner. Jiajuja set the recording down and followed Layla into the kitchen to help. Sadly, Jiajuja realized this was the first time she had joined Layla in her domain to help prepare any meal. She had helped clean up a couple of times, but she never bonded with her host over the banter cooks commonly share while they create their culinary delights. "Good morning. May I help?" she asked without waiting for Layla to look her way. Fighting back her anger, Layla replied, Sure. I guess you can start by emptying the icebox over there. It's full of leftovers." She emphasized the word full, as if that was all she needed to say to prove Giajuja was the one to blame for ruining last night's dinner. Sure thing, spirited Giajuja, as she strode to the ice chest and started pulling items out. Since the gigant kitchen was spacious for a cottage of its size, and Giajuja wasn't a large giant, she couldn't just reach over and set them down on the center island. She had to walk the items all the way over to it after she pulled them out of the icebox. After a few hasty circuits back and forth, she pronounced, a little out of breath and too loudly for so early in the morning, "This all looks great. It must have been some dinner. Our going-away party last night was fun, but we didn't have anything fancy like this to consume. You really have the gift, Layla." Apology accepted, Layla softened a bit, now back on stable ground. "Ah, thanks. We missed you last night. I wish you could have been here." "So do I," grieved Giajuja. "Let's start warming things up. The trick is to mix a couple of the dishes together instead of leaving them all separate. It makes them seem fresh and different. Then we'll add a couple of new items on the side," bubbled Layla, surprising herself. She had planned to just set the leftovers out cold and tell everyone, "If you want something else, tough. Grab some cereal and fruit like you normally would," before Giajuja arrived. But after Giajuja's heartfelt praise, she couldn't help but want to serve her family again. Mostly for show, but still, there was a small bit of servitude in it. Layla and Giajuja conversed cheerfully for the next 25 minutes as they prepared breakfast. Once the table was set, Fajal arrived without being called. Like usual, he always seemed to know when it was time to eat. The rest of the gigant males, oddly, appeared in birth order. Cat was the last to arrive. She was unkempt, cartoonish looking, wearing pink pajamas with white polka dots, a purple halo made of bedhead hair, and sleep pebbles congregating in the corners of her eyes, waiting to be rubbed away. She had slept through the night for the first time in years, and was only awake now because Kraid had thoughtfully knocked on her door to let her know it was breakfast time, since he hadn't heard her rustling about when he passed her room. After a few seconds of silent thanks, Giajuja raised her head and turned to Fajal to strike up the first conversation. "Fajal, I didn't know you helped build Dezsma's new home. I mean, I knew you moved here to help build the public library and all, but I never realized until this morning that you built Rosewood. I saw it in your recording." It took a few moments for Fajal to get his bearings. As he chewed his first morsels of breakfast and swallowed, his brain slowly knit together scattered memories and realized Giajuja was talking about his old recording Layla had stashed up in the guest bedroom after he had complained about it being downstairs on the coffee table for all to see. Since he wasn't sure where Giajuja was going with this, he answered guardedly, "Rosewood was my first creation here in Tala." "You did a great job. It's beautiful. I wish I would have known sooner that it was your work. I would have been telling everyone that I was related to the builder." Giajuja had a way of sometimes saying exaggerated, flattering things that made the hearer know she was sincere. If someone else had said the exact same thing, in the exact same way, it would have been heard as biting sarcasm. Smiling proudly at Giajuja's accolades, Fajal nodded his head and graciously replied, "Thanks. I enjoyed building it. I love how the open center staircase acts like Rosewood's tree trunk." "Yeah, the architect had an interesting vision there." "Was it hard to build?" "Actually, it was a little tricky," began Fajal, the engagement and excitement rising in his voice. "It was really challenging to retain the luster of the wood while bending it to our will. We experimented with several different techniques before we found one we all liked." "Well, as I said, it looks fantastic," admired Giajuja. "Thanks," acknowledged Fajal as he loaded his fork full of mashed potatoes and gravy, an odd food choice for breakfast, but filling and delicious nonetheless. "And I bet it took a long time to build all those floors, each different, unique, just like natural tree branches," continued Giajuja. "Mine was the 7th floor," interjected Fajal. "Funny. I was going to say that was my favorite." "No way." "Seriously, it looks so amazing," sang Giajuja, wiggling the so tone up and down. Fajal let Giajuja's loud "so" ring through the air and echo off the walls before he responded with a heartfelt, "Why, thank you, Giajuja. By the way," added Giajuja as she started to load her fork with succotash, "I think the whole space looks even better now with the recordings on the shelves. It's like springtime has arrived, and all the rosewood leaves have come out to play." I never thought about that," divulged Fajal. "Do you have time to come by today for a few minutes, so I can introduce you to a couple of my friends? I'm sure they'd love to meet you." "Sure, I'd be happy to," granted Fajal, still beaming. Unlike yesterday, the rest of the meal was full of lively, loving conversation, all sparked by the recording Giajuja had taken the time to review. Layla, surprised by Fajal's openness to their guest, took note that she should show more interest in his work. Kat couldn't help but wonder if breakfast would have been so cheerful had she been dressed for the day, badged with a purple thread, begging to be noticed. Extract from Sealed Royal Recording 122C-4H5E3798 IC2ABE-A785D-AAA6L1 1FB8K. Minnie will see her change and wonder what happened. How so? She's not well connected. How can Minnie see when few even know she exists? That will change. Soon she'll be known throughout the realm. For her failure? Unfortunately, yes. The Kuur are already bragging about her stolen scroll. They're already claiming it sparked the release of Dezsma. But are they mentioning her? I thought they were giving the credit to Togur and his anonymous source, trying not to give her away. They were at first, but now Dezsma has made inhabitants curious about the royal recorder behind Togur's claims. They're clamoring to know who it is. It's only a matter of time until they know about her. Even Togur has started telling the story more truthfully. Soon he'll admit it was Kat. Is she ready for that scrutiny? No, not yet. But she will be. I'll help her. I will too. I'll let the twins know as well. I'm sure they'll want to help. Her actions, though full of Toba, did reveal the great gift of boldness you gave her. Her gift will grow now, be brought to the surface, and be put to good use. Ultimately, she'll be known more for her final choice, and for boldly helping others make theirs. She'll be a true catalyst. After discussing a few long-term issues, the Onu wrapped up their early morning council session with some simple daily coordination. Is everything all set for the recorder lunch today? Yes, I've already taken care of it. Good. Did you notice Vacuris needs a special touch? Yes, I did. His time, as first recorder, will be ending shortly. As usual, Togur ate alone, his cereal resting in its normal place between himself and his monitor. With each mouthful, he stared absent-mindedly at the blank screen which he had failed to turn on. When his cereal was gone, he realized he had been fantasizing about the upcoming celebration at the Parched Salmon tonight, and his chance to be the center of attention again. It had been several months since he revealed the stolen scroll, and he sorely missed the fame. Suddenly, he slapped the table with both paws, angry that he had let himself get distracted from his daily preparations. His bowl jumped excitedly and nearly toppled over. Before it could stop rattling, Togur thrust it aside and hauled in his buttered toast and hot chocolate. As he slid his mug closer, it left a milky brown trail of fluid, which had splashed over the rim during his outburst a few moments before. Without picking up his mug, he bent over and licked the side of it clean with his sticky tongue, leaving the stream on the table alone. Then he dunked his toast into the hot chocolate and watched as the yellow butter sprang loose from the bread and swirled into the rich, creamy chocolate. He pulled out the soggy toast and wolfed it down in one overstuffed mouthful before drinking half of the hot chocolate to wash it down. Slowly, he sank into motionless daydreaming again, with his forelegs still wrapped around his mug. After 10 minutes, he broke out of his stupor and began to get organized for the day. His routine now totally ruined, Togger failed to finish his hot chocolate or push aside all his dishes. Instead, when he eventually felt somewhat prepared for the day's adventures, he simply stood up and left his bowl, plate, mug, and research in place, without sliding them over next to the previous day's mess. Then he let out a frustrated growl and headed out for his first victim. Cat and Giajuja were on their way to the library together when a dog stopped them for a connection. As Cat knelt to pet him, she admitted, "I've really enjoyed our morning time together." "Me too, dear," agreed Giajuja. "I'm going to miss you after you go back home," maintained Cat, looking into the dog's eyes instead of at Giajuja. She rustled his ears one last time, then stood and patted him firmly on the side twice before resuming her walk. "You should come visit sometime. Lip and the kids would love to see you, as would our clan neighbors. You're famous, you know." "What? Why?" stuttered Cat nervously, afraid Giajuja knew about her past Toba. "Why? Because you're the first royal recorder from any of the giant clans, of course. Besides that, you're the youngest royal recorder ever. We're all so proud of you." Breathing a heavy sigh of relief, Cat replied, That. It's nothing." "Hardly. It's a great honor." Cat, not used to honest compliments, humbly muttered a simple, yet awkward, "Thanks." "Did you know I was in Recurrus Final 3 when Otek chose you for Royal Recorder?" "No, I didn't," answered Cat slowly, a little fearful the conversation was going to swing into dangerous, uncomfortable territory. "Yep, Otigo told me about it a few years ago." "That's weird. I thought they never disclosed that kind of thing." "Me neither." "Then why'd he tell you that?" probed Cat, curious as to why Otigo would share information that might foster potential conflict. "Well, I asked him that myself. He said he wanted me to know the Onu respected me and my work, and that they all felt I was nearly ready. Still, it seems odd to me that he'd tell you. Honestly, I thought so at first as well. But now, I think he told me because he wanted me to realize I need to move to Tala at some point soon. To help prepare Lip and me for the change. The impending move has definitely caused us to think differently about the decisions we've had to make since then." Giajuja went on to provide several examples, while Cat listened intently without interrupting. Cat marveled at the depth of Giajuja's relationship with Lip Yukanja and their commitment to the Onu. She didn't see this modeled at home. "Leave it to Otigo. He's a great guide. I guess he knew telling you would help prepare you for the change." "I'm sure he did," granted Giajuja with great appreciation in her voice. "But still, since you haven't been chosen yet, doesn't that make you mad?" led Cat, working her way towards her real question, which she would ask next. "No, I've liked the extra time in Stad with my friends." "I mean, doesn't that make you mad at me for having already been chosen?" worried Cat. "Oh no, never, my love. I may have many weaknesses, but fortunately, jealousy isn't one of them. I'm just happy knowing where I stand, and that there's still hope for me. Besides, I am truly very proud of you." Cat wasn't sure what to say. She was keenly aware that eons ago, had the tables been turned with Giajuja being selected and her passed over, she wouldn't have been so gracious. As she walked silently, Otigo opened her eyes to see this in herself. He also helped her realize that if something similar were to happen today, her reaction would be radically different. She knew Otigo was helping her with these transformations, and found this honest assessment of herself and her growth enlightening, not depressing. Giajuja could tell Cat was deep in thought, so she waited for Cat to bring the conversation back to life. When they reached Grandfather Tree, Cat woke from her introspection and couldn't help but encircle him multiple times, making her normal contact. Giajuja watched her joyfully. She felt a special connection to Cat and was glad to be here. In this moment, Happy Odigo had brought them closer together over these past few weeks. After Kat came around for the last time, she energetically shot past Jiajuja and continued her voyage towards the public library. In the process, she ended up on the opposite side of Jiajuja than she was before. Now, her right shoulder and clan badge were pointing towards Jiajuja. Jiajuja, primed to be the next novice royal recorder and full of observational skills, immediately saw Odigo's newly added seal. "What's that?" she asked inquisitively as she lightly touched the purple thread. "I've never seen one of those before." "Long story," buzzed Kat, nearly skipping as she talked. "But the short version is, last night I made my final choice to support the Onu and be on team Onu Otu no matter what. Odigo sealed my decision with this purple thread." "Wow, Kat, tell me more!" exclaimed Jiajuja. She was a strong supporter of the Onu, and while she wasn't sure exactly what Kat meant, she figured that Onu anything must be a good thing. Besides, she knew Odigo, trusted him. If he did something special for Kat, then it was something special indeed. "I'd love to," said Kat enthusiastically, "but I don't think we have enough time now. I'd probably make you late for your shift. How about after lunch? Will you have time before you have to head home?" "I'll make the time." "Great. Let's talk right after our meeting with the Kuurs is over." "Today's the day," asserted Telios confidently as he bounded into Odigo's study, once again interrupting the old guide without knocking. He didn't bother to sit down this time. He knew today's session would be one of his shortest. "Do tell," offered the seer as he turned to face Telios. "As you know, I've given this a lot of thought, especially since you said it was all up to me now." "Good. And I take that responsibility very seriously." "Good. So I wanted to make sure I was ready." Telios paused, expecting Odigo to say "good" again, but this time he remained silent. "And I wanted to make sure the timing was appropriate. Timing is still very important, right?" "Absolutely." "And it's still up to me?" "Yes." "Excellent. Then today's the day," designated Telios excitedly as he turned and left. Jiajuja literally danced up the stairs of the public library. She went partway up, twirled around, came back down a few steps, then exercised 10 different dance moves on her way back up to the landing. Kat laughed, relishing the moment. She even waved at Jiajuja every time she faced Kat during one of her spins, like a child waving at a parade. She was unaware that much of Jiajuja's joy this morning came from the choice Kat had made. While Jiajuja had yet to make her final choice, she would soon, and their kindred spirits would rejoice and bond together many, many times in the eons to come. After Jiajuja disappeared into the library, Kat gleefully sprang into Sneevelneck Pass. She ran with both arms outstretched, causing her fingers to vibrate furiously as they engaged the brick and brush speeding by. When she reached the corner, she stopped to catch her breath and turned to stare down the path where she had recently collapsed. She found it hard to believe that it had just been yesterday when her Toba had crushed her there. It seemed like years ago. The pain and guilt had already faded far, far away. Thrilled with her renewed spirit from the Onu, she broke into song and skipped merrily all the way down to the next corner. When she reached it, she turned and slowed down to a snail's pace to enjoy the smells, the grass, the bushes, the wildflowers, and the hint of rain in the air. She exited Sneevelneck Pass just as the first raindrops hit her head, dashing into the library to avoid the cloudburst and seek further refreshment in Rosewood. "We should have come before daybreak." "I know, but I was out late last night and overslept," explained Asa the cook. "Don't tell Delator. He'll be furious with you." I know. I won't. Thanks for coming with me." "No problem. With your help, I might just get back on schedule. Can you really stay all day?" "Sure. What are friends for?" "Apparently, for digging other friends out of trouble," smiled the cook. "Exactly," laughed Warrior, a novice waiter, as they entered the market. Let's zoom over to the fish first. It'll be slim pickings at this hour. Then we can split up to divide and conquer the rest. Okay, sounds good. Warrior and Asa the cook, sometimes together, sometimes apart, spent the next 2 hours winding through the market to find the food they needed for Delator's feast. By the time they got to the parched salmon with all the supplies, Asa the cook was confident they'd be able to pull off yet another spectacular event for the Kuur. I've never seen it this busy, noted Mies cheerfully. Me neither, agreed Juja. I guess the word's out this is the last day of the opening and inhabitants have come out to watch, afraid they'll miss something. It's nice to shower chase them into Rosewood while they wait for it to pass, observed Mies. Maybe they can learn something before they go back outside, suggested Juja. But scanning the crowd, she didn't see many dry seekers reading Dezsma. I hope so, concurred Mies optimistically. Well, I gotta go. I need to get this cartload shelved. It's my last one, rejoiced Juja. Are there any more recordings on the way over? Asked Mies. Just a couple. We should be done in about an hour or so. Looks like we'll even have time to take a break before our lunch meeting with Recurrus, said Juja as she waltzed away from Mies. You're going to miss me, bellowed the young librarian, though his tone betrayed a sense of doubt. Oh, I'm sure I will, replied Juja without turning to face him. Then she called over her shoulder, but not as much as you'll miss me. Funny, yelled Mies, chuckling to himself as Juja broadened the space between them. Then he quickly grew somber as he realized she was right. "30 minutes after the last of Dezsma made its way down to the public library, Nettle and Mkeshi began to clear away the temporary barriers from the path near the royal library. A few board recorders pitched in to help the well-clad warriors. No longer constrained by the barriers, the space directly in front of the royal library steps quickly filled with recorders waiting for their farewell lunch and final meeting with Recurrus. As they gathered, anticipation grew thanks in no small part to the savory smells wafting from behind the twins. While etiquette dictated that no recorder should enter early, a very hungry, very old recorder from Toscan broke through the dam holding the others back and started up the stairs prematurely. As if on cue, all the recorders began migrating towards the banquet. The swarm seemed unorganized at first, fanning out broadly from the stairs like a clamshell. But once on the stairs, the recorders formed neat lines and marched in 3 straight, orderly rows through the twins. The outside lines were careful to keep at least a full arm's length gap between their column and the beasts. Unlike the launch of the opening, when Cat tried to avoid the throng and keep to herself, today she plunged into the assembly, looking intently at the right shoulders of the recorders, hoping to find another purple thread. She was disappointed to find none. While there were a couple in her midst, they hadn't been close to her in the crowd. Before Cat reached the stairs, she carefully worked her way over to the edge of the pack so she could be in the rightmost line. As she crested the stairs, she broke ranks from her column and entered the safety zone between her column and Arcudo. She smiled at him and let her hand run all the way along his side as she walked past him into the foyer. Those in front of Cat were oblivious to her actions and continued smoothly into the library, but the recorders behind her on the landing noticed her audacious actions and gasped in horror. Fearing the worst, they stopped mid-step, causing a chain reaction backup which rippled through the crowd. Bumping into one another, waylaid recorders looked up and tried to find the blockage. Tall recorders, and those near the top of the stairs, could see the growing gap in the recorder columns on the landing between the twins. But seeing no reason for this empty space in their delay, shouts of frustration began to rise from the hungry horde. After a few moments trying to summon their own courage, and after painful prodding from those behind them, the frightened recorders directly in front of the twins began to move across the platform once again. Before they could completely fill in the empty space, Cat re-emerged. She had worked her way across the mass in the foyer and come back outside to connect with Arcuda. She was pleasantly surprised to find the gap in the procession on the landing, which made the final part of her journey quite trivial. Walking directly over to Arcuda, She patted her hindquarters firmly to get her attention. Arcuda turned her head and let out a soft, loving purr. But many of the recorders nearby interpreted Arcuda's actions as an act of aggression. They screamed and jumped back away from Arcuda, driving those behind them dangerously close to Arcudo. Another gap in the progression appeared as those near the entrance sprinted into the library, and those behind on the stairs hesitated. Well after Arcuda put her head back down on her paws, the procession timidly commenced again. Kat chuckled to herself as she watched the whole scene unfold. She thought it odd that all the other recorders were so afraid. Having been friends with the twins for so long, she had forgotten what it was like to fear them. While she didn't realize it at the time, her brazen public encounter with the twins would help seal her renown among the recorders. Nonetheless, she hadn't done it for the show. She was merely enjoying the moment with her friends, happy not to be weighed down by her toba. After a few more pats, she turned to re-enter the royal library and join the others working their way through the long serving lines of food. The serving lines ran down the main hallway, which had expanded fivefold to accommodate the crowd and provide easier access to the new dining rooms that had appeared. However, all the normal corridors and exits off the main hallway were closed, even those leading to the council chamber and its balcony. After Kat gathered her food, she made her way past the first two dining rooms on her right and entered the third. She found a table and sat down, nodding, but not bothering to audibly say hello, since the noise was overwhelming. Not being one for small talk, Kat didn't mind. However, she could tell the din was frustrating those at her table as they gave up trying to talk and merely ate. By the time she was done eating, several others had already cleared their dishes and returned to sit back down at the table, since there was no other place to go until the Onu opened the chamber. When everyone had eaten their fill, some having gone back through the serving lines multiple times, Odago walked into each dining room and told those nearest the door that the council chamber was now open. This information quickly rippled through the dining rooms, and the ready-to-go-home recorders rushed to make their way to the balcony. Since most recorders had brought their luggage with them, movement of the mob included much knee-knocking and awkward fumbling, which caused them to take much longer to be seated today than they had on day one. When they were all finally seated in the balcony, Recurus came in through the main floor entrance and took his place at the recording station. Even from Kat's dizzyingly high seat in the next-to-last row of the balcony, she thought Recurus looked much older and even more tired than he had when the opening began. She watched intently as Telios entered, walked over to Recurus, and gently patted him on the shoulder. Anyone watching carefully would have seen, like Kat did, that Recurus immediately looked a little younger, a little livelier, though not overly so. Telios then made his way to the table in the center of the chamber and sat down. A moment later, Odago and Otek entered and gracefully sat down next to him. Kat marveled to think that just a few brief hours ago she had been all the way down there with them, sitting at the royal table in a private session. With all anew in place, Recurus raised his right claw to quiet the crowd. After a few moments, he was able to begin. Friends, I will be brief. I know many of you can't wait to get home. He paused to let affirmations echo around the chamber. First, I'd like to say how very proud I am of all of you. As Recurus spoke, Telios silently rose and left the chamber. His departure was hard to miss. Most thought he was leaving to get a present for Recurus, or maybe use the restroom. No one guessed the real reason for his flight. Recurus, true to his word, kept his speech short, at least by his standards. He was nearing the 15-minute mark when he said, "And finally, I'd like to." In that moment, Recurus, and all of First Realm except the Onu, instantly froze. Time and events as first inhabitants perceived them simply stopped. Telios left the council chamber and transported to the long-term care wing at the care center. While he was the most commonly seen Onu in First Realm, he had the uncanny ability to hide in plain sight when he wanted to go unnoticed. He used this special ability to discreetly walk past the main desk, between the nurses, down the rightmost hallway, and into the last room on the left. Once inside, he silently closed the door behind him. The nondescript room was dimly lit. There were no cards, flowers, balloons, pictures, or personal touches of any kind. No friendly visitor dared to enter. The patient, recently repositioned by the nurses to avoid bedsores, lay motionless in a fetal position facing the door, his eyes closed. There was a fresh, but now cold meal sitting on the nightstand next to his bed. No healer expected this nutrition to be consumed. It was merely a sign the food services team loved their perfect serving record and refused to acknowledge this patient hadn't eaten in 153 days, and that he was still incapable of eating today. Long ago, healers quit embarrassing themselves by trying to rouse this unresponsive patient. Instead, they let the nurses worry about keeping the creature nourished and somewhat clean using common care center devices. Despite the nurses' best efforts, the patient looked pale, gaunt, unkempt, very unlike himself. Telios pulled an unused chair from the corner of the room over next to the bed and sat down. At first, he sat there quietly, resting his back against the chair. After a few somber moments, he leaned forward and began. Ah, Valbrise, I wish you would have chosen differently. Next time, maybe you will. Then he stretched out his hand and touched Valbry's arm. It was in this moment that his touch stopped time for all first realm inhabitants. But for Telios, this moment became an eternity. His eyes slammed shut as he absorbed the curse from Valbry's. He swam deep in Valbry's toba, began to drown in the pain and suffering, the separation from the Onu. However, if Telios had been able to open his eyes, he would have seen he was not alone. He's begun, noted Odigo. I know, replied Otek. Let's go. Without getting up from the bench, Otek and Odigo left the council chamber and instantly appeared standing in Valbry's room. The agony on Telios' face made the king cry. He wanted to reach out to save his son, to connect with him, but he knew this part of the burden was his son's to bear alone. Silently, Odigo put his arm around Otek. Together, they stood there without moving, not frozen in time, but frozen in love. They endured the eternity with Telios, felt the separation, the pain, and waited. Now, whispered Odigo. Otek immediately raised his arm, palm extended, towards Telios, as if he were about to touch him, and powerfully proclaimed, Bless you, my son, his words rumbling through time and space. When Telios' eyelids fluttered, they knew it was almost over. Otek and Odigo then left the care center and returned to their positions in the council chamber, so they would not be missed. When Telios opened his eyes, time resumed. Wish all of you safe travels home, continued Recurrus, concluding his sentence as time resumed. No one in the council chamber, nor in all of First Realm for that matter, ever knew how much time Telios consumed doing good in that single moment. Speech complete, Recurrus sat down at the recording station and yielded the floor to the Onu. Odigo, the true leader of all recorders, swung around from the table and stood up with great dignity. I want to echo Recurrus' thanks and well wishes. I, too, am very proud of all of you. Group leaders, thank you for your tireless efforts to organize this great opening. Your logistical skills made everything run smoothly. We couldn't have done this without you. Royal Recorders, I know so far only 43 of you have been asked about your Dezsma recordings, but soon all of you will be sought out, questioned, and compelled to respond. Please do so. As noted on day 1, the fog that clouded your minds outside of the council chamber is lifting for all of your Dezsma recordings. You will be able to recall clearly what you recorded and what happened during those sessions. Please share all you remember. Recorders, I know this has been especially difficult on you, parading through the hostile crowd like that over these past few months. I'm sure many of you questioned the need for that discomfort. But rest assured, your efforts have helped set the stage for further exploration of knowledge for all first inhabitants. I urge you to freely share what you've experienced here. Encourage others to come and explore Rosewood for themselves. And I promise, each inhabitant who comes openly will receive fresh truth. When Teleos opened his eyes in the care center, the room itself seemed the same as it had when he first connected with Volpres. However, Volpres looked different. He appeared healthy, just like he had on the day before he broke his Dezsma. Teleos could even see Volpres' eyes darting back and forth behind his eyelids, as if he were dreaming. Knowing the merchant would soon wake up, he stood, put the chair back in the corner, and walked to the door. With his hand on the doorknob, he turned and looked back at Volpres. Be well, my friend. Go in peace. Use your time wisely. Then he opened the door and instantly appeared back in the council chamber doorway, just as Odogo began to thank Recurus and end his speech. Finally, Recurus. Ah, Recurus. Thank you. Thank you so much for your many years of diligent leadership and service. You've done well, my friend. Applause rang through the crowd as Recurus acknowledged Odogo's kind words by waving his foreleg in the air. Speech complete, Odogo walked over to the center table to sit back down and was joined by Teleos before he slid over to the middle of his bench. Then the king rose authoritatively. As he did so, silence roared through the chamber. Recorders grew stiff, a little nervous. While all the recorders had intimate interaction with Teleos and Odogo, few really knew or had personal contact with Otek. As you know, truth is very important to me, he asserted as he looked over at Teleos. Then he raised his eyes up to the crowd, and in a seemingly impossible maneuver, slowly and without rush, turned and made eye contact with every single recorder in the balcony during his brief address. Recording and truth are key to kingdom growth. I am eternally grateful for the critical role each of you have played in this effort, not just for these past few weeks, but for the many epochs gone by. Earnestly, I thank you. As you leave today, please spread the wealth of our kingdom. May your efforts be blessed and all Dezsma fruitful. Go in peace. We are adjourned. As the recorders rose and began to make their way down out of the balcony, it was clear Otek's blessing had not been equally received. Descending the stairs, Vohan could be heard loudly saying to a colleague, "Oh my, what a complete waste of time. The food was kinda good, but why'd we have to traipse in here for that senseless send-off? They could have just broadcast those messages into the dining rooms while we ate dessert or something. Better yet, they should have just skipped it altogether. Why, it's taking us longer to file out of this stupid balcony than it did for them to give those silly speeches. These guys are so out of touch. I bet they're even sending us home empty-handed. Some great thanks, that is." Oddly, the recorders who were sympathetic to the Kuur seemed more excited to go home and spread the word than the Onu supporters were. They knew they could easily use what they had seen and heard to persuade others to join them, a few having already fallen prey to Delator's lies in his cunning habit of sharing Dezsma tidbits out of context. The Onu supporters, on the other hand, knew real growth and understanding would take time, effort, and loving attention to detail. As they invested in the truth, their courage would grow and they would begin to push back on Kuur supporters. Battle lines were being drawn, and choices were starting to take shape. It took a while for Kat and Giajuta to find each other in the recorder mass exodus. Once together, they walked across the lawn towards a well-worn bench under a sycamore tree. When they reached it, they sat down. Uncharacteristically, Kat poured out her heart boldly, explaining what she had done and how she had struggled for years. She talked for hours, Giajuja mostly listened, occasionally voicing support to make Cat feel secure, but not so much that it stemmed the tide of her telling. Then he touched my arm and gave me this purple thread, Cat said as she touched her shoulder. At the time, I had no idea he had placed it there, and while I already felt better, honestly, I didn't really understand what any of them had done. Cat went on to describe her private council meeting with the Onu, how she felt, what she learned, and the excitement she now had for the road ahead. As she reached the close of her tale, she let out a huge sigh of relief and gratitude as she concluded. And that's what this purple thread means to me. Giajuja reached over and touched Otogo's seal gently. Cat, I'm humbled. I'm sure it was hard for you to share all of that. Thanks for trusting me with your story. Now I'm looking forward to my chance to join Onu. Hopefully, my final choice comes soon. They chatted for a little while longer, easing up from the deep tension they both had felt during Cat's narration. When Giajuja finally looked at her watch, she cried, "Oh my, I've missed my transport. I'm not going to make it home tonight." "Oh, Giajuja, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you late." "No problem, child. No problem at all. You're totally worth it. Sharing this moment with you has made my whole trip worthwhile." They stood and hugged each other lovingly. Cat thought it funny that she had now shared a hug with someone 2 days in a row, Otogo yesterday and Giajuja today. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been touched like that. She blissfully grabbed Giajuja's bag and they rushed to the station together. Fortunately, Giajuja made the last daily transport headed in her general direction. However, she would miss her connecting transport and have to spend the night in Lyman before continuing her journey home the next day. Cat, new real connection in place, would spend a great deal of time with her Aunt Giajuja and Uncle Lip in the future. They would become sources of boundless comfort and support. Real family, not just relatives. Chapter 10. Reality Check. First-round transportations are typically fast, smooth, and uneventful. For those so gifted, they only have to see the desired location, and they immediately arrive. No magic incantation, no showy hand motions. Just see and be there. The seeing is very important, though, as it prepares the transporter's consciousness for their new location, so it only takes a split second for their mind to catch up with their matter. Like being shocked out of a dream. This awakening, however, was abnormal. It was as if the inhabitant had transported to an unseen location, and his mind was unable to stitch his reality back together after the mistake. His frustration grew as he fought to gain control throughout his extended reconnection. Probably because he wasn't a transporter. Nor was he transporting of his own free will. In some ways, his struggle may have been more of a personal disconnect than a transporting mishap. But whatever the cause, after passing through hundreds of cycles of opening and closing his eyes, connecting, disconnecting, and reconnecting, Valpriest finally realized the objects lying sideways in his field of vision weren't on their sides. He was. He mused. I'm lying down. Savoring his small success, he closed his eyes and disconnected again. Across the yard from the twins, 2 inhabitants were seated under a tree which was beginning to reveal its hidden autumn colors. The afternoon crowd in the green was sparser than normal. Without the procession at Dezsma carrying recorders to watch and heckle, most firsts had vacated the space after lunch on the final day of the opening and returned to their normal routines. They had, however, left their posters as a parting act of defiance, defacing the beauty of the lawn. The twins tried to ignore the handwritten signs of, "No seconds allowed," "Us first, them be cursed," "I don't know, but they must go," "No room for seconds," "Firsts are enough," "Dezsma, what about the dachshund?" "Resist the Onu," and many other unspeakable things. The twins knew Sneebelnick and the cleaners would remove the clutter and cleanse the area later this evening, and thus set things back to right. "Check out 82B, directed Arcuda. The twins had labeled all the benches around the green. It made it easier for them to talk without pointing or alerting others to what they were observing. "Looks like Giajuja is staying to help," noted Arcudo. "Good. Kat's going to need all the help she can get," remarked Arcuda quietly, so only her brother could hear. "Indeed. She didn't do herself any favors petting us like that in front of all the recorders earlier today," moaned Arcudo. Anyone who really knew how to read a bear could have easily seen he had a grin on his face that seemed to be at odds with his concerned comment. "No doubt. Hard for her to go unnoticed after that," added his sister, stating the obvious. "But I liked it," maintained Arcudo. Grin now explained. "Yeah, me too," nodded Arcuda. "She sure seems to have recovered quickly." As they were talking, Otekpla stepped out onto the landing and stood between them. "See that?" presented Arcuda, pointing with her stinger tail towards the pair on 82B. While Otek knew the bench labels, she had pointed reflexively. Instincts can be so hard to suppress. "Wonderful," approved Otek. "Giajuja's a gifted listener. She'll be a great royal recorder soon." "Did you tell her about Kat's choosing?" inferred Arcudo. "No, I didn't," responded Otek, overemphasizing the I in his reply. "Did Odago or Telios?" countered Arcuda. "No, they didn't have to either," answered the king. "Then why is she still here?" asked Arcudo, confused. "Love at work," explained Otek. "Did she know already?" submitted Arcuda. "No, Kat's telling her now," radiated the king, confident Onu would expand from Kat's efforts today. He gave each twin a powerful pat on the head before walking back into the royal library. "Where am I?" puzzled Valprise dreamily. Closing his eyes, he sank deep into his bed and disconnected yet again. Warrior and Asa the cook were taking a break from their food preparation. They were seated at the Parched Salmon bar, eating a very late lunch. "How many again?" questioned Warrior, with a bit more food in his mouth than Asa the cook was comfortable seeing. "About 125, counted Asa the cook. "There's no way they'll all fit in here comfortably," measured Warrior, still trying to grind his mouth full of food into chunks small enough to swallow. "I know. We'll have to use the patios," advised the cook. Warrior looked around, as if trying to visualize the arrangement, but failed to picture it clearly. "In that case, where do you want me to set up the food stations? In here or outside?" "Scattered about by theme. We'll do the barbecue out back on the big patio with the smokers, and the seafood on the small side patio," instructed the cook. "My guess is the smoking crowd will be much larger than the seafood crowd tonight." "Gotcha. What about the other main courses and their trimmings? Put those in here?" "Yes, we should probably put tables along that wall over there for the food," observed the cook, as he pointed to the wall containing the door to the back patio. "What about the appetizers? Those are all generic, so they can go in here too, right?" Ignoring Warrior's clear lack of food acumen, the cook gently replied, "No, those are specific to their respective main dishes. They'll need to be spread about as well." "Oh, okay. You'll have to point out which ones go where then." "Sure, no problem." "And the desserts? Where should I put those?" wrestled Warrior, attacking each problem he saw as they hit him. "Those should go in here. That way, everyone has to walk around at least a little bit. It will help with their digestion and liven up the party." "Ah, good point. I hadn't thought of that." Then, after a brief moment's mental review, Warrior continued. "Okay, we'll have 3 main areas set up for the food, and there'll be several places to sit right next to them. But won't Delator want everyone in one place for his speech later tonight?" "Oh yes, most certainly." "Well, Where are we going to do that? In here? Before Asa the cook answered, he carefully scanned the room again. It'll be tight, but I think we could have them all stand around the room. What if he talks for a long time? He does that sometimes, you know. Shouldn't we have a place for everyone to sit down? Asa the cook parted his lips and made a funny sucking sound as he drew a long breath in through his clenched teeth. Then he sighed the air out and woefully acknowledged, "Probably." "What about just bringing in some extra folding chairs after dessert?" suggested Warrior. "That'd be awkward, and I don't think we could fit enough in. In that case, how about using the back patio and yard? There's plenty of room out there. It'd be easy to set the space up for the whole group." That would have worked if it hadn't rained today. I'm afraid the ground's too soggy for spiky chair legs right now. The water drains off the deck into the yard, and it takes a long time to dry out. They sat in agonizing silence as they both tried to come up with a workable plan. In the end, it was Warrior who came to the rescue. "What about moving all the tables out of this room onto the patios and just using chairs inside? That way, everyone can still spread out at first, but when Delator wants to make his speech later tonight, everyone can squeeze in here." That might work," replied the cook. "Some might not like eating in here without tables, though." "Don't worry about them. It's a small inconvenience. If it really bothers them, they can grab their food and go outside to use a table. At least we'd have a single space ready for Delator's speech, so he'll be happy. And he's the real guest of honor tonight." After a moment's contemplation, the cook agreed. "I like it. Let's rearrange everything after we get the food situation under control." Wait. What's this?" queried Valpries. "Is that a care device?" Closing his eyes, he tried not to disconnect, but he failed. Mies returned to the public library after lunch, one of only 5 librarians on duty for the rest of the afternoon. The public library was eerily silent without all the recorders coming and going, the squeak of their rolling cartwheels, and the shelving of Dezsma. Already missing Gia Juja and her lively banter, he decided to walk around the library to help pass the time. He began at the bottom of Rosewood and completely circled each floor on his way to the crown. Since there were too many nooks and crannies to investigate, he limited his attention to only the most used corridors during his upward hike. Along the way, he only found one first inhabitant he knew, the builder whom Gia Juja had introduced to him earlier in the day. He was sitting at a table next to the trunk of Rosewood on the 7th floor, his late lunch resting precariously close to the scroll he was reading. Mies interrupted him and gently asked him to be more careful with his food. The giant didn't seem to recognize Mies, which landed a hefty blow to his ego. Working his way back down through Rosewood a second time, Mies took a few less traveled paths and noticed the old inhabitant he had helped yesterday. PB sat quietly on the 5th floor, his table stacked full of recordings, several even scattered on the floor around the table. He was desperately looking for a new nugget he could offer to Delator at the party tonight. Mies chuckled at the old-timer's frenzied effort, naively thinking PB had become completely captivated simply because he had shared his favorite recording with him yesterday. Mies' misinterpretation helped heal his bruised ego. After leaving Rosewood, Mies surveyed all the remaining rooms in the public library. For the first time ever, he found every other room completely void of patrons. Dejected, he made his way back to the front library desk to wait for someone, anyone, to ask him for his help. I'm in the care center, thought Valpries, a trivial insight gratefully gained, with the elapsed time between his conscious connections shorter than previous cycles. Somehow, he sensed this. It made him feel confident he was now in control. He relaxed and accidentally slid back into disconnection. "Where have you been?" attacked Bomvu in a tone inappropriate for addressing one's father. Fajal was returning late from lunch when Bomvu had noticed this infraction, since they were working together at the same building site, something quite unusual for them. "I went to Rosewood to eat my lunch," replied Fajal. He enjoyed having Bomvu nearby and was happy to answer any question he had. "I wanted a break. It was very relaxing." "You didn't read any of that garbage in there, did you?" interrogated his son incredulously. No, of course not. Never. I was just enjoying my workmanship," answered Fajal as he set down his lunch pail. "You should go see it sometime. Jiajuju was right. It looks even better now that it's full of recordings." Bomvu found it hard to believe his father would say anything nice about Jiajuja. But after a moment, he realized Fajal was actually humble bragging on himself. That made him feel better. For an instant, he had feared his father might be falling away from the Kuur. Grunted Bomvu. "I'll try to swing by after work on my way home." This brought a smile to the elder giant's face. "Maybe we could go together?" offered Fajal with a hint of, "I doubt you'll go," in his voice. "Sure thing. Sounds fun." Bomvu didn't really want to see his father's work, but he was very interested to see who was in the library studying Dezsma. Since he still lived at home and had no desire to venture out on his own, he figured a jaunt through Rosewood was a simple way to keep his father happy, while looking for firsts who might need some private, appropriate re-education. Later that day, Bomvu annihilated his assigned tasks before his father completed his, but he stayed on the work site until his father was finished. On their way home, father and son stopped by the public library to hike through Rosewood. Dezsma had a way of bringing first inhabitants together, even if they didn't believe the truth it contained. Care Center. That's right. I remember. I'm in the Care Center, Valpries repeated emphatically. "How'd I get here?" wondered the groggy merchant. He closed his eyes to rest and tried to think more clearly. This time, he didn't immediately disconnect. Worst day ever, thought Toger as he ended the workday having failed to spot a single infraction. While he wouldn't admit it to anyone, not even himself, he was distracted. He was too busy thinking about the glory awaiting him tonight at the Parched Salmon to effectively perform his day job. Several inhabitants who got off scot-free today would be sorely surprised tomorrow when a different Toger reappeared to make amends for his mistake. Mid-afternoon, he had decided to check on preparations for his party. When he arrived at the Parched Salmon, the fragrant aroma of smoking meat was almost more than he could bear. Even though he had just eaten a snack at the market, he instantly grew hungry. Following his nose around to the back of the tavern, he found Warrior and Asa the cook, drenched in sweat, as they worked hard to rearrange the patio. "Looks like things are shaping up nicely," surveyed Toger, as he stepped under the awning to take refuge from the sun. "Yep, we're getting there," huffed Asa the cook as he dropped his end of the heavy table with a thud and wiped his brow with the back of his hand. "Glad you're here. We could really use the help." "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have time for that. I just happened to be in the neighborhood and I thought I'd swing by to see how things were going." Toger didn't want them to know he had actually taken a leisurely stroll from the market to the Parched Salmon, a long walk by any first inhabitant's measure. Asa the cook instantly felt inspected. Tired, he let his emotions get the best of him. "In that case, you can tell Delator will be ready long before he arrives," crackled the cook. Without waiting for Toger's response, he went over to the next table, grabbed it, and pointed with his chin for Warrior to do the same. The table was in motion long before Toger made his next move. Sensing the cook's frustration, Toger decided to make a silent retreat. He wanted everything to be perfect again tonight, so he left the cook alone to exercise his gifts. Valpries opened his eyes to see Glawin Almosat, the novice cleaner, removing the untouched food tray from beside his bed. Valpries hadn't heard Glawin enter, and the thuds of his receding footsteps weren't registering either. "Who are you?" he demanded. Since Valpries' mind hadn't yet connected with his mouth, Glawin heard no inquiry from Valpries. He reached the door before Valpries lifted his head and irritably yelled at him. "Hey, I'm talking to you!" As Glawin left the room, Valpries became irate at being ignored. He angrily threw his head backwards and sideways, all at the same time. The violent motion caused his body to follow his head's lead and flip over. Now lying flat on his back, no longer in a fetal position, he disconnected before Glawin could re-enter his room to check on the unexpected noise. "I'm telling you, he moved. I heard a rustling sound as I was placing his tray in my cart. When I went back into his room, he was lying flat on his back," exclaimed Glawin excitedly. "That's impossible. He hasn't moved a single muscle the entire time he's been here, not even so much as a twitch. And now you expect me to believe he's in there flopping around like a fish?" belittled Visvasa sarcastically. "I never said that. I just said he moved. Go see for yourself," replied Glawin, trying to sound calm and constrained. Bored from her lack of patient interaction today, and sensing Glawin might be up to no good, Visvasa Bliskodil, the expert nurse on duty, decided to check on Valpries. She got up from behind her station and walked down the rightmost hallway into the last room on the left. Entering, she immediately spied Valpries lying silently on his back, his eyes closed. She turned to glare at Glawin, who had followed her down the hall. He was standing in the doorway waiting for recognition that he had been right. Without providing this approval, Visvasa turned her attention back to her patient. She put her hand on his wrist and confirmed his pulse rate on the wall monitor. Then, blocking Glawin's view, she aggressively poked Valpries in the slide, just below his ribs. He did not flinch or move. Satisfied she had been correct, she turned on Glawin. "That's not funny. I don't appreciate you moving my patient. I'm going to report you." Expecting praise from his discovery, Glawin was ill-prepared for her attack. Flabbergasted, he defensively cried, "What? I didn't touch him." "Well, there's no way he moved on his own," asserted Visvasa authoritatively. Cowering from Visvasa's assault, Glawin ran to his cart and tried to escape. Visvasa pursued her quarry and overtook him halfway down the hall. She leapt in front of his cart, slammed her hands down on the metal, and stopped him dead in his tracks. "Don't you ever, and I mean ever, touch my patients again. Do you hear me?" "Yes, sir," replied Glawin, as if he was addressing a superior warrior. Knowing he was innocent did him no good. He submissively took his verbal lashing as Visvasa ranted for several minutes. She had no fear of reprisal, since she was the most senior nurse in the long-term care wing, and Valpries was currently the only patient who could possibly hear her. When she finally ran out of steam, she stepped aside and let Glawin continue on his way. During his next connected phase, Valpries was startled to find himself staring at the ceiling instead of the doorway. Thinking through his change of scenery, Valpries slowly remembered the indignant intruder and the change of position initiated by his own head throw. Emboldened by the memory of his previous self-propulsion, he tried to move again, but this time he could not. Frustrated, he closed his eyes to concentrate and try harder, but the effort inadvertently threw him back into disconnection. Cetera the musician and Verog's the novice entertainer were performance partners. The musician often quoted her colleague when reporting to Valpries, though he never quite figured this out. Midday, they met in their secret enclave to count the goodness of today's market patrons. "I haven't seen a single recorder all day," sighed Cetera. "Me neither," agreed Verogs. and the lunchtime crowd was the smallest I've seen during the entire opening. That's probably because they're having a private lunch party at the Royal Library, offered Cetera, parroting what her friend had told her yesterday. And Recurus is going to send them home this afternoon, piled on Verog's, something else she had already shared the day before. Guess we'll be back to normal lunchtime crowds tomorrow, lamented Cetera. I'm afraid the good times are over, presented Verog's melodramatically, scanning her friend for a response to her pageantry. Seeing none, she began to arrange the day's income by value. Then she suddenly shouted, "Hey!" as if something had forcefully hit her on the head. Do you think Alders will come to Tala to see Dezsma? I mean, do you think it'll bring the crowds in all by itself? Maybe, but I wouldn't count on it, replied Cetera pessimistically. Valpries always tells me I should never trust the Onu, and since Dezsma comes from the Onu, I don't think we can trust it either. I didn't ask if you trusted Dezsma. I asked if you thought it would bring us supporters, restated Verog's emphatically. How should I know? Snapped Cetera tersely. She didn't like to think about such things. Sorry I asked, Verog said sarcastically. As an accomplished street performer, she had learned long ago that it was best to play the part her audience wanted. She stopped questioning their future and shared the partial day's earnings with her friend, the musician. Glawen had offered to help a friend deliver the dinner meals so they could quickly finish their duties and go out together after work. Hoping to make a speedy escape, he had already changed into his heart-sold street shoes. As he entered Valpry's room, he scuffed his shoes loudly on the tile and nervously hummed to the rhythmic decline of his heels. His loud approach woke Valpry's and made him wonder how anyone could ever rest in this place. Turning his head, he opened his eyes and quickly recognized the noisy trespasser. Irate, he shouted at him, "Hey, why didn't you answer me before?" Startled by Valpry's sudden head turn and the gurgling sounds coming out of his mouth, Glawen dropped his tray on the floor, scattering food everywhere, and sprinted out of the room to get Visvasa. "Hurry, I'm telling you, he moved again, and this time he tried to speak to me," Glawen shouted breathlessly. He was afraid Visvasa still wouldn't believe him, and that by the time he convinced her to go back to Valpry's room, he'd have fallen asleep again. Visvasa stared down at her monitors, refusing to look up at Glawen. As he rambled on, the expert nurse checked Valpry's blood pressure and heart rate. While she watched, Valpry's blood pressure dipped at the same time his heart rate went up slightly. She knew this often happened when sick, dehydrated patients sat up, but there was no one in his room to move the lifeless patient and cause the changes she saw. Intrigued by the technical glitches on her monitors, but not Glawen's senseless rambling, she rose to check on the care devices in Valpry's room. When Visvasa entered his room, she was shocked to see Valpry sitting up in bed. She sidestepped Glawen's mess on the floor and reached the bed just as one of the bedside alarms started to chirp due to the merchant's movements. Visvasa instinctively reattached the loose cord as she tried to comprehend the miracle before her. Finally, she regained her composure and cheerfully said, "Well, look who's awake." Having been the first words to register in his brain for months, her question echoed agonizingly through Valpry's head. "Me, I guess," he whimpered, squinting his eyes in pain as he tried to adjust to his newfound communication skills. My, don't we look great?" bellowed Visvasa, now actually seeing Valpry's for the first time instead of her devices. "How should I know?" shot her patient rudely. Normally, Valpry's was careful not to offend other first inhabitants, since he didn't want to accidentally push someone away who might be ripe for a trade. But today, in this moment, he was struggling to pull on his merchant mantle. Instead, he barked, "Who are you? And how did I get here?" "I'm Visvasa, your long-term care expert nurse. Ibu is the one who brought you to the care center. Let me go find her. She can explain everything." Visvasa, like Glawen, had been thrown off kilter by Valprie's sudden return. While she should have stayed and taken care of Valprie's immediate needs, she flew out of the room to find Ibua as he stared out of the door after her. "And who are you?" challenged Valpries as he turned his eyes to Glawin. Glawin had been standing just inside the doorway, with his back pressed against the wall, as if he was trying to watch the scene, but not be an actor in it. I'm Glawin," he said timidly. "So, Glawin, why am I here?" "It's Glawin, not Glavin," grumbled the cleaner, tired of always having to correct his name. "I don't care. Glavin, Glawin, whatever. What's the difference?" shouted Valpries impatiently, still not yet exercising his merchant manners. "Tell me, how did I get here?" "I don't know. I'm just a cleaner with food services. You'll have to talk to the nurses," deflected Glawin as he bent down to avoid Valpries' verbal arrows and pick up the food he had dropped on the floor. Glawin wasn't good with inhabitants, which was odd, since all day long he trespassed in rooms where he came into contact with those who needed special care and attention. Valpries let out a deep, exasperated sigh and slowly lowered his head to his chest. The movement disconnected him. Glawin didn't see this disconnect, but he was very happy Valpries had remained silent while he completed his cleanup and bolted from the room. After the recorder meeting with Recurus adjourned, Vohan the novice recorder spent the afternoon walking around Tala, enjoying the scent of Onu failure in the wind. He was looking forward to the real party of the day, the Kuur one later tonight. But since he didn't want to arrive too early, he wandered around looking at the various building projects underway close to Midtown. When he ran out of construction to review, he ventured out to the market and walked through it until closing. At that point, he decided it was safe to start towards the Parched Salmon, but figured he should take the long way through the green to kill a little more time, and hopefully end up being fashionably late. When he reached the edge of the public library, he was disappointed to see almost all of the evidence of today's discord had been removed from the green. He paused to watch, somewhat sadly, as Sneebelnick and the cleaners finished removing the last picket signs from the lawn. As they walked away with debris in tow, he scanned the empty yard behind them and smiled as he imagined the day when the green would be full of rioters, not just picketers. The vision cheered him immensely. Self-assured and happy to be on the winning side, he made an obscene gesture towards the twins. He held this pose for a long time, sure they couldn't possibly see him from this great distance in the waning evening light. Lowering his arms, he turned to finally head directly to the Parched Salmon, confident he would now arrive at an appropriate time and in great spirits. When Valpries reconnected, he saw someone sitting in the chair next to his bed, the door closed. He didn't recognize her, but something in her posture screamed she was a friend. She had been waiting for him for 47 minutes. Ibua sorry makey, she began in a rhythmic voice, making it clear she was attempting to connect with him using the realm's common greeting. But still heeding Benedari's warning, she had reached out with her voice, not with her hand. "Valpries, Rexazlik," returned Valpries, the greeting bringing back comfort. "The known. Expert healer. Merchant. But foremost," she began. "Kuur," they completed together. Ibua smiled, and Valpries now knew why the door was closed. "Good evening, Valpries. Great to finally meet you. I'm a close friend of Benedari." "Ah," sighed the merchant. "In that case, nice to meet you too." "What do you remember last?" asked Ibua. "Well," began Valpries. Then he stopped to try to rub the discomfort from his forehead. After a moment, he continued. "I remember Glavin bending over to pick up his mess." No, interrupted Ibua, laughing. "I meant what you remember last before waking up here." Valpriest chuckled as he realized he had been too literal. He paused to think. The effort was excruciating. All day long, he had been working to reconnect his mind to now. He hadn't really given any thought to before. He painfully dug deep and began to share what little he could uncover. Ibua was patient, careful not to interrupt him and never press him to go faster. I ran to Toger's, then to Malum's. I rushed into his workshop, felt wildly free of the Onu, shoved Malum aside, seized the stolen scroll, sensed the surge of power, pulled with all my might, and woke up here. It took Valpriest nearly 10 minutes to recall these small historical fragments. When he reached now, he stopped and looked intently at Ibua, his expression clearly begging for help in confirmation that he had uncovered the right snippets. Valpriest, you collapsed in Malum's workshop 153 days ago. Wow, uttered the merchant softly as time began to sink in. Then he wistfully added, and I've been here the whole time? Yes, you have. Benedari tried to heal you at Malum's, but she couldn't, so she called me. I brought over a rescue team, and we transported you here. Responded Valpriest, not as an interruption, but as a prompt for Ibua to continue. Before we left, Benedari discreetly pulled me aside and explained to me what she had done, and how you had tried to open the scroll and whatnot, said Ibua animatedly. Finding it impossible to go slow, she sped up her recap of the events. I already knew about the stolen scroll from Kahui, my mate. He was at the Parched Salmon the night it was revealed. You know, I was supposed to be there too, but I had to fill in for another healer here at the last minute, which turned out to be a huge bummer. But anyway, he told me it was incredible. That Toger was awesome. Her enthusiasm rang loudly throughout the room. At the mention of Toger's name, Valpriest's memories and frustration came pummeling back. Ibua noticed the change, but since the merchant remained silent, she assumed he was still struggling to make sense of things and to totally reconnect. He resolved to conceal this inner agony so he could keep Ibua talking to learn all she knew and find out what else he had missed. Anyway, Benedari warned me not to touch you since she was sure I'd get hurt, so of course I didn't. Valpriest crinkled his nose disdainfully, but Ibua didn't notice. She made me promise to tell her everything the healers did to try to save you. I have to say, we tested a lot of different treatments, but all of them failed. Ibua then went on to list some of the crazy things they tried. Valpriest listened intently, absorbing the care others had provided. We worked on you for 21 days. Each night, I met with Benedari to recap everything we attempted. Eventually, we all had to admit that we couldn't heal you, and had you moved over here instead. You've been in this room, motionless, ever since. Valpriest, still distracted by his anger that Toger received the glory that should have been his, took several deep breaths to focus. Finally, he asked, "Where's the scroll now?" "Oh, it's back in the Royal Library, of course," replied Ibua offhandedly, as if the merchant should have known that fact. "What?" screamed Valpriest bitterly. He suddenly felt a huge pit develop in his stomach, afraid all the work he'd done with Cat had been destroyed during his absence. "Yeah, about an hour or so after you collapsed, Telios and Nettle raided Asa the cook's house. They found the scroll in his oven and took it back to the Royal Library," explained Ibua dispassionately, almost as if it was a good thing. She knew, of course, about the opening, so the loss of one small scroll was no big deal to her. Valpriest was shocked that Ibua talked so positively about the loss of the stolen scroll. It made him doubt she was a true Kuur supporter. He closed his eyes and leaned back against his pillow in disgust. Ibua misread this as a sign Valpriest was tired, and pushed her chair back a bit, ready to leave Valpriest alone to rest for the night. "Wait," commanded Valpriest, interrupting her move. "Did I open it? Was Delator at least able to read what it contained before Telios ruined everything? Unfortunately, no. You didn't open it. Benedari told me the scroll merely fell to the floor unharmed. Before she was allowed to call me, Delator made Asa the cook remove the scroll from Malam's workshop and hide it. They didn't even try to do anything with it after you collapsed. But Delator lied and told everyone Toger opened it at Malam's. Bitterly disappointed, Valpries worked hard to think how he could turn this exchange with Ibua to his advantage. Sorry, but I'm a little bit confused, he slowly began. If I didn't open the scroll, and Telios stole it back, why do you sound so excited about all this? Oh, because your actions opened the entire royal library, proclaimed Ibua with great exaggeration. This had become such an important part of how she viewed the merchant that she had failed to realize he didn't know any of this yet. What? What do you mean? Asked Valpries excitedly as he sat up straight. He was thrilled to hear that he had gained such acclaim, but also depressed. He hadn't been around to see it. While the sudden jolt upright had made him slightly dizzy, he was able to stay connected, eager to hear the details. Well, the way I see it, the Onu realized we had them. They knew they couldn't hide what we, I mean you, had done, so they called all the recorders to Tala. And I do mean all the recorders. Then they unsealed a bunch of recordings. They called them Dezsma, as if that name means something important to them, and made the recorders walk Dezsma out of the Royal Library down to the public library, carrying them all by hand. Can you believe that? They made them walk them all the way down. We call the whole endeavor the opening. You should have seen it. It was quite the spectacle. Once the recordings were dropped off at the public library, other recorders shelved them in Rosewood. Inhabitants had been coming from all over the realm to watch and heckle. You would have loved it. Why, the Kuur have grown tenfold during the opening. At any rate, the opening just completed today. Immeasurably proud, Valpries whispered, Unbelievable. And I missed all of it. Well, you're back now. Valpries, wanting to confirm his fame, cautiously probed. And you said all of First Realm knows that I did this? Oh, no, laughed Ibua. I didn't say that. I meant I know you did it, as does Benedari and a few others. But Benedari told me that Delator said I had to keep it all to myself. Apparently, he said he couldn't have the Kuur worrying about a cursed one, or something like that. Valpries became enraged at this insult. He couldn't believe it. After all he had done, after all he'd been through, Delator had tossed him aside like common garbage. Infuriated, he gritted his teeth and demanded, Can I leave now? Ibua mistook his anger for determination. Yes, of course. I mean, I think so. No one is held in here against their will, and from what I can tell, none of your care devices seem to be registering any warnings now. Actually, you look perfectly healthy to me. Unfortunately, I can't discharge you since this is a long-term care wing. Let me go talk to Visvasa and see if she can get you out of here. Thanks, Valpries replied flatly. Then, regaining a small degree of control, he added, I'd really appreciate that. Smiling, Ibua rose and went to secure Valpries' freedom. Happy to have finally talked with the real hero of the opening, she innocently thought others would be delighted to see him and welcome him with open arms. She had no idea his return would complicate things. In her rush to bring Valpries up to now, Ibua failed to provide him with some critical, timely information. Most importantly, it never crossed her mind that she should mention Delator's celebration party later tonight at the Parched Salmon. Valpries, now drowning in the same sea of bitterness and rage that consumed him 153 days ago, flailed wildly as he tried to stay afloat, waiting for Ibua to return with Visvasa to release him. Chapter 11. Party Crasher. Valpries endured hours of poking and prodding as he went through a battery of tests and interviews before Visvasa was willing to discharge him. She didn't want her perfect record blemished by accidentally allowing an ailing inhabitant to escape the care center. Normally, she was the last line of defense for other caregivers, but today, she brought in several expert healers and expert nurses to confirm her assessment that Valpriest was fit to be released. Other than some relatively fresh, pinkish scars covering both of his palms, which they had seen on his arrival, they could find nothing wrong with him. Despite his efforts to be fashionably late, Vohan was the first Kuur to arrive at the party. "Where is everyone?" the cranky old novice recorder bellowed as he walked into the Parched Salmon. "On their way, I guess," replied Warrior without looking up, busy putting out appetizers. "You're early." As Warrior scurried back into the kitchen for more food, Vohan closed the front door and watched as a handful of workers arranged folding chairs throughout the tavern, setting some around 4 tables still on the main floor, but placing most in small, freestanding circles. This transition had begun a few moments earlier when Ace the cook decided that having the tavern set up like a classroom, facing the bar for Delator's speech, had been a bad idea. He was now sure it made more sense to first have multiple gathering spaces for small groups to eat, then rearrange the room back into a lecture hall right before the main event. He could afford to make this last-minute change because Delator, without asking the cook if he needed any help, had sent over 3 faithful workers in the afternoon. It was a good thing, too, because there's no way all the food preparation would have been completed on time without them. After deploying the improved seating arrangement, the workers began to shuttle the extra chairs, and those still leaning against the bar, over to the storeroom next to the kitchen, to place them out of the way until they would be needed later. Feeling ashamed of his early arrival faux pas, Vohan helped the workers with this chair migration. He had just completed his part of the menial task and sat down by the fireplace when Cetera and Verogs arrived, who also had mistimed their entrances. Having coordinated their clothing choice before leaving the market, they both went home after work, showered, and put on their matching party attire. Instead of arriving at the tavern alone, they met at a corner 1 block north and made their final music choice, then rushed into the pub, breaking into song and dance. But to their dismay, they only found an audience of 3 upon entry, Vohan and 2 workers. Cutting their show off before it even had a chance to come alive, they walked over to the fireplace to join Vohan. Their transition from entertainer to patron was well practiced, and they could easily turn their gifts off and on. "Nice fire," flattered Verogs, as she sat down in the chair directly beside Vohan. Vohan didn't care much for entertainers. Believing they were frivolous, he had immediately felt uncomfortable when he noticed them striding towards him. He was greatly agitated now that one of them had the audacity to sit down right next to him. "Thanks, I made it myself," he replied sarcastically as he inched his chair away from her, stewing that she should have known better than to invade his personal space. There were plenty of empty chairs elsewhere in the tavern, and several vacant chairs around the fireplace that weren't right next to him. Vohan endured 10 grueling minutes of chit-chat before the next Kuur came through the door and rescued him. He jumped up immediately, ignoring the fact that Verogs was mid-sentence, and rushed over to welcome the new arrivals, whom he knew very well, and instantly his party really began. After their normal greetings, he led them to a food-serving table, grabbed a plate, and rapidly weighed it down with appetizers. Just as swiftly, he lightened the plate's load before the others could even make it through the line. Verogs completed her story without skipping a beat, to her audience of 1, Cetera, as if she had never heard it before. Cetera, knowing this story by heart, watched in awe as Vohan hastily moved back and forth from serving table to serving table, wondering how he was able to talk and swallow, all at the same time. Even though there were 5 giants sitting around the gigant dinner table tonight, it seemed empty without Giajuja and Bomvu. Since they were the big talkers, the conversation had been sparse during mealtime and mostly trivial. except for the first 5 minutes when Fajal fondly mentioned that he and Bamboo had swung by Rosewood together on their way home. As he talked, Kat wondered why he, and everyone else in her family, didn't like to compliment anyone to their face. She knew Fajal only felt comfortable talking about his son like this since Bamboo was away having dinner with his friends. After Fajal finished his telling, the room fell into awkward silence, pierced only by the sound of clanging utensils and giants chomping. Finally, Kat tried to spark some form of conversation. You know, Gia missed her transport today. We were talking and lost track of time. Had Kat seen Layla's expression when she mentioned this, she might have thought Layla was concerned for Giajuja's travel woes. But in truth, Layla wasn't worried about Giajuja's discomfort at all. She was afraid Giajuja might come barging through the door at any moment and join them for dinner. The thought horrified Layla, since her dinner tonight wasn't fancy enough for a guest. Luckily, Kat quickly added, but she was able to get the last one out of town, and she'll probably only need an extra day to get home. This made Layla relax. I feel bad for messing up her travel plans, winced Kat. But as she would write later in her journal, she loved the connection she had felt when they were talking on the green, and was really looking forward to their next encounter. She hoped Giajuja was now in Lyman, relaxing, enjoying a good dinner of her own. I'm sure she'll be fine, voiced Layla without affection or concern, her tone making it abundantly clear she was upset Kat had even brought it up in the first place. An hour or so after the party at the Parched Salmon officially began, the tavern teemed with 149 Kuur. Glancing around the crowd, Asa the cook was glad he had prepared enough food for 200. He knew that with Beku, the bearded walrus, and several other large beasts in attendance, he would need a lot of food to keep the festivities roaring. The party was already in full voice, and wouldn't simmer down until early in the morning. Both patios were especially lively, with noise billowing out all over the neighborhood. Yet no residents complained. They all knew better. Having assumed Delator was a silent partner in the Parched Salmon, no one wanted the expert inspector against them. Most of the night, Togger prowled the property like he was on patrol. He took the same basic route, hour after hour, wandering inside around the main room perimeter, outside through the back BBQ patio, slipping out behind the bordering fence, through part of the neighboring yard into the side patio, and then back inside to begin again. He gnawed on some food, but never sat down, too anxious about his speech and introduction for Delator. He was afraid Delator might interrupt him before he could spit out all the glowing things he wanted to say about himself. Telios entered the tavern, the sign on the door giving him no pause. Unbeknownst to first inhabitants, Otek Plaz was the real silent owner of the Parched Salmon. That meant Telios, as heir to the throne, owned it too. Telios was no stranger at the establishment. He went there often, and tonight, like most nights he swung by, he used his special gifts to hide in plain sight as he mingled amongst the patrons. No one knew he was there. He arrived long after the party was underway, so much so that no one expected a formal greeting from him as he walked around. When he did feel compelled to introduce himself, he clearly stated who he was, but no one caught his name. They figured he had spoken too softly, or the noise was too loud, and none had the courage to ask him to repeat it. Hey, it's me. I just got into Lyman, announced Giajuja tiredly, with a not-so-subtle hint of exasperation in her voice. She never tried to hide her feelings from her mate, and always let her guard down around him. Did you find a room? Solicited her mate from the other end of the line. No, I literally just got here, answered Giajuja in her normal, emphatic tone. Oh no, gasped Lipukanja, alarmed his mate was still on the move instead of hunkered down for the night. I wanted to call you as soon as I got off the transport," continued Giajuja. "Thanks, I appreciate that." "You're so welcome," sang Giajuja, making up the tune. Talking to Lipukanja had already made her start to feel better. "Would you do me a favor?" "Sure thing. What?" invited the recorder, a little surprised her mate had asked her for something right now, given she was the one far away from home. "Hang up and go find a room, and then call me back. I'll feel much better when I know you're in safe and sound for the night," replied Lipukanja. As a novice defender, he had a way of thinking about first inhabitants' worst toba and what they might do to a traveler. He didn't need to explain his apprehension. Giajuja knew him all too well. "Oh, all right. I'll call you back in a few minutes," promised Giajuja. While she didn't think like Lipukanja, she did appreciate his concern. "Love ya. I love you too." After Lipukanja hung up, he stood still, staring out the kitchen window. Since twilight had fallen, he could easily see the reflection of the kitchen and dining room behind him in the darkened window before him. The decorations he had set up to celebrate Giajuja's return were now glittering in the overhead lights. He had already put away the celebratory food, covered the cake, and determined he wouldn't let his mate know Cat had spoiled his first attempt at a homecoming party for her. While her unexpected change of plans had ruined the surprise, Lipukanja wasn't mad. Giajuja's brief explanation about Cat before she left Hala had been enough. He knew Cat had been worth it. Delator stared at his reflection in the mirror after changing his outfit for the 5th time, finding it hard to concentrate on even the simplest of tasks. He had been working for eons to overthrow the Onu, and now with the opening, he knew his time had finally come. After determining this outfit was regal enough, but not too pretentious, he carefully took it off and hung it off to the side on an old-fashioned coat rack he kept in his bedroom. Then he put his daywear back on and went across the hall to continue practicing. All the homes in Delator's community were opulent, with multiple chambers intended for scholarly endeavors. In most homes, the smaller studies were dedicated to individual family members so they could grow at their own pace and contained just a couple of chairs for small but lively discussion. These other homes also had at least one large, well-adorned space on the first floor, so the entire family and guests could gather to debate matters, argue over favorite interpretations, and agree to disagree. Delator, on the other hand, had arranged each of his dens for personal indulgences, not growth. Most importantly, he had a studio constructed on the 2nd floor for practicing speeches, hidden upstairs so guests couldn't see it. This special enclave had multiple mirrors on each wall, separated by soundproof foam panels, like those used in fancy music recording halls. He personally added this installation soon after moving in, when he realized he couldn't concentrate during his booming monologues. Delator entered his speech room and passed by multiple podiums and raised floor areas used to simulate various modes of public speaking on his way to the bar he built to practice tavern events. He used the bar space a lot. It was one of his favorites. Before he reached the bar, he stopped at a small switch that turned on all the recording devices, which were scattered throughout the room, each perfectly placed so he could critique his performance from a different angle. The switch was connected to a control room with 15 monitors and an overly complex console to manage the devices. The control room was hidden behind one of the mirrors in an alcove that had originally been part of an adjacent bedroom's walk-in closet. Delator flipped on the switch and smiled to himself, musing how his recording setup was 10 times better than Asa the Cook's security system. He was very proud of this investment in himself. Once at the bar, Delator practiced his short opening multiple times. Then he jumped into the middle of his speech, bypassing a lot of material between the 2 points. He knew this section was still the roughest. After struggling through it again, he banged the mahogany counter with his fists and cringed at his communication weakness. sure his words didn't effectively drive home the points he really wanted to make. The frantic events of the past few months had made it difficult to settle on the best spin for this part of his tale. He twirled around in a circle a couple of times to clear his head, and then tried the middle section of his speech 3 more times in different ways before he stopped and went to the hidden control room to check on his progress. He watched each version several times, from multiple angles, and measured his own disbelief as revealed by his micro-expressions. He settled on the second version of the truth, which he seemed to project the best. It would suffice for tonight. He knew he could change the story again in the years to come. Satisfied with his decision, he zoomed back to the start of the recording to watch the opening. Regrettably, he saw by the tilt of his head that it didn't really convey the strength he had intended. Upset at having missed this feebleness before, he checked the clock to see if he had time to practice it some more. Since the party was his, and he was the only speaker, he decided he had plenty of time. Erasing all of tonight's practice runs, he restarted the recording and went back to the bar to work on the opening again. He knew he had to perfectly present the part about the King's New Mansion and the Second Realm invaders. Tonight, unlike the night the stolen scroll was revealed, almost everyone in the Parched Salmon wore badging. The Kuur were feeling bold and proud, with no reason to hide. While Telios was unbadged, he decided to try to spark a conversation with the inhabitant standing awkwardly at the far end of the seafood patio by using the common realm greeting. Telios Onu. Servant, Buckbalno Camus. Ultimate Creator. Novice Beast Wrangler. What? Like the twins? Oh no, laughed the burly orangutan. Only Otek can wrangle them. Telios laughed heartily. After a few minutes, Telios ushered Servant toward the seafood table where they loaded their plates with deep-fried cod and cold shrimp before generously slathering tartar and cocktail sauce on top of their respective targets. They stood by the table, laughing and talking about the joys of wrangling wild things without taming them. Since they were blocking the line, others paused to join in their conversation. While the others chuckled at their exploits, only Telios demonstrated a true connection to Servant. His laughter was deep, genuine, and full of empathy, all at the same time. It was dark by the time Valpries left the care center. Since the market was nearby, he could have easily gone to check on his stall. But since he kept nothing of value there, he knew it would be a waste of time. Instead, he headed straight home, where all his true fortune was hidden. As he rushed toward his treasures, he chided himself for living so far away. And yet, at the same time, he thanked himself for living remotely, since that made it harder for miscreants to venture by his residence and pilfer things. When Valpries finally reached his home, he paused at the front door and looked around nervously, afraid a villain may have been successful during his absence. Thankfully, nothing on the porch seemed out of place. He sank the key into the lock and listened to the well-known clicks as the tumblers fell partway down. When they stopped, he simultaneously placed his hand on the palm print reader on the door and looked at the eye sensor in the doorframe. With owner identified, the tumblers completed their journey, and the door was now free to open. Malum, had he ever been to Valpries' home, would have said the expensive lock was useless. A simple hammer from his workshop would have easily granted him access through any window. Or better yet, a rock from the yard would do just fine. Valpries eagerly opened the door, his prized possessions now all he could think about. As the door swung open, his highly sensitive nose registered the escaping air as musty, dank, and quite old. A great sign, he thought. It meant things had been locked up tight for a long time. However, he still worried that someone might have come by during his first days away and done their toba then. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Flicking on a few lights, he raced through the house, closing all the open curtains. He had carefully chosen these drapes, not for their looks or color, but for their ability to block out all light and shadow once they were closed. After he finished making sure they were all drawn, he knew he could safely examine his treasures, certain no one on the outside could discern what he was doing on the inside. He began his certification routine in the basement and worked his way up through the entire house. It took him a long time, but to his great relief, Valpes found everything exactly as he had left it a few mental hours before, even though it had actually been several months. Done with his appraisal, he made his way downstairs to the living room and sank into his favorite chair. He looked around the room and smiled to himself, grateful he had no close family nearby, no close friends, no one who might have felt duty-bound to come over and check on things while he was gone, and, horror of horrors, discover something valuable they shouldn't. Satisfied his wealth was completely secure, he was free to contemplate Ibua's praise and his newfound hero status. Even if only a few knew about him now, at least it was a start. He'd figure out a way to make sure Ibua, and the others, repeated his tale and helped him spread word of his exploits. With their assistance, he was sure he'd finally gain the cursed standing he so richly deserved. After a few minutes of hero worship, he rose and went upstairs to take a long, hot shower. While the care center had diligently worked to keep him clean, he could tell they hadn't done a perfect job. PB joined Toger on one of his circuits through the tavern and motioned towards the kitchen once they were inside. Toger acquiesced and turned into the hot room, understanding PB wanted to talk, which wasn't unusual for the history teacher. He was always overflowing with words. Once inside, PB pointed to the corner furthest away from all the workers. Again, Toger obliged. It took several seconds for them to reach their destination in the large kitchen.
I know this sounds crazy, but I found proof that Delios is the one we need to stop,
whispered PB. Normally, he would have held this kind of information close and only shared it with Delator. Since Delator hadn't arrived yet, and he knew Toger was going to introduce him, PB gambled bringing Toger in on his new secret was his best bet. He hoped this approach would get him into Delator's speech, or at least Toger's introduction. What do you mean? Scratched Toger casually, barely paying attention. Well, PB began excitedly, no longer whispering. I was in the public library today, like I always am, looking for information we can use against the Onu. I had already been studying there for hours when I decided I needed to get up and stretch a bit. While I was meandering around, I happened to be on the 3rd floor at the time, I suddenly had a strange sensation, like a recording was beckoning me or something. I can't explain it, but I definitely felt like I had a connection to a recording somewhere above me. Toger had learned long ago that the eccentric history teacher liked to exaggerate and use many words to say simple things. Although he seriously doubted PB had a connection to anything, he waited patiently for him to get to the point. I quickly went to the center of the 3rd floor to use the main stairwell. As I ascended, I could tell I was going in the right direction because the sensation got stronger and stronger as I went up. But as I got about halfway between the 10th and 11th floors, I suddenly felt queasy. Can you believe that? Me? Nauseous or afraid of heights? No way. I love to soar. But as I tried to press on, I felt worse. Weird, right? Anyway, I felt so bad I had to stop mid-flight and turn around to head back down to the 10th floor to find some place to sit down. As a tiger, Toger had the uncanny ability to patiently watch his prey before pouncing. He twitched his tail to help pass the time, figuring he would be better served by letting the teacher ramble on a bit more than to stop the flow by interrupting him now. That way, he didn't miss any nugget of truth hidden in the deluge, which he could later use against the Onu, or maybe PB himself. Despite his attempt to look somewhat engaged, Toger let out an instinctive yawn and licked his chops, which made PB feel very uneasy. Stammering at the sight of Toger's teeth, PB tried to continue. Where was I? Oh, yes. I was on my way down to the 10th floor. Well, as I made my way back down, I suddenly felt much better, not queasy at all, so I knew I was going in the right direction. It's then that I realized whatever was calling me must be on the 10th floor. When I reached the 10th floor landing, I stopped and looked around the maze of recordings, wondering how I'd ever find a single leaf calling me amongst all those branches. Had I any idea of the subject matter of the recording, and had the librarians done their job and completed their cataloging, then I could have easily found it online. But of course, since it's going to take them years to get all their work done for Dezsma, and they haven't even started yet, I knew I was in for a long, old-fashioned visual search. Toger sized PB up and down multiple times. He had been around the history teacher for many centuries, and knew that he had been useful to the Kuur in the past. But for some reason, Delator was now claiming he was invaluable, that he was finding things in Dezsma that would change First Realm forever. Toger just didn't see it. He tried to focus, tried to really listen, but he still sensed Delator was overvaluing this inhabitant. He raised his eyes back up to PB's and tried not to look too scary. When their eyes met, PB knew he was in trouble. He felt like Toger was about to attack, devour him. He tried to calm down, but the nervousness made him babble on even more. "But I digress. Forget about the librarians," screeched the owl, spinning his head around to break eye contact. Then, after spinning it back, he continued. "Anyway, as I was saying, this recording seemed to be beckoning me. I stood on the landing and waited quietly. After a moment, I could faintly hear it calling me again. It wasn't just some weird internal connection now. It was actually audible. I kid you not, I could hear it. But, as I'm sure you're aware, the areas next to the stairs on all the floors, including the 10th, have a massive jumble of tables and chairs scattered around them, and typically several loud inhabitants utilizing the space. Well, today was no different. It was really noisy next to the staircase. So, while I strained hard to hear the call, I couldn't really make it out over the hum of all those inhabitants. I decided I better circle the floor, ebbing in and out a few rows at a time, to see if I could pick up a better sense of the origin of the call. Good idea, don't you think? PB paused, waiting for Toger to nod or something, but the big cat gave no clue as to his perception. Well, as I moved around, I could hear a faint dinging in my ears. As I soon figured out, it got louder as I approached the recording, and softer as I walked away from it. Kind of like that old kids game of hot or cold. Have you ever played it? Pursued PB hopefully. Toger, finding it hard to hide his impatience with the teacher's meandering fairy tale, irritably replied, Yes, of course. But what about the recording? Well, as I was saying, this recording was calling to me, right? And, well, I answered it. I mean, not out loud, mind you. No, that would be silly. Recordings don't have ears. I answered it by trying to find it. It took me a while, but I did. Find it, that is, over in the area closest to the back entrance. It was on a shelf that wound around and around back in upon itself. Like a great big spiral. It took a while for the scroll to lead me into the center, since I had to corkscrew my way around several times. But once I arrived, it was like I was in a private retreat, deep inside the forest. Get to the point, grumbled the predator. He already knew Rosewood was a woodland. Well, once I was inside my lovely scented cove, I still had several thousand recordings surrounding me. Those shelves are huge. And now, get this, I could hear them all. I'm telling you, I could hear all of the recordings in my cove calling to me. Well, actually, it was more like they were all singing for me. What a great chorus. Superb harmony indeed. That's it, PB. I've had enough. You're nuts, exclaimed Toger as he began to trail away. No, wait, come back, shouted PB, surprised at how fast Toger had expanded the space between them. At PB's plea, the startled workers stopped what they were doing and turned towards him. Sheepishly, he smiled and gave them a small wave to get back to work, then flew in pursuit of Toger, catching him at the kitchen door. Peebee reached out his wing and seized Toger on the shoulder, trying to keep him in the kitchen. Toger turned angrily and growled at the audacity of the teacher, while Peebee instinctively shrank back and lowered his head as a sign of humble submission. "One last chance. Tell me, and you'd better make it quick," snarled the tiger through clenched teeth. Yes, of course, I'm sorry. It's just that I got so excited. Anyway," Peebee took a deep, exasperated breath, trying to relax and focus. "I glanced around and noticed one of the recordings was much darker than all the others. Being an incredible expert in historical matters, I was able to instantly deduce it must be the oldest one there, and therefore the one I should start with. I grabbed that recording and sat down on the floor in my private sanctuary to review it." "What did it say?" leered Toger, spacing out his words emphatically as he approached Peebee. He was now almost touching Peebee, towering directly over him, way too close for the teacher to find any comfort. Okay, I found it right there in the first section, plain as day. It said, get this, that Telios himself is going to create a second realm. The Onu have all agreed it's his decision." Pleased with himself, the owl pushed his glasses back up his beak, smiled weakly, and waited for Toger's amazed approval. Exasperated at his colossal waste of time, Toger took a step back to collect himself so he wouldn't strike Teletor's favorite teacher. "Every inhabitant knows Telios created First Realm, so surprise, surprise, he's going to create Second Realm. Big deal," roared Toger sarcastically. He turned and left the teacher standing there, looking at the kitchen door swishing back and forth from the tiger's violent exit. "But," continued Peebee to himself, "I've never known the Onu to break their word. If they say it's up to Telios, then it's up to Telios." He lowered his head and softly whispered, "If we find a way to stop him, we find a way to stop Second Realm. No Second Realm. No seconds." Now, isn't that interesting? As a teacher, Peebee loved watching the light turn on in his students' eyes. This time, he could only watch his own reflection in the highly polished tile floor. He raised his wings in a shrug, and slowly lowered them as he exhaled heavily. He knew Toger was wrong. The singing recording that wanted to be heard was invaluable. Telios had strolled onto the back patio and struck up a conversation with a burly, smelly inhabitant with stained hooves standing next to one of the fire pits trying to mask his odor. "So, what exactly does a wood sustainer do?" asked Telios, his interest in the being reflected in his offer to listen to him. "Well, we help wood retain its luster after it's been harvested and shaped," explained Aquetes. He went on for several minutes describing the nuances of his guild's unique processes. "Is it possible that I've seen your work somewhere?" suggested Telios, once Aquetes paused for feedback. "Maybe. Have you ever been to Rosewood?" questioned Aquetes anxiously, twitching his tail and pointing his nose in the general direction of the public library. "Why, yes, I have," answered Telios. "Well, that's some of my work," Aquetes humbly noted as he lowered his head to the ground and snatched another bite of apple from his plate. "It's beautiful," approved Telios, causing Aquetes to raise his head and smile, with his mouth wide open, food dangling out. "And the fragrance of the forest after all this time? Is that part of your work too? I've strolled through it many times over the years. I love that smell." "Yes, we can sustain the forest scent with the gifts Telios has given us," answered Aquetes, his mouth less full now. Like many in attendance tonight, Aquetes was unafraid to acknowledge his gifting. But, unlike most others, Aquetes was quick to show respect for his fellow workers. Telios smiled. He knew Aquetes was ready for Odago's next touch. Aw, come on, Ben. Enough talk about Toba already. Malum tried to wave away Benadari's incessant Toba talk tonight with his hand and his tone. I believe Ibua. If she said she talked to Valpries, then she did. Who cares if no one else has seen him since he left the care center? I'm sure he's here in Tala somewhere, trying to get his feet back under him. He's been through a lot. He'll probably show up in a day or two. He's not in Toba. We'll see, snarked Benadari. She knew Toba existed, and that she had to work hard not to go there. She was tired of arguing with Malum about it, especially now that everyone could clearly see it in the sky coming for them. She wallowed in her worry and reconsidered Delator's proposal, his promise to keep her out of Toba's grip. I'm going back for fists, calculated Malum with a grin, desperately changing the topic. Want any more? No thanks, I'm good, rebuffed Benadari. The couple had been sitting out on the back patio, enjoying the cool, but not too cool, evening air and the aroma of meat perfectly smoking. As Malum got up to get more food, Benadari rose, took her plate over to the dirty dish bin, and tossed it in with a loud clang. She drifted off the back patio, away from Malum, not spending any more private time with him until they left to go home. She didn't feel this separation, but he did. Delator replayed his opening segment one last time. Finally satisfied with his delivery, he turned off all the recording equipment and smiled at his faint reflection in the dark monitor in front of him. He rose and walked out of the control room and then the study, turning off the lights as he went. The room had served him well. Hungry, he went downstairs to eat a light supper. While there was a feast waiting for him at the Parched Salmon, he knew better than to dine in public tonight. He didn't want to take the chance of spilling something on his perfect outfit. And besides, he knew he would be tempted to overindulge at the tavern with Asa the cook's flair for feasting, and that would make him sluggish for his speech. Better to be half full and execute well than to be stuffed and disappoint the crowd. After his shower, Valpries put on some fresh, clean clothes. The ones he had worn home from the care center still had a faint scent of smoke from Malum's workshop. A nurse had taken the apparel off him when he first arrived at the care center months ago. She had neatly folded the articles and placed them in a sealed bag. When Valpries had opened the container earlier today to pull the clothes out and put them on to come home, the smoky odor escaping from the bag revived more memories of the moments just before his collapse. Now, as he held the dirty shirt close to his nose, he could vividly recall how he felt on that eventful day. The highs and the lows. He remembered hysterically running through Tala trying to locate Delator and Toger, and the terrible betrayal that overwhelmed him when he found them at Malum's. His chest heaved as he relived the seething jealousy he endured when he saw Malum about to open the scroll, and the awesome surge of power he experienced when he held the recording in his bare hands, sensing in that moment that the Kuur would finally respect him. He didn't want them as friends or acquaintances. He wanted them as admirers. Dropping the smoky shirt from his nose, he threw it towards the corner of his room into a wicker basket which contained the rest of his dirty laundry, some of which had become mold-speckled from lack of attention. Famished, Valpries went downstairs to the kitchen. He wasn't surprised to find a barren icebox and empty cupboards. He seldom kept much there, typically just enough for a meal or two. Since he was at the market every day, he typically gathered a little food during each trip, using the foraging as an excuse to make contacts and be seen. Walking out of the kitchen, he went into the dining room and thought about the places he'd like to go for late-night dinners. Right now, they all sounded good to him. But having just been at the Parched Salmon last night, in his mind, it jumped to the front of the list. He had a habit of going to the same place multiple times in a row before changing venues. Target dish in mind, he made his way to the front door, reversed the locking process, descended the porch stairs, and headed off to the tavern. As he walked, his mind shuffled through ideas on how he could get the other Kuur to acknowledge what Ibua knew. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to form a coherent plan. He wasn't sure if his mind had gone soft from being turned off for months, or if his emotions were overwhelming his good trading senses. Regardless, he figured he'd be able to think more clearly once he had some food and fresh drink. Yazizi the transporter and Tret the ditch digger were in a heated debate when Benadari meandered by them after leaving Malum. Catching wind of their Toba conversation, she sat down and impatiently waited for her chance to jump in. But listen, no first has a problem believing that, Yazizi said, waving his hand to brush aside Tret's last argument. Everyone knows the Onu blessed First Realm, and all of us. That's not my point. My point is, I don't believe they'll curse any of us. Since they claim to be so good, so un-Toba-like, how could they possibly curse anyone? I mean, come on, aren't curses themselves Toba? If you ask me, all those claims about Odago's curses on sealed recordings is just a feeble attempt to scare us. He slammed his mug on the table to emphasize his point and watched as some of his beer bounded over the edge of the mug as an encore. Okay, began Tret, pausing for a moment to try to figure out how best to refute this new argument. Quick of wit, it didn't take long. But if Odago's curses aren't real, then the Onu are lying. And isn't lying supposed to be Toba too? Ugh, yes, I guess so, grunted Yazizi, admitting defeat. Frustrated he had been trapped by the ditch digger instead of the other way around, he stopped to take another drink and regroup. Benadari plunged into the void with a hushed, ominous whisper. They're not lying. I've seen the curses in action. She was tired of hiding what happened to Volprise, and presumed that since he wasn't safely hidden in the care center anymore, his story was going to leak out eventually. Why not be the first to tell it? Benadari was woefully unaware Ibua was already touring the tavern grounds telling her version of the story. You mean you know Ibua? Buttered Yazizi, the transporter. Surprised, Benadari cautiously wondered, yes I do. Why do you ask? Because she just told us this crazy story about Volprise, which proved my point about Odago's curses not being very powerful, explained Yazizi. Why, what'd she say? Appealed Benadari, forlorn not to be the first to witness. Yazizi and Tret recounted the Volprise legend, as it would come to be called, jumping back and forth between who was talking, excitedly interrupting each other. When they gleefully reached the end, Yazizi added his own boastful claim. Furthermore, had it been me, and Dotek sent me to Toba, well, I would have just transported myself back right away. Given Yazizi's bravado, Benadari was confident she was in safe company and could tell all she knew. She explained in vivid detail how she had attempted to heal Volprise in Malum's workshop, even confessed that she had been unable to do so. The three of them talked spiritedly for a long time. They were so deep into their conjectures and half-truths, no one bothered trying to join them. It was clear they wanted to be left alone. Toger, however, had no such qualms about intruding. He shamelessly stood next to them listening to nearly their entire conversation. I'm telling you, it was a miracle. I've never seen anything like it, extolled Ibua for the umpteenth time. It was the same way she had started every conversation tonight while her mate stood silently by her side, never uttering a word of correction or addition. Really? How so? Inquired Telios as he looked from Ibua to Kahui. They were all standing in front of the main tavern room, next to the bar. Telios already knew the true story, but he wanted to see where Ibua was in her own journey. Well, Volprise, you've heard of him, right? Asked Ibua rhetorically, not waiting for Telios' response. Volprise, the short merchant? Anyway, turns out he's the one who tried to break open the seal at Malum's, not Toger. You know, Otigo's seal on the scroll we freed a few months ago from the Royal Library? All night long, Ibua talked as if everyone present must surely know the original story of the stolen scroll. And she was right. The Kuur faithful knew it well. Years ago, Togr had conceived of the daring plan. An unnamed royal recorder rescued the scroll right out from under the noses of the sleeping twins a few months ago. Togr had easily opened the scroll at Malum's that very night and read it in its entirety. Togr was taking the scroll home for safekeeping when Telios and 200 warriors attacked him, stealing the scroll back. But tonight, since Ibua's story contradicted many of these known facts, the Kuur were struggling to believe her. I've been helping hide Valpries at the care center since the first day when Otigo struck him down at Malum's. We don't like to talk about it, but he was cursed by the seer when he tried to open the scroll. Delator warned us not to tell anyone what really happened, so I didn't. Everyone else in the care center just thought Valpries had collapsed at Malum's while he was there making a trade. Only a few of us knew what really happened. Anyway, as you may have heard, none of us healers could cure Valpries. Truth be told, we ditched him in a corner of the long-term care wing after a couple of days, and kind of forgot about him. Each time Ibua told her story, she provided more colorful details. By the end of the night, she was more or less telling the complete story, hiding nothing, too energized by the moment to think about the consequences of sharing that which Delator had demanded she keep secret. Everyone here thinks Togr and the unknown recorder are heroes, appraised Ibua as she waved her hand over the throng. She paused and leaned in close to Telios, as if telling him some great secret, but still speaking loudly enough for all around them to hear. But I believe Valpries is the real hero. Without him, there'd be no Dezsma. As Ibua talked animatedly, she drew in spectators. The same thing happened each time she told the story. By the end of the night, nearly everyone in attendance had heard Ibua's version of the events starting from Cat's theft, to Malum's workshop, to Valpries' collapse, to the healer's failures, and finally, to Valpries' miraculous recovery earlier today. Ibua had no idea that by expanding the truth-telling of the story, Delator would be very displeased with her. Telios was even surprised to later overhear Ibua mention Cat by name during another telling. Apparently, her secret was out now too. Ibua didn't explain how she knew Cat was the unnamed royal recorder, but today's miracle had clearly inspired her to let all the information she once held captive flow freely. Telios took note that Ibua had been unafraid to admit Valpries' ailment was the result of his toba, and Otigo's curse. He was also impressed by her take on how the merchant's actions had set the opening in motion. Now nearing the end of her tale, Ibua capped the story. And get this! I asked around, multiple times. No one, and I mean no one, in the care center healed him. We've seen many, many healings before, a few that were even truly amazing. But this is the first time no one claimed the credit. We have no idea how it happened. She stood up straight, tall and proud, her story obviously finished. In her view, she had perfectly explained why the miracle was a miracle. Interesting. Is he here now? Probed Telios. Who? Shrugged Ibua. Why, Valpries, of course, illuminated Telios. Oh, no, admitted Ibua. I don't think he is. Then she instinctively looked around to see if Valpries had been there, and she missed him. During her many retellings, others had asked her if the merchant would be joining them tonight. However, Telios' question made her feel different, like he expected her to really know the answer, to have been Valpries' keeper. That's too bad. I would have loved to talk to him, announced Telios. Thanks to Ibua's unabashed disclosure, Telios was able to talk to many Kuur tonight about their view of Otigo's blessings and curses, Valpries' miraculous recovery, and their opinion of Dezsma and the opening. After cleaning up his dinner, Delator went back upstairs. He brushed his teeth and prudently checked in the mirror above the sink to make sure no food was embarrassingly stuck between them. Finding a dark green chunk, he plucked it out and diligently swished with mouthwash to guarantee a clean chamber. Then he went over to the coat rack in his bedroom. He carefully took his outfit off the rack and got dressed. Once adorned, he stared at himself in his full-length mirror, took a deep breath, exhaled, and exclaimed to himself, "Helvani, here I come." Confident his grand ascension would happen tonight, he headed off to the Parched Salmon to meet his Kuur devotees. Asa the Cook and Warrior talked many times throughout the night, mostly just quick snippets to make sure everything was running smoothly. This time, however, when Warrior rushed into the kitchen for more food, he first went over to the cook and quietly asked, "Have you heard?" "Heard what?" invited Asa the Cook, without looking up. "Valpries," whispered Warrior, as if one word was all that was required to get his point across. "What about him?" posed the cook casually. While he knew the truth, he hadn't told Warrior. "He's been healed," divulged Warrior emphatically, but in a hushed tone. He wasn't sure why he was afraid to speak it aloud. Shocked, Asa the Cook accidentally dropped his spoon into the large pot and watched it sink. After the muffled clink of the spoon bouncing on the bottom reached his ears, he slowly turned to give Warrior his full attention. Warrior explained how he had been hearing tidbits about the merchant rippling through the party for several hours. Finally, he was able to piece together that Ibua was making the rounds, telling everyone her Valpry story. Once Warrior was done reporting his discovery, Asa the Cook merely said, "You better go tell Delator." He didn't bother asking Warrior what he thought about the surprising revelation, nor did he reveal his own perspective on the account. "I don't think he's here yet," replied Warrior. "Then go tell Toger," advised the cook, as he turned back to his pot and began to fish out his spoon with a set of tongs. Story complete. Ibua strode away from the bar with Kahui obediently in tow, searching for fresh ears to indoctrinate. As they left, Telios turned to the novice entertainer who was quietly nibbling on an appetizer while sitting on the bar stool next to him. "I've seen you in the theater," began Telios, trying to strike up a conversation. Verogs turned expectantly towards him. "Oh, really?" "Yes, I saw you perform Ode to Etter." "Funny, I didn't see you there," laughed Verogs self-consciously, immediately recalling the dismal crowd of 17 for that depressing drama. Confident in her count, this potential admirer didn't look familiar. But since she loved fans, she was hopeful she had simply overlooked him somehow. "I was sitting in the far back left corner," noted Telios. "Ah, poor lighting back there. Must be why I don't recall seeing you." "You know, you're really quite gifted. I enjoyed your interpretation." Ferox blushed. Unsure how to respond to a sincere compliment, she gave no voice to the warmth she felt within. Instead, she promptly changed the subject. "I'm going to miss the recorders. It's been fun entertaining them." She was very concerned about the effect their departure would have on her livelihood. This had been her primary conversation starter all night long, and she fell back into it now for comfort. "Don't worry, I'm sure Dezsma will pull in many new crowds." Verogs nodded, somehow feeling relieved, as if his word held more weight than all the words spoken by others tonight. Suddenly, she felt compelled to go back to her first love. With a twinkle in her eye, she tilted her head to the side in a playful signal of openness. "So tell me, what exactly did you like about my performance?" Warrior found Toger pacing around the back patio. He pulled him aside and asked him to come to the kitchen. Once there, Warrior told him what he had heard about Valpries as Asa the cook listened. Toger looked alarmed, but not amazed. "I've heard those rumblings myself. Now it seems that everywhere I turn, it's all anyone's talking about. Guess that makes Valpries the talk of the town." remarked Asa the cook. He'd love that. Delator wouldn't, snapped Toger, noting the obvious. Toger and Asa the cook spent a lot of time with Delator. They knew the expert inspector better than any other cur here tonight, and were privy to some of his secret ambitions. I'll pull him aside as soon as he gets here to let him know what's going on. If you see him first, come grab me so we can talk to him together. The cook bowed his head, not in a mocking way, but in a way that made it clear he was deferring to Toger. Then he went back to his pots and pans. Warrior joined his friend at the stove. Not sensing the gravity of the situation, he switched his conversation back to the guests. Intent on serving, he hurriedly explained what he needed to refresh the supply lines and keep everyone happy. Toger, uninterested in the finer points of food preparation and distribution, left the kitchen to return to his stalking. Hey, it's me again, sighed Giajuja wearily, about to collapse. You sound exhausted. Are you okay? Fretted Lipukanja. It had been hours since they last talked, and Lipukanja had been worried that Giajuja had forgotten to call him, or worse, that something had happened to her. He was in the process of calling Moyasu, a defender friend in Lyman, to see if he could find her for him when her call came through. Given the late hour and size of Lyman, he was sure Moyasu wouldn't have been able to provide any quick resolution, so he was grateful Giajuja had finally called. Yeah, I'm okay. Just stressed. It took me a long time to find an opening. Turns out Lyman's been overrun by recorders spending the night here on their way home. I was lucky to find this room. Even tired, Giajuja couldn't help using her normal, exaggerated intonations. Where'd you end up? Asked Lipukanja. Well, as it turns out, I'm not even in Lyman. I had to go a little way out of town to get a room. I only found this one after an innkeeper in Lyman felt sorry for me and connected me to it, explained Giajuja. Well, I'm glad she was so gracious to you and that you're finally in for the night. Will you make it home tomorrow? Queried Lipukanja hopefully. I sure hope so. Probably around dinner time, intoned Giajuja, thinking of Lip's fried chicken. The couple talked affectionately for 5 more minutes. Then Giajuja crumpled down onto the bed. Lipukanja heard this sound and made an excuse to end their call. He knew his mate would have stayed on longer since she hated to end their conversations. But she was asleep 2 minutes after he hung up, still in the same position, wearing her traveling clothes. Throughout the night, Telios was careful to connect with every guest. When he saw Benidari walking alone to get a fresh drink, he stood up and matched her pace as she worked her way to the bar, but stayed a few steps behind her. Telios knew. He began as her refill was being poured. Benidari was startled by the sound of Telios' voice. Having been deep in thought, she missed the arrival of the prince. It took her a second to latch on to his comment. Benidari, Chaijimport, she finally replied to keep the greeting alive. Ultimate healer. Healer, stated Benidari. Then she raised her mug and swiftly added, but foremost. Telios in kind echoed, but foremost. Then together, Benidari proudly proclaimed, Kuur, while Telios gently pronounced, Onu Otu. Of course, like every one of his introductions tonight, Telios' name, clan, guild, and mantra were unheard. No one recognized him for who he was. Ah, so you're Benidari, observed Telios. I've heard a lot about you. Let me guess. You've been talking with Ibua, bemoaned Benidari in an envious, left-behind sort of way. Well, actually, she did most of the talking. I did most of the listening, smiled Telios. She's quite a storyteller, don't you think? Alluded Benidari. What do you mean? It's just a story? Not true? Asked Telios. Oh, no, I didn't say that. It's just that, well, I mean, Benidari turned silent and took a small drink to stall. I'm sorry, what did you mean? Prodded Telios. After another sip, Benidari sighed and stared down into her glass. Without lifting her gaze, she slowly explained. I think most of what she said about things that happened before today are true. Benidari took a deep breath and turned to look into Telios' eyes, as if searching for an answer. But as for what she said happened today, well, I just don't know. Yes, it seems pretty hard to believe, sympathized Telios. Absolutely, chimed Benidari, grateful that someone finally seemed to be in tune with her. I even contacted my other care center friends. They assured me Valpries wasn't there anymore. But here's the thing. I've asked a lot of inhabitants tonight, like everyone I've talked to, and no one has seen him since he left the care center. No one. No one seems to know where he is. Benidari paused to let this sink in. Finally, she shared her conjecture. He might be in Toba now, for all I know, pointing in the general direction where she thought Toba lingered in the sky. Of course, she couldn't currently see the void, since they were both inside. Had she been outside, she could have easily pointed it out, since the dark cloud was big enough now to block the light from the stars behind it. So, you don't think he's okay? Suggested Telios. Benidari was just about to jump back into her normal tirade about Toba when she threw up her hands and rhetorically insisted, How should I know? Deep down, she was afraid she was responsible for not being able to heal the merchant, that she had personally left him in Toba while he was unconscious. She felt guilty that she never even bothered to go check on him in the care center. Now that he was out, she was certain Valpries would hold all of her inactions against her. Telios found it interesting Benidari assumed Valpries might be in Toba, and that his disappearance into Toba would not be unfounded. Her reasoning was a little immature and clouded, but her concern about Toba leading to Toba was a good start. Overcome by panic, Valpries stopped dead in his tracks only a few blocks away from his home. Unsure he had adequately locked his house, he spun around and ran back to double-check. Rattling the doorknob, he assured himself his possessions were still safe inside. He turned to descend the stairs again and set out for the tavern once more. Delator was the last to arrive, wanting a packed house for his grand entrance. Unfortunately, many would ultimately miss his appearance, since they were out on the patios enjoying the food and fellowship. He paused at the tavern door, which was covered with a large handwritten sign that simply stated, Closed. Private Party. He chuckled at the power of the sign, appreciating its necessity given the sounds and smells emanating from the tavern. Hearing several first inhabitants behind him voice their displeasure at the tavern's limited admission, Delator turned to savor their frustration. He knew outsiders, like those down in the street, longed to be insiders. By creating an event that beckoned to them, yet held the force of selectivity, he hoped the legend of tonight's event would spread far and wide, much further than it would have if all who wanted to enter had been allowed to do so. The sign helped create this aura of inclusive exclusion. Besides, most of those strolling by tonight weren't true Kuur. They might be eventually, but tonight they weren't, and he only wanted a receptive crowd for his speech later. He had already gambled a bit by allowing some of his guests to bring a friend, though he had told them to choose their companion carefully and forced each to tell him who they were bringing, so he could vet them. He didn't want to risk having any outright Onu supporters in his midst tonight. What he hadn't realized yet was that no one in attendance had made their final choice, and later, to his complete and utter surprise, several would choose Onu. But for tonight, Their secret reservations about the Kuur were hidden from Delator as they tried to enjoy the party. Delator turned back to face the closed door. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, enjoying a great sense of private belonging. Feeling in complete control, he flamboyantly swung the door wide open. "Where have you been?" pounced Togur, who had just been making his rounds through the main tavern room when Delator opened the door close to him. He had reached Delator before his commander could share a wave or a single word with any of his followers in the tavern. Delator felt no need to explain his late arrival to Togur, nor why, after his extended preparations at home, he had leisurely strolled through Tala on his way to the tavern, so he could survey the city with fresh eyes and imagine changes he'd soon make once the city was his. Even now, the thought of the Onu capital falling brought a smile to his face. Those watching him glance past Togur around the room thought he was just smiling at them, acknowledging their lively chatter and the cook's extravagance. Looking now at the anxious tiger nearly obstructing his view, Delator could easily see Togur was distressed about something, but he couldn't quickly think of anything that would be so upsetting given their recent triumphs. "What's up?" he asked casually. Togur, knowing better than to publicly talk about the truth, motioned to the kitchen. "We need to talk." It took several minutes for Delator to reach the kitchen. Everyone wanted to congratulate him, or ask him for a favor as he crossed the room. He was in no hurry to disappoint them. When he finally reached the kitchen, Togur blurted out, "Valpries is awake." Delator angrily clenched his fists and whisper cursed to himself, "Delios." Instantly, he knew this would cause great problems, since Valpry's horrible condition had been a critical thread in the tapestry of lies he intended to weave tonight. He didn't interrupt Togur as the cat hastily explained the impact of Ibua's testimony on the party, and how Valpry's, not Delator, had been the focus of the celebration. When Togur finished his stressful account, Delator commanded, "Find him. Bring him to me." Then he turned and left the kitchen to pull his subjects back in line. Togur went full-blown tiger in his attempt to find Valpries. He dashed out of the tavern and dropped all pretense, casting off his shoes to hit the ground running on all fours. Knowing the crafty merchant, he was confident Valpries would first head home to check on his treasures. He might even catch him there, still recounting his meager means. If not, he was certain he could at least pick up Valpry's scent and track him down. Telios walked up to the giant using 2 tables as a chair. Instead of pointing, which might be perceived as impolite, Telios stood on his tippy toes and leaned sideways to look at the giant's embroidered name on his chest and the clan badge on his right arm. "Bamvu? Gigant? Why, are you Cat's brother?" Weary of that question, the giant sighed. "Yes, I am." At first tonight, he had been proud and surprised when he heard Ibua's story of Cat and Valpries. He had been shocked to learn his timid baby sister had been so bold, willing to hit the Onu right where it hurts. But now, he was sick and tired of hearing about her. He wanted to be valued for the gifts he brought to the table, like his sharp wit and tongue, not just for being Cat's older brother. "Hey, I see you're a novice rock mason," continued Telios as he leaned over to read Bamvu's guild badge on his left arm. "Do you know Asker?" Bamvu looked intently at Telios, this question having gained his attention. "Why, yes I do," he answered optimistically. Asker, the expert rock mason, was Bamvu's mentor, and they had come to the party together. "We're great friends. We're both working on the king's new mansion right now." "The king's mansion? No kidding. That sounds interesting. What are you doing there?" Bamvu's expression brightened as someone finally took a real interest in him. Just for himself. As Delator mingled, he became increasingly distressed to discover Togur had been correct. Most of the conversations and excitement tonight were centered around Cat and Valpries. This angered him greatly. He hadn't given permission for the true story to be told, and would never have done so, given his plan to share bits of truth and distorted Toba later tonight to make the tale better serve his purposes. This unforeseen twist of fate gutted the best part of his speech, where he had planned to publicly expose the harm done to Valpries and curse Odigo for it. Now he had to create another way to stoke the crowd. Since he was nimble on his feet, he could have done this on the fly, but instead, he decided it would be better to delay his speech and practice some new lies on a couple of his guests to measure how effectively they turned attention away from Cat and Valpries and back to himself. After an hour of trial and error, he was confident he had found the right sound bites to feed the faithful. Telios waited a full minute after Delator stood up and walked away from Malum. Then he slowly made his way over to the bulky ironworker. "Mind if I sit down?" he asked Malum. "Nope, help yourself," offered Malum as he slid over a bit. Since the crowd in this part of the patio was dense, Malum didn't feel singled out by Telios' request to sit down. He had been moving left and right all night long to make room for firsts, coming and going. Even now, the crowd around him jostled as he pushed leftward. Soon, several of them would be listening intently to his conversation with the young Onu. "Some story, don't you think?" posited Telios once he had squeezed into the small space next to Malum and introduced himself. Malum, not sure if Telios meant the tale as told by Ibua, the yarn Delator had just spun, or life's actual events, honestly wondered, what story? "Ibua's chronicle of why Valpries was cursed," replied Telios. Malum was taken aback by Telios' choice of words. The Kuur were mostly talking tonight about Valpries' miraculous recovery, not his curse. They especially weren't talking about why he needed to recover. Oddly, Delator had just mentioned something similar to him, so Malum chose to hold his tongue, unsure if the stranger was baiting him, or if Delator had just sent him over to test him. Since Malum remained silent, Telios asked him again, "Why do you think Valpries was unconscious so long?" This time, Malum heard Telios' question not as a tempting test, but as a refining test. For some reason, he felt secure trying to formulate his answer. Instead of giving a simple, pat response, he really stopped to think about it. He took several long, deep drinks of ale as he reflected. Telios did not rush him. He understood that in Malum's seeking with Odigo, something was taking shape. Odigo was slowly, patiently, opening Malum's eyes to see. Telios wanted the ironworker to have all the time he needed to put voice to his thoughts. Malum's answer took so long to construct, most of those around him turned to other conversations and quit paying attention. When he answered, it was short and to the point. It was a result of Odigo's curse on the sealed scroll. We shouldn't have tried to open it. That was Toba. Telios was amazed at Malum's response. He was the first inhabitant tonight to patently acknowledge that Valpries, and he himself, had committed Toba trying to open the stolen scroll. Encouraged, Telios wanted to see if Malum also thought Toba required justice for the realm to remain in balance, and he was particularly curious to see if Malum would be willing to say so in front of the others, who were once again listening to their conversation. Telios knew this would be hard for Malum, since many of the partygoers praised the Kuur for their actions around the stolen scroll. Instead of asking him his real question directly, Telios probed gently off to the side. "Do you believe Ibua? That Valpries is all better now?" Malum sighed heavily before he answered, which seemed odd to the eavesdroppers since it was a simple question. "That's just it. I don't know. I don't know what to think. I'd like to believe he's better, but I need proof." Malum paused to take another drink. After he set down his mug, he continued with great resolve. "Odigo's power is great. I don't see how Valpries could have recovered on his own." "Why do you say that?" explored the ultimate healer. Malum looked around and gauged the crowd. It seemed like everyone nearby was now staring at him. Having overheard his Odogo remark and Telios' follow-up question, they had stopped to focus on his reply. Not sure how they would react if he revealed what he really wanted to say, he took a slow, deep breath, and then very courageously cast his vote. I think the Onu would have to heal Valpries if Odogo cursed him. Then, as if receiving a new thought out of the blue before the previous one hit the floor, he added more options. Or maybe there was some part of Odogo's blessing that mitigated the curse in a way we don't understand. He paused to mull over this new idea, to roll it around in his head, and measure its weight. I mean, think about it. We didn't actually break the seal. Maybe the curse wasn't totally applied or something. Who knows? He shrugged and picked up his mug and pulled it to his lips. Then, instead of sipping from it, he lowered it, apparently not done freeing his thoughts. In any case, I need to see Valpries before I believe he's better. Finally answering Telios' question. He then proceeded to drink deeply before he resolutely slammed his mug back down on the table, signaling he was done with his deep analysis for the evening. What Malum really wanted to add, but kept to himself, was, I need to talk to Odogo. He could explain this to me. Telios marveled at Malum's desire to see the truth. He understood that now was not the time to press him further. Besides, he had heard the ironworker's last thoughts clearly, and knew Malum would soon be talking to Odogo about these events. Although Valpries was hungry, he took a circuitous route to the tavern, so he could visit the green to see his handiwork. He was slightly disappointed to initially find it looked more or less as it had in his yesterday. But on closer inspection, he noticed the path between the libraries looked wider and more worn, and the lawn itself looked well trampled. Smiling at these small discoveries, he walked towards the public library to see if Rosewood was truly loaded with recordings like Ibua had claimed. The last time he had walked by the public library at night, Rosewood had been completely dark. Tonight, even from this great distance, Valpries could see shimmering lights within. As he got closer, he realized the center staircase trunk had lights shining straight up to the sky, while each branch floor had special spotlights sprinkled throughout. The effect made Rosewood look like a well-lit festival tree. When he got close enough to see the leaves, he jumped up and down, shouted, and joyfully tap-danced in circles as he swung around. Even from outside, he could clearly see row after row of recordings inside. He had done it. He had opened not just one scroll, but the entire royal library. Surely he would be a hero now. He couldn't wait to see Delator, confident the Kuur leader would finally give him his rightful place. Why, he'd probably even have a statue erected in his honor, once they were done overthrowing the Onu. As he continued toward the tavern, he periodically stopped to practice his statue poses, and found several promising locations where his effigy could gracefully stand to receive worship. When Toga reached Valpries' home, he leapt over the steps, landed on the porch, and slid to a screeching stop as he sank his claws into the decking to keep himself from slamming into the door, leaving deep scratch marks in the wood. Later, Valpries would replace the entire porch, making Toga pay for it. Toga rang the doorbell with his nose, then banged on the door multiple times with his tail while he sniffed for clues. He received no reply to his inquiries, but quickly detected multiple fox tracks to and from the door, which seemed a little bit odd. But, being a well-practiced hunter, he rapidly discerned which scent was the most recent, and headed back off the porch to track his prey in that direction. Encouraged by his interaction with Malum, Telios walked around the tavern for several minutes quietly thinking. Finding himself on the side patio, he struck up a conversation with Jazuzi, who was trolling for more seafood. Soon, the novice energy morpher was giving Telios an earful. No way, she's completely wrong. There's no way it happened like that," asserted Jazuzi, nearly yelling. "If that's the case, then how did Valpries recover?" countered Telios calmly. "On his own, of course. It's like I've been saying all along. The Onu are weak, and Odega's seals are trivial to overcome," replied Jahuzi self-assuredly. Then, mixing up his stories in his haste to brag, he proudly added, "With my gift, I could have easily opened the scroll faster than Malum." While Telios could tell Jahuzi's soil wasn't going to be receptive tonight, he couldn't help but try to sow a small seed of truth while he still had the chance. "I doubt it. Malum didn't open the recording. In fact, the scroll is still sealed," explained the opener of all Dezsma. "Telios, the Onu stole it back so I wouldn't get the chance to open it. I'm telling you, I could have opened it." Telios quietly let Jazuzi talk himself out. Then he slipped away without making him feel abandoned. Delator gathered his inner circle in the kitchen a little before his speech. Once everyone was present, he directed, "Go ahead and get the main room all set up, but don't make anyone feel rushed. It's a party after all." Confident Ibua had ruined his speech. They were surprised at how light-hearted he sounded. Several knew him well enough to know he had been furious when he found out he wasn't the center of attention tonight. Seeing their perplexed looks, Delator continued, "Relax. Ibua's indiscretion is actually going to help us. Since everyone's been talking about Valpries, I'll address him in my speech. Trust me, I can use this." They all nodded, knowing now wasn't the time to ask him to explain. "I've sent Toger to find Valpries and bring him here. If he arrives before I start speaking, keep him hidden until I call for him. But," he paused and looked directly at Malum, "be sure to let me know if he's here one way or the other. A simple sign will do. Say, raising your mug to me in a toast once he arrives." "Will do," acknowledged the ironworker. "And if he doesn't arrive?" "No worries. I've got my talking points lined up either way," assuaged the ultimate liar. "Okay," replied Malum. Benidorm marveled at Delator's composure and decisiveness, which seemed especially refreshing when compared to her mates waffling back and forth in their never-ending lack of agreement on Toba. Turning to Asa the cook, Delator took score. "It seems like everyone is here. Is that true?" While the Kuur leader had been too distracted to personally take a census tonight, yesterday he had asked Asa the cook to keep track of all the attendees. The cook had found his request odd, but had dutifully obliged, Warrior helping him with the task. They had turned it into a game of sorts, each using different colored pens to check inhabitants off the list after they encountered them. As a server mingling in the crowd, Warrior easily won this contest, with Asa the cook only able to scratch off 14 names. "Here you go," tendered the cook, after he pulled the clipboard off the wall and handed it to Delator. Had Asa the cook kept a similar list from the Stolen Scroll reveal party a few months ago, he would have seen everyone from the previous party was also here tonight, except for Aratohu, Gaventi, Inwoner, Cat, Valpries, and Vigent. What he couldn't possibly have known, however, was that Delator had sent Aratohu, Gaventi, and Inwoner out of town 3 weeks ago on a clandestine funding operation. Delator scowled as he skimmed over the list. Angered at the less-than-perfect attendance, he would send Toger to Vigen's the next day. Toger would discover he had accidentally crashed on his couch after work and ill-advisedly slept there the entire night. Delator wouldn't view this as an appropriate excuse to miss his party, and ultimately made sure all the other inspectors knew this as well. Toger hesitated when he reached the green. He knew frantically running across the twins' territory would alert them to his hunt, which wasn't a good idea. He stood, then entered the green on 2 legs instead of 4, trying to look nonchalant. This made it impossible for him to smell Valpry's scent as strongly as he had when his nose was scraping the ground. Fortunately, his slower pace helped match the image he was trying to project. It took considerably more effort while he was upright, but he was eventually able to retrace Valpry's steps and found himself circling the patch of ground where the merchant had stopped to rumba in the light of rosewood. Since Valpry's was a haphazard dancer, it took Togger a few moments to find his exit point and move on. Once he left the green, Togger dropped to all fours again and bounded away at great speed. Following the fresh scent with great determination, he gave himself over to his quest and failed to notice he was now heading back towards the parched salmon. After Delator's proclamation to his inner circle to make final preparations for his monologue, Asa the cook coordinated with the dedicated workers to clear the tables from the tavern and bring in the folding chairs. The workers set the main tavern room up like a theater, with the bar acting as the stage. Then they all helped herd the Kuur into the main tavern room for Delator's speech. During this migration, Asa the cook yelled directions as they came in, though few paid any attention to him. Most gathered at their own tempo, taking a long time to pick a chair. Even after 20 minutes, many were still standing around, lively chatting with their colleagues instead of sitting down. Unlike the rest of the assembly, PB quickly pushed his way through the group to get a seat in the front row. He was sure Delator would ask him to stand and explain the marvels he had already found in Dezsma, so he wanted to be up front. "Quiet! Quiet! Please, take your seats!" Benadari finally bellowed. She could tell Asa the cook was losing his voice and wasn't really being effective anyway, so she jumped in to pave the way for her esteemed leader. The crowd on the back patio was mostly gone, since the Kuur had been summoned to the main tavern room for Delator's grand speech 10 minutes ago. The few who lingered were standing near the doorway, waiting to file into the tavern. Only 2 stood aside, making no attempt to enter. "Hi, I'm Telios," revealed the young Onu, introducing himself to the tired worker taking a break by the smokers. The smokers were now empty, but their scent was still powerful. "Warrior," replied the novice waiter. Even though he was in uniform, he felt compelled to verbally acknowledge the stranger. "Wow, now that's an interesting name. Is that your given name?" asked Telios. "Oh, no. It's just a nickname I picked up when I was a little kid. My parents said I loved to play act like I was a warrior. They say I even constantly begged them to take me to watch the King's Royal Brigade. Since I was so persistent, they often broke down and took me. One time, someone important, a squad leader I guess, saw me acting like I was marching along beside them, like I was one of them. He broke ranks, came over, patted me on the shoulder and, I'll never forget this, called me warrior. Apparently, my parents heard it too, and were so struck by the moment, they started calling me warrior as well." "Ah, I see. A true name," noted Telios, "the leader of the warriors. I still have a passion for being a warrior, but for now, I kind of feel led to serve. So, I'm waiting. Maybe someday you'll wait on the king," suggested Telios. "Oh, I seriously doubt that. I'm not that important." "That's not what I see," indicated the king in waiting, pausing to savor the moment. "You look exhausted. Have you been working long?" "Oh yeah," sighed Warrior. "Nearly all day." "Really?" queried Telios. "I thought the party was just tonight." "Oh, it was. I mean it is, but I've been helping a friend all day long." "Fighting his battles, huh?" suggested Telios. "Well, I guess you could say that," granted the novice waiter, as he shrugged humbly. Telios patted him on the shoulder and powerfully proclaimed, "Well done, warrior. Well done." Unlike common tigers, Togger didn't tire with the chase. He had endless energy to burn. But sometimes, like tonight, his mind went blank during a hunt, and he focused solely on the prey's scent and the thrill awaiting him when he captured his victim. As he rounded the last corner before the tavern, he suddenly realized where he was. Lifting his head up, he saw Valpries down the street, standing at the tavern door, looking at the sign with his hand on the doorknob. Togger knew he had to hurry. He summoned a new speed he hadn't yet tapped tonight. Valpry stood frozen, staring at Togger's sign. He heard the noises within and without, and wondered if the party really was private, or if maybe it was another Kuur gathering. Before his unfortunate accident, he and the Kuur had often used the Parched Salmon for late-night meetings. He wanted to peer through a window to see if that was the case tonight. But being a good tavern, all the windows on the street side were dark and shuttered, blocking outsiders. With hunger getting the best of him, Valpries decided he would crack the door open a bit and sneak a peek. Maybe he'd get lucky and it would be his Kuur companions after all. If so, he'd get more than a meal tonight. As Togger flew down the street trying to catch Valpries before he could open the door, he had a strange flashback that seemed to cover his vision. He saw himself writing that silly sign and posting it on the tavern door. Now he was glad he had, for it seemed to have slowed Valpries down just enough. Then, back in the moment, he rejoiced to see he would reach Valpries before he could walk into the tavern, even if the merchant swung the door open right now. Valpries never heard the cat coming. Togger's padded paws muffled his approach, and the noise coming from the tavern covered the rest. As Togger reached the edge of the porch, he leapt with body fully extended and soared silently through the air, but in his mind he was roaring, "Valpries!" Chapter 12. Showtime. Togger's forceful impact propelled predator and prey clumsily through the air. Together, they touched down on the deck with a loud thump-da-da-thump and barrel-rolled several times before they came to rest near the edge of the porch, legs entangled. Nimbly, Togger pulled himself free, sprang to his feet, and straddled Valpries to trap him beneath his savage stare. Before Valpries could react, the tiger placed his right paw on the merchant's chest and firmly pinned him to the wooden deck. Delator stood in the kitchen doorway, watching Benadari and Dezsma the cook struggle to corral his herd. Making no attempt to help, he basked in the sight of the Kuur packing tightly into the tavern room, just for him. He smiled and turned back into the kitchen for one last practice run as the spring-hinged door swished back and forth, chasing after him. He should be done by now, estimated the carrier, unaware of the party crasher's impact on Delator's festivities. He raised his mug and toasted, "To Delator!" "To Delator," the jeweler and expert goldsmith echoed, as they awkwardly clanged their mugs together and then drank deeply. The three travelers were in Yulumko, a hamlet just outside of Iduloba. They were on their way home from an extended scouting mission in Hiraburu. "I'm sure he was incredible," cried the carrier, his tone mournful, in stark contrast to the attempted accolade. He took another sip, then dropped his flimsy pretense and dejectedly slammed his mug down, spilling its foamy head over the edge onto the table. "Pickleskins, I can't believe I'm missing it. I wish I was there." While the others watched, the carrier liberated his mug from the spillage and set it in the center of the table, then swiped the foamy fluid onto the floor with the back of his hand. Swamp somewhat cleared, he reached for his mug and boasted, "I'd have led the cheering." We know," cut the jeweler wearily. She had grown tired of the carrier's incessant bragging about his support of Delator, as if his words mattered more than his actions. "Me too," established the expert goldsmith. "I mean, I wish I was there. Not that I'd have screamed my lungs out like you." The alchemist smiled as he winked at the carrier. "Besides," added the jeweler, "Delator was pretty adamant that our quest was more important than a few extra voices at his party tonight. And a good thing, too. If we hadn't stayed these 2 extra days, we'd never have found her." As he mentioned her, the expert goldsmith affectionately pointed to the package under the carrier's feet. Staring down at her, the carrier half-heartedly agreed with the expert goldsmith. "Yeah, I know. As the trip's courier, it was his job to keep her in his possession the entire trip home, which made him feel more important than the others. He failed to grasp that any carrier could have done this lightweight hauling. In 8 months, the carrier would be deeply wounded when he discovered Delator had chosen him for this trip simply because he didn't want him at his celebration, afraid the carrier's overexuberance would be perceived as inappropriate, and he simply couldn't have that at his important event. Everything had to be perfect." Still staring down at her, the carrier softly pined to himself, but loud enough for the others to hear. "Nonetheless, I wish I was there. I'm sure it's a great party." Worn out by the carrier's never-ending focus on what they were missing instead of what they were doing, the jeweler tried to change the subject by loudly toasting, "To a successful trip!" "Hear, hear!" rang the expert goldsmith. Finally raising his eyes up from her, the carrier feebly added, "Cheers," lacking the conviction of the others. The expert goldsmith, the oldest and wisest of the 3, resounded, "To Hiraburu, a great new capital for all of us." "To Hiraburu," shouted the jeweler in kind. She couldn't wait for the day. Still a few beats off, the carrier faintly added, "To Hiraburu." He couldn't overcome his yearning for Delator's party. Even now, he considered transporting back to Tala for the end of it. But he knew he didn't have the power to transport both himself and her that far. And besides, he knew he couldn't leave her in their hands. Trapped by his responsibilities, his sense of loss grew greater. He simply hated to miss any party, let alone this one. His intense desire to be somewhere else blinded him to the potential impact of her and the 3's efforts these past few weeks. The 3 ate and drank late into the night. The jeweler and expert goldsmith became so boisterous it was hard for others to ignore them, even in the noisy tavern. Several times throughout the evening, other patrons attempted to join in the revelry, but each was quickly turned away by the ice-cold glare of the jeweler when they tried to approach. Valpries, having struggled all day to reconnect to his reality, felt like he was going to black out again. He held his eyes closed tight, trying to hold on and make sense of what had just happened. Something had hit him. Of that much he was certain. But rolling down the porch had made him dizzy and confused. Making matters worse, a headache immediately took root near his left temple, and his head kept twitching slightly as it tried to counteract the swirling fluid in his inner ear. While he didn't enjoy any of the pain, he was pleased he could at least feel it and hadn't disconnected. He tried to reach up with his left hand to rub his temple and help calm the spinning. However, his hand wouldn't move. It seemed oddly stuck behind his back. He tried to roll over to free it, but something was weighing him down. At first, he worried he might be losing connection to his body and couldn't send the right signals. Cautiously, he tried to roll over again. This time, he felt the weight on his chest, depressing it, holding him in place and making it hard to breathe. He took the extra discomfort as a good sign. Unable to free his left arm, he tried to raise his right. Happy to find he could move his limb, he turned his head slightly to the right to meet his approaching hand. After a few gentle rubs of his forehead, he lowered his hand back to the ground and slowly opened his eyes. All he could see was a spinning mass of orange and black. The swirling blob made him queasy, so he squeezed his eyes shut again. It took several moments for the dizziness to dissipate. Thankfully, when it finally departed, it pulled the headache away with it. Still, Valpries didn't immediately open his eyes, afraid doing so would rekindle his vertigo. With the expired headache and nauseousness no longer begging for his attention, the merchant realized his lower lip was throbbing. Instinctively, he licked it and tasted iron. Blood. Now focusing his attention on his face, he could feel the blood trickling down his cheek. He wiped it away with his free hand and sucked his lower lip into his mouth to stem the red tide. After a moment, he turned his head to the right to spit out the blood-stained saliva. He opened his eyes to check on the reddish-pink mass and surprisingly saw a black and orange striped paw splattered with his bloody discharge. Turning his head to look up at the paw's owner, he immediately recognized Togur's scowling eyes. PB's front row seat was close to the kitchen door. When Delator surfaced from the kitchen into this staging zone to check on the crowd, PB had risen from his chair and shuffled over to his leader. He tried to explain the singing recording to Delator, but the inspector waved him off, making it clear he had no intention of talking to PB about such things right now. Dejected, PB returned to his seat, fully aware Delator would not call on him tonight to spring up and explain all that he knew. "Ouch, you big oaf, get off of me," grimaced Valpries as he wiped more blood from his face. Togur didn't alter his position, almost as if the demand hadn't registered. "It's me, Valpries, let me up," complained the merchant. Still, Togur didn't budge, totally unfazed by Valpries' words. "Togur, move!" shouted the squished fox. This time, Valpries boldly placed his bloody hand on Togur's face and tried to push him aside. Panting deeply from the hunt, Togur didn't waver. His neck muscles were simply too strong for the merchant's pitiful nudge. Crinkling his nose, Valpries teased, "Wow, big guy, you really ought to do something about that breath." In his yesterday, Valpries would have been way too afraid to touch or mock Togur. In his today, however, Valpries suffered no such qualms. In reply, Togur the Predator slowly pulled his lips taut, baring his sharp teeth. "Aw, come on, Togur, snap out of it," Valpries pleaded, not in fear, but in frustration at the tiger's lack of movement. Seeing Togur outside meant Delator and the Kuur were inside at the raucous party he heard beckoning him. Stuck beneath the weight of Togur's paw, Valpries assumed Delator had put Togur on party patrol, and that the big cat had mistaken him for an intruder. He couldn't wait to get up and join the festivities. Straining his ears, he could almost tease apart the tumult emanating from the tavern and the garbled praise in pursuit of its intended target. Him. The thought made him smile broadly. Delator strolled back and forth in the kitchen, quietly murmuring to himself as he gestured with his hands like a meticulous actor polishing his lines. First, he focused on the new material about Valpries' recovery today. Then he sped over the critical points he had diligently practiced at home. How he'd been right all along. How PB had already found proof in Dezsma. How the Onu had no concern for firsts. How the Onu couldn't be trusted. How the king's new mansion was being built for seconds. How the Onu were still hiding Dachshund. Suddenly, out of sheer frustration, he stopped pacing and slammed his right hand down loudly on the stainless steel counter beside him. The sound echoed through the kitchen, startling Asa the cook. Delator had realized his speech was getting way too long, bogged down with too much detail now that he had to talk so much about Valpries. Turning to face the workspace, he agonizingly placed both hands down firmly on the cold, shiny metal and sliced out some of his favorite delicacies from his oration. saving them to serve another day. Togger despised Valpries and his smug smile, angry that he had missed his time in the limelight tonight, and smelling blood in the air. He let his drool drip out of his mouth onto Valpry's cloak as he crouched closer and tilted his head slightly to the left to get a better angle of attack on the merchant's throat. It would be an easy thing to take a bite. Do you think he's been caught yet? Asked Arcuda. The twins had easily seen the late-night trespassers on the green. Since the cur had been far away and of no threat, the bears hadn't bothered to move or make any warning sounds. Why, of course, answered Arcudo. The fox is no match for the tiger. While they were talking, Otek arrived and walked up the stairs to join them. Good evening, welcomed Arcuda. Hello, my friends. How goes the watch? Sought the king. Mostly quiet, my lord, answered Arcudo. Though there was a hunt afoot about half an hour ago, added Arcuda. While she recapped the events, Otigo appeared next to Otek. They stayed outside with the twins until Telios arrived. Then the Onu went inside for a hidden council session, which lasted all night long. Hey, guard dog. It's me, Valpries. Get off of me, you crazy mutt. Even with Togger's teeth nearly at his throat, Valpries wasn't afraid. He knew the tiger wouldn't hurt him and that this was all some big misunderstanding, so he slapped Togger on the side of his head, trying to break him out of attack mode. No response. In desperation, Valpries grabbed one of Togger's whiskers and gave it a strong yank, nearly pulling it out of its socket. Togger wailed and swung his head with the unexpected whisker tug, unable to resist the pain. With tears welling in his eyes, he turned back to Valpries and blinked furiously to clear his perception. As his vision improved, so did his recall. He suddenly remembered Delator had explicitly told him not to inflict any harm on Valpries during his retrieval mission. Still, longing to end the hunt appropriately, he growled at the merchant as he forced himself to reconsider Delator's command. Finally, he relented with a low roar of disappointment and weakly offered, sorry, Valpries, trying to make it sound like he had made some kind of mistake, but he remained crouched over the merchant so he couldn't get up. Delator finished his speech dismemberment and walked over to the kitchen door to peer through the window and check on the crowd. The main room was now heaving, rowdy, and full of anticipation. But since several hadn't found their seats yet, he waited. He couldn't enter with so many standing up. He wanted everyone seated so they could all see his grand entrance. Valpries turned his head to spit out some more blood. Then he calmly looked back up at Togger. The light was too faint for him to see the blood, which had transferred from his hand to Togger's cheek, where he had just slapped him. Had he been able to see it, he would have laughed at the pattern. It looked like a humongous red teardrop, matching the real ones which had just fallen from Togger's eyes. Well, if you're so sorry, then how about moving so I can get up? Proposed the merchant. Oh, yeah. Well, sure, relented Togger as he stood up slowly to his hind legs. But, unwilling to fully retreat, he still straddled the trader's feet. Valpries pulled his legs to his chest to free himself from the tiger as he raised his right hand and sarcastically started the common greeting. Valpries, Rick Zazlik, expecting Togger to offer his right foreleg and help him up. Togger remained silent and offered him no such assistance. After an awkward delay, Valpries pulled back his hand and rose of his own accord. He nonchalantly brushed the porch dust off his clothes, vigilant to not touch the venom on his lapel. Pulling a handkerchief from his back left pocket, he held it by a single corner and skillfully whipped his wrist once to completely unfold it. Then he carefully wiped off Togur's drool with the cotton cloth. Done, he crumpled the wet rag and casually handed it to Togur. "Here you go. Keep it." Togur did not accept Valpri's offering, and, not wanting to keep it himself, Valpri threw it sideways toward a trash can in the corner, next to the railing. The wadded cloth opened slightly as it flew, which created extra wind resistance, causing it to fall well short of its intended target. A cleaner would take care of it tomorrow with one of those long-reach mechanical finger tools during his normal rounds. Delator reached up to wipe the moisture off the window with his bare hand. He had been standing so close to the door, his breath had blanketed the view in fog, making it hard to see. Once he cleaned the glass, he counted only 3 curs still standing, and decided it was time for his entry. "So, big party tonight, huh?" enthused Valpris, standing his ground. He made no attempt to increase the space between predator and prey, felt no need to run or hide, but, not wanting to accidentally touch the residual venom on his lapel, he took his cloak off and folded it neatly over his left arm as he waited for Togur's reply. "You might say that," answered Togur. "What's the occasion?" invited the merchant raptly. "We're celebrating the opening and our impending victory," replied Delator's lieutenant, proudly parroting the party line. He didn't stop to consider whether Valpris knew what the opening was, or why it was so important. "Ah, yes, my opening," accepted Valpris arrogantly. "Now that's something worth celebrating. I'm glad I made it. To my party." "Your party?" howled Togur. Trying to regain his composure, he turned his back on Valpris and feverishly extended his right claws and took out his wrath on the nearest post, leaving 4 deep diagonal grooves in the support column, which can still be seen to this day. The owner of the parched salmon said it was worth keeping them, that they were a potent reminder of things past. Seething, Togur fought harder to restrain himself. Angry that he had missed his own fame tonight, that Valpris had been the talk of the party, and that the merchant showed no signs of fear or remorse, he extended his left claws and struck the same post again. This time, he struck down through the fresh diagonal marks from his right paw attack, creating several intercrossing X's. He took several bottomless breaths to calm down. As he exhaled the last one, his sensitive ears picked up the faint squeak of the tavern door behind him. Before he opened the kitchen door, Delator glanced through the window and eyed the exact bar location where he should stand to match the practice position he used at home. Then he threw the kitchen door open and started waving both hands in the air triumphantly as he entered. As he took his 3rd step towards the bar, the main tavern door swung open and pandemonium ensued. Those next to the door jumped up first. Then nearly everyone in the room rushed towards the entrance to meet the uninvited guest. Togur swung around quickly, but it was too late. Valpris had already taken the opportunity to evade his captor and gleefully enter the tavern. Shouts of acclamation immediately followed. Togur rushed to the door as the swarming mob nearly pushed Valpris back out onto the porch. Now standing in the doorway and towering over the crowd, Togur could easily see Delator behind the throng, his expression clearly articulating adamant condemnation of the cat's failure. Benadari was standing next to the tavern entrance when the door abruptly flung open and struck her. This painful moment was her own fault, since she had taken a position next to the hinges instead of wisely standing near the door handle. Valpyre's violent swing of the door had hit her square in the face and trapped her behind it. Dazed, she tried to look through the door jamb crack. As she squinted, she could just barely make out a sliver of Valpyre's enacting his extraordinary entrance. Instead of pushing the door out of the way, or walking out from behind it, she pressed her face against the crack harder, trying to broaden her view of the merchant. She watched in disgust as he took a few steps inward. Since the room was full of seated Kuur, he was immediately in the personal space of several inhabitants closest to the door. His right leg was pressed firmly against Dezsma Dao Finoff's. Valpyre immediately raised his arms in a royal manner as if to say, "Subjects, here I am. You may now bow down to me in worship." As he waved his arms back and forth, his cloak slipped off his left arm and unceremoniously fell on Ketuhai Gadaplane's head, completely messing up her hair. In an instant, the room was in an uproar. Nearly everyone rose and rushed to the door in an attempt to get close to Valpyre. Many chairs were cast aside as they crammed together and jostled for position. Those nearest Valpyre poked and prodded him to see if he was real. They all bombarded him with questions. The chorus was deafening. Valpyre loved every second of it. Peebee was still sulking about his misfortunes when the noise of the crowd rising from the chairs broke his self-absorption. He stood up to see what was going on, but being shorter than the average inhabitant, he was unable to see anything. Jumping up slightly to gain air, he flew towards the edge of the bar nearest the entrance and skid to a stop just before hitting the end of his makeshift runway. Pivoting left, he retracted his wings and assumed a solid perch to absorb the scene before him. He blinked his eyes slowly behind his thick glasses and tilted his head slightly to one side and then the other. Seeing that the disruptor was Valpyre, he immediately thought of all the wonderful things he could teach the Kuur crowd in front of him, dazzling them with his expansive knowledge and insight. Delator stood next to the bar, angrily clutching the brass rail, the knuckles on his right hand turning pure white. He made eye contact with Togr and bored 2 holes through the cat's head. Inflicting this minor pain relaxed him and made it easier for him to think. His original capture and release plan for Valpyre had relied on the tiger apprehending the merchant, conveying him to the tavern, and then, most importantly, keeping him hidden until his cue at the end of his speech for Valpyre to be released. Timing was very important. Given the excitement of the night and Ibua's wild tales, he had known many Kuur would want to talk to Valpyre instead of paying attention to his oration. He had aptly predicted that he'd temporarily lose control once Valpyre was revealed. Watching everyone flock around the merchant, Delator feverishly tried to figure out how he could swing Valpyre's ill-timed entrance back to his own benefit. As he surveyed the situation, Delator knew most of the Kuur wouldn't be able to reach Valpyre, since there simply wasn't enough room for all of them around the door. He waited for those furthest away from the merchant to realize this same thing. After a few moments, several slipped away and wandered back towards their seats or the dessert tables. Once this migration began, Delator knew his time had come and started to make his own way toward Valpyre. As he walked, he calculated the impact to his speech and how he would have to cut it back even more, delivering just the finest points and reserving Helvani for another day. The realization sorely disappointed him, but he consoled himself with the delusion that he was still winning the night, and soon he'd be able to claim all of First Realm as his. Malum stood against the back wall with plenty of free space around him now. He raised his mug and ironically toasted to Delator in the prearranged signal that Valpyre was here. Delator didn't even notice. He was cutting through the mass trying to reach the merchant. Malum took a sip and held his mug at chest height. He heard nothing, felt nothing. It was like he was watching a scene unfold before him in an old, boring recording with the sound turned off. He looked around the room to his right and took note of the few Kuur who hadn't rushed to Volpre's. Asa the cook stood in the doorway of the kitchen, towel in hand. Warrior was by a dessert table, just about to set down a fresh tray of tarts. Since the table was full of old trays, but not food, Warrior set the new tray on an empty chair next to the table and quickly merged 2 old, picked-over platters down to one. Then he picked up the old, empty one, which contained only crumbs, and put the new tray in its place. Task done, he returned to the kitchen, squeezing past Asa the cook on his way through the kitchen door. Malum then scanned to his left. He stopped when he reached Togur's head towering above the crowd, where he was standing his ground in the middle of the doorway, like a cork. Had the tiger not been there, the herd would have popped Volpre's out the front door, onto the porch, and happily overflowed after him. Malum sighed and peered down into his mug. All that remained were a few suds and a curved sliver of brown. He had been nursing this drink for a long time, waiting for his chance to get a refill. Looking up, he saw everyone was more or less off to the left towards the door, so it was a great time to address his need. He began his trek through the maze of scattered chairs on the right and the few Kuur between him and the bar. Once at the bar, he leaned over to help himself. Resupplied, he reversed his course and started to make his way towards the back of the room. However, instead of returning to his post, he slipped through the back patio door and went outside. He walked to the edge of the concrete slab and stared up at the nearly full moon. Holding his mug in both hands, as if it were a hot drink, he looked around, soaking in the scene. The light from the moon glistened softly on the freshly fallen dew in the yard. Malum shivered, not from the sight, but from the air. Having just been inside the crowded, hot tavern, the cool of the night chilled him to the bone. He turned to his right and sauntered over to the fire pit, where the bonfire was still in full bloom, and stood close to absorb its fury. Front side warmed, he turned around to let the blaze heat his backside. Once toasty, he chose a chair with its back symbolically pointed towards the tavern and sat down, whimpering slightly as he sandwiched the hot fabric of his pants between the seat and the raw flesh of his legs. Malum would spend the rest of the night tending the inferno, keeping it alive and well until dawn broke. Throughout the night, many would join him there to enjoy the dynamic display and talk about the far-reaching events of the evening. Benadari tried in vain to push the door forward so she could break out of her predicament, but the pressure of the mob held it fast. While she was unable to escape, she was at least glad the tavern entrance wasn't flush with the wall. If it had been, she would have been crushed. Instead, the doorway extended out onto the porch about a foot away from the wall. It also had pocketed windows on either side of the door, which were covered, of course, so no one could see in. All this meant she was standing in a small triangular space, barely large enough for her, with the door wedged against the foot-long wall on her left. Despite the door acting like a sound barrier, some of the crowd noise was echoing up, over, and around the door, reverberating in the space around her. The echo made it hard for her to make out exactly what was being said, even though she was only inches away from the action. She kicked the door in frustration, unable to believe her misfortune. Here she was, right next to all of them, and yet cut off, powerless to make her presence known or to take part in the historic event. She waited impatiently until she could sneak out. Later, she would never admit where she had been confined when Volpre's reappeared. Delator worked his way through the mass surrounding Volpre's by tapping inhabitants on the shoulder. When each gawker stopped pressing forward and turned to look to see who wasn't patiently waiting their turn, Delator would motion to them, or speak a word, and they would move aside to make room for him to pass. Soon he was standing directly beside the merchant, his presence making the crowd take a step back. When he raised his hand to quiet the room, silence fell almost immediately. Friends, please take your seats. Our guest of honor has finally arrived. I'll begin my presentation momentarily. The Kuur instantly obeyed his command and began to noisily make their way through the jumble of chairs back towards their original seats. A few grabbed their chairs and parked them back in their previous slots, but most tried to drive them closer to the bar, now expecting an even more exciting show. While it took several minutes for this shuffling to complete, it only took a couple of seconds for Benadari to slip out from behind the door and breathe a sigh of relief as she finally rejoined the crowd. Turning to Valpries, Delator asked, "Are you hungry?" He wanted to distract the merchant and get him busy doing something, anything, so he could take the stage alone. "Actually, I'm quite famished," answered Valpries, rubbing his stomach. Now that he was no longer taming the tiger, his appetite had restaked its claim for attention. "Togr, take our esteemed colleague to the kitchen to get some food. I'm sure he'd appreciate your help getting through the crowd." Delator had addressed Togr without bothering to look directly at the chagrined cat, who was still standing in the doorway behind Valpries. Togr was in no mood to help his escaped prey, but he nodded his head in obedience to his leader. Delator caught the slight head bob out of the corner of his eye. Valpries, on the other hand, had turned all the way around so he could fully look at Togr and smirked at his submission. "This way," mumbled Togr as he led Valpries towards the kitchen, hacking a path through the Kuur, pressing to be near the bar. As they moved away, most eyes followed Valpries. However, Delator, the expert inspector, took a few steps over to Benadari and whispered in her ear, "Valpries has a bloody lip. Go see if you can heal that." His tone was emphatic, but not accusatory. However, Benadari heard the word "that" as if Delator had said it sarcastically. She dejectedly followed the pair into the kitchen to prove herself, while Delator remained in the main room to entertain his followers. Once inside the kitchen, Valpries received a hearty welcome from Asa the cook and warrior. The food, however, wasn't so inviting. While it still tasted great, it had been unceremoniously piled in the kitchen for cleanup, which made it look quite unappealing. Warrior encouraged Valpries to help himself, but since the fox reluctantly crinkled his nose, the novice waiter took charge and began to build a plate for him. Benadari entered the kitchen while Warrior was still accumulating Valpries' nourishment. She cautiously approached the unoccupied merchant, unsure how he'd react to her, or if he even knew about her failures. He quickly turned on her and answered her questions before she could even open her mouth. "Hi, Benadari. Great to see you. Thanks for taking care of me at Malum's." "Oh, sure. No problem. I'm just sorry I wasn't able to heal you." "Ah, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. I'm here now." Valpries spoke assertively, as if he were in control. His mannerisms reminded Benadari of Delator himself. "Hey, mind if I heal your lip? I see a little blood there," the healer offered, as she pointed to Valpries' mouth. Lost in his excited acceptance by the Kuur, Valpries had forgotten about his lip. Benadari's question brought the painful throbbing back. "Sure, please, go ahead," accepted Valpries. As Benadari started to reach her hand out, she paused, still afraid to touch the merchant. She quickly asked, "What happened?" to mask her fear. Then she pulled her hand back slightly, as if to give him room to answer. "Oh," started Valpries as he turned to look at Togr. "I slipped on the porch and hit my lip. I'm just a little clumsy tonight after having been asleep for so long." While Valpries was talking, Benadari made up her mind it was now or never. She had to get back into Delator's good graces, and she knew she could heal a lip. She'd done that many times before. When the merchant finished speaking, she gingerly stretched out her hand. and touched his lip, instantly feeling a tiny pinch of his pain into her, and then healing swiftly moved back out through her. As she moved her hand away, she was happy to see Valprie's lip had returned to its normal size. Slowly, she took a step back and brushed her clothing as if to straighten her outfit, but was actually checking to see if she was still all in one piece. When she knew she was okay, she dropped her hands to her sides and let out a huge sigh of relief and turned to walk away. Asa the cook then rubbed his own chin as he addressed Valprie's. "Hey, you might want to wash that off." In mirrored monkey fashion, the merchant rubbed his own chin and felt the sticky red residue. In reply, he raised his eyebrows as if to ask, "Where?" "Over there," answered Asa the cook, pointing to the corner of the kitchen where there was a hidden washroom for the staff. Wanting to look perfect for his admirers, Valprie's nodded thanks and headed off to clean up. While Valprie's was in the bathroom, Asa the cook went over to Toger and quietly hinted, "Hey, Porch, you might want to clean up too," as he pointed to the blood-smeared teardrop on the tiger's face and the red splatter on his left paw. Delator knew he couldn't start his speech until after Valprie's returned, so he closed the tavern door and chatted with those near the exit before walking over to PB's bar perch. No one heard what he said to the owl over the noise, but PB immediately took flight, crossed the room, and worked his way back to his original chair. Trying hard to look relaxed, Delator leaned back against the bar and talked briefly with Beku, who was sitting in the first row. Once done with the walrus, the Kuur leader began to walk around and mingle, but the crowd grew restless. They wanted Valprie's. After several more minutes, he strode back to the front corner of the bar, spun around halfway, and then jumped up slightly to sit down. He endeavored to portray an illusion of calm by dangling his legs over the edge of the bar, letting them swing back and forth. But since he was leaning forward with his arms locked straight and his hands firmly grasping the bar rail, his taunt body gave away his frustration. Finally, after what seemed like hours, Valprie's emerged from the kitchen. The merchant stood at the end of the bar opposite Delator and started to eat from his overflowing plate, watching the crowd watch him. After his second bite, Delator got his attention and motioned for him to take a seat next to PB. Valprie's hated to give up his view, but he had taken orders from Delator for so long, he obediently sat down next to the owl. He did, however, adjust his chair backward and askew so he could see the audience, not just face the bar and Delator like everyone else. With Valprie's out of the way, Delator thrust off the bar commandingly and took several paces to his left. As he started to move, the babble began to die down. Once he reached center stage and took his primary pose, the room fell silent. "We better restock the serving tables with what little we have left," Asa the cook suggested, as Valprie's departed the kitchen with his heaping plate full of food. "I have a feeling this party's going to go on for a long time." Warrior had already retrieved most of the non-dessert trays and scattered them haphazardly throughout the kitchen. The leftovers on these platters had been used to load up Valprie's plate and provide him with his first real meal in months. "Okay," replied the tired novice waiter. He immediately set to work without complaint, recovering the remaining trays still out on the serving tables and consolidating all the food scraps onto a few platters, while Asa the cook mixed in a couple fresh nuggets here and there. Their efforts brought dignity back to the spread, making old things look new and appetizing once again. Since there was little food left, they had the trays ready to take back out to their stations in no time at all. Still, Asa the cook completely missed Delator's speech. Delator paused briefly in the silence to survey his flock. When he started his well-rehearsed opening, he reminded the Kuur of their basic tenets and their complaints against the Onu, which bound them all together. The onlookers applauded at all the right places, but they weren't nearly as enthusiastic as Delator had hoped. Wounded, He felt a pit in his stomach as an anxiety attack took hold, and he suddenly regretted sending Aratahu, the carrier, to Hiriburu. He sure could have used his cheerleader right now. The crowd could sense Delator was struggling. Frazzled as speech wasn't going better, the Kuur leader began to veer off script, trying to suck them in. Having just fed their Kalama, he desperately wanted to steal their Olmec. I'm sure you'll all agree we've witnessed some truly amazing things tonight. At this, many clapped, some whistled, and others shouted while everyone turned their eyes towards Valpries. Delator saw their movement. He had hoped for it. No, I'm not talking about Valpries, pounced Delator. Quickly, eyes darted back to their leader. I'm talking about all of you, commended Delator, waving his hand over the entire crowd. The amazing thing I've witnessed tonight is you. Look around. He paused, waiting for their heads to turn, but only a few did, so he prodded them again. Go ahead, look around. He waited patiently as they self-consciously glanced at one another, then quickly looked back at him. But Delator remained silent and gestured for them to look again, forcing them all to look more closely. At first, 3 or 4 cackled nervously at their shared discomfort. Then a few laughed sincerely and slapped one another on the shoulder, acknowledging the truth of the moment. Soon, others joined in, and the merriment and self-congratulations rippled through the room. That's right, affirmed Delator. You are amazing. All night long, you've been enjoying one another's company, oblivious to rank, clan, guild, gift, or blessing. Your unity is miraculous. Delator conveniently ignored all the petty arguments he had heard throughout the night, and all the one-upping so common at all Kuur gatherings. Bit by bit, chunk by chunk, the crowd ate it up. Slowly, they all began to cheer as Delator's words sunk in. Everyone, that is, except Valpries. He felt slighted. He had expected Delator to sing his praises, his opening of Dezsma. Instead, his leader was letting him down yet again. He put his fork down on his plate and sat, with unchewed food in his mouth, for several minutes. While everyone else joyfully nibbled on the chum, Delator decided it was time to get out the real bait. Friends, I could go on for hours about how incredible all of you are, and I could go on all night long about all the work we still need to do to win over First Realm. He paused to let them snicker at his weak attempt at a joke. But it's late, and we've got a lot of celebrating yet to do. So I'll be super brief about what you need to do next. Simply put, the time has come for you to choose. The crowd turned to each other, disoriented. Choose what? They murmured. Over the past several months, they had experienced some of the greatest Kuur victories ever. Why weren't they reveling in their successes tonight? What big new choice could their leader possibly have in store for them? Delator let their confusion boil over as he held up the bait and ran the hook through it. It's time for you to show everyone that you stand for the Kuur alone, he demanded as he waved his hand over the crowd. Then slowly, definitively, he made a fist and offered the alternative. Not for the Onu. After a dramatic pause, he flung his arm downward and opened his fist when it reached the bottom of his swing, as if casting the Onu out of his hand to the ground. Delator could tell from their expressions and the murmurs close to him that he had missed his mark. They didn't view his bait as appetizing, or maybe they just didn't see everything as clearly as he did. Or possibly the bait looked too big to swallow. So he tried again. If you want to be truly amazing, it's time to take a public stand for the Kuur and do nothing for the Onu. His followers stared at the morsel before them, but they weren't really enticed. They lived in the Onu realm. How could they avoid that? Sure, they blamed the Onu for their woes, but how could they really do nothing at all in life that benefited the Onu? It's hard to be totally against your creator when you still live in their realm. Delator smiled affectionately at his supporters as they sniffed his truth, confident he could force them to strike. The group before him tonight was simply too small to overtake First Realm alone. He needed more. At their current pace, his desire to rule the realm would never be fulfilled. He needed them to step up now, to put themselves on the line for the Kuur, to put themselves on the line for him. Delator understood that as long as they jumped back and forth between the Kuur and the Onu, he would never wrench the realm away from the Onu. He knew the best way to get what he wanted was to divide the realm and force it to cease functioning smoothly. He needed families, clans, guilds, and friendships to splinter, so he could use those fragments to fuel the rebellion. He pushed harder, having already prepared a way to wiggle the bait and lure them all in. Let me give you a practical example. Take Asker over there, submitted Delator, pointing to Asker. Asker, please, stand up so everyone can see you. Asker panicked, and the back of his neck immediately began to sweat. He stood reluctantly, following Delator's order. Insanely nervous, he swayed back and forth, holding tightly to the chair in front of him for support. Bamboo, on the other hand, started to cheer enthusiastically. Sitting next to Asker, he was proud to hear Delator call upon his mentor. It made him feel more important, like Delator had called on him. Delator, the expert interrogator, led his victim perfectly. Asker, what are you working on? Asker opened his mouth to answer, but nothing came out. He cleared his throat and tried again. He blundered, but no answer emerged. He dry swallowed, choked, and then faintly spit out, The king's new mansion. Delator took Asker's response and placed it on another hook. Well, as PB has found in Dezsma, this new mansion is meant to house seconds. There was an audible gasp from the crowd, as most had not yet heard this. PB sat up straight, excited to hear his name mentioned. He spun his head halfway around, clockwise, to look at the crowd while holding his body stiff. He nodded and affirmed Delator's statements by saying several times, "That's right." After a few seconds, he spun his head the rest of the way around in the same direction to look at Delator. Several in the crowd were unsettled by PB's neck twist, grossed out that he had not unwound it. A few kept monitoring him, waiting for his recoil, but none came. PB had purposely performed this rotation, hoping it would be memorable and make an impact on them. He would have been proud to know just how well it worked. "That's right," echoed Delator, waving the baited hooks in front of them all. According to PB and Dezsma, they're building, you're building, the king's new mansion to prepare a home for seconds. Delator paused again to allow their murmurs and questions to rise. Once the clamor subsided enough that he could be heard, he continued. "Their plan," he shouted, then repeated again after they got a bit quieter. "Their plan is to make seconds part of the Onu clan. Can you believe that? They want to fortify their ranks with seconds, then force all of us into subservient roles. Soon we'll be overrun by inferior royal brats." He held up his right hand with the Onu hook. As he spoke, the Kuur began to froth in anger. Enjoying the impact his words were having, Delator lowered his right hand and raised his left hand higher to pile on. "Unless we stop them." The rage and resentment grew louder and more profuse. Finally, Delator roared over the pandemonium. "Unless you stop them." In this pivotal moment, Delator pointed his left hand, with Kuur-baited hook, directly at Asker, who was still quivering in the middle of the room. The crowd went silent. Delator raised his right hand with Onu-baited hook up slightly, and dangled both hooks directly in front of Asker. Asker Now that you know you're building a home for seconds, do you think that's right? I mean, who do you support? Us Kuur? He offered, waving his left arm high over the crowd and lowering it after he had completed the pass. Then, raising his right hand halfway up, he jeered. Or the Onu and seconds. Delator waited silently for Asker's response, but none came. Many in the crowd were now awkwardly sitting forward in their seats, unable to bear the tension mounting in the room. Well, Asker, to whom will you dedicate your gifts? Delator bobbed both baits up and down slightly as he waited again for Asker to choose. All eyes were glued now to Asker, who was frightfully overwhelmed by the moment, and turned to look down at Bamvu for support. But Bamvu simply raised his hands and eyebrows slightly, as if to say, "Well, which is it?" Slowly, Asker turned back to Delator. He took a deep breath and tried to clear his throat. It took 3 attempts. Delator waited and jostled the lures. Feebly, Asker finally answered. "Why, the cur, of course," bit Asker, taking the invisible bait and hook dangling from Delator's left hand. Delator pulled hard and set the hook cleanly. Slowly, he reeled Asker in. "Then you must no longer build the king's new mansion," he ordered as he held his left hand high and threw the Onu hook in his right hand to the floor, mimicking the same move he had used during his initial attempt to cast the Onu down. Some of the fanatics in the crowd went wild. They yelled fondly, agreeing with their leader's direction. After they quieted down a bit, Delator pulled Asker in closer. "Asker, I know this means you'll have some guild issues, but don't worry. I'll take care of you. And all the others who need to make similar choices." Sharp listeners caught the word others in Delator's comment and immediately thought about additional builders working on the king's new mansion, not themselves and their livelihood. Then, a little more softly, as if under his breath and only to Asker, Delator counseled, "I'll come over to your house soon, once I have everything lined up. Trust me." With that, the crowd resounded with loud but mixed affirmation. Bamvu shouted, ignoring the fact that he too was building the king's new mansion and would soon have to make the same choice. Asker, however, looked stunned. He plopped back down into his seat, nearly falling over backwards from the force. Had Denkin not put his hands up to stop him, Asker would have fallen into his lap. Once pushed back up on all 4 chair legs, Asker slumped forward, pondering his condition. His realm had just been turned upside down in front of everyone. What would he tell his mate? Where was he going to go in the morning for work? What would he do while he waited on Delator to inexplicably replace his livelihood? Delator loved the look on Asker's face. Simply priceless. He raised his hands to quiet the crowd, baited more hooks, and threw them into the water. Just like Asker, many of you need to decide right now if you're building for the Kuur or the Onu. If it's the Onu, then stop what you're doing. In that moment, many in the room suddenly shared the same expression as Asker. Delator smiled. He knew he was finally getting close to their Almac, ready to land them all. "I know this sounds hard, but you can do it. Your stopping will force the Onu to reconsider Second Realm. Your stopping will force them to choose. If they want Second Realm, then we'll take First Realm. Of course, they're going to lose First Realm no matter what they do. They just don't know it yet," winked Delator to chuckles from the zealots on his right. Many in the crowd started shouting anxious questions and concerns, but Delator answered them all with a single, simple direction. "I don't have time to explain everything tonight. Suffice it to say, I do have a plan, and we will stop them. But And this is the most important point for tonight. My plan only works if you make your choice to work for the Kuur alone. Rest assured, we will take care of our own. Like I said before, you are amazing. We are amazing. United, we will stop the Onu. An assortment of reviews reverberated through the audience. Some understood their realm, like Asker's, was changing before their very eyes tonight. Others were slow to see how this would permanently affect them. And several were pushed back into the arms of the Onu, instead of being lured into the Kuur. Delator didn't realize this until much later. Delator, thinking they were all about to swallow his Kuur hooks, continued. And you should boldly call others to do the same. Explain why you've made your choice and rally others to our cause. For those who doubt, encourage them to seek out PB near Rosewood for themselves. He'll be there every day to help them, teach them, guide, and direct them. Right, PB? Asked Delator as he looked towards the owl. Absolutely, beamed the history teacher, finally unwinding his head counterclockwise to look at the assembly as he answered. He only rotated as an excuse to be seen by the crowd. He could have stayed wound up all night long. Thank you, PB. Well, as I said before, I'd love to talk more about how the Onu have brought Toba upon First Realm and hurt us all, but tonight is supposed to be a party, so let's not weigh ourselves down with all those horrible pains. Instead, let me close by saying that together we will overcome the Onu. We will win. Why, we even have proof of that here tonight. Delator swung around and pointed at Valpries as he proudly pronounced, Valpries. Valpries, please, stand up. Valpries handed his half-full plate to PB, and then rose conceitedly as the noise swelled. He straightened his outfit and soaked in a long, loud applause. Ibua was the first in the crowd to stand up. Then many followed suit, giving the merchant a standing ovation. As they roared, Delator motioned for Valpries to come forward and join him. Valpries slowly walked over to the Kuur leader, waving to the crowd as he went. Nothing could have wiped the smile off his face. Once he reached Delator, Delator put his arm around him and motioned for everyone to sit back down. As I'm sure all of you know by now, Valpries was the one responsible for opening Dezsma. Delator pulled Valpries closer, giving him a tight shoulder hug, making the two of them almost appear as one. Valpries tried to look humble, but he radiated self-importance. Delator continued. And Valpries survived Odego's curse with nary a scratch. As Delator said the word scratch, Valpries shrewdly put his scarred hands down into his front pants pockets. Look at him. He's all the proof we need that we can. That we are winning. Delator's oops was totally on purpose. At this, the crowd went nuts, and Valpries turned to look Delator in the eye. He couldn't believe his leader had just affirmed his own position in the Kuur. Finally, he was as important as he had always longed to be. Valpries is fantastic proof of what I've been saying all along. The Onu are not as powerful as they want us to believe. Their curses simply are not to be feared. They can be overcome. While Odego tried to rob Valpries of his livelihood over these past few months, I'm sure the great merchant can make up for those lost trades in a couple of days. Right, Valpries? Oh, sure. Of course I can. Better fortunes tomorrow, bellowed the merchant. Better fortunes tomorrow, shouted the crowd in response. Everyone knew how important trading was to the realm. Then Delator leaned over and whispered in Valpries' ear. I prosper as you prosper. The merchant smiled knowingly. As I was saying, I can go on and on, but for now, I'll end. I know many of you want to talk with Valpries. So, be strong, be courageous, but foremost, be Kuur! Rang the room. With that, Delator's speech was over. The crowd erupted one last time, and the party was back on. Delator dropped his arm from around Valpry's and took a few steps back, giving his implicit approval for all to swarm the merchant. And swarm they did. At first, this bothered Delator. He had so much more he had wanted to say, so much more he had prepared. He worried that he had not said enough, that he had not stroked the fires of rebellion hard enough. But watching the crowd mob Valpry's, and getting a chance to talk to many of them later throughout the rest of the night, he came to feel that he had done the best he could with a bad situation. By the time dawn broke and the final stragglers went home, he was confident his party had been a success. Lipukanja the novice defender stared at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. Thoughts of Geojuja's homecoming and their celebration raced through his head. The opening had affected many in First Realm, none the least their family. With every First Realm recorder in Tala, all realm activities that required recorders had ground to a halt, including trials and judgments. This had effectively put Lipukanja and many others out of work. It had been especially hard for him to make ends meet over the past few weeks, and he was worried his failure to amply supply his children had embittered them against the Onu. He tossed over onto his side and squinted intently into the darkness, barely able to detect the outline of the picture frame on the bedroom wall, which housed his favorite portrait of Geojuja and the kids. He closed his eyes to see the image clearly and hoped Geojuja's return would finally signal a comfortable, yet humble, return to the normal life they knew and loved. Valpry's was now securely entrenched in Delator's inner circle, sitting around Malum's fire, watching the last of the embers fade to gray. Everyone else had already gone home or back to their travel inns. While the last stragglers had left 15 minutes ago, Valpriest, Toger, Asa the cook, Malum, and Benadari were all waiting to be dismissed. Even though dawn was about to break, Delator wasn't quite ready to leave. Still reliving the night, he found only one moment he should have handled better. While he had closely guarded the guest list, he couldn't currently recall the name or nondescript face of the inquirer whose questions now tugged at the Kuur leader and made him think he might be missing something that would make his kingdom better. Given all his other successes, he decided the inhabitant really wasn't that important. He pushed aside his doubts and left his internal retrospection to seek external approval from those around him. Some show tonight, don't you think? Yes, indeed. Thanks. Though I may have ruined my shoes, answered Malum from his unique perspective, having spent most of the night perfectly tending his fire. What? Challenged Delator, surprised by the ironworker's inappropriate tribute. Oh, I overstoked the fire earlier. I had my feet propped up towards it, and before I knew it, the heat melted the glue holding my shoes together. Look. Malum raised both legs high in the air as the soles of his shoes limped over, dangling halfway off. Then he shook his feet, clapping the half-attached soles comically against the toes of his shoes. They all chuckled, but without much enthusiasm, too worn out from the long night. Ah, don't worry. Those are easy to fix. Just reglue 'em, advised the cook, staring back into the dying embers. Malum already knew this, since it wasn't the first time he had made this mistake, and it wouldn't be the last. Normally, Benadari would have offered to fix his shoes, but tonight she made no such move, and would never repair his soul again. Pushing the conversation back towards his intended goal, Delator clarified. Our time has come. We're going to remake First Realm. Of course we are, blurted Benadari, interrupting the Kuur leader in her haste to show her support. He continued on without scolding her. You know, it's almost as if they wanted us to rebel, suggested Delator. Think about it. If they were willing to let us find these small morsels in Dezsma, Imagine the horrors waiting for us in Doxon. Muffled agreement rippled around the circle, but since no one spoke loud enough for him to hear what they said, he mused on. Eventually, we'll need to reveal those, too. Imagine what we could do then. He looked over at Valpriest to gauge his response, assuming any such raid would require his assistance. But the fading firelight was too dim for him to clearly see the merchant's expression. For now, though, I guess we have plenty with Dezsma. Buoyed by tonight's success, Delator sensed he already had thousands of disciples throughout the entire realm. He was wrong. In truth, he only had 10 or so true, committed followers, and they were either at his party tonight or sleeping in Ulumco. It would take 32 eons before the rebellion really took off and he had any substantial following. One thing's for sure, swelled Ben-Hadari, patting Valpriest on the shoulder. The opening has really helped us. She was right, of course. History would show that Dezsma and the Hidden Council were critical to the rebellion's success, as was the return home of recorders after the opening, especially those who chose to spread misperceptions of Dezsma instead of the truth. Extract from Sealed Royal Recording 122C-112B48K45-12D4F7-27C4 CB0C Yes, I talked with them all, verified Telios. Even Delator? Inquired the king. Even Delator, confirmed the prince. Good, commended the king. Then he turned to Odigo and simply asked, And? It worked, as we expected. His presence affected everyone. Some more than others, of course, and 2 swung back towards us. Excellent, pronounced the king. I should add that Delator worked all night long, trying to regain a veneer of control, though, truthfully, he never fully recovered. And Valpriest? Wondered Otek. Perfect timing. He couldn't have been more disruptive, smiled Odigo as he turned to the one who commonly visited his study for advice. But I didn't heal Valpriest to impact Delator's party. I healed Valpriest for Valpriest, explained Telios emphatically. He was not defensive, but his tone made it clear the merchant was his foremost concern. We know, approved Otek Plaz. We know. Chapter 13. Attack Formation. Telios spent the entire night roaming the king's new mansion. He walked up and down each hallway and entered every unfinished room to circle its perimeter and cherished the cries of laughter and shouts of joy which would ultimately resound therein. He blessed each room and each inhabitant for whom it was being prepared. When he finally returned to the front door, he was completely covered in gray construction dust. Tired, he sat down on the cool tile floor in the spacious entryway and pulled his legs to his chest, shut his eyes, and put his head down on his knees to see better. He sighed sadly as he rewatched Asker, the expert rock mason, walk off the job site over 3 epochs ago. On that day, Asker had been the only one to depart, and Telios had been hopeful he'd be able to talk him into returning. But within 4 months, Asker was still gone, and several others had abandoned their work to join him, including Bamvu. In the middle of the 5th month, things got much worse after Delator commissioned Bamvu to organize a set of picketers around the new mansion, swelling the giant's ego well beyond his size. At first, his activists were just a nuisance, but by the end of the 6th month, tempers flared and verbal scuffles broke out between the demonstrators and the workers. In the 7th month, oral conflict gave rise to physical assault. Telios winced as he recalled Bamvu standing over a dazed ironworker, his fist drawn back for another blow with blood already dripping from his knuckles. The prince could still feel the wind rushing through his hair as he ran to the rescue, and the powerful crack of the giant's fist against the side of his head as he pushed Lloyden out of harm's way. Soon after the strike, overt acts of insurrection resonated throughout all of First Realm, not just in Tala. To defuse the situation, and to provide more time for First to choose, Otek dispatched all the remaining new mansion workers to other projects. After that, progress on the mansion had been slow, but perfect, since Telios had resolved to finish his family's new home alone. While the ultimate creator could have easily spoken a word to complete the work in an instant, he had determined the effort deserved his loving, personal touch. He was taking his time, pouring his creativity into every nook and cranny. How long, he wondered. How long until I'm done? How long until our family is united? The frost on the green glistened white in the faint moonlight, disrupted only by the meandering, dark paths left by the intruders. Like many twins, Arcuda and Arcudo often understood each other without speaking a word, and in battle or realm protection, they could always hear each other's thoughts. Your turn, thought Arcuda, pointing her tail at a pair of trespassers lurking behind some bushes 50 paces off to her right. Having watched the prowler slink through the green for 4 hours, the time had finally come to act. Okay, I've got him, replied Arcudo. Byerdate hated to be cold or wet, and now she was both. She turned onto her side, and again tried to wipe the frost off before the white smudges melted from her body heat. But her fifth cleaning attempt merely pressed the tiny ice crystals into her clothes and hastened their melting. She rolled back onto her stomach and peered through the bushes. With victory nearly in hand, she could see Arcuda's breath rising in billowing puffs through the pre-dawn air. Closer to the twins than any Kuur initiate had been in 19 eons, she fumed at the pace of her progress and turned to peer at her slow companion, the cause of her pain. Had she been alone, she knew she could have easily gotten to the twins' perch unnoticed by now. But with him in tow, she doubted she'd be able to complete her task at all. Why in all First Realm did Togr pair me up with this bumbling dolt? She wondered, confident the bulky inhabitant had alerted Arcuda to their presence long ago. Nevertheless, she only had 2 more rows of bushes and 3 open spaces standing between her and the twins, and she hoped that she could get the silly novice welder from Vid to camp here while she pressed on alone.
Stay here,
whispered Byerdate, her words echoing loudly in the twins' ears. Tabiki was Byerdate's unwanted accomplice. He didn't know her, and had no desire to, having only met her 20 days ago in Hiraburu at their provisional Kuur indoctrination. The cautious joiner cursed his misfortune, but not the lovely Gyrakorja for her terrible advice. He was smitten with her, and had let her smile outweigh his better judgment. She had talked him into joining a small, safe resistance group right before the cell leaders decided to disband and merge with the Kuur. As part of the unification agreement, each member was required to perform this pointless, dangerous escapade, and he was no exception. Why? Wrote Tabiki in the dirt, his large letters easy to read, even in the faint moonlight. Wise enough not to talk, or even whisper, in the twins' neighborhood, he knew better than to turn back or stop now. Hai, his Kuur indoctrination trainer, had made it painfully clear that he must proceed until the twins stopped him. Otherwise, Togr would force him to perform the rite of entrance all over again, until he came back with the required wounds to prove his dedication. Because you're making way too much noise, hissed Byerdate. Some spirit guide, thought Tabiki without acknowledging her outburst. He wondered why she thought she was so special. Arcuda waited patiently for just the right moment to pounce. He loved to stretch his legs and bound off the landing, but just as he was about to leap, the rustling motion of dark brown plaid against the brick and hedges at the far end of the green caught his attention. He paused and calmly held his ground. "Look, over there, by the corner of the public library," alerted Arcudo. Arcuda scanned the area without moving her head. She didn't want the attackers on her right to think they could approach nearer while she turned. "Interesting. It's been a long time since they sent more than one group. I thought they were running out of pledges." Nozir and Herder wormed their way around the public library as the twins watched. The novel writer and Baker were trying to keep a large tree between them and the twins' line of sight. Fearing the twins' wrath, and lacking the irrational courage of the other attacking squad, the two had hidden behind the public library for several hours trying to overcome their terror. Having stayed there too long trying to steel their resolve, they now realized they wouldn't make it to the twins before sunrise. They knew the other team was way ahead of them, probably close to the landing by now, but they had no idea exactly where they were. Nozir leaned over to Herder and put his lips right against his companion's ear and very quietly whispered,
"We'd better hurry up. We're not going to make it."
Nozir's breath moistened Herder's ear, causing him to shiver. Herder shook his head up and down in short, jerky beats, afraid to utter a sound. Now that he was finally on the green, all he could think about was getting up and running away. He closed his eyes and laid his head down on the grass to think. There were many reasons why he had originally joined the Leave Us Alone passive resistance group instead of the more aggressive agitators, or the Kuur. But now, with so many splinter groups dissolved, he felt like he had no choice but to move forward with the Kuur. He was not going back to the Onu. Herder hated the Onu and all they had done to him. Slowly, he raised his head and motioned for Nozir to lead the way. "Do you see any more?" asked Arcuda. "No, just the two groups. 4 total," counted Arcudo. It had been hundreds of centuries since the Kuur had sent multiple attack squads to the Royal Library at the same time. Long ago, the twins had successfully fended off many simultaneous attacks, some with up to 50 squads, so the sight of 2 tiny units tonight was not tactically disconcerting, just curious. Byrdate felt she had finally put Tabiki in his place, so she turned her attention back to the twins and the glory awaiting her. She crawled forward, using her elbows as levers to slowly pull herself along the ground. Inching her way around the bush on her left, she worked herself closer to the wall of the Royal Library, where the pre-dawn shadows were the darkest. Even before Byerdate's head passed the bushes they were sharing as cover, Tabiki moved to his right, away from her. He stayed down low on his stomach, and after several minutes, reached the next row of vegetation which ran between him and the path to the landing. Following this shrub line, he proceeded slowly, looking for a gap he could squeeze through. When he finally found one, he pressed down harder, lowering his body flat against the ground, and slithered through the opening. Once on the other side, he looked up towards the twins, but couldn't see them. His view obstructed, Tabiki assumed they couldn't see him either. He was wrong. The group on the right just split up, announced Arcuda. "I know," replied Arcudo. "Do you want me to stop them now, or wait until they're closer?" "Go ahead and stop them now," answered Arcuda. "It looks like the group on the left is still frozen behind the far tree next to the public library. You'll have plenty of time to tackle the 2 on the right before the others get here." "Agreed," acknowledged Arcudo as he rocketed to do his part in the rite of entrance. Soon after Cat stole the sealed scroll, countless anti-Onu resistance groups began to spring up. With a multitude of options to choose from, many inhabitants chose poorly, at least according to Delator, and joined groups other than his. As the Kuur became stronger, they forced other rebel troops to disband, and joined them. However, before these failed factions were granted entrance, each individual had to prove their true allegiance. Togher had suggested this, and Delator loved the idea. Together, they came up with the rite of entrance. The rite was simple enough. Repentant Kuur competitors had to travel to Tala and attempt to enter the royal library before dawn to steal a scroll, replicating Cat's great feat. While Delator knew this was impossible, he cherished the idea that those previously bold enough to oppose him now had to painfully prove that they were loyal to him. These initiates helped him show the realm the Kuur were not afraid of the Onu or their curses. He hoped many would bear the scars of their initiation as living proof they had fought and won. When the rite first began, Otek had given strict orders to the twins that none of the weak-faithed attacking intruders should be greatly harmed. To further protect the offenders, the king had Telios station warriors around the green. He knew the warriors would shield the Kuur and keep them away from a more painful encounter with the twins. Regardless, most attackers were turned away bruised and battered, and sometimes a little worse. Many ended up in the care center for a day or two to recover. Of course, Otek and Telios knew the twins didn't need help repelling the attackers. They could easily protect the royal library all alone. As the number of incursions waned, Telios removed the warriors from the green and redeployed them throughout the realm to help quell other Kuur skirmishes. And thus, the twins were left alone to guard the royal library tonight. Byrdate closed her eyes when Arcudo swung his tail to strike, as if her reflex would somehow shield her from his power. Tabiki didn't wait for Arcudo's disciplinary instruction to land on his uninspiring companion. Instead, he chose to view the bear's choice to attack Byrdate first as providence, a chance to distance himself well beyond her and one-up her by getting closer to the landing. He sprang to his feet and sprinted towards the landing as fast as he could, wailing hysterically, like warriors do in battle, but was only able to take 3 steps before Arcudo flattened him as well. Herder the baker saw nothing of Arcudo's constrained attacks on Byrdate and Tabiki. Fearful of his own demise, he had risen as soon as he saw the bear leap off the landing, not waiting to see who Arcudo intended to obliterate, and bolted towards the public library for safety. At first, Nozir was close behind him, but since Nozir was faster than Herder, Nozir passed the baker at the public library entrance and never looked back. Had the 2 trespassers possessed a modicum of real courage, and had the library been open, they could have entered the shelter of rosewood and been truly protected just by struggling to grasp a small morsel of the wealth it contained. But they, like so many others, refused to put in that kind of effort. Instead, they all seemed to prefer the twisted, simple words of Delator and the other soothsayers. They never even noticed that over time, the Onu grew Rosewood truth with additional recordings. So many, in fact, that Rosewood had to branch out further to accommodate them all. Otigo watched as Telios began to cross the old mansion grounds and approach the back door. He headed downstairs and, with perfect timing, met the prince just as he closed the door. Restless again? Surveyed Otigo. Yes, lots on my mind. Otigo could easily see his thoughts and didn't need to probe for any explanation. They walked in silence to the prince's room. When they arrived, he put his hand on Telios' shoulder and gently affirmed, "I'll be there for you." Then he turned and left Telios to his contemplation of Second Realm and the ramifications of his decision to either proceed or not. Extract from Sealed Royal Recording 4H35-5371 C8K6H493F2-8828C-4I6L1DF1-C25D9. When Telios finished sharing his perspective on the pain, Silence ensued. Finally, Odigo nodded his head slowly in agreement. I see no other way. Then, let it be so, decreed Otek. Telios, since you'll pay the price, it's your choice to make. Valpes arrived at the Hirabiru market well before sunrise. Proud of his market, he knew it put the one in Tala to shame. He spent the first hour of work walking around the perimeter and through the most important corridors. Along the way, he took special note of the areas that didn't sparkle, places where the night cleaning crew had failed to meet his standards. Before he went on his next task, he contacted Lagbara to have her call the night cleaners back in to amend their work. They would receive no overtime compensation, just an assurance that future failures would result in their dismissal. Lippy Conja lay in bed, wide awake, exhausted. He hadn't slept much last night as he mulled over the disturbing news he had read right before bedtime. Gingerly taking his earplugs out, he placed them on the nightstand and stared out the open window, which was letting in a fresh breeze and a lively chorus of excited birds. He tried hard not to move so he wouldn't wake Gia-Juja. After a half an hour or so, she rustled and groaned slightly as she stretched to get her blood flowing. Now that she was awake, Lippy Conja rolled over and snuggled his mate. She let out a deep, guttural purr and backed deeper into his comforting embrace. Before mumbling, "Morning," Lippy Conja turned his face away, back over his right shoulder. He was sure he had dragon breath and didn't want to offend her. "Good morning," sang Gia-Juja in reply, already her chipper self, even though she had only become conscious 30 seconds ago. After a few moments of peaceful bliss, she sat up on the edge of the bed and bid, "How'd you sleep?" "Well," started Lippy Conja, letting his long pause hang in the air to build anticipation. "To be truthful, it was a little noisy in here last night," he finally answered as he gently nudged Gia-Juja in the back, hoping his response successfully hid the stress he felt. "Oh yeah? How so?" questioned his mate as she turned back to look at him. "Oh, I think you know what I mean," Lippy Conja replied playfully. "No, seriously, what happened?" questioned Gia-Juja dramatically. She knew what was coming next, but loved pretending she didn't. It wasn't her fault, she snored. She'd been to the care center many times, but they were unable to rid her of Lippy Conja's affliction. "Well, last night my earplugs just couldn't block out all the racket," explained Lippy Conja. "No way! Really? I didn't hear anything," sported Gia-Juja, as she feigned ignorance. "Of course not. That's because your ears don't work while you're snoring," kidded Lippy Conja. Gia-Juja chuckled. She knew his assessment was more true than not. "I'm a little surprised you didn't wake yourself up last night with all your rumbling," continued Lippy Conja. "You had some grand prize winning grunts. Some even vibrated down through the mattress and almost knocked me out of bed." "Nice," smiled Gia-Juja. "You know, I like to be an overachiever." She bent over and gave Lippy Conja a gentle, prolonged kiss on his forehead, and then lunged from the bed to take a shower. Lippy Conja watched as she disappeared behind the wall, bathed with the deep, yellow glow of early morning light. He marveled at her ability to stay so positive as the realm they loved crumbled around them. As he waited his turn for the shower, he got out of bed and restlessly paced around the Gigant guest room, the same one Gia-Juja had occupied during the opening. Now, the unassuming room was their home, having temporarily moved in long ago, when Gia-Juja became a novice royal recorder. "Your turn!" shouted Gia-Juja from the bathroom, as she turned off the water. "Okay," called Lipukanja in reply, as he sighed and collapsed back onto the bed. He knew he had plenty of time before breakfast, and even more time to kill before he needed to appear in court. Fear of the day gnawed at his stomach, forcing him to curl up into a fetal position to ease the pain. Well, at least Geo will be there with me, he consoled himself. While Gia Juja was now a royal recorder, she was on humble recording duty today in the lower public court due to the epidemic of recorded affections and illnesses plaguing the Onu capital. Apentuin woke to the smell of frying bacon, and oh, how she loved soft, chewy bacon. Peering into the kitchen with hungry expectation, she saw there was plenty for all, but experience told her none would be coming her way. Supplies in Hiraburu were too tight to share precious meat with captured hostages, not even with the one whose gift helped finance the Kuur kingdom. Valpriest watched from his second-story balcony perch as the last merchants arrived for work. He took special note of those who were tardy. Later today, he would visit them personally to instill a new sense of urgency. As he put his tablet down and rubbed his hands in eager anticipation of the encounters, pain shot from his palms, up through his arms, all the way to his shoulders. He let out an instinctive yelp and turned to make sure no one had heard him. Confident his outcry had gone unnoticed, he stared down at his palms and thought the scars looked worse today than normal. He'd have to ask Benadari for some more ointment. Still, the sight of them brought a vain smile to his face, a small price to pay for his success. The idea had been his. Having no desire to be marked by Odigo's curse on the stolen scroll, he entered the food court in the Tala market a few weeks after his return to consciousness, and allowed himself to stumble into one of the countertop fryers during the lunchtime rush. Instead of avoiding contact, he purposely grabbed the fryer with both hands and held on for a couple of long, agonizing seconds, trying hard not to scream as he listened to the sizzle of his flesh and the shouts from shocked onlookers. His self-inflicted wounds easily obscured the faint, painless, pink marks left by Odigo's curse. His immolation helped secure his position in the Kuur, further winning Delator's favor, and ultimately the Hiraburu market. As Gia Juja bounded into the kitchen, she sang, "Good morning, Cat." Cat swallowed her cereal and faintly murmured, "Morning," sounding almost as tiredly pathetic as Lipukanja had a few minutes ago. "Oh no, did I keep you up too with my snoring last night?" "Not at all. I was tossing and turning, thinking about Mom and Dad," answered Cat as she set down her spoon and reached for her coffee. While she had heard her aunt snoring all the way down the hall, it wasn't the main reason she hadn't slept. "Have you heard from them recently?" asked Gia Juja expectantly. "No," replied Cat, as she held her cup close to her chest with both hands. She stared down sadly into the dark brown fluid and let the soothing aroma run through her. Gia Juja patted her niece reassuringly on the shoulder to emphasize her words. "Don't worry, dear. I'm sure they're doing fine." Then she turned to the icebox and extracted some supplies before heading to the stove to make scrambled eggs. "I hope so," commented Cat. She enjoyed having her aunt and uncle living with her. The house had been so empty after her parents moved out. She didn't like to think about the heated arguments that led to the breakup. As she started to spiral back down into the painful memories, the sudden sight of Lipukanja appearing for breakfast in his winter onesie pajamas abruptly pulled her back into the present. He looked utterly ridiculous in his bedtime attire with the hood up, covered from head to toe in furry, fluorescent green wool, except for a small, open circle around his face. She chuckled as she noticed he even had on the attached mittens. He always said he didn't think youngsters should be the only ones to enjoy these full-body pajamas. especially since he was always cold at night. "Ah, smells good, Geo," the Pikanji remarked as he entered, trying hard to sound upbeat. He went over and dropped some bread into the toaster. After pushing the handle down, he walked over and gave his mate a one-armed shoulder hug as she swirled the eggs. Cat squirmed at their affection, still not completely used to seeing their love physically demonstrated in front of her. After the toast popped up, the Pikanji placed it on his plate, grabbed a knife and the butter, then walked over to sit down next to Cat. Giajuja brought his eggs over and set them down before he had finished slathering butter on his toast. "There's some leftover pie in the icebox if you want it," she offered. "And if I don't want it, will it disappear?" explored the Pikanji. He liked being precise with his words, and found it funny his novice royal recorder mate was not. "No," rang Giajuja, letting the O hang in the air a long time. "I meant, you may be interested to know that there is a piece of leftover pie in the icebox. If you don't want it, it will remain in the icebox, safe and sound. If you do want it, feel free to get up and get it yourself." Normally, she would have brought it to him if he had simply asked her, but made a point to playfully inform him he was on his own now that he had challenged her. The Pikanji smiled. "Very well then, I may just do that. Thanks." "Uncle Lip, Geo told me you have an easy case today." "All set?" hazarded Cat, trying to not feel like a third wheel in her own kitchen. The Pikanji's expression quickly changed. He became quite serious. Not mad, but intense. He knew he'd finally have to share what he'd been trying to hide, unable to lie when asked point blank. "Well," sighed the Pikanji heavily, "after both of you went to bed last night, I received a surprising call that today's prosecutor had been changed. Apparently, Delator himself is coming to town to accuse my defendant." "What?" cried Giajuja as she dropped the plate she had been holding onto the floor. It shattered into 3 large pieces and many small shards. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't want to worry you," confessed the Pikanji. All 3 fell silent, keenly aware of Delator's accusation skills. Delator had moved out of Tala to Hiraburu soon after the opening. Since then, he had gained a substantial following and had turned a large portion of First Realm against the Onu. Rebellion wasn't just an abstract idea anymore. It confronted Onu every day, with outright battles all over the realm. They all knew if Delator was venturing into the Onu capital, the plaintiff must be someone very important to him. "Who's he helping?" probed Cat. Gato Avis Yayan Bean," answered the Pikanji. "What guild?" continued Cat. "He's an expert florist in the Kuur capital," explained the Pikanji. "Who are you defending?" queried Giajuja. "Azandi, an infant watcher." Giajuja sidestepped the broken pottery on the floor and came to sit down next to the Pikanji, and then incredulously asked, "Seriously? Delator's coming all the way here to attack an infant watcher?" "Yes, it appears so," proposed the Pikanji. "That's weird. How could someone in that guild be important enough to Delator for him to join the case?" wondered Cat. "I don't know," shrugged the Pikanji. "Gato made no real claims in his pre-trial materials. Just another case of the Kuur blaming Onu for their lost business. Before last night, I thought the case was frivolous, and I'd have Azandi off in a couple of minutes. Now, I'm not so sure. There's no way Delator's coming all the way here for a blanket dismissal. I must have missed something. I'm surprised the king's warriors even let him set foot in the city anymore. If it were up to me, I'd keep him out," pronounced Cat. "Me too," cried Giajuja emotionally. She struggled to forgive Delator for all the pain he had inflicted on Cat and for breaking up her family. "I don't understand why Otek allows him here. It's bad enough that he's leading the rebellion. Why let him try to pervert justice, especially when you're defending? I don't know, sighed the Picanja apprehensively. I just don't know. Valprice leaned over the railing to watch the mid-morning rush with joyous expectation. Rebellion and feigned shortages were great for his business. He scanned the huge crowd bustling in and out, stockpiling provisions and armaments. After several minutes soaking in the excitement, he walked to the far right edge of the balcony to check on his newest venture, the bank. He winced as he saw Guptakara struggling to please an aggressive patron. Valprice took a deep breath and started to count to 10, knowing he would gain more in the long run by allowing all of his merchants to wrestle with their trades, as long as he aggressively coached them afterwards. While he didn't like any of his shoppers leaving the market with a bad taste in their mouth, he especially hated when it was someone willing to give him their possessions in exchange for an unknown, unsecured return later. It was all he could do to keep from sliding down his fire pole to save the bank trade. Instinctively, he raised his right hand and placed it on the cold brass pole. When he hit 9, he saw a small smile creep onto the patron's face and relaxed his grip. Guptakara had sealed the deal. A puncheon waddled around her cell, glad the smell of bacon had finally dissipated from her enclosed space. Hungry, she could see the rest of the day was going to be historically uneventful, except for one big blow-up in the Onu capital. But, as usual, she couldn't see any of her own future. If she could see that type of thing, she would have never allowed herself to be caught eons ago by the 3 famous raiders and stuck in this stupid box. King Otek presided over both morning sessions of the public lower court. The most noteworthy item was the move of Azandi's case to the second afternoon docket at the request of the original prosecutor, Asukas, apparently because Delator the Great Accuser hadn't arrived yet. Lipikanja and Giajuja pecked at their lunch, too nervous to eat. "Do you think he's still coming?" she asked. "I fear so, but hope not," replied her mate. Most of the first afternoon session proceeded smoothly, with King Otek presiding. As usual, small groups of interested onlookers rotated in and out of the courtroom as the cases progressed. However, during the last half hour, the throng gathering in the lobby for the second session became so loud that Otek had to stop the proceedings and ask the bailiff to go outside to quiet things down.
"We're outnumbered,"
whispered the Picanja as he entered the orange-filled courtroom lobby with Giajuja at his side. While one can be excused for overlooking Odego's single purple thread, it was hard to miss the 2-finger-thick orange strip on Kuur clan badges. "Don't worry," reassured Giajuja, trying to sound confident. "You'll do fine." Benadari sat in the front row, right behind the prosecutor's empty chair, the only vacant chair in the courtroom. She looked around at the raucous crowd, happy to be amongst friends. The Picanja rearranged his papers for the 10th time and peered over to Giajuja for support. Since she was busy tapping out her initial notes at the recording station, she missed his silent plea for help. 1 minute before the session was set to begin, the back of the room stood and began to cheer. Like a wave, the rest of the spectators rose to applaud and loudly shout the praises of their leader. As Delator walked slowly up the center aisle, he nodded his head appreciatively, and, like a seasoned politician, pointed at a few inhabitants, pretending to know everyone in the crowd. When he reached his chair, he spun around flamboyantly, which brought laughter from his followers, and sat down as if he owned the place. Then he smiled smugly at Teleos, the presiding judge for the second afternoon session, who had silently appeared and taken his seat during Delator's self-absorbed entrance. Malum had been sitting outside in the shade, taking a break from the sweltering heat in his workshop when Odigo had arrived. For the past several minutes, he had been pouring out his pain to the seer, recounting the loneliness he felt after Benadari left him and moved to Hiraburu. "But Odigo, you don't know what it's like to be me," continued the tired ironworker. Odigo longed to explain that one day Teleos would know what it's like to be a second, and thus the Onu would be able to better relate to all created beings. But today, Malum wasn't ready for that discussion. Instead, Odigo merely replied, "Maybe not, but I do know how it feels to be rejected." "Yeah, it must be tough with half the realm revolting," suggested Malum emphatically, trying to not sound harsh. "It is," whispered Odigo, the pain of a single lost inhabitant almost more than he could bear. "But while it definitely feels like everyone is falling away, in truth, it's closer to a third of the realm. Well, I can't relate to that much loss, but I sure do miss Ben." Delator's prosecution was heated and laced with great sarcasm. After the last round of laughter subsided, he concluded, and that, my friends, is why Azandi is guilty. The Kuur cheered as Delator sat down, and Teleos tried to restore order. After several seconds, the rumble subsided, and Teleos calmly proceeded. "Delator, we allow you in our courts to honor our commitment to justice and to demonstrate to all of First Realm that we are unafraid of any claim. But today, you have abused our leniency with unwarranted accusations. You have provided no proof that Azandi has done any real harm to Gedo. In fact, most of your statements had nothing to do with her. Tell me, why are you really here?" ordered Teleos. Delator stood back up and walked around the recording table, nearly bumping into Giajuja on his way to get closer to Teleos and create more of a show. The Bikanja leaned forward in his chair, anxious to find out what he had still missed. "Teleos, is it not true that Azandi is Onuotu?" "Why, yes, of course. You can see that by Odigo's seal on her arm." "And is it also true that she's one of your spies?" The gallery gasped. It had long been rumored Teleos used spies throughout the realm, but none had ever been caught or accused. Not that prosecuting one would matter much. There were no laws against spying for the Onu, only laws prohibiting spying against them. Because of this, no one ever expected to find out who the prince's spies really were. Unveiling one would surely cause them great harm in terms of their chosen passion and position in First Realm. Lipikanja looked at his client, who gave no sign of concern or reaction to Delator's absurd question. Delator knew he had Teleos trapped. Teleos would not commit Toba and lie if he really had spies, and Azandi was one of them. Teleos brushed Delator aside with the wave of his hand so he could look past him and deeply into Azandi's eyes. After a long pause, he turned back to Delator and simply answered, "Yes." The devotees roared, gleefully consumed by the Kuur leader's ability to trap the young prince into admitting the Onu could not be trusted. Azandi sadly cast her eyes down to the table before her, her vocation ripped from her hands by the accuser's simple question and Teleos' honest reply. It would take years before Teleos was able to make her feel whole again. "And," continued Delator, just warming up, "don't you have many spies throughout all of First Realm?" "Yes," Telios immediately replied, looking straight at Delator. He had always understood he was to be the accused today, that Delator's appearance was all about him, not Azandi. Then you support lying, committing Toba? No, testified the prince. I do not. Then how can you have spies? Don't they lie by their very actions? No, they've been trained to be honest to a fault in their guild in support of others. All they do for me is share information they gather. Fancy answer, Telios, but I'd rather imagine if all of your spies were revealed, many First Realm inhabitants would feel quite differently. Telios chose not to reply, and the Kuur laughed at his silence. I'm done, for now, threatened Delator triumphantly. The crowd erupted as Delator made his way back to his seat. He had a self-righteous look on his face, confident he had just thoroughly beaten Telios. Lipikanja sat stunned. He had never heard anyone accuse the Onu of being Toba in court. No one had ever dared to put them on trial. And yet, that's just what Telios had allowed Delator to do. Lipikanja and other inhabitants would not understand the true significance of today's events for many decades to come. After Delator sat down, Telios gavelled the room back to order. I find the defendant, Azandi, Big Knock Treff, Infant Watcher, not guilty. The claims against her were simply an excuse to drag her before this court to expose her deep commitment to the Onu, and my support of her. Therefore, I summarily dismiss all charges against her, and we are hereby adjourned for the rest of the day. Telios firmly struck his gavel once to close the court session. Then Delator bowed his head as if in respect, but Mumble shouted, "But foremost!" and the room resounded with a loud "Kuur!" The infatuated couple sat at the best table in the eloquent, empty restaurant. He preferred taverns, but she loved fine dining. These days, he could only afford this table once a year or so, and even then, only during the afternoon hours when the staff was preparing for real customers. There was no one in the dining room to watch him fight to win his date over while the candle on the table struggled to be seen in the bright afternoon sunlight. No, you're wrong, poked Naikandu, as the unoccupied room echoed slightly with her jab. I am not, implored Bomvu. He loved telling the story, and knew he was right, but he couldn't tell if she was teasing him or if she really thought he was wrong. Either way, he reiterated his point. Work stopped within a year. No, it didn't. It was 3, countered Naikandu. As an expert painter, she too had been working in the king's new mansion. She had been responsible for the base coat priming of several rooms, and, more importantly, for the gigantic mural in the hallway between Otek's bedroom and his bath, her largest artistic expression at the time. When finished, it was supposed to cover both walls and the entire ceiling. Even now, as she argued with Bomvu, visions of its half-completed splendor haunted her. She bit her tongue until the pain in her mouth pulled her mind off the nagging guilt she felt for having not completed it before she walked out. Yes, it did, said Bomvu slowly, emphatically. Did not, refuted Naikandu, holding her ground. As she watched Bomvu struggle to overcome his fondness for her and engage his will to win, she knew he wouldn't give in. The small lie had been worth the pleasure of tormenting him. Did too, whined Bomvu, frustration seeping into his voice. Our work stopped nearly a year to the day after the opening. A punchwoman enviously watched the young couple's banter while she ate alone, like she always did, with no one to talk to. She longed for the simple delight of dinner with a loved one, or laughter over spilled coffee with a friend, having enjoyed no such pleasures since Aratohu the carrier whisked her away to Tala. But now that she was finally back home in Hiraburu, she hoped things would get better for her soon. No, it didn't, stoked Naikandu gently, unable to control herself. She had heard this story countless times. For that matter, she had lived it with Bamboo. Still, she loved watching him get flustered when he talked to her, hopeful that one day he'd figure out why. But for now, she simply enjoyed the quarrel, a treasured tradition between two close friends. "Nai, you know it did," reiterated Bamboo, as he set down his knife and fork on the crisp, white tablecloth, the gold utensils sparkling in the bright sunlight. Bamboo reached out his hand and moved the candle aside, so he had a completely unobstructed view of Naikandu, then wiped a few embarrassing breadcrumbs off the table with his sleeve as he pulled his arm back. He felt uncomfortable here in Delator's preeminent restaurant, but loved being able to sit in the best seat in the house. It didn't hurt that the food was outstanding, with Asa the cook outdoing himself, having moved well beyond tavern fare. Bamboo was afforded this small privilege because he had been the first to embrace Delator's picket against all mansion work challenge. After a minute watching Naikandu consume part of her second course, Bamboo timidly whined, "Seriously, don't you remember?" Naikandu was careful to control her appearance. Having too much fun to let this drop now, she made sure her face gave away no sign of recall yet. Bamboo paused, hoping to see a glimmer of recognition, but none came. Frustrated, he wiped his mouth with his napkin and mumbled, "Telios," into it. Then he seized his knife and fork and hacked off another huge bite of filet mignon. As he lifted the juicy slab up towards his mouth, he stopped it mid-flight, unable to believe she didn't remember. "Ah, come on, you know it was nearly a year to the day. How could you possibly forget?" grumbled Bamboo as he dropped his fork back down onto his plate, steak still attached. Grabbing his crystal water goblet, he took an awkward, shaky drink. He didn't understand why Naikandu refused to acknowledge the truth, and began to wonder if she'd been around too many paint fumes or something. Naikandu smiled. She knew she had him. Since the stoppage of all work on the King's New Mansion had been life-changing for her, she could remember it like it was yesterday, even though it had been exactly 3 epochs, 58 eons, 29 years, 6 months, and 17 days ago. She knew Bamboo was right. It had been 1 year after the opening. A punchman laughed at the couple's inability to admit their love for each other. It was so obvious. Besides their playful word dance, their outfits nearly matched, and both had their dark red hair pulled back into a single, long ponytail, while she had purposely left a few strands free around her face to soften the edges. He had carefully pulled back every single strand to make sure none dangled awkwardly in his thick beard. "I was the first to pick it, of course," boasted Bamboo, trying to regain the advantage. He waved his hand grandly through the air, almost knocking over his water goblet as he pompously added, "That's why we get to sit here." Feeling the moment begin to slip through her fingers, Naikandu sighed. I know. She really liked Bamboo, but she wished he understood that she cared about him, not a single great act of rebellion epochs ago. Triumphant that he finally had agreement on something, he continued. Then Charokam joined me, followed by Inspelair, Gudakari, and Tapan. As I recall, by the time Singaro abandoned the king, there were less than 50 workers left. No, not Singaro. It was Fikari. You always get those two mixed up, corrected Naikandu, her face now sparkling much less, almost downcast. Bamvu tilted his head slightly sideways, as if the angle would cause memories to flow from one side of his brain to the other, and clear up his mistake. He decided to throw Naikandu a bone and let her think she was right for a change. Yeah, okay, I guess it was Vakari. Actually, he couldn't remember which one it was. She was right. He always confused the two. Not that it really mattered. They weren't important to him. Just a small detail to add color to the story and make it seem more exciting. A punchwind sighed as the distance between the couple increased. She knew the bearded one felt he had finally won, but a punchwind could see the night would no longer end with his first awkward kiss on his lovely date's cheek. But more importantly, we're about to win over all of First Realm, exaggerated Bamvu. Second Cloud isn't growing anymore, and Delator says there'll be no seconds at all. Naikandu, depressed that Bamvu cared more about defeating the Onu than he did about her, knew she had pushed him too far tonight. She withdrew her affection and offered her normal Kuur camaraderie instead. After today's encounter in court, I bet Telios is shaking in his boots, afraid that no matter what he does, our cause will advance. News of Delator's afternoon victory had spread like wildfire through Hiraburu right after the Tala court adjourned. I'll drink to that, bellowed Bamvu lustfully as he raised his wineglass. You'll drink to anything, smiled Naikandu. Not the Onu, he heartily replied. A punchwind watched as the couple's candle made its last stand and the dinner crowd began to trickle in. Asa the cook broke her line of sight as he opened the lid to her box. Startled by the brightness, she saw the kitchen lights through her closed eyelids. After a moment of adjustment, she opened her eyes and smiled as he gently set down her dinner. He said not a word. Never did. She knew he was afraid to talk to her, concerned that doing so might reveal his true self. But he need not worry. His secret was safe with her. She knew he was not her real jailer. Her real captor wasn't even one of the three who had landed her epochs ago, nor the young Aratohu, who still carried her around today. It was Delator. He was the one responsible for her imprisonment and abuse. Will he ever let me go? She asked herself painfully. She could not see the answer, for she was unable to apply her gift for personal gain or insight. After swimming to the edge of her tank, she crawled up on her rock to eat dinner. Partway through, she stopped suddenly, took a step further up her rock, and turned to face towards Tala. She squinted painfully at the impending, brilliant blaze, then scrambled back down to finish dinner. After eating a luscious feast in the Tala home of a Kuur faithful, Delator walked slowly through the city in the cool night air, working his way towards the green. He couldn't believe the Onu gave him access like this to their capital. He would never have returned the favor. After today's courtroom victory, he knew the Kuur would never trust another Onu Otu, and that all purple-branded collaborators would be forced out of his part of the realm. When he finally reached his destination, he circled the perimeter and sat down on his favorite bench on the far side of the green, opposite the public library. And then he waited. Arcuda smelled the smoke before she saw the flames. By the time the firefighters arrived, hungry flames were already sweeping through Rosewood's branches. The fire was too hot, too fast, to battle head-on. All the firefighters could do was bravely protect the rest of the public library from a similar fate. Rosewood burned for hours, and ultimately smoldered for weeks. Tearfully, the twins watched as Rosewood was completely destroyed, and all of Dezsma lost. Even at his remote vantage point, the firelight danced joyfully on Delator's face as he soaked in the warmth of victory and the spectacle of scorched truth. Chapter 14. Night Moves. Please, can I come home now? I'm tired of living in enemy territory. No, I still need you there. Well, okay. Then I'll stay. After his victorious court appearance and the subsequent destruction of Rosewood, Delator posted a proclamation that he would no longer tolerate Onu in his territory. As a result, many Onu sympathizers in the north, even those not marked by Odigo's purple thread, immediately uprooted their families and moved south towards Tala. Over the next couple of centuries, since there were few inhabitants left in Delator's land for Odigo to connect to, the tempering impact of his spirit greatly diminished. Strife grew in Kurland, as badged devotees accused unbadged neighbors of being Onu supporters. Many northern inhabitants were swept up in this purifying mania, forced to leave their homeland or choose to Kuur without adequately weighing the cost. Unlike Delator, the Onu were much more inviting. They allowed the free flow of undecided inhabitants and Kuur loyalists all throughout their land, hoping the increased Onu contact would engage their hearts and minds. Unfortunately, the Kuur abused this grace and frequently assaulted the Onu in an insidious attempt to force them into submission. Confident that Telios would never create Second Realm, if doing so would inflict harm on Firsts, Delator had his attackers whisper an ominous warning to their victims.
If seconds live, you die.
Although death was a natural part of the life cycle of many things in First Realm, like livestock, prairies, and forests, no sentient being had ever died, and it wasn't clear if one could. Nonetheless, fear seized the realm, as thoughts of an unknown death overwhelmed many first inhabitants. Ironically, the Kuur failed to realize that this fear consumed them much more than the Onu. By distancing themselves from the Onu, their thinking had become clouded, and they didn't understand that in many ways they were already living death in their Toba. This delusion even affected Delator. When he saw the number of Kuur supporters increase under duress, and the growth of Second Realm Cloud halted, he presumed his death threats had turned the tide. He even believed he was winning, and that soon all first inhabitants, not just the Kuur, would acknowledge him as Hilvani. He always mistook Onu delay for Kuur victory. It's been a long time. Can I come home now? Please? No, not yet, but soon. Cat hiked along Grandfather Tree, marveling at the luscious vegetation and undergrowth surrounding him, the new life so dense she struggled to stay in contact with him as she progressed. It took her nearly an hour to trace his outline and come back out into the clearing. Once out, she turned around to point her back towards the path and jumped up slightly to sit on his immense, wide stump. Monthly ritual done, she stared back into the forest from whence she had come and let a small tear trickle down her cheek in memory of her long-lost friend. Shortly after their attack on Rosewood, the Kuur had poisoned Grandfather Tree. Within 2 weeks, his leaves changed from deep green to dry, crusty brown and began to tumble to the ground. Fatuatua, the expert arborist in Tala, was called to determine the extent of the damage. She quickly decided it would be better to lower the old giant gracefully into the forest than to risk inhabitant injury from the impulse of a mighty gale. Once down, most of Grandfather Tree was left to peacefully reconnect with nature, though a few pieces were scavenged by artists to craft him into appropriate tributes. During all of Kat's homage, Mkeshi, her escort for the day, had only briefly glanced at her, instead keeping his focus on the periphery as he scanned for Kuur attackers. He and Nettle shared this honor. Having been present at the opening, he understood the allure Kat held for the Kuur, and why so many would love to see her fall, just like Grandfather. After a few minutes, Kat let out a deep sigh, hopped down from the stump, and walked over to the edge of the forest to gently run her hand over the concentric rings in Grandfather's felled, sideways trunk, now heavily faded with time and decay. Connection made, she turned to continue towards her daily reconstruction task. "Okay, let's go," Kat said as she walked past Mkeshi. While she felt silly consuming his time, she had learned long ago to neither refuse nor discourage those whom Telios had sent to help her. Extract from Sealed Royal Recording 1038-853-1-240-1C60-520-298-K1949. "After Dezsma is destroyed, should we restore it?" asked Telios. "No, not us. Them," replied Otek. "Who?" inquired Telios. "The Royal Recorders," clarified Odogo. "They'll be able to use the memories I unleash in them to remake the recordings. And, since it'll take a long time, I'll help Recurus order the effort, so the most important ones are available before First Realm collapses." "But," began Telios slowly, "when all this takes place, won't some of the Royal Recorders be Toba? Part of the Kuur?" "Surely," forethought Odogo painfully. "Then, if it's up to them, won't their Dezsma recordings remain lost?" "Yes, theirs will remain missing forever," acknowledged Odogo. "But while their recordings may be gone, the truth they contained will never be destroyed." "That's right. Our word stands forever," proclaimed Otek. "I'm not worried about rebuilding Dezsma. It was just a reflection of the truth. What really matters is what we do and say, not the breadth of restored recordings." "What about Doxin? Should we at least make some of it available to fill in the gaps and paint a larger picture?" suggested Telios. "No," asserted Otek. "It must remain sealed until after the Great Divide." Mies, the novice librarian, stared out of the public library picture window, which ran the entire length of the wall next to the main hallway, where Rosewood once stood. He looked out over the Dezsma Remembrance Garden and began to navigate each walking path with his eyes. When Rosewood fell, Otek had instructed the cleaners to sift through the debris and store all of the Dezsma ashes just outside the city. Each spring and fall, Steamwalnut carefully brought some of the dark ashes back into Tala to refresh the landscaping and restore a crisp edge to the lily-white walking paths in the Remembrance Garden. Mies stopped his visual journey when he hit an inhabitant slowly rambling along the path. Patiently, he matched their meandering pace, respectfully not wanting to rush them or squeeze past them. Suddenly, he stopped and gasped in horror, putting his hand up on the window to steady himself, while he watched the walker wander off the path onto Dezsma ashes to pick up a red petal from a rose which had already surrendered to the coming winter. Appalled, he turned his gaze away and began his journey down the hallway to the back of the library, pushing his book cart in front of him. He shook his head in disgust, unable to understand why the Onu allowed Dezsma truth to be trampled on like that. As he traversed the hallway, the wheels of his cart made no squeaking noises, since he had just oiled them. They did, however, thump rhythmically as they hit and bounced over the grout between the tiles. When he reached the back of the library, he slipped his shoes off and neatly placed them in a cubbyhole next to an unmarked, closed back room. He nodded to the well-known security guard, then slowly opened the door and wheeled his cart in silently, trying hard not to disrupt the concentration of the royal recorders. As usual, the room contained about a half-dozen royal recorders, recreating the lost Dezsma they had already recorded long ago. As they completed each replacement recording, they positioned it carefully on the table in the middle of the room for a librarian to shelve. Mies pushed his cart over towards this table and sighed softly to himself when he saw the stack waiting for him today was much smaller than normal. Experience told him it would only take about an hour to shelve this small amount. He quietly loaded his cart as he listened intently to the jumbled sounds of lost recordings being miraculously restored all around him. With the current set of replacements loaded, Mies turned and headed back out the door. Once outside, he put his shoes back on and headed west, down a new back hallway beyond where Rosewood once stood. At the end of this hallway, he nodded to another security guard and entered Himkala, the new home for replacement Dezsma. Himkala wasn't near as grand as Rosewood, only containing one floor at present and just a few hundred shelves. Mies tried calculating how long it would take them to replace all of Dezsma at this pace, but he couldn't seem to fill his head with the math required, so he gave up. Little did he, or anyone else, know that the royal recorders would not be given enough time to complete their effort. When Mies finished shelving his last replacement, he wheeled his cart back out into the hallway and stopped by the new security guard on duty. There had been a shift change while he was in Himkala, and he didn't know this first-time guard. "Sure," squirmed the guard without offering his right hand in an appropriate greeting, too nervous to get things right. Mies walked around his cart, extended his right hand, and heartily projected, "Mies. Mies, Aitan welcome." They completed their greeting while Tror fidgeted on his feet and tried to quickly think of something to say. Tentatively, he asked, "So, how's it looking in there?" "Bare. Very bare," replied Mies a little too loudly as he moved back around his cart. "Read them all then, huh?" challenged Tror without realizing the enormity of the effort required. "No," shook Mies anxiously. He put his hand on the cart and gripped it firmly in angst. "I'd like to, but no, I haven't. While there aren't many in there yet, the royal recorders are cranking them out faster than I can read them." He relaxed his grip and added, "I guess that's a good thing." "Well, in that case, I hope you never catch up," smiled Tror. Cat and Giajuja sat outside the public library eating their lunch next to the Dezsma Remembrance Garden. It's really funny how the memories are all kind of tucked away, hidden, until Recurus assigns you a recording. Then, all of a sudden, it's like some dam breaks free, and memories come flooding back all over you, and it's hard to think of anything else. Cat was trying once again to describe what it felt like to recreate the important lost recordings. While Giajuja was a royal recorder now, she had become one long after Dezsma. She had heard Cat's explanation of the restoration process many times, but acted like this was new news because she could tell Cat's feelings still overwhelmed her. "So, what are you drowning in today?" asked Giajuja curiously as she took a huge bite of her sandwich. "I just got started on 14E8-51D F70 I19A4 1887 AAA 6LA A02D. It has something to do with Second Realm seals." "Are they going to have purple threads like us?" speculated Giajuja. "I don't know," answered Cat. "The recording wasn't about Odigo's external seals. It was about his internal ones." "Oh, will they be like Dezsma?" guessed Giajuja expectantly. "It doesn't sound like it. I mean, I've only just begun, and what I've reconstructed so far is kind of hard to understand, mused Kat, unaware of the recording's significance. She didn't realize the original had been one of PB's favorites, nor could she have known that Delator would ultimately use her reconstructed one, with its hard-to-understand points, to further divide the realm. Extract from Sealed Royal Recording 1038-10F4 B49 BEC EF5E 18D2 EDF 0K4 74 B491. The Onu talked, like they often did, about the creation of Second Realm and how they planned to pay for Second Realm Toba. But until that day, they won't be able to see me clearly, explained Otek. True, but I see them perfectly now, agonized Telios. That's why it's so hard for me to wait. I long to be with them. Otigo nodded his agreement and perceptively affirmed, each will be our greatest adventure, just like the firsts. Even so, some will reject you, Telios, cautioned Otek as he turned to his son, wanting to make sure he truly counted the cost. I know, weighed the prince sadly. Some will, but not all. Otigo sat patiently outside Malum's shop, close to the door, as he listened to Malum's loud iron forging, enjoying the metallic song. Clang, ding, ding, clang, ding, ding, clang, ding, ding. Malum's first strong hit was on hot metal, the softer two bounces on his anvil, as he quickly checked his progress and flipped the rod over. He claimed his secondary blows on the anvil sped his progress, making the effort much easier than stopping and starting after each strong strike on this soon-to-be battle implement. Otigo eventually heard a loud swish as Malum dipped the rod in the water to quench the blade. Moments later, he came outside to cool himself down, holding a glass of water in his sweaty hand. Unsurprised to see Otigo waiting for him, he sat down next to the seer in the shade without saying a word. After a few minutes, they fell into a spirited debate. Partway through, Malum abruptly changed the topic. So, do you think this stalemate will last forever? What do you mean? Asked Otigo. Well, began Malum as he took a sip of water, as I see it, we haven't lost many inhabitants from Tala in a long, long time, but we haven't gained any either. So it seems to me like we're at a standstill. Maybe so, but what about the other cities? Are they like Tala? The cities I trade with are, asserted Malum quickly. I've talked with many, many traders, and they all say the same thing. And do you trade with every other city, town, hamlet, and village in First Realm? No, of course not, laughed Malum, scrunching his unibrow. Then how do you know inhabitants in those places aren't still making their initial choices? Malum paused to consider Otigo's question. Well, I guess I don't, he answered finally, as he looked down at the mallet resting on his right leg. Out of habit, he had walked out of his workshop with it still in his hand. The well-worn handle matched the seasoned brown colors of his leather apron. He looked back up at Otigo and asked him, Do you? Yes, of course. I can see that, replied Otigo. So, are they? Continued Malum. A few are still choosing, but most have made their initial choice, shared Otigo. Malum didn't understand why Otigo didn't seem more upset by this, why he didn't show alarm at the discord in First Realm. But, continued Otigo, only a couple of Kuur in all of First Realm have made their final choice. Ah, sighed Malum with an appreciative nod. So you're kind of right. On the surface, it looks like we're at a stalemate. But under the surface, things are still churning. Eventually, much more will happen to help all first inhabitants make their final choice. Malum took his last drink of water and pondered Odego's teaching for a moment, then stood to return to work. As he did, he remarked, "Well, one thing's for certain." "What's that?" asked Odego. "Second realm," started Malum as he waved his empty glass towards the dark cloud. "What about it?" queried Odego. "If Telios ever does create it, blood will be shed," Malum stated gravely. Malum had devoured many Dezsma scrolls in his quest for truth before Rosewood burned, and fully believed that Telios would be the one to create Second Realm, or there'd be no Second Realm at all. Having lost many friends to the Kuur, he knew they would not stand idly by if Second Realm came to life. "Get ready. Someone's on the way to get you." "Great. Thank you. Should I bring her with me?" "Only if she wants to come. It's up to her." "Okay, I'll ask." When Telios needed to think, he often ventured into an artisan's workshop to build something and work with his hands to help clear away competing concerns. On this day, he had joined Kroga, the novice furniture fixer, in his shop and was repairing a broken desk. Telios gently worked the fine-grained sandpaper around the top corner of the replacement panel, then slowly blew off the resulting sawdust. He closed his eyes and let his fingertips search for any imperfections which might require another gentle touch. "So, what do you think?" submitted Kroga as he stepped back from his efforts to give Telios a better view. He was trying his hand at something new, building a matching chair from scratch, instead of just fixing something abused and broken down. Telios stopped his own endeavor at the other end of the workshop, stood up, and walked over to look at Kroga's creation. He circled the chair twice, carefully viewing it with an expert craftsman's eye. When he had finally taken it in, he had praised, "Beautiful." Kroga pulled the chair off the work table and placed it on the floor. "Here, be the first," he offered as he pointed with his entire hand, palm up, to the seat. "No, thank you. The honor is yours," objected Telios as he shook his head. "Please, go ahead." Kroga smiled, sat down, and wiggled vigorously to shift his weight around to measure comfort and make sure there were no hidden squeaks. There were none. "So, what's the verdict?" asked Telios. Kroga stopped squirming and looked up at him. "Great, if I do say so myself." His reply held no hint of pride. Telios had taught him long ago that pride did not come from Otek Plaz and was inappropriate for his followers. Instead, Kroga merely sounded excited to have made something new that would add value to the realm. Telios smiled and patted Kroga's gray-white shoulder as he acknowledged, "Well done." Few others would have dared to invade a honey badger's personal space, but since Telios and Kroga were great friends, Kroga took no offense. "You know," added Kroga as he stood up, "the two middle spindles were my last remnants of Grandfather Tree." "Ah," sighed Telios, with a hint of sadness in his voice. "He looks good." The two worked for several hours more, mostly in silence, sharing the joys of hard work. When Telios felt it time to leave, he helped clean up the workshop and walked to the door, but did not exit. He turned to face Kroga, who was still back on the other side of his workshop, putting away some varnish. Being comfortable around Telios, Kroga had felt no need to walk the prince to the door, or even to make a big deal about saying goodbye. Finally, he noticed Telios was waiting for him, and started to walk over to the door to see what he wanted. With clarity of conviction, Telios calmly revealed, "First realm is going to shatter." Unsure what Telios meant, Kroga stopped dead in his tracks only halfway across the room. Looking intently at the badger, Telios continued, "I'm going to need your help." Kroga waited to see if Telios would explain his comment, but after a few moments of silence, it was clear to him that Telios was not going to provide more detail, and he felt no need to ask. Bravely, Kroga replied, "Anything." She said yes, but only if you'll let her go. Certainly, we never wanted her boxed up. The moonless night sky hung dark and heavy as Teleos arrived at the Royal Library for the day's council session. He ascended the stairs and then ran his hand confidently along Arcudo's fur as he traversed the landing. Without hesitation, he entered the foyer, walked down the hall, and turned left into the council chamber. Otek and Odigo were already seated at the circular center table talking. Like many of the recent late-night sessions, no royal recorder was on duty. Teleos strode resolutely across the room to join them. Otek and Odigo stopped talking as they turned to watch him approach. Teleos began his daily account, like he often did, on his way over to his seat. "I've been throughout First Realm today." This time, however, he was too excited to sit down and provide his normal commentary. Instead, he circled the table once and then started to retrace his steps back out towards the chamber door. Otek and Odigo both sensed they needed to let Teleos speak his mind without interruption, so they watched him silently walk away from them. When Teleos reached the chamber doorway, he stepped into the threshold and paused. Turning around, he placed his right hand on the doorframe and intently looked back at his father. "My relationship with First Inhabitants will never be the same. But I'm ready." Announcement made, Teleos didn't wait for a reply. He turned and headed back towards the twins at the main entrance. Quickly, Otek and Odigo rose to follow after him. When Teleos reached the exit, he bounded outside into the night air and walked across the landing directly between the bears. At the edge of the stairs, he stopped. By this time, Otek and Odigo had just stepped outdoors themselves, but were still behind the twins, having ceased their advance to match Teleos. Teleos lifted his head skyward and looked directly at the black void, where Second Realm cloud blotted out the stars behind it. Then, in complete knowledge of the cost, he boldly declared, "Let there be light." Otek and Odigo followed Teleos' gaze skyward and watched the cloud as Teleos spoke. Immediately, Second Realm began to look different, with newly created light mixing in with the darkness, like pure white cream pouring into dark black coffee. All three Onu stood motionless for several minutes, enjoying the view. Finally, Otek lowered his gaze from Second Realm and looked at his son. He smiled and slowly walked over to him. After putting his arm around him, he raised his head back towards Second Realm again and simply proclaimed, "Good." Kroga had only just begun his initial mission when the night sky erupted. The following day, the brilliance of Second Realm light, even in the daytime, put all First Realm on edge and increased the danger of his endeavor. His expedition was the first of many to come, as he bravely built, operated, and maintained the Prince's Underground Railroad. Proceeding with extreme caution, it took Kroga several months before he was able to rescue the first two, Asa the Knight and the Seer. Chapter 15. Epilogue. And thus, First Realm would eventually fall. The Onu didn't want this, but they weren't surprised by it either. By giving First Inhabitants choice, they had risked that Firsts wouldn't trust them and wouldn't believe they cherished each one. This incredible gift of choice cost the Onu dearly. They lost nearly a third of First Realm when those Firsts chose to believe the Onu didn't care equally for all beings, from all realms, for all time. When, in point of fact, the Onu have always considered others as more important than themselves. In the end, it was the creation of Second Realm that led many Firsts to their final choice of good or Toba, not the existence of the Hidden Council or its Sealed Scrolls. Recurrus. First Recorder. The End. This has been Dezsma, written and narrated by Keith Schaefer. Copyright 2021 and 2023 by Keith Edward Schaefer. Production copyright of this audiobook 2023 by Keith Edward Schaefer.